Meow, meow. A stone broke, the sky gradually revealed a pale light, and the harsh chrysophyllite intermittently echoed from next door. At first glance, the sounds could easily be mistaken for a baby wailing. Meow, meow. The cries grew increasing leisure pan mournful. Was the annoying pregnant womanix daughter minting a cat? Boot shedded tevanon. Mian go tau tof bedand wa keto the neighboring apartment. Only to find the dorager. Honestly, please stop making noise, and could you make our kaki a taswell? There was no response, just the continued cry soft he cat, mingled with the faint sound of claw scratching at something, creating gainy atmosphere in thestalness of dawn. A familiar scent lingered in the air. The metallic odor of fresh blood. I sanionether? Her voice echoed in the hallway. Bathed in soft light filtering through tech creamless curtains, she cooed to the pregnant woman lying on the wooden floor. The floor was stained dark crimson, soaked in blood. Her expression was twisted in agony, her body contorted, her mouth tight sealed with black plastic wrap, and their hands bound behind oak with ropes. Meow, meow. The petit full cry soft he emanated from her swollen, slightly trembling belly. Her abdomen heaved rhythmically, the centipede like stitches along the gaping wound quivering as if something were about to break free. Wail. Thuling goff police siren shittered the tranquility of the morning Ginzai well neighborhood. Zawela waits amid ranger residential complex in the old city of Jiangzhou, where proper Thai price were yet time for structure was fully inadequate meet buildings lacked elevators, let alone surveillance cameras. The layout of the complex consisted of an building with FV units, each containing 12 households. The murder had occurred in room 541 of Unit 3 in Building 8. The architecture of the complex was relatively enclosed, and the crime was devoid of phone lookers, eerily silent. Several officers pushed the door open, revealing woman lying in a pool of blood, her face contorted, her bloodsheddies bulging, as if she had endured immense suffering. Her shirt was raised, exposing her disemboweled abdomen, with her inard slayed bare, as thought her part be a ferocious beast, the exposed flesh marred with scratch marks. Beside the corpse was a toolbox containing a complete set of dissection instruments, with blood-stained synthesis or sand scalpel. The furnishings in the room were neatly arranged, showing no signs of fast struggle. Curlage upon a fabric sofa weighs a small figure, huddled tightly. Schwer blood-stained plastic gloves sand it flace pajamas set adorned with SpongeBob SquarePants, her clothes plattered with blood, cradling gay blooded kitten in harems. She had disposable shoe covers on her feet. Meow. Up in hearing the commotion, the kitten, missing a piece of its ear, struggled slight lion mewed. Thekler said Theruis and Leona victim, right? Officer Zhang approached the sofa, intending to inspect the corpse, but suddenly locked eyes with a pair of dark, wide eyes. Startled, Zhang stumbled back several steps. It's come back to life. The officers shot them in exasperated glance. Zhang Xiaoqiang. What are you yelling about? Can't you see that's a living person? Zhang stared in disbelief as the corpse sat up. Her movements were slow, pausing between actions of gatherings, trying for the next. Who are you? He sked, bewildered. She glanced at them, then quickly averted her gaze, looking down at the kitten in harems. Hello, the caller. Minimize Mian. The officer's presence stared at Mian in astonishment. She resembled a high school student, with shoulder-length hair, appetite frame, and pallid skin devoid of expression. Hair white pajamas were splattered with blood, giving her the appearance of faderjed killer straight out of a horror movie. Miss Mu, you seem remarkably unconcerned. How could you possibly sleep at a crime scene? Xiao Zhang expressed his disbelief. What if the murder returns? This is far too dangerous. Though she appeared more like the perpetrator herself. Mian did not respond to him instead. She lowered her head and continued her account in a detached manner. This morning at 4:21, it was awakened by the cry soft my neighbor's cat. At 4:35, I came to knock on my neighbor's door, the victim's door. The door was ajar, and upon peeking inside, it discovered my neighbor lying on the floor. Her voice was cyrillicum, reminiscent of Phineas' monotone delivery. Unable to contain himself, Xiaozing muttered to Xiaowang. How I scrouched on the ground collecting footprints. Xiaowang, doyao think she might be lying? Consultantly Nan-Chi said that witnesses or suspects typical recollection based on their emotions, usually starter with theme as significant details. Yet generati severe thing chronologically, with such precise timing it could easily be rehearsed. Xiaowang nodded in agreement, whispering, if thinker mental stady eye soft. Looketh her she can't have in me tour gaze. She must be feeling guilty. We should take her back to the station for questioning. Mian seemed oblivious to their hushed whispers, mechanically continuing her narration. He heard the cat's cries emanating from her abdomen. At the time, her body was still warm, around 34.5 C. After death, body temperature drops approximately 1 per hour within the first 10 hours. Although phytisier spring, we have been experiencing an unseasonable cold snap, and the air conditioning was off, so shall this winter da. The coefficient is roughly 0.7, which leads me to estimate her time of death to between 330 and 400. Xiaozhen pointy day that is ceased, sabdomen, his mythigape. Wait, what did you just say? The cat scryus were it coming from where? Akal randon avirionis spinios they luke de themangle dabdomino tivik team, collective like conjuringe horrificimages. At 437, ideald themergency number, at 439, Iputong glove Sanja said scissorsto cut open thesti chesson thetis ceased sabdomen, rescuing thesporcatin. Ir cordet heen tire process on video aided me best to preserve the crime scene. If I need it, I can't send it to you. Finally finishing her account, Mumayansa get in relief. The CP opal wear a quieterud, constantly interrupting her. Thankfully, Heracilians allowed her to articulate even smooth lion clearly. The filth the little continued insistently, seemingly in agreement with her words. Xiaozhang, in disbelief, repeated, Yuri saying the murderer stuff fedicate inside the deceased's abdomen? Did the murderer not on liker but then further desecrate her body by inserting gacket? Amidst their shock, the group began to speculate the killer's motives. It wasn't to mutilate the corpse, Mumayan corrected, glancing at the victim. She was still alive at that time. Still alive? Chesnatrong, Dr. Chin, the forensics expert, state after a preliminary examination of T-body. He explained, the victim weighs approximately 8 months pregnant. The murderer removed the fetus along with the placenta from her abdomen and inserted living animalinto heritorus before stitching her up. Dr. King lanced at Mumayan and the kitten in her arms, extracting gastrand off cat fur from the victim's abdominal cavity with tweezers. It should be it. Mustafa the internal wounds till shows in soft life response, indicating the victim suffered immense torment before death. Mumayan cast a quick glance at Dr. Chin, then swift lie averted her gaze, murmuring, Thikos obdith polemic shock. Indeed. Dr. Kin suddenly felt Tason's familiarity with Mian, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Xiaozang exclaimed, goodness, the murderer is incredibly cruel. Mumayan nodded in agreement. Yes, but the method of killing is quite creative. Creative. Xiaozang felt the kill run down his spine. What kind of turgid individual would stuff a living cat into pregnant woman's belly? Header Nedto Mumian, puzzled. What about Hevictum skyled? When he opened her abdomen, didn't he offend the baby? Themerderito kid away, Mumayan replied, her eyelids drooping gas has struggled against sleepiness. They might, kept it as atrophy, or disposed of it. You should ask the murderer about that. How depraved. If shared thine formation inno, Mumayan said, placing Thekatin into Xiaozang's arms. Indeed tajito workto deis me fierce danthijab, and I can't belate. Xiaozang's expression turned conflicted. Beauty you can't even now you need to calm with this detestation achy statement. I sit o thesity bureau? Yes. Mumayan pondered for a moment before conceding. All right. Xiaozang had expected Ohava to persuade her to cooperate, but through a taken aback by air willingness to complies readily. Well, it's not the way. Mumayan flashed high mastiff smile, hurt an unexpected lighting of excitement. Xiaozang shivered. This girl was quite cute, but her smile was settling, rigid and reminiscent of a puppet grinning in a film. And we was sesachir full of thethotov going to the police station? The police conducted a thorough search of room 541. This residence suas, slikely the primary crime scene. There were in a sign saw forced entry on the door lock, and no suspicious stray ses were discovered inside unlike the fingerprints of the deceased were found in the apartment. The victim, named Mian, weighs 28 years old, unmarried, unemployed, and lived alone, 8 months pregnant. A faint creaking sound off the door opening reached Mian from behind, causing her instantly open her eyes. She was soon certain how long she had been in this tranquil interrogation room, but fortunately, she had managed to enjoy a restful sleep. She resolved to design her dream to mimic thestia off these interrogation room, believing that perhaps a tudalo her to sleep has soundly every night. Thedo or swungapin, and twine individual centered. Mian first noticed the chatty young policeman from that morning. Following him weighs a Talmank Ladina black leather jacket, with sharp features and a fierce expression. Mian recognized him from a photograph he was Fang Rui, the head of special crime unit. Harry's brightened. This man had an impressive physique, with well-defined muscles thought would make him an ideal anatomical model. Mian fixated him, her gaze intense and penetrating, as if wielding gas harp scalpel, already beginning to dissect them in her mind, envisioning Galizer Gansen muscle strupedo revi a la perfect skeleton. Mian had a fascination with bones. She had collected many beautiful specimens, yet eyes was the fierce time she had encountered an exquisite human skeleton. What tapedeth a was a living person, like la torments afore long to me to come. Xiaozhang, noticing the sudden spark in Mian's previous livicant eyes, felt a twinge of surprise. What had caused her still gazito become so vibrant? He glanced at Fang Rui again, wondering if she had been captivated by their superiors' striking appearance. Fang Rui, ignoring Mian's fervent stare, pulled Utasher and sit down opposite her, compelling her to this gaze. Despite years of practice, Mian still found it challenging to engage in eye contact with authors. Hello. She forced herself to look into his eyes, believe in jit would make her expression appear more easier. Would you consider donating or body to meftiriar death? Would take excellent care of it. Theer momentarily froze. Fang Rui's expression flickered with surprise, but the quickly reverted his usual stoic demeanor. If it weren't for the fact that they were in an interrogation room and Xiaozhang was seated beside him, he would have a very much like head topic Mian a pan thrower out. She looked so small he could lift Therius silhouetted. Miss Mu, please understand that this san interrogation room lets maintain Azria stone, Xiaozhang exclaimed, slapping Thidable to interrupt her, fearing she might tutter something more bizarre. He cautious glanced at Fang Rui, who remained composed. As expected after leader, he was accustomed to high-pressure situations and maintained a remarkably stable demeanor. Although many women pursued Fang Rui, drawn to his physique, Xiaozhang had never before witnessed a Danyuni express such an interest in his corpse. Mian corrected Xiaozhang, I am asking quite seriously. Then he will respond with equal seriousness. Fang Rui declined, a current, la have no intention of donating my body. All right. Mian slowly shifted her gaze, landingetin Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang immediately glared at her, poised to prevent her from pursuing the deif's body, only to hear her quietly ask, aren't he as you pose it taking notes? So I should be in goverly sentimental? What is your name? Xiaozhang opened his notebook. Mian. Age. It will be 25 in 106 days. Nani to beso detailed. What was your relationship with the deceased? Not good. Xiaozhang paused momentarily, could you elaborate on that? I don't understand here interpersonal relationships. Mian pondered for a moment before confessing. It seems share relationships were quite complex, beyond my comprehension. Xiaozhang's sighs lit up. For example, she wasn't married, yet she was pregnant. Her boyfriend is Ami O'Neil's band. The child may know Tevin belonged to her boyfriend. Xiaozhang weighs a talash for words. These are relationships scu di salib, summarized as hedis was the mistress. Where was the complexity in that? Xiaozhang continued, died to see and you need teary our neighbor's house last night, or hear an unusual sound skimming from next door? I didn't before I fell asleep. Mian lowered her gazeta the table, which was somewhat worn, with chipped paint and a pock-marked surface. She felt inexplicably irritated. She emphasized, "Iwento bedaten. Imakistum to sleep injierly." "What tabut after you fell asleep?" Fang Rui suddenly interjected into their conversation. Mian sejapithim, then quickly averted her gaze, pulling her head into her scarf like a quail. "Silence, Aprilin Jedsilence." Fang Rui asked, "Is the difficult question to answer?" Histo nu is flat, noted till aggressive. Mian slipped smooth as he attempted to mask something, unsuccessfully, explaining at a slow pace. "Onsi person is asleep, is quitetial engine to not as external sounds. This is common knowledge. Y'all were sleeping soundly just now, yet her gentle door pinning still woke you. These indicates wars and city is so dislike a noise, don't you?" Up in hearing the word noise, Mian instinctively noted an agreement. "Shetrally low thed noise. Thesund proofing in your apartment complex isn't very good. Several residents reported hearing noises from Thedas's apartment last night." Fang Rui's finger slight light a pedonthitable, as if striking at Mian's psychological defenses. "Then why, a say neighbor of Thedas's stantum to sound, died in Thearthos a noises last night? Thesund proofing in thought complex was not a sly poor. Even if the murderer was careful, it was improbable Totna sound would escape during the dissection of the deceased." Xiao Zhang and Distium had interviewed residents above and below the deceased's apartment. Alofa mentioned hearing dragging noise around 2 o'clock last night from room 541. However, due to the deceased's frequent Latin night disturbances and their notorious lie volatile temperament, they had refrained from lodging complaints. Yet Mian claimed she heard nothing gata last night. It was clear she might be lying. "Miss Mu, what were you doing last night? Is there anything you find inconvenient to discuss?" Mian's fingers stressed the scras and thitable, attempting to conceal them, but Thaton led deep in the marks. Just as Fang Rui hot Mian would remain silent, Shisudan Lai Luke de Thimindex claimed, "I am not a murderer. I believe ya." Mian smiled him, "Thank you for your trust." Xiaozeng looked in confusion at their exchange, wondering if he had missed something. "Why did he suddenly fellest? But thou can you prove a warneth the murderer?" Mian quickly withdrew her smile, deciding not to speak further. She could prove, but doing so all reveal her secret. Therefore, she opted for continued silence. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Thepper Sonk knocking was Officer Chin from the Human Resources Department. She looked at Xiaozhang, Fang team leader. "Sorry to interrupt ya." "Chin, what's the matter?" "The director is holding a alchemy meeting for the recruits today. The no forensic pathologist, mentioned Shawastaker, so I came at a rescuer. Im not keet suri what she mean to think shemit belost. So I went tedoski if you've seen her? There is no forensic pathologist there." "Strange," she said shed behiri and dasked to find hair around 9. Fang Rui pointedo seemingly obedient Mian sitten gay cross from them. "I believe she is the forensic pathologist our looking for." Xiaozang si Eastwood and dash start at Mian. "You're actually a forensic pathologist? That meant she was squatted up tap murder, didn't it?" "I." Mian raised her hand. "Am here." Officer Chin Fronden to director just mentioned had recruit to top talent. How called it bu cowl? Surely she wasn't still in college. Fang Rui said, "Officer Chin, recruits need to undergo a medical examination, right? Please stake her for on." "All right." Officer Chin agreed casually, but then reconsidered handy already doni a medical exam before hiring. Still, these unger Luke could dray the rune well, so perhaps another check was warranted. Fang Rui insisted, "Take her no." Officer Chinglin stat Mian. Wap appeared dazed. "Very well, it's just next door to the hospital." Mian's smile faltered. She glanced seriously at Fang Rui before nonchalantly averting her gaze. After Mian left, Xiaozeng curiously asked, "Boss, what do you keep pressing the tissue? Perhaps she was just tired and fell asleep?" Xiaozeng thought that this question was of little help in solving the case. "I just want to confirm my suspicion." Fang Rui's gaze remained fixed in Mian's retreating figure, his expression difficult to decipher. Xiaozhang froned Thier Bosser le focus said sointantly in Ionia Thanthimus Theanus criminals in prison. So, boss, you're not suspecting she has a split personality, are you? Xiaozhang suddenly realized, speculating, is that it? After Mian fell asleep last night, her personality emerged and kill led Thetis ceased. And now, this personality has no memory of what happened. Now under Shalukit so Tai Red Todesha must have been exhausted from the murder last night. Moreover, being a forensic pathologist, she should be quite killing on dissecting. Xiao Zhangful's reasoning was brilliant, logically sound and coherent, fully justifying the training he addressia vida the police academy. However, hypnotist Fang Rui looking at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Zhang began to feel insecure. Boss, did I say something wrong? Fang replied, very imaginative. His tone shifted slightly, perhaps you should dresig nandrite novel scene instead? Xiao Zhang the Twa Sutterly impossible had worked hard to become a civil servant. Chapter 3, The Cat-Fetus Case. Psychological testing this year, the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau has welcomed a considerable number of new talents through its recruitment initiatives. To demonstrate their appreciation for these individuals, the Bureau organized a simple welcome gathering. As the majority of the newcomers are engaged in technical roles within law enforcement, the physical fitness requirements were not particularly stringent, resulting in a cohort that is generally rather slender. Yet, even amidst this group, Mian stood out distinctly. She resembled an isolated isle, engaging in nearly zero interaction with her peers. Fang Rui, Consultant Lin, what are your thoughts on this forensic expert, Mu? Director Wang Yong inquired, as he and Fang Rui stood outside the auditorium, peering through the window at Mian within. Beside them was a young man, Lin San, a criminal psychology expert, who furrowed his brow as he observed Mian. Mian was lost in thought, gazing at an artificial tree, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere around her. Director, is she truly a forensic expert? Young Zhang, who happened to be passing by with documents, overheard Wang Yung discussing Mian and couldn't help but interject, I suspect she hasn't even graduated from university. Surely, she didn't get in through connections, did she? Wang Yung cast a sidelong glance at young Zhang, prompting him to immediately fall silent, though the glimmer of gossip remained evident in his eyes. Fang Rui admonished, deliver your documents. It's not urgent. Young Zhang muttered softly, Director, is this forensic expert really the talent you brought in? Indeed. Several police stations were vying for her. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and secured her beforehand. Wang Yung boasted with pride, then handed the file in his grasp to Fang Rui. Take a look at her resume. She holds a doctoral degree in recent years. Jiangzhou has witnessed several serial murder cases, prompting Wang Yung to establish a special task force dedicated to investigating such crimes. However, he encountered difficulties in selecting team members. While the veteran detectives possessed ample experience, they often relied on outdated methodologies, leaving them at a loss when confronted with unconventional cases. Thus, he sought to integrate some newcomers into this specialized unit, with Mian being one of his preferred candidates. Fang Rui casually perused Mian's resume. Mian, 25 years old, graduated from S University with a degree in clinical medicine. Holding dual doctoral degrees in neuroscience and pathology, his gaze fell upon the self-introduction page. Having performed my first autopsy at the tender age of 12 on a charming little squirrel that had been crushed by a wheel, I resolved to become a forensic expert. As of the date you received this resume, February 10th, I have conducted autopsies on 103 human bodies, 58 of African descent, 35 Caucasian, and 5 of Asian descent. Have you noticed the absence of 5 bodies? This indicates that you have attentively reviewed my resume. Once you employ me, I shall elucidate why they are not included. Thus, it is evident that I desperately require this position to enhance my understanding of the internal anatomy of our nation's populace. Fang Rui's lips twitched slightly. This self-introduction was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, Mian's entire demeanor was rather odd, and her resume seemed to align perfectly with her character. Wang Yung remarked, we have nearly finalized our selections for the special task force. The only missing component is a forensic expert. Originally, Old Sheen would have been the ideal candidate, but alas, he is set to retire next month. Among this batch of newcomers, Mian is the one I am most satisfied with. Fang Rui cast another glance at Mian, who had finally diverted her gaze from the aesthetically displeasing plastic tree, only to fixate on a pot of faux flowers. He truly could not comprehend the director's satisfaction with this young woman. She resembled a small robot, one that occasionally experienced glitches. Was it merely the allure of her academic credentials that clouded their judgment? Fang Rui expressed his dissatisfaction. Director, I cannot accept her into our special task force. Why not? Because she is fixated on the boss. Just as young Zhang attempted to offer an explanation on Fang Rui's behalf, he was silenced by a glare from Fang Rui. She doesn't seem reliable, Fang Rui pressed, massaging his temples. I cannot manage a team member like her. Yet she appears quite obedient, young Zhang countered. Looking obedient is of no consequence. She is not merely a decorative piece. Find someone else, Fang Rui insisted. I concur with your stance. Lin Xin chimed in. Why? Fang Rui inquired. Is it because she appears quite youthful? Do you doubt her competence? Or is it a matter of gender bias? Lin Xin clarified. It is quite possible that she is an individual on the autism spectrum. Wang Yong frowned. That cannot be. Aren't individuals with autism unable to care for themselves? She seems rather. Wang Yong's words trailed off. A mere moment of observation would reveal that Mian rarely engaged in eye contact with others. She shunned direct gazes, exhibited communicative barriers, and displayed rigid behaviors. Lin Xin elucidated. She might be a high-functioning autistic individual who has made significant strides in her recovery. Nonetheless, even so, she may still struggle to perform effectively in a work environment. Therefore, I do not recommend her for the position. Lin Xin, are you certain she is on the autism spectrum? Fang Rui asked, somewhat taken aback. I have yet to meet an autistic individual who converses so much. Lin Xin returned his inquiry with a cold, detached stare. Wang Yong too harbored doubts regarding Lin Xin's assessment. During our selection process for newcomers, we conducted preliminary psychological screenings. Take a look at page 7 of the file. There are test results. Lin Xin turned to the 7th page, revealing a psychological assessment report. Subject, Mian's psychological health dimensions. Scale, SCL, 90 indicators requiring attention. Any score exceeding 2 points. Somatization, 1. 34. Obsession, 1. 82. Interpersonal relationships, 1. 41. Depression, 1. 02. Anxiety, 1. 29. Hostility, 1. 54. Terror, 1. 13. Paranoia, 1. 01. Psychoticism, 1. 21. Others, 1. 32. Psychological state evaluation. All indicators are normal, with no symptoms of depression or anxiety, indicating a relatively high level of mental health. Personality dimensions, scale, Big 5 personality traits, scores for each dimension. Openness, 48, high. Conscientiousness, 45, high. Extroversion, 43, high. Agreeableness, 49, high. Neuroticism, 19, low. Personality evaluation. The individual is extroverted, altruistic, reliable, emotionally stable, and adept at independent thinking. Ability dimension, scale, Wechsler Intelligence Scale, Intelligence Test Score, 186. Ability evaluation. The individual's intelligence is at an exceptionally high level. Lin Sandao. The results of this psychological assessment indicate that this forensic pathologist is an extroverted, helpful, and amiable genius. Do you believe this description fits her? Wang Yong gazed at Mian, remaining silent for a moment. I still believe we must not harbor prejudices against individuals with autism. We should afford her the opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities, should we not? The orientation meeting lasted precisely 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 17 seconds. Mian found it excruciating, yearning to dash to the autopsy room to continue dissecting her unfortunate neighbor. She had been exceedingly fatigued that morning, only managing to complete half of the dissection before succumbing to sleep. The cause of death was uncontentious, yet the manner of death was exceptionally peculiar. Therefore, Mian was eager to ascertain how the perpetrator conceived such a creative method of murder. She even mused that if she were the murderer, she could execute it more flawlessly, allowing a kitten to quietly reside within the deceased's abdomen, only to be born like a little baby. Vividly, Mian envisioned the scene in her mind. Amidst the sound of meowing, an adorable kitten emerged from the body of a human female. According to the traditions of our municipal bureau, all newly hired individuals must complete a psychological assessment. Let us proceed to the computer room to undertake the test. Officer Chin's voice interrupted Mian's reverie. Mian looked at her, momentarily stunned. Another psychological test? Mian felt a twinge of annoyance. She despised psychological assessments and loathed encountering those self-important psychological experts. Chapter 4. The Case of the Cat-Fetus Person. Is she a genius? The duration of this test is approximately half an hour. I kindly ask everyone to complete the questions on the computer with patience. Officer Chin briefly introduced the content of the test before inviting everyone to commence. Initially, it consisted of standard self-assessment questionnaire items, with participants disinterestedly clicking on the evidently correct answers. Subsequently, a series of images and nonsensical words appeared. Whispers began to circulate among some individuals. Why is this different from previous psychological tests? What are these images and phrases assessing? Are we simply required to press the F and J keys? What happens if we press the wrong one? Will I be dismissed right after joining? This is a variant of the implicit association test designed to measure our cognitive biases. Mian kindly educated those around her. It is based on a neural network model, which posits that information is stored within a series of nodes organized hierarchically according to semantic relationships. Therefore, by measuring the distance between two concepts within these neural connections, we can assess the relationship between the two. The individuals seated beside her regarded her with perplexed expressions. Mian ceased her explanation. The social guidelines dictate that one should not impose knowledge on others, even if they are particularly lacking in common sense. One individual inquired, "What specific aspects does it measure? Do we have tendencies toward violence? Is our worldview positive or negative? What about sexual orientation?" And so forth. This psychological paradigm is employed to assess our subconscious cognitive inclinations, thus concealing the true purpose of the test from us. So, is it impossible to cheat on this test? Mian hesitated before softly responding. The true indicator of the test is the difference in response times. The average person cannot discern the test purpose and select answers that contradict their beliefs within a few seconds, which demands a high level of cognitive functioning. I completely don't understand. As the test progressed, participants became increasingly focused, utterly oblivious to what these questions were evaluating. Mian, too, grew more engrossed, yet when she encountered a series of questions regarding social norms, she became distracted, pondering. Surely this psychological test wasn't designed specifically for me? But why would they test me? I appear perfectly normal. Upon completion of the test, Mian's results appeared in the back end of the psychological assessment system. Were her results satisfactory? Fang Rui gazed at a plethora of data, feeling a headache coming on, and requested a layman's explanation, devoid of theoretical jargon. The test subject exhibits an extroverted personality, maintains a positive outlook, detests violence, is kind-hearted and enthusiastic, and demonstrates emotional stability along with strong social skills. Lin Sen shrugged, noting that it was quite similar to previous test outcomes. Didn't you say this test couldn't be faked? Fang Rui found it utterly incomprehensible to associate these descriptors with Mian, who seemed to embody the very antithesis of these adjectives. I said it is difficult to fabricate, Lin Sen clarified, but I never stated it was impossible. It was evident that the forensic expert, Mian, was making considerable efforts to mask her psychological issues, and she was quite adept at concealing them, if one did not observe her closely. Lin Sen paused before continuing. I have no objections to her joining us. Have you switched sides so swiftly? All because she passed your dubious test? Fang Rui expressed surprise. Lin Sen pointed to the IQ score displayed on the screen. A genius like me requires the collaboration of another genius. Fang Rui had to concede that Lin San possessed a remarkable talent in the field of criminal psychology, which explained why he endured the arrogance of this individual. However, he still harbored a strong desire to toss Lin San out of the vehicle. After completing her psychological assessment, Mian reported to the forensic department. Following a series of convolutions, the end of the workday had arrived. Alongside Mian, 2 new forensic experts had also joined, one male, named Zhang Xiaolin, and one female, named Chen Shui. The outgoing Chen Shui, who had interned here for 6 months, got along splendidly with everyone and suggested treating the group to dinner after work. Unaccustomed to dining in large groups, Mian declined Chen Shui's invitation. Once outside the municipal bureau, Mian stood by the roadside, attempting to hail a taxi via her phone. It was peak traffic hour, and given her high standards for drivers, she found herself waiting in the cold breeze for over an hour without success. As Xiao Zhang drove by, he spotted Mian huddled within her scarf, gazing forlornly at the flow of traffic. "Boss, since we're heading to a crime scene anyway, should we offer a ride to forensic expert Mu?" Xiao Zhang turned to Fang Rui in the back seat, noting her apparent disorientation. "Whatever," Fang Rui replied casually. Xiao Zhang parked beside Mian. "Forensic expert Mu, would you like a ride back with us?" "No." Mian promptly rejected the offer. "Why not?" Xiao Zhang was puzzled, wondering why she would refuse a free ride. Mian glanced at his vehicle, a somewhat aged, poorly maintained black car with low safety ratings. Noticing the severely worn tires and a misaligned bumper, she concluded that sitting in such a car offered no sense of security. However, the social guidelines advised against directly pointing out someone's shortcomings, so she subtly inquired, "Do you have a driver's license?" "Of course. What car would I be driving without a license?" The hint had failed. Mian began contemplating how to more tactfully decline his unreasonable suggestion. Xiao Zhang, realizing the situation, incredulously asked Fang Rui in the back seat, "Boss, does she mean to question my driving skills?" Fang Rui exited the vehicle and approached the driver's seat, instructing Xiao Zhang to take the back seat. "Let me drive." Upon seeing Fang Rui behind the wheel, Mian seamlessly took her place in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Xiao Zhang stared in disbelief as Mian entered the car. This forensic expert certainly exhibited a double standard. It was Fang Rui's driving that posed the true risk, given the vehicle's dismal condition, one that was largely attributable to him. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and silently accepted the blame. As they faced heavy traffic during the evening rush hour, Xiao Zhang, feeling bored, initiated small talk. "Forensic expert Mu, what did you think of today's psychological test?" "It was specifically designed by the boss." "Xiao Zhang, you're talking too much," Fang Rui coldly interrupted. Xiao Zhang quickly gestured for silence. Meanwhile, Mian's heart skipped a beat, her breath caught in her throat as she stared at Fang Rui. Had her secret been uncovered so swiftly? Rumors suggested that Fang Rui was a renowned detective with keen observational skills. Surely he would not see through her disguise at a glance. This individual, possessing not only a flawless physique but also a brilliant mind, seemed worthy of dissection for study. Contemplating this, Mian felt a wave of despondency wash over her. How could she legally acquire his remains? Chapter 5. The cat abuse case. Perhaps it was the intensity of Mian's gaze that prompted Fang Rui to turn his head towards her. It is a tradition at our municipal bureau that all new recruits undergo psychological testing. It is not directed at anyone in particular. "May I inquire if I have passed your psychological assessment?" "What do you think?" "Presumably, I have." At the tender age of 12, Mian had devoured every psychology book on her sister's bookshelf, and since then, she had been able to navigate any psychological test with ease. "You certainly exude confidence." Although Mian's ability to read expressions was somewhat lacking, she sensed that Fang Rui's smile hinted at a deeper understanding, that he was aware of her being an autistic individual. Otherwise, there would be no need for such an extensive psychological evaluation. Regaining her composure swiftly, Mian retrieved a bank card she had prepared earlier and handed it to Fang Rui. He regarded her with surprise. Every action of this forensic expert was utterly unexpected. This is all the money I have. It is yours. Why would you give this to me? You ought to know. Considering that Xiao Zhang was still in the vehicle, Mian wished to conceal her act of bribery. Fang Rui frowned, his expression rigid. You are not contemplating purchasing my corpse, are you? Fang Rui felt an overwhelming desire to expel Mian from the car immediately, yet, mindful of her condition as an autistic person, he suppressed his anger. Mian's eyes widened with excitement. So, money can indeed buy things? Moments later, she lowered her head in disappointment. But I am currently very poor. This is all I possess. More than securing Fang Rui's body, she was desperate to keep her secret. A revelation of her autism would surely lead to her termination. She needed this job desperately. Absolutely not. Fang Rui retorted sharply. Do not even think about it. You are forbidden from mentioning the word corpse in my presence. A staunch materialist, Fang Rui could not bear the unsettling notion of being regarded as a mere corpse while still alive. Very well. The abrupt interruption left Mian at a loss for how to steer the conversation back to her plea for confidentiality. She resolved to find another opportunity to discreetly bribe him. After escorting Mian home, Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang first sought out the community security guard, Old Chen. Xiao Zhang presented a photograph of the deceased. Uncle, do you recognize this person? Of course. Old Chen glanced at the photo. That is Ms. Li from Unit 3 of Building 8. How could I not know her? Has she had any recent feuds with anyone? This Ms. Li is notorious in our community for her fierce temperament. She has had countless conflicts with others. Let me put it this way. Delivery personnel would rather incur losses and lose their jobs than deliver packages or take out to her residence. Furthermore, she is also a mistress. Her boyfriend's wife has even posted notices at the entrance of our community. Ah, you don't mean the person you took away this morning, do you? Fang Rui interjected. Do not speak so carelessly. Old Chun, suddenly animated like a detective, exclaimed, Officer, you need not investigate this case further. The murderer must be that girl from Unit 542 of Building 8 Mu. Mu something, isn't it? Mian. Xiao Zhang's body tensed. How can you think she is the murderer? Everyone in the neighborhood knows. This girl has some psychological issues. Why do you say that? She moved in 3 months ago. She's quite peculiar. Initially, she did not speak, yet she smiled at everyone, albeit with an unsettling stiffness, as though compelled to smile. We thought she might be mute, and we took care of her. However, when it came to Ms. Li, her words flowed more smoothly than anyone else's. Fang Rui began to understand Mian's intentions. She was striving to present herself as a normal person, yet this very effort rendered her even more peculiar. Remorse washed over him for having hastily dismissed Mian from joining the Special Crimes Unit. Later, our property manager, Old Lu, went to fix a plumbing issue at her residence and discovered an entire wall adorned with bones of various shapes. She even declared her intention to preserve Ms. Li as a specimen to hang on her wall as a piece of art. Fang Rui was left speechless. Indeed, this was something Mian might do, especially since their first encounter had involved her inquiry about body donation. The flicker of guilt he had felt dissipated entirely. Fang Rui produced a photograph of a cat to show Old Chen. Uncle, do you recognize this cat? How could I identify it? Old Chen cast a glance and immediately shook his head. However, upon closer inspection, he murmured, This cat looks quite emaciated. It must be a stray. There are plenty of strays around our community, all looking rather similar. Yet this one appears excessively thin. We have several cat enthusiasts in our community who feed them regularly, so it shouldn't be this malnourished. Fang Rui seized upon the key point in his statement. Where do those stray cats primarily congregate? In the small park adjacent to our community, Old Chun pointed towards a nearby plaza. There are numerous stray cats and dogs lurking in the bushes there. They are impossible to drive away, and we cannot harm them. We must simply allow them to remain. What times do those cat enthusiasts usually come to feed the cats? Typically early in the morning or in the evening, as that is when they are free. Strangely enough, those strays seem to be fed better than some of the domesticated pets. All right, if you remember any clues, please do not hesitate to contact us. Ah, I just recalled, this Ms. Li once killed a cat. It bore a resemblance to this one. Xiao Zhang and Fang Rui exchanged a glance. This Ms.Li had a history of cat abuse. After a light dinner, Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang set out to canvass the area near the park. Recently, the weather had turned cold, and the park was nearly deserted at night. They inquired of several individuals, but none had seen the cat or encountered those who fed the strays, necessitating a return on another day for further inquiries. Chapter 6. The Cat-Fetus Case. He wanted the deceased to give birth to a living cat. Mian and another young woman, Chen Shui, were temporarily assigned as assistants to forensic expert Qin, in order to familiarize themselves with the workflow. Chen Shui, with her sweet appearance and warm demeanor, was a graduate of the local medical university and had interned at the municipal bureau earlier in the year, making her well known among the forensic team. Throughout the morning, she chatted incessantly with Qin and even brought coffee for all her colleagues. Chen Shui was indeed a popular girl, and Mian felt somewhat irritated. According to social conventions, Chen's behavior was entirely normal and served to foster closer relationships with her colleagues. However, Mian found herself unable to engage with others as enthusiastically as Chen did. She could only muster a sociable smile to those she encountered. Yet, their responses were often strange glances. Fortunately, Mian had encountered such looks many times before, and she could only conclude that they were indicative of some social behavior signal that she currently could not comprehend. Mian, have you heard? One of us is going to be transferred to the Special Crimes Unit. Mian shook her head, indicating she had not heard that important. She did not particularly mind where she was assigned, as long as she could keep her job. Did you take the car from the Fang team this morning? Chen Shui asked, feigning casual conversation, though her expression was somewhat tense. Did you know him before? You seem quite familiar. He gave me a ride, Mian replied thoughtfully. I didn't know him before, and we aren't very close. In fact, he seems to dislike me, as he has never smiled at me though. I see Chen Shui sighed in relief, yet she wished to continue probing. Just then, Qin interrupted their chatter. Little Mu, regarding the case in ZY, you are the reporter, so please join me for the case analysis meeting later. Mian responded cheerfully, sure. Qin, may I request to attend as well? Chen Shui interjected, I want to learn. Then come along, Xiao Shui, Qin replied. On their way to the conference room, Chen Shui continued to chat with Mian. Mian, about that case involving the cat torturing the pregnant woman, were you the one who reported it? You were late to the orientation yesterday. It wasn't he because of the case, was it? Yes, the deceased was my neighbor, and I was the first to discover her body. What a coincidence, Chen Shui remarked, her gaze at Mian filled with complexity. Originally, her staying at the municipal bureau seemed assured, but Mian presented an unpredictable element. Mian's resume was outstanding. She had heard insider news that the bureau only needed one forensic expert. The remaining two would be sent to various district offices after training. Mian could not quite decipher Chen Shui's expression. It could be sadness or perhaps envy. All she could do was reassure her, Chen Shui, you need not envy my encounter with such a unique body. It's all a matter of luck. I've always been particularly fortunate in this regard. Which normal person would consider encountering such a gruesome body to be lucky? Chen Shui exclaimed, suddenly realizing that remaining behind might not be as difficult as she had thought. This Mian appeared somewhat dim-witted. The case analysis meeting commenced in a spacious conference room filled with attendees, where Mian sat in the back with Qin and Chen Shui. The meeting had already begun. On the electronic screen were photographs of the deceased's life. She was an alluring figure with long, wine-red curls, juxtaposed with her autopsy images. The deceased was named Li Yin, 28 years old, unmarried, and a woman living alone. Originally, this case was under the purview of Fang Rui's Special Crimes Unit, but due to the case's heinous nature and the urgency for resolution, it was transferred to the more experienced Major Crimes Unit, with Fang Rui and his team assisting in the investigation. The head of the Major Crimes Unit, Qin Dongyang briefly introduced the case. Li Yin, a local resident, 28 years old, a freelancer, had worked as a sales assistant in a shopping mall 6 months ago. She was unmarried and 8 months pregnant. Investigations revealed that the father of the child was her former colleague, Zhu Minghui, the manager of a luxury goods store. At the time of the incident, he had an alibi, as he was at a drinking party. Qin distributed the autopsy report and began to present the findings. A small amount of anesthetic was detected in the deceased's system. There were several bruises on her elbows and wrists, indicative of a violent struggle. Her abdomen bore 4 incisions. 2 of the wounds were shallow, suggesting they were exploratory cuts. The perpetrator opened the deceased's abdomen, ruptured the uterus, and removed the entire placenta. Then he inserted a living kitten into her uterus and sutured her abdomen. Qin displayed an autopsy image on the electronic screen. The deceased's abdominal cavity was opened, her organs marred with claw marks. The incisions were uneven. Based on the size of the cuts, it was inferred that the weapon was likely a Swiss Army knife. The suturing was haphazard, and 2 exploratory cuts suggested that the perpetrator might not have been skilled in dissection, likely not a medical professional. Additionally, some plastic film was found in the deceased's abdominal cavity, which also tested positive for traces of anesthetic. Qin concluded that summarizes the findings from the autopsy. Everyone inhaled sharply. Some speculated the killer must have harbored a deep-seated hatred for the deceased. Could the perpetrator be Zhu Minghui's wife? We have already ruled her out as a suspect. On the night of the incident, her son was hospitalized, and she remained at the hospital the entire night, leaving her with no opportunity to commit the crime. Xiao Zhang could not resist making a wild suggestion. Have you seen that drama, Junmo Chuan? There's a cat punishment in it, where a person is stuffed into a bag full of live cats and scratched to death. What if the killer drew inspiration from that show? Shaoli rolled his eyes at him. You might as well say the inspiration came from the story of the raccoon replacing the crown prince, right? The killer took the deceased fetus. Could it be an enactment of the raccoon replacing the crown prince? But in the drama, the child is swapped to seize the throne. What could the killer's motive possibly be? An 8-month-old fetus, if surgically removed, could it not be delivered prematurely? Is it possible that the killer's true intention was to replace the deceased's child? The room buzzed with a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere thick with various speculations. Mian felt increasingly agitated, wishing to cover her ears to drown out the noise. Yet, concerned that others might notice her distress, she could only bow her head and doodle in her notebook, attempting to divert her attention elsewhere. However, the noise only seemed to amplify. The killer devised a procedure. He wanted the deceased to give birth to a cat. Mian suddenly stood up, speaking with unwavering conviction. A living cat. The once boisterous conference room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 7. The Cat-Fetus Case. Your reasoning is flawed. A moment of silence enveloped the room as everyone turned their gaze towards Mian. Feeling the weight of numerous eyes upon her, Mian experienced a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck, an urge to flee this place. Fang Rui came to her rescue, inquiring, forensic expert, why do you hold such a belief? His voice seemed to possess a certain charm, alleviating Mian's agitation just slightly. Theoretically, it could be feasible. However, Mian did not respond to his question. Instead, she spoke to herself. If one were to create an artificial placenta, introduce a sufficient amount of oxygen, and place a sedated cat within it to replace the deceased's placenta, while simultaneously administering adequate oxytocin to the pregnant woman and ensuring the deceased maintains sufficient vitality, one could indeed facilitate the birth of the cat. She lifted a drawing to shield her face, stating, like this, in fact, that was precisely what he had attempted, but his design was too crude, leading to his failure. Thus, it was highly probable that he would try again until he succeeded. Mian's artwork was stark yet impactful, simple lines outlining a striking image. A pregnant woman with her abdomen opened, cradling a small cat enclosed in a circular object, a scene both harmonious and eerie. Forensic expert Qin interrupted, however. The toxicology report did not reveal any traces of oxytocin in the deceased. Therefore, he had failed. The conference room descended into a brief silence. Mian's speculation was utterly absurd, without any grounding. How could a murderer conceive of birthing a cat? It was entirely unreasonable, unless the perpetrator was a psychopath. Curiosity compelled everyone to glance at Mian. Was this the murderer's thought, or merely Mian's conjecture? Captain Chun, why is Mian, a suspect in this case, permitted to attend our analysis meeting? One officer suddenly interjected. Many residents of the crime scene community had reported that Mian exhibited peculiar behavior and had quarreled with the deceased. As a forensic expert skilled in dissection, she was also among the suspects. Forensic expert Chin appeared somewhat displeased, asserting, "She is the one who reported the incident, and there is currently no evidence to implicate her as the murderer." Yet, without evidence proving her innocence, protocol dictated that she should not be involved in this case. Fang Rui interjected, "I can attest that Mian is not the murderer, Captain Fang. All existing evidence points to Mian as the prime suspect. How can you assert she is not the culprit?" Fang Rui presented a blood test report, transferring the document to the conference room computer. He opened the report, revealing that the sample was taken at 9:35 a.m. yesterday, indicating a substantial presence of sedative components in her bloodstream. Upon seeing the report, Xiao Zhang suddenly realized why Fang Rui had insisted on Mian undergoing a physical examination yesterday. It was to conduct this very test. "Does this prove she is not the murderer?" Fang Rui explained. "Based on the metabolic state of the sedative in her system, it can be inferred that during the time of the crime, she was in a deep state of unconsciousness, rendering her incapable of committing the act. Ah, no wonder she looked so drowsy that day. It turns out the drug had not yet worn off." Xiao Zhang concurred, adding, "I can confirm that when we arrived at the crime scene, she appeared as if she had just awakened." Xiao Zhang felt that all of Mian's previous peculiar behaviors had found reasonable explanations. Her rigid demeanor and speech were due to autism. Her lack of energy stemmed from having taken a sedative the previous night. Xiao Zhang pondered aloud. Could it be that the murderer drugged her? Then the murderer must be someone familiar with Mian. No, the dosage far exceeded a normal amount. Moreover, as a forensic expert, she would surely have noticed such a condition. Forensic expert Chin furrowed her brow. "Mian, you are quite young. How could you? The dosage was nearly lethal for an average person, yet Mian was seemingly unaffected, leading to the likelihood that she had been a long-term user of this medication, thus developing a significant tolerance." Mian stared down at the wooden grain of the table, mentally detached, as if the topic at hand bore no relevance to her. The social guide suggested that when faced with unanswerable questions, one might appropriately resort to deception. However, Mian had yet to master the art of lying and was left with no choice but to remain silent. "You must be new to the job, feeling anxious and unable to sleep, thus resorting to sedatives to aid your slumber," Fang Rui remarked kindly, glancing at Mian. "It's not uncommon, is it?" Finally, Mian snapped back to reality, gazing at Fang Rui in surprise, before nodding. "Indeed. Most individuals feel anxious and sleepless when entering a new environment." The skeptics fell silent, and for the moment, Mian's suspicion was abated. However, due to his interruption, the group selectively dismissed Mian's earlier conjecture and returned to the motive of revenge. Captain Chen theorized that the killer employed such an unconventional method to obscure their murderous intent, thereby misleading the police investigation. He concluded, "We will proceed with the following steps. First, investigate the deceased's social connections. Second, search the nearby dumpsters for the infant's remains that the murderer may have disposed of. Third, review all surveillance footage from the vicinity during the time of the crime to identify any suspicious individuals. Execute these tasks immediately." After the meeting adjourned, Mian caught up with Fang Rui, who was walking alongside Lin Xin, seemingly engaged in discussion, and Mian recalled Qian Shui's words. Lin Xin was a criminal psychology expert, even capable of reading minds, exceptionally skilled. Many of the cases Fang Rui handled were solved with Lin Xin's assistance. Mian glanced at Lin Xin, signaling with her eyes for him to depart, but Lin Xin mistook her gesture as a greeting, standing there obliviously and returning her smile. Mian decided to be more direct. Consultant Lin, do you possess the ability to read minds? Upon hearing her inquiry, Lin San appeared taken aback. Are you asking me? Seeing that he still had no intention of leaving, Mian felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Fine, you cannot, she thought, for if he could, he would surely hear her unspoken thoughts and vacate. Lin San's lips twitched slightly. Although Mian's expression bore no malice, he felt she was openly mocking him. Who decreed that psychological experts must possess mind-reading abilities? Nonetheless, Lin San discerned that Mian seemed eager to converse privately with Fang Rui, yet having just been mocked by her, he was reluctant to depart. In light of this, Mian endeavored to ignore his presence and addressed Fang Rui. Captain Fang, your evidence earlier does not entirely exonerate me. Fang Rui, seemingly uninterested, replied, It matters not, as long as they believe it. Mian continued to explain, You overlooked a crucial factor, tolerance. Even if I consumed a considerable amount of sedatives, I might still retain some capability for action, as I have developed a strong resistance to such substances. She spoke earnestly. If I truly intended to eliminate my insufferable neighbor, I would still have the means to succeed. However, I would not choose such a method, as my lack of imagination would render me incapable of devising such a creatively elaborate murder scheme. Fang Rui countered, So, you aim to prove your lack of imagination to me? Mian regarded him with sincerity. I merely wish to remind you that your reasoning contains significant flaws. Are you the murderer? Fang Rui's blood pressure surged, struggling to suppress the impulse to seize Mian and throw her out. Why was he doing this if not to hastily clear her name? After all, he had kindly come to her aid, yet she was now criticizing his reasoning as insufficiently rigorous. Mian shook her head. Of course not. Then you ought to thank me. Very well, thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Mian hesitated, glancing once more at Lin San, who showed no signs of leaving. Regretfully, she departed. I didn't expect you to exhibit such patience with this forensic expert, Lin suggested. It seems you intend to have her join the Special Crimes Unit. Let us see. Fang Rui redirected the conversation. I find Mian's analysis somewhat plausible. The murderer cannot genuinely wish for that pregnant woman to give birth to a living cat, can they? Previously, I discovered that the deceased had a history of cat abuse, having killed a cat. Perhaps the murderer intended for the deceased's child to atone for that cat's death? This suggests the killer might subscribe to beliefs in karmic retribution. Lin San countered, however, such actions would also constitute cruelty towards the cat. If the murderer sought to punish a cat abuser, why would they resort to such a method of animal cruelty? Fang Rui pinched the bridge of his nose. Logically, such an intruder murder should be easily solvable. I never anticipated the perpetrator would conceal themselves so skillfully. I suspect the murderer may be a serial killer. Lin San's expression turned grave. Such criminals typically select their targets based on their own criminal fantasies, exhibiting a degree of randomness, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend them through conventional investigative measures. He paused before adding, Currently, there is only one victim, so I am unable to create a criminal profile. Chapter 8, The Cat-Fetus Case. Has the real culprit been captured? Fang Rui and Xiaozhang arrived at the square early in the morning. The area was bustling with numerous elderly individuals engaging in their morning exercises, creating a cacophony of lively noise. Yet, Fang Rui effortlessly spotted Mian amidst the crowd. She was still wrapped in a thick scarf, her form almost entirely engulfed within it, staring vacantly at the greenery of the flower bed. Following Fang Rui's gaze, Xiaozhang also noticed Mian. Forensic expert. What brings you here? Are you exercising? Xiaozhang inquired, a hint of surprise evident in his tone, as Mian did not strike him as someone fond of physical activity. I am waiting for a bus, she replied. This area doesn't allow parking. How could you possibly wait here? You ought to stand by the roadside, Fang Rui pointed out. Mian glanced at him and then averted her eyes, stating, I have now. Xiaozhang felt perplexed. Where's the bus? I don't see any. Why don't you wait in the car? Fang Rui suggested, handing Mian the keys. Xiaozhang and I have a mission to attend to. In an instant, Xiao Zhang understood. Mian was hoping to hitch a ride with them. But how did she know they would come here this morning? Moreover, how did Fang Rui know she was waiting for them? Xiao Zhang felt somewhat isolated. Mian declined the keys, asserting, "I will accompany you for the investigation. I am quite familiar with this area. When I first moved here, I would patrol the neighborhood every day. Although I have since reduced it to once a week, it should suffice." Xiao Zhang was left astounded. Had Mian once been a secret agent? Or had she offended someone? Why else would she need to survey her surroundings daily? Fang Rui, having recently immersed himself in literature regarding autism, understood that many individuals with autism have a strong aversion to unfamiliar environments and require repeated exposure to adapt. Thus, he was not particularly surprised by Mian's behavior. "Do you know anyone who is well acquainted with stray cats?" She pointed towards a girl squatting by the lawn. "According to my observations, she feeds the stray cats more frequently than anyone else here." The girl, young and sweet-faced, had several frail kittens clustered around her feet. "Hello, I am Zhang Chang from the Municipal Bureau. We would like your assistance in our investigation," Xiao Zhang said, displaying his credentials. "Have you seen this cat?" He then showed the girl a photograph. The girl, Bai Jing, who had just graduated from university, was a community worker in the neighborhood. She first glanced at Mian, her expression one of surprise, before taking the photograph. After examining it closely, she exclaimed, "Oh, I recognize this cat. I used to feed it regularly." Bai Jing pointed to the picture. "Look at its ear. There's a small piece missing. I often fed it ham sausages, but I haven't seen it around lately. How long has it been since you last saw it?" "About 4 or 5 days." "Are there many people who come to feed the cats here?" "Quite a few. There's a university nearby, and many students come to feed them. Additionally, several residents from our community occasionally do the same." "Do you all know each other?" "Most of us who frequently feed the cats are acquainted. We have a group where many like-minded cat lovers share experiences. Could you recommend this group to us?" "Sure," Bai Jing replied, opening her phone and adding Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang to the group chat. "This group mainly discusses cat care tips, nothing particularly special. Have any of the people you feed cats with exhibited unusual behavior recently?" "Not that I can recall. We only exchange occasional pleasantries during feeding times, so we don't know each other very well." "Oh, I just remembered. There's someone in our community who comes to feed the cats every morning, and he uses particularly expensive cat food, which left a strong impression on me. I think his last name is Zhu." Bai Jing seemed to struggle to remember, but she soon called over a passing delivery man. "Chen Hui, come here for a moment." The delivery man, named Chen Hui, stopped his vehicle. He was tall, slightly plump, had fair skin, and wore a pair of rigid black-framed glasses, yet a smile adorned his face. "Bai Jing, what's up? Do you recall the person who used to feed cats with us? The one who always used imported cat food? What was his name?" "The one with the last name Zhu, who often wore a blue shirt." "Zhu Yaming." Chen Hui immediately provided the name. Xiao Zhang quickly noted it down. Fang Rui then asked if they knew a woman named Mian. Upon hearing the name, both Bai Jing and Chen Hui displayed expressions of disdain. Bai Jing exclaimed, "She's just a crazy woman, always losing her mind and making life difficult for others." She pointed towards some nearby bushes, right over there. "She nearly kicked a stray cat to death just because it brushed against her. Such a vile person deserves to face consequences." "What happened to that kitten?" "It was taken to a pet hospital by a kind-hearted individual who later adopted it." "Ah, that person was probably Zhu Yaming," Fang Rui inquired. "Were many people aware of this incident?" "Quite afew.it was a weekend, and many witnessed her abusing the cat. Some even filmed it and posted it online. Thank you for your cooperation." After concluding their inquiries, Fang Rui intended to leave, but noticed Mian staring intently at the delivery man, Chen Hui. Chen Hui sensed Mian's gaze and awkwardly scratched his head. "Miss Mu, there's still no international parcel from your sister today. If one arrives, I will contact you immediately." Mian's expression turned somewhat despondent. "She used to send me the medical journals I requested on time. She wouldn't forget." Xiao Zhang suggested, "Then why don't you give your sister a call?" Mian lowered her head, falling silent. Chen Hui interjected, "Miss Mu had a falling out with her sister, so she's refraining from reaching out. Fang Rui was taken aback. It seemed that Hui knew Mian quite well. Once in the car, Fang Rui couldn't help but indulge in some gossip. Are you quite familiar with Hui? Not really. He is a good person. He was the first to respond with a smile when I arrived here. Are you friends with him? No, I have no friends, Mian replied, her mood still low. I am quite troublesome. No one wishes to be my friend. Her sister, who also served as her therapist, was among the few who accepted her unconditionally, but it appeared that she had now abandoned her as well. Mian felt a sense of defeat and regretted having quarreled with her sister. Upon arriving at the bureau, Fang Rui immediately instructed Xiao Zhang to investigate Zhu Yaming. Within half a day, Xiao Zhang had gathered information on Zhu Yaming. Boss, this Zhu Yaming works at a foreign trade company. His financial situation was once stable. However, he lost a considerable amount in stock trading in recent years, leading to his wife leaving him and forcing him to sell their house to live with his parents. He is rather petty and does not have a good reputation in the community, but he hasn't committed any crimes or has a criminal record. His neighbors mentioned that he seems to have recently come into some money and is living more extravagantly. Xiao Zhang paused before continuing, oh, and he is also a pet blogger. He was the one who uploaded the videos of Lian abusing cats, which garnered him some notoriety. Let us go find him and have a word, Fang Rui stated as he and Xiao Zhang made their way to Zhu Yaming's residence. Upon arriving, Zhu Yaming's parents appeared visibly anxious at the sight of the police. Officer, are you here because our Xiaoming has done something illegal? Zhu's father asked in a hushed voice. Xiao Zhang reassured them, Uncle, Auntie, please don't be alarmed. We are simply here to gather some information. Just be truthful with us, we will definitely cooperate. Please, have a seat. Zhu's father gestured towards the living room. He then turned to Zhu's mother and urgently instructed, Old woman, why aren't you brewing some tea? Quickly, go to Xiaoming's room and bring out the red tea he brought back from abroad to serve our officers. Xiao Zhang swiftly waved his hand. Uncle, there is no need for such formality. We don't require tea. We simply wish to speak with Zhu Yaming. He should be finishing work soon, right? Zhu's mother stood frozen, unsure whether to go or stay, her demeanor awkward. Seeing this, Zhu's father erupted in anger. You useless old hag, can't even brew a simple cup of tea. While you entertain the officers, I'll fetch the tea leaves myself. Useless old thing. With that, he stormed into a room on the left. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances, both sensing that the behavior of these elderly individuals was rather peculiar. Fang Rui chuckled, pretending to joke, I've only heard that foreign coffee is delightful. I wonder if the tea from abroad is also superior to that of our homeland? Zhu's mother, who was preparing a fruit platter, suddenly turned pale, causing the dish to crash to the floor. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang realized something was amiss and rushed into the room, only to find Zhu's father pouring water onto a laptop. With one bottle of mineral water poured, the entire laptop was rendered useless. Just then, Zhu's mother shouted from outside, Xiao Ming, run! There are police in the house. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang immediately dashed outside, soon apprehending a middle-aged man at the stairwell. He wore a shirt and glasses, appearing rather genteel. Chapter 9. The Cat Case, a new victim, let go of me. I haven't done anything wrong. On what grounds are you arresting me? Zhu Yaming writhed incessantly. If you haven't committed an offense, then why are you running? Fang Rui retorted. Come on, let us have a chat at the station. As he cuffed Zhu Yaming's hands, he noticed several scratch marks on the back of his hands. Although they had scabbed over, the faint traces suggested they were inflicted by claws. Xiao Zhang followed Fang Rui's gaze and spotted the scratches, exclaiming, Boss, look, there are cat claw marks on his hand. The perpetrator is likely him. Officer, you are slandering me. Those scars were from a fight with my girlfriend, not from a cat. Zhu Yaming hurriedly protested, though a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Fang Rui, uninterested in his excuses, patted his shoulder reassuringly. No worries, I'll have the forensic expert examine it shortly to ascertain the true origin of these wounds. Zhu Yaming's face turned pale in an instant. Inside the interrogation room, he shrank into his chair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he endeavored to maintain an air of composure. Fang Rui slid the forensic. Do you have any explanation for this? Officer, I confess that I lied. Those scratches are from a cat. I was feeding stray cats and got scratched. When you were so aggressive earlier, I panicked and fabricated a story. Oh, so it was nerves that led you to lie. Surely you haven't concealed any other matters due to anxiety? No, I truly haven't committed any illegal acts. Committed no illegal acts, you say? It seems we will have to wait for our tech department to recover the data from your computer's hard drive before you're willing to speak the truth. Fang Rui rapped his fingers on the table, his tone growing impatient. Forget it, I shan't waste any more time interrogating you. Once we gather the evidence, you can directly explain everything to the judge. I will tell you everything. Abusing cats isn't illegal, is it? They are my private property, and I can treat them however I wish without breaking the law. Fang Rui raised an eyebrow, regarding him with skepticism. So, you only abuse cats? I have recorded it on video. Fang Rui gestured with his eyes for him to continue. I even uploaded the video online. I made a tidy profit from it. The tech department swiftly recovered Zhu Yaming's computer data. Fang Rui watched a brief segment of the video, which depicted a man, his face obscured, viciously jabbing a kitten's head with the heel of a stiletto. Before long, the kitten lay bloodied and maimed. This was no mere act of cruelty. It was sheer depravity. Although they had failed to apprehend the true perpetrator, Fang Rui felt somewhat vindicated for uncovering a sadistic cat abuser. After a grueling stretch of over 10 days on duty, Mian gradually acclimated to her new role. The investigation into the case had stalled. The police had yet to locate the fetus taken by the assailant, nor could they identify any suspects through the existing leads. The case was at an impasse. As Mian exited her neighborhood as usual, she noticed a large crowd gathered near the square. My heavens, that woman secretly gave birth to a cat in the restroom. It was as large as that. A person gestured, their expression a mix of horror and disbelief. How ridiculous. Who can give birth to a cat? You can't just fabricate stories. Old Chun saw it with his own eyes. The woman died in childbirth. There are photographs. Stop spreading such nonsense. Slander is punishable. It was the murderer who killed the pregnant woman and then placed a dead cat on her body. As Mian listened to their whispers, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Excuse me, may I pass? She called out to the crowd, but no one acknowledged her as they remained tightly packed. Growing anxious, she disliked physical contact with others, making it impossible to navigate the throng. Mian, why are you standing there in a daze? Fang Rui spotted her from a distance and approached. Is there another victim? Go see for yourself. With that, Fang Rui cleared a path through the onlookers, leading Mian to the scene of the crime, the abandoned public restroom. The restroom was cordoned off with bright yellow police tape, and officers were already maintaining order, keeping the crowd at bay. The restroom had been deserted for quite some time, dimly lit and reeking of unpleasant odors. Upon entering, Mian observed the deceased clad in a loose-fitting maternity dress, her abdomen resembling a deflated balloon. The victim's complexion was pale, and her hands were bound behind her back. Intriguingly, a drip line was inserted into the back of her left hand, connected to an empty forebag, suggesting that the assailant had attempted to sustain the victim's vital signs through intravenous fluids. Forensic, come quickly, Xiao Zhang called out upon seeing Mian. Another pregnant woman has died, and the forensic team had yet to arrive, so the body had not been examined. Mian donned the gloves Xiao Zhang handed her, gently lifting the victim's dress for a brief glance, then adjusting her clothing slightly. She whispered, "It seems she really did give birth to a cat." Between the deceased's legs lay a small, red ball, quietly curled up, unmistakably the lifeless form of a bloodied kitten. The kitten was no longer breathing. The assailant has improved their methods, Mian remarked to Fang Rui, yet they still failed. Failure implied a high likelihood of further attempts. Within an hour, the case had ignited a frenzy online. The first eyewitness to discover the body had captured photographs and videos of the victim, sharing them on social media. Given that the deceased was a minor internet celebrity with a considerable following, these images and videos quickly spread, becoming a hot topic. The previous case involving Mian also resurfaced in the same neighborhood. A series of gruesome and morbid incidents had instilled fear among the citizens. Simultaneously, some thrill-seeking netizens dubbed the assailant Cat. The media's frenzy brought heightened attention to the case. Chapter 10. The Cat-Fetus Case. New clues in the autopsy room. Forensic Mian had already placed the corpse on the examination table and was about to begin inspecting the external characteristics of the body when he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning around, he saw Mian looking at him with her bright, sparkling eyes. He abruptly halted and said to her, "Little Mu, why don't you conduct the examination on this body?" "Xiao Shui, assist her," he added. Chen Shui, who was also interning nearby, changed her expression slightly but replied, "Sure." Mian began her meticulous examination of the corpse's external features, noting numerous abrasions on the deceased's body. She systematically photographed and measured the length of each wound. Initially, Forensic Mian marveled at Mian's diligence at such a young age. However, when she spent half an hour merely documenting those seemingly trivial injuries, he felt she was being overly meticulous. "Little Mu, our purpose in performing an autopsy is to ascertain the cause of death. There's no need to record every insignificant injury in such detail, but each wound could potentially relate to the cause of death," Mian replied earnestly, emphasizing the importance of not overlooking crucial details. Forensic Mian found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, particularly when confronted by the sincerity in Mian's eyes. Yet, he wondered how the frostbite scar on the deceased's leg could possibly connect to the cause of death. Was it truly necessary to document its dimensions so meticulously? As they transitioned to the formal dissection phase, Mian accelerated her pace, skillfully opening the abdominal cavity of the deceased. Inside, she discovered several scratch marks, though they were not as gruesome as those found on the previous victim. She examined the internal organs and collected samples, leaving only the toxicology report to await. However, both Mian and Forensic Mian were already inclined to believe that the cause of death for this victim would be similar to that of the first. After completing the examination of the second victim, Mian inquired, "Forensic Mian, may I also perform the autopsy on the second cat?" "The second cat? Oh, you mean the one found at the crime scene today. There's no need to waste time on an autopsy. We already know that the cat died from asphyxiation, likely due to a difficult passage through the birth canal, which caused compression of the head leading to suffocation." Nonetheless, Mian remained resolute, assuring him, "I promise I will finish quickly." Forensic Mian considered it a good thing that the young were eager to work, thus he replied, "Then proceed. I will return to write my report." As Forensic Mian departed, Chen Shui politely asked Mian if she required any further assistance. Mian shook her head, prompting Chen Shui to leave as well. Before she exited, she noticed Mian enthusiastically dissecting the small cat, her eyes alight with excitement, a stark contrast to her usual despondent demeanor. "What a peculiar individual," Chen Shui thought, shaking her head. Although Mian's dissection skills were quite proficient and her work thorough, she seemed better suited for research rather than forensic pathology, overly fixated on unnecessary details. Once Mian completed the dissection and meticulously reassembled and sutured the little cat's body, she suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she realized it was already past 1 o'clock. She hurried to the cafeteria, only to discover, as expected, that the lunch lady had already cleared away the food. Stunned, Mian felt a deep hunger. She needed to eat, yet her social compass offered no guidance on how to navigate this predicament. Forensic, why haven't you left after your meal?" Mian saw Xiaozhang and Fang Rui approaching, with Xiaozhang greeting her. Fang Rui glanced at her, then disdainfully turned away, unable to comprehend why Mian seemed to be daydreaming at every opportunity. Mian remained silent, her skipped meal leaving her restless and devoid of energy for social interaction. Xiaozhang approached the cafeteria window, and before he could speak, The cleaning lady inside handed him several lunchboxes with a warm smile. Xiaozhang, thank goodness you messaged me on WeChat in advance to reserve some food. Otherwise, you would have missed out on today's braised pork. Exactly, good thing I'm clever. Otherwise, I'd be stuck with takeout for lunch. That young lady seems to have missed a meal too. Perhaps you and Fang Rui should share some of your food with her? Xiaozhang suddenly realized, turning to Mian, forensic, so you haven't eaten yet. Come, let us share a meal. It's a good opportunity for us to exchange case details. Mian contemplated refusing, for she had never dined with anyone other than family. However, her growling stomach made the decision for her. Forensic, you don't have any dietary restrictions, do you? Xiaozhang began to open the lunch boxes, intending to share some delicious braised pork as a gesture of goodwill towards the new colleague. I'm not picky, Mian replied, pointing to the dishes. I just don't eat sticky fatty meat, chunks of carrot, or boiled cucumber. Xiaozhang's expression turned awkward. Then there's nothing for you to eat? What a nuisance. Fang Rui chimed in, serving a bowl of white rice drizzled with a few spoonfuls of braised pork gravy. Here, eat this. Mian said nothing and silently began to eat her meal. Xiaozhang was taken aback, realizing that Mian only seemed to enjoy rice. Halfway through the meal, Xiaozhang grew restless. Forensic, have you discovered anything in the autopsy? Setting down her chopsticks, Mian replied gravely. The perpetrator is likely a physician with clinical experience, possibly one who has practiced before. Moreover, he has a fondness for cats. Xiaozhang gasped. How do you know he is a doctor? How can you prove he likes cats? Fang Rui had also suspected the assailant was a physician. Although the killer's dissection skills were lacking, the fact that he managed to insert a cat into the deceased's uterus indicated at least some exposure to medical knowledge. Thus, he was particularly intrigued by Mian's second conclusion. Would you like to know the answer? Mian asked Fang Rui, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If you agree to one thing, I will share it with you now. I cannot possibly donate a corpse to you. The light in Mian's eyes dimmed instantly, and the rice in her bowl lost its appeal. She pulled out her phone and displayed the images within. Can these prove anything? Chapter 11. The Cat-Fetus Case. The incestuous offender obsessed with the maternal womb. This case garnered considerable attention, prompting the establishment of a special task force designated as Team 317, led by Fang Rui, who was tasked with apprehending the perpetrator within a 7-day time frame. The pressure on Fang Rui escalated dramatically. As the meeting commenced, Fang Rui provided a succinct overview of the deceased. Given that the victim was an internet celebrity, a myriad of details had already been disseminated by netizens. The police swiftly ascertained the identity of the deceased, who was named Liu Yaoyao. Once a popular streamer in the dance sector of a certain platform, her career suffered a devastating blow a few months prior when she was exposed as a mistress, leading to a barrage of vitriolic harassment from online users. Coupled with her pregnancy, which precluded her from live streaming and dancing, her popularity plummeted significantly, and she had ceased broadcasting for quite some time. Fang Rui pointed to the information of the two victims displayed on the screen, summarizing, both victims share striking similarities. They were both mistresses and approximately 8 months pregnant with illegitimate children. This likely reflects the criteria the assailant used in selecting their victims. Preliminary investigations revealed no intersection in the social circles of the two deceased, as they had not known each other prior to their tragic demise. Although the body of the second victim, Liu Yaoyao, was discovered in the Zawili residential community, her primary residence was in Lijiang community, located over 20 kilometers from the crime scene. Forensic expert Qin reported on the autopsy findings. The modus operandi of the second case closely mirrors that of the first, with the cause of death remaining consistent: hypovolemic shock. Qin further elaborated, however, it appears the perpetrator learned from the initial incident, employing hemostatic agents to mitigate the victim's blood loss. Concurrently, we detected an elevated concentration of oxytocin in her system, suggesting she had been administered a substantial quantity of pitocin prior to her death. The analysis of the fluid in the forebag revealed it to be a standard glucose solution, presumably used to sustain the victim's strength. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Mian, pondering whether the assailant indeed intended for the victim to give birth to a live cat, as Mian had suggested. Sensing the collective gaze upon her, Mian assumed it was her turn to speak and stood up, asserting gravely, "The assailant is likely a clinician with practical experience, potentially having been one." Qin promptly countered, "That is highly improbable." The incisions on the victim's body are uneven and accompanied by several exploratory cuts. The suturing technique is remarkably crude, indicative of someone lacking a medical background. Mian inserted her USB drive into the device, and images of the abdominal wounds of the corpses appeared on the screen. The curvature of these incisions bore striking resemblance, with both victims exhibiting 3 exploratory cuts on their abdomens. "What does this signify?" someone inquired skeptically. Qin quickly grasped Mian's implication. The exploratory cuts indicated the assailant's nervousness or inability to accurately locate the incision point. The consistency between the two cases, coupled with the angles of the cuts, suggested that the assailant was not incompetent in dissection but rather feigned such ineptitude. Once Mian perceived that she had swayed the audience, she proceeded to display several images of deceased kittens, highlighting the body, the paws, and a dissected stomach of one. "I analyzed the contents of the stomach of kitten number 2, she stated, and found a mixture of granular cat food and a certain type of minced meat, likely cat food from a can." Pointing to the paws of the kitten, she noted, "The claws of kitten number 2 were meticulously groomed and trimmed. Despite being a stray, it exhibited no signs of parasites, and I detected components of deworming medication in its fur, indicating it had likely undergone recent deworming. Consequently, this feline must have been well cared for prior to its demise." "How does this aid our investigation?" someone questioned. "This suggests that the assailant possesses a profound understanding of cats, perhaps even a history of cat ownership," Mian replied. The room fell silent, as the implications of this revelation rendered the assailant's motives increasingly perplexing. The individual who harbored an affinity for cats had resorted to the grotesque act of inserting a cat into the victim's abdomen, transforming the motive into an unfathomable enigma. Even if Mian's earlier hypothesis held true, that the assailant desired the victim to give birth to a living cat, one could only ponder the rationale behind such an act. After all, a cat is inherently alive. Why necessitate a second birth? Mian, unfazed by the audience's reactions, returned to her seat after concluding her report. She bore little interest in analyzing the assailant's motives or whether justice would be served. Her fascination lay solely in unraveling the mysteries entwined with the deceased bodies. Fang Rui quickly formulated a strategy. While the social circles of the two victims exhibited no overlap, they were both pregnant, and their travel trajectories likely intersected at certain locations. He instructed the team to prioritize investigations into whether they had visited the same obstetrics and gynecology clinics or maternal and infant stores. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, look into the brands of the cat food and canned cat meat to see if we can uncover any leads. The assailant may be a physician. Let us examine the recent behaviors of doctors across various hospitals. The police investigation proceeded with fervor, and discussions surrounding the case flourished online. Among the discourse, the remarks of Professor Bai, a renowned internet psychologist, suddenly gained traction. He assigned the assailant the moniker Cat-Fetus Person and meticulously analyzed the psychological motives behind the perpetrator's actions through the lens of psychoanalysis. He posited that the assailant harbored an Oedipal complex, employing such heinous methods to garner attention from his mother and exact revenge for maternal abuse. Based on the victims' personalities, he deduced that the assailant likely had an irritable, controlling mother, suggesting that the perpetrator might be physically frail, timid, and introverted, harboring a history of animal cruelty. Ultimately, Professor Bai derisively characterized the assailant as an incestuous offender obsessed with the maternal womb. Chapter 12. The Cat-Fetus Case. Criminal Profiling, Obsession with the Child, the Immoral Ones. I find the analysis presented by this professor rather compelling. During the morning meeting, Xiao Zhang played a video of Professor Bai, and no matter how insightful the analysis may be, it is of no use if it cannot aid us in apprehending the murderer. An elderly police officer expressed his dissatisfaction, remarking that it was all mere sensationalism designed to attract attention. Fang Rui felt a wave of irritation. The professor's comments were undoubtedly a provocation to the perpetrator. Such remarks could very well incite the killer to strike again or retaliate against Professor Bai. Indeed, I have heard that this Professor Bai is not exactly a paragon of virtue. He has a history of academic fraud. When it comes to gossip, Xiao Zhang's eyes sparkled. Rumor has it he has had ambiguous relationships with several female students, and he is embroiled in a divorce due to infidelity. What a disgraceful character, Fang Rui instructed. Old Chun, I need you to assign 2 people to closely monitor Professor Bai over the next few days to prevent any unforeseen incidents. These people will only create more trouble for us. Fang Rui turned to Lin Sin, asking, Consultant Lin, do you believe you can provide a profile of the murderer at this time? However, Lin Sin looked toward Mian, forensic Dr. Mu. What do you think motivated the killer to orchestrate surgeries that resulted in those pregnant women giving birth to a cat? Mian, who had been idly drawing, turned her gaze towards Lin Sin in confusion upon being called. After a brief pause, she spoke softly. Answering that question is quite simple. All eyes in the conference room turned toward Mian, except for Fang Rui, who calmly sipped his water. Once we capture the murderer, we will interrogate him thoroughly to extract the answers we seek. Lin Sin handed Mian 2 sheets of paper. Forensic Dr. Mu, could you assist me by sketching the crime scenes of the 2 homicides? Lin Sin realized that while Mian was not particularly adept at analyzing a criminal psyche, her pure thought process enabled her to objectively interpret the information left by the murderer at the crime scenes. Very well. Having been forced into various psychological assessments since childhood, including drawing tests, Mian possessed exceptional artistic skills and worked swiftly. Although her photographic, realistic style posed a significant obstacle for psychological experts attempting to analyze her psyche, it vividly recreated the gruesome crime scenes, even more striking than the photographs themselves. Perhaps our previous perspective was flawed. We have consistently focused on the victims and the cat, but what if we shifted our focus to the child? Fang Rui inquired, do you believe the true target of the murderer was the child within the deceased? Lin Sin continued to analyze. From the child's perspective, these 2 victims were inadequate mothers. They lacked stable marriages, were prone to anger, and had poor interpersonal relationships, all of which suggest that their children would not experience a happy childhood. Fang Rui pondered for a moment. Thus, it is plausible that the murderer had an unhappy childhood himself, selecting his targets based on his mother as a template? Indeed. The murderer likely imagines himself as a savior, wishing for those unhappy children to be born as cats. For some reason, he believes that being a cat would be preferable to being a human. Xiao Zhang gasped. How could that be possible? Lin Sin elucidated. The killer's murderous impulses stem from an abnormal needs system and a long-standing, distorted, and evolving fantasy. Such fantasies are difficult for normal individuals to comprehend and empathize with. This murderer belongs to a rather unique category of serial killers, commonly referred to as mercy angels. The intent behind their killings is usually to rescue the victims or grant them release. Such serial killers are often found among healthcare professionals. Lin Sin proceeded to provide a psychological profile of the murderer. The perpetrator is male, approximately 25 to 35 years of age, and has previously worked in the medical field, likely in obstetrics and gynecology, but has recently been suspended or resigned for some reason. He grew up in a single-parent household, with a mother who was a third party, prone to violent outbursts, possibly subjecting him to abuse, resulting in a profoundly unhappy childhood. It is likely that his household had a cat. His mother may have passed away within the past year, leading to his mental breakdown. Fang Rui quickly discovered that both deceased had undergone prenatal examinations at the same hospital, although their attending physicians were different and their examination times did not overlap, indicating no direct connection between them. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang promptly headed to Angel Maternity Hospital for further investigation. The hospital staff was very cooperative, quickly retrieving the prenatal records of the 2 deceased and summoning their attending physicians to assist with the inquiry.
Ms.
Lu Yaoyao initially had her prenatal examinations at the provincial hospital. Why did she suddenly transfer to your hospital 5 months ago? Fang Rui swiftly identified a discrepancy. Lu Yaoyao's attending physician awkwardly smiled, perhaps thinking that our private hospital offered superior services. Please answer truthfully. Lu Yaoyao came to our hospital intending to undergo an abortion, as our facility excels in that area. The surgery was initially scheduled, but she later had a change of heart. Perhaps she believed our hospital provided better service, and subsequently, she continued her prenatal checkups here. What about Li Yin? Did she also consider undergoing an abortion? Yes, I have a particularly vivid impression of her. She often scheduled abortion procedures only to cancel multiple times. What motivated them to contemplate abortion? How would we know? Fang Rui fixed his gaze on the two physicians. Aren't you supposed to inquire about their reasons for seeking an abortion? Well, perhaps it was because they were expecting girls. Both wanted sons, but ended up with daughters, which led them to consider terminating the pregnancies. However, for some reason, they both changed their minds. The doctor seemed to recall something and added, with a flustered expression, the gender of the fetuses is not something we disclose, so I have no idea how they found out. Fang Rui requested a complete list of all medical personnel, including those who had left the hospital in recent years. After verifying each name, it became evident that most had alibis. A small number of individuals without alibis were still under investigation. Chief, what do you think prompted them to suddenly decide against terminating their pregnancies? Could the murderer's mother also have held a preference for sons over daughters? Then, surely the murderer cannot be a woman? Xiao Zhang trailed behind Fang Rui, chirping like a sparrow. Fang Rui interrupted Xiao Zhang's chatter. I suspect the murderer influenced their change of heart, which makes it highly probable that this murderer is a healthcare professional within this hospital. We will need to re-examine the list of names. Chapter 13. The Case of the Cat-Fetus Man. A ray of hope. Mian discovered that Fang Rui had been exceedingly busy lately, as she had not seen him for several days. Even Xiao Zhang was elusive. The forensic department, however, was quite leisurely, allowing her to leave work promptly today. After 2 hours of searching, she finally managed to hail a vehicle that met her specifications. Upon arriving at her residential complex, Mian noticed a delivery truck parked at the roadside, where the courier Chen Hui was cheerfully humming a tune while placing packages into the delivery locker. Is there an international parcel for me today? She inquired. Miss Mu, there is none. You haven't had any recent deliveries, Chen Hui replied. Are you absolutely certain there is nothing? She pressed. None at all. Would I deceive you? If there were, I would contact you at the first opportunity. Very well. Mian cast a fleeting glance at him before quickly averting her gaze. At that moment, a commotion erupted nearby. Bai Jing, are you the one spreading those rumors online? Are you trying to tarnish my reputation? My name is already in shambles. Do you think your life will be any better because of it? Wake up. A middle-aged man seized Bai Jing's arm, emotionally berating her. Mian recognized the man as the internet-famous professor who referred to the perpetrator as the cat-fetus Man.So. He was acquainted with Bai Jing. Bai Jing, I am speaking to you. What kind of attitude is this? My divorce from your mother is between us. What business is it of yours? I warn you, you better know your place. I told you, it wasn't me. I have no connection to you now. Do not harass me again. With a resounding slap, Professor Bai struck Bai Jing. Is this how you speak to your father? Do you have no manners? Bai Jing met his gaze with icy indifference. Yes, I have no family. What manners could I possibly possess? Chen Hui discarded the package in his hand, rushing over to forcefully push Professor Bai aside, positioning himself between Bai Jing and her father. Chen Hui, this does not concern you. Stay out of it. Is this your boyfriend? Bai Jing, look at what you've become. Working in such a wretched place is one thing, but dating a lowlife like him is another. Don't dare to call yourself my daughter. It's utterly embarrassing. Chen Hui, infuriated, raised his fist to strike Professor Bai, but Bai Jing held him tightly. Chen Hui, don't be impulsive. There's no need to stoop to his level. Let us just ignore him. By Jing, I warn you one last time. Delete those rumors you've spread online, or you shall not see a single penny of my wealth. Professor Bai continued to hurl insults before driving away. The crowd of onlookers buzzed with murmurs. Bai Jing, crumpled on the ground, shielded her face with her hands as she sobbed, "Why do I have such a father?" Chun Hui gently patted her back, offering silent comfort. Mian felt a pang of shock. In her understanding, parents were supposed to love their children unconditionally, much like her adoptive parents did for her sister. She recalled her sister's words, "Mian, have you ever considered that your mother might not want to be found by you?" Taking out a tissue, Mian offered it to Bai Jing. Both Bai Jing and Chen Hui were taken aback momentarily, then Bai Jing accepted the tissue. "Mian, thank you." Mian did not respond but turned to head home. Fang Rui had pulled an all-nighter, resting his head on his desk for a brief moment as dawn approached. "Captain, we investigated the Anti-Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital. Only a few doctor situations remain uncertain. Xiao Zhang reported that Xin Yuan and Zhang Linyang have taken jobs at a hospital up north and haven't returned to the city in the last 6 months. Chen Jian, Li Chong, and D11 are rumored to have gone abroad for further studies, but we have yet to reach them to confirm their recent whereabouts." "Chen Jian? Is that his real name?" Fang Rui asked, frowning as he flipped through Chen Jian's file. "Boss, you find the name peculiar too, right? I suspected it was an alias, so I checked his identity information, and it turns out that S indeed his name. His parents must have been quite thoughtless to name their child that." Fang Rui studied the photo of Chen Jian, inexplicably feeling that the man appeared somewhat familiar. The section of his file regarding parental information was only filled out for his mother, leaving the father's details conspicuously blank. "Find out where he is now." "Boss, are you suspicious of him?" Xiao Zhang suddenly had an epiphany. Chen Jian's parents must have despised him to give him such a derogatory name. Doesn't he that align with Consultant Lin's profile? The police quickly traced Chen Jian's whereabouts. It turned out he had not gone abroad for studies at all. 6 months prior, he had received treatment at a local psychiatric hospital, after which he had ceased all contact with previous friends and colleagues. His bank card showed no transaction history, and there were no records of his ID being used. He had rented an apartment, but the landlord reported that he had moved out 6 months ago, and the place was now occupied by new tenants. Chen Jian had seemingly vanished into thin air. Fang Rui had initially planned to work late that evening, but upon spotting Mian lost in thought by the roadside, he decided to escort her home first. "Why don't you rent an apartment nearby?" Fang Rui suggested, unable to restrain himself. "That's a splendid idea," Mian mused, appreciating Fang Rui's suggestion, as it would spare her the need to wake up early and endure unsafe taxi rides. Yet, she soon felt disheartened. "But I can't afford the rent." "Didn't you seem quite wealthy when you wanted to buy my body last time? Have you spent it all in less than half a month?" Fang Rui expressed surprise, as Mian did not appear to be someone who indulged in extravagance. "I didn't spend it. Then how did you lose it?" Mian attempted to divert the conversation, but her inability to lie compelled her to confess, "I was scammed." Fang Rui looked astonished. He found it hard to believe that someone with her intelligence could be deceived, yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that it was not entirely impossible. "I wanted to find my long-lost mother, so I posted about it online. Someone contacted me, claiming to be my mother, but she said she had been in a car accident and needed a substantial amount for treatment. I transferred all my money to her." Mian's tone was laced with disappointment. "After I sent the money, she stopped contacting me. Chen Shui told me I had been scammed." After her parents' divorce, Mian had not seen her mother again. Her return to the country was solely to find her mother, a quest that had led to a fierce argument with her sister. "Why didn't you report it to the police?" "Why should I report it?" Mian's expression was puzzled. "Even if she isn't my mother, she was in an accident and needed the money desperately. Is it possible that she never had an accident at all?" Fang Rui gazed at her incredulously. "That person might not even be a woman." "Can you trust a scammer's words?" Mian was taken aback. Her social guidelines had not informed her that lies could be nested within lies. How much did you lose to the scam? Fang Rui parked the car by the roadside, pulling out his phone to make a call. I'll contact the fraud department to see if they can help you recover it. 531.9 yuan. You were scammed for only 500? Yes. I am quite poor now. That is, exceedingly poor. Fang Rui sighed in relief. That amount is even enough to file a case. You must be cautious and not trust others easily. There are far too many scammers nowadays. Be careful you don't get sold off, only to count someone else's money. I've learned my lesson. After dropping Mian off at the entrance of her complex, Fang Rui intended to interview the residents to inquire if anyone had seen Chen Jian. Security guard Old Chen shook his head after viewing the photo. I've never seen him. Not to boast, but I remember everyone I've seen, and this young man has never been to our complex. All right, thank you. If you recall anything, please do let me know. Mian caught a glimpse of the photo and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, upon deeper reflection, she could not pinpoint why. Do you recognize this person? I'm not sure. My memory is quite good. If I had seen him, I wouldn't forget. Mian felt a slight agitation, but soon she identified the source of her discomfort. Perhaps it was a particular feature of his that had lodged itself in her memory, hence the sense of familiarity. At that moment, Mian's phone chimed. She received an email from her sister, Mian. I noticed your bank account balance was insufficient, so I transferred some money to you. The latest issues of NatNed and NEJM have been mailed to you. Please keep an eye out for them. As she read the email, a previously troubling question found its resolution. Captain, do you think this person resembles Chen Hui? Chen Hui? You mean the courier? Fang Rui recalled Chen Hui's appearance. In the photo, Chen Jian appeared quite slender. He wore a t-shirt, had a lanky frame, and bore a youthful, yet melancholic demeanor. In contrast, Chen Hui was considerably more robust, with a round face that suggested he was an ordinary worker accustomed to delivering packages, exuding a friendly, gentle disposition. The two bore no resemblance to one another, from physical appearance to temperament. At first glance, they seemed like entirely different individuals. Captain, do you remember how you helped clear my name? I do. Actually, I wasn't taking sleeping pills at that time. I was on medication to alleviate anxiety from autism, which contained sedative components and thus had a good sleep-inducing effect. Interesting. It's only in states of intense unease that I require such medication, like when entering a new environment or when certain routines are disrupted. At that time, my sister abruptly stopped sending me the medical journals I wanted, and I feared she was abandoning me. I fell into a state of anxiety, necessitating a large amount of medication to sleep. Are you suggesting that the murderer knew you were using such medication? I just spoke with my sister. She confirmed she had been sending the journals weekly, and I received them on this end as well. Clearly, someone deliberately created conditions that forced me to use that medication, because you are sensitive to noise. If the murderer was committing their crime next door, you would undoubtedly have noticed, Fang Rui reasoned. In that case, Chen Hui indeed bears significant suspicion. They both have a black mole at the left corner of their mouths. Mian pointed to the photo, noting that the size and position were identical. Fang Rui pulled out his phone to contact Xiao Zhang and the others. I want to accompany you to catch the murderer, Mian murmured. This is a perilous undertaking. Chapter 14. The Cat-Fetus Case. Hostage police vehicles approached from various directions, halting below, while numerous onlookers craned their necks out of their windows to witness the unfolding drama. Fang Rui swiftly led his team to Chen Hui's residence, forcefully kicking the door open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence, with an overwhelming scent of incense mingled with a faint, putrid odor. The house was devoid of any occupants. With a sharp click, Fang Rui illuminated the room. Xiao Zhang sighed. Captain Fang, could it be that the rascal has already fled? Captain, come quickly. You must see this. An officer exclaimed. Good heavens, what on earth are these? Don't be so melodramatic. How terrifying could it possibly be? The voice faltered as everyone stood in shock at the sight before them. On the left side of the living room stood a massive iron frame, lined with rows of glass jars of varying sizes. Each jar contained an infant. Some were mere blobs of unformed flesh, others had begun to differentiate, while some had developed limbs, all suspended in formaldehyde. Fang Rui counted roughly 4 to 5 dozen jars. My God, how many children has he killed? How horrifying! Lin San gazed at the preserved specimens, each jar labeled with dates and numbers. The earliest date was from 3 years prior. These infants cannot all be his victims, Lin San elucidated. He is an obstetrician. These must be the remains of infants collected during his practice. The police thoroughly searched the premises but could find no trace of Chen Hui. The house was impeccably tidy, devoid of any signs of struggle. Fang Rui and his team lingered at Chen Hui's home for an extended period, yet no news of him emerged. At that moment, an officer stationed outside the community called in, "Boss, we've located Chen Hui. He's currently in Building 8 of the complex, holding a hostage, and is heading toward the rooftop." Mian glanced down at the scalpel pressed against her neck, recalling Chen Shui's words, Mian, your Leo sign is experiencing a Mercury retrograde this month. Be cautious, as misfortune may befall you. Indeed, it was quite unfortunate. She had merely been returning home from work as usual when she unexpectedly encountered Chen Hui at the third-floor staircase, leading to her tragic abduction. Move faster. Chen Hui, burdened with a bulging black backpack, forcefully shoved Mian, causing her to stumble several steps. Had she not grasped the railing, she would have fallen. The logical escape route would be to descend the stairs. The rooftop offered no retreat, Mian could not help but suggest. Besides, I have a fear of heights. Ignoring her, Chen Hui dragged her upward. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Mian sensed something was amiss. The 6th floor had long been uninhabited, perpetually filled with a musty odor. Yet today the scent was different. Mian had developed a habit of meticulously surveying her surroundings to ensure her safety. Having inspected this building 101 times prior, she was certain that the odor in the corridor was not the same as her last visit. Move faster. The rooftop door was unlocked, and Chen Hui kicked it open with force. The outside was enveloped in darkness, and a chilling wind rushed at Mian, instantly tousling her short hair. Are you contemplating suicide? Surely there are more aesthetically pleasing ways to die. Besides, my fear of heights is quite severe. Chen Hui pressed the scalpel against her throat, muttering incoherently, For you, this is a dead end. For me, it could signify rebirth. Mian grimaced, I don't wish to die right now. Chen Hui, as if amused by her statement, replied with disbelief, Why not? For a peculiar individual like you, isn't living in this world a struggle? You tread so carefully to disguise yourself as normal, striving to please others, yet they still regard you with disdain, mock you, even ostracize you. Do you not feel despair? His tone grew increasingly fervent, his hands trembling as he wielded the sharp scalpel, drawing several slender lines of blood across Mian's neck. She widened her eyes, softly retorting, I am a normal person now. My sister, an excellent psychotherapist, has told me so. She loves me dearly, and I cannot die, for it would sadden her immensely. She is deceiving you. You are truly foolish. Your sister must see you as a burden. Your death would grant her greater happiness. Mian's gaze dimmed, her lips parted, yet she swallowed the words she yearned to express. Her sister's friends had echoed similar sentiments, claiming her sister had sacrificed her career and love in caring for her. No one loves you. Chen Hui expressed with a sympathetic gaze, Allow me to liberate you. From the moment he laid eyes on Mian, he recognized their shared plight, both marginalized by society. He longed to befriend Mian, to alleviate her loneliness, yet she had aligned herself with the authorities. Can we not consider an alternative method of demise? My brain holds significant research value. If I were to fall, it would sustain damage, so please do not let me perish from a fall. Nor should you stab me, as I have already donated my organs. If you ruin them, they cannot be used for others. Strangulation is also out of the question, for I detest the sensation of suffocation. Silence! Speak again, and I shall stab you a few times before tossing you over. Mian immediately ceased her words. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed behind them. Chen Hui turned to see Fang Rui and his team had arrived. Fang Rui rushed to the rooftop, catching sight of Chen Hui's knife poised at Mian's neck. Yet Mian appeared dazed, her expression remarkably calm. Step back. All of you, retreat. Do not approach. Chen Hui yanked Mian to the edge of the rooftop, warning, if you come any closer, I shall push her off. The rooftop's edge lacked a railing. With a mere nudge, Mian would plummet. Very well, we will step back. Please do not harm the hostage. Fang Rui instructed his team to retreat a few paces. Continue to back away. The sensation of being suspended in midair jolted Mian's thoughts back to reality. She suddenly seemed to grasp something. Chen Hui, were you speaking of yourself just now? What do you mean? No one loves you. Mian declared, you are an outcast, unable to assimilate into this world, and you feel despair. Silence. You are the worthless one who is unloved. People like you do not deserve to live. Allow me to liberate you. Chen Hui's emotions surged, and just as he was about to shove Mian off, he heard someone say, Chen Hui, your mother loves you. Chapter 15. The Case of the Cat-Fetus. Not everything is over. The voice was soft yet resolute, almost drowned out by the howling wind, yet it resonated clearly in Chen Hui's ears. Chen Hui's body froze. No, my mother does not love me. She could never love me. His attention was immediately diverted to Lin Sin, who appeared enraged, his eyes bloodshot and wild as he exclaimed, without me, she would be far happier. She despises me. It is I who have ruined her life. Chen Hui, your mother loves you. She just does not know how to express it, Lin Sin said as he cautiously stepped closer to Chen Hui. Has she not once held your hand and taken you to the amusement park? Chen Hui instinctively wanted to deny it, yet uncontrollably, visions of his mother taking him on the carousel flooded his mind. A scenario that was utterly improbable, yet one he had fantasized about countless times. Has she not once sheltered you under an umbrella on a rainy day? Did she not often regale you with bedtime stories? Tears streamed down Chen Hui's face as memories intertwined with painful realities and beautiful fantasies. Mother, mother. He cradled his head, yearning to collect more memories of his mother. Did she love him? Fang Rui cautiously approached Chen Hui. Just as he was about to extend his hand to pull Mian closer, Chen Hui suddenly regained his composure, pressing the knife against Mian's neck. Step back. All of you, step back. He glared at Lin Sin, his voice cold. Are you a hypnotist? Save your efforts. Hypnosis has no effect on me. Lin Sin was momentarily taken aback. He rarely faltered. Because I have undergone self-hypnosis countless times, yet I still cannot find any trace of my mother's love for me. Chen Hui's expression was one of profound sorrow. No one loves me. I cannot find any trace of my mother's love for me either. Mian suddenly cried out. My mother does not love me. She abandoned me. Chen Hui was momentarily stunned by her words. He steadied his emotions and realized it was Mian speaking. My sister said it is not our fault. Some mothers simply do not love their children. But Mian's sobs intensified. Is it not our fault? Chen Hui murmured. No one had ever uttered such words to him in all these years. Everyone around him, his grandparents, his uncles, including his mother, had condemned him repeatedly, as if his very existence were the gravest error. He had strived to meet their expectations, yet no one had ever loved him. Of course not. We were so young then. How could we have done anything wrong? Mian's tone was resolute, as if she were trying to convince both Chen Hui and herself. Chen Hui's gaze darted around, desperate. It must be my fault. I was disobedient. That is why my mother does not love me. At that moment, the school bell rang, signaling the end of evening study. Mian, I am luckier than you. I know how to make my mother love me. Qian Hui suddenly wore a peculiar smile. Releasing Mu Mian and leaping from the building, Mu Mian nearly followed him down. But Fang Rui caught her just in time, pulling her into his embrace. Qian Hui, however, fell straight down in the instant before impact. A look of relief spread across his face. If I could become a delightful little kitten, would my mother love me a little more? This thought had taken root in Qian Hui's mind. His mother despised him. Every time she saw him, she would strike him, or use him to beg his biological father for money. She had often said that if he did not exist, she would be much happier. Yet, she treated the family cat with such tenderness, grooming its fur, feeding it the finest cat food, cradling it in her arms while whispering affectionately to it. Since childhood, Qian Hui had wished fervently to become a cat. As he grew older, through a twist of fate, he became an obstetrician, assigned to perform abortions on pregnant women. Each day, he bid farewell to many children, tiny beings who had not even opened their eyes to behold the world before their lives were cruelly snatched away. Those children were indeed unfortunate, for they were unwanted. They had lost their lives. Yet, they were also fortunate, for they would not have to endure a long life filled with malice. No one loved him in this world, not even his mother. In the next life, perhaps he could be a little kitten, cherished in a warm home or wandering the streets. Even if he were ugly, missing an ear or a leg, there would still be passers-by who would offer him treats and praise his cuteness. No one could dislike a kitten. With a resounding thud, Qian Hui crashed to the ground, his backpack bursting open to reveal a transparent glass jar. Blood flowed from his mouth and nostrils, staining his smile crimson. Isn't that Xiao Chen? How could he jump off a building? A crowd quickly gathered below, murmuring in shock. Old Chen, isn't Xiao Chen the one accused of killing with a cat? Impossible. How could such a kind-hearted young man be a criminal? Exactly. Did the police make a mistake? Xiao Chen is a warm-hearted good kid. One can never judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought that the simple and honest Xiao Chen was capable of such deeds? Oh dear, perhaps we should refrain from letting couriers deliver packages in the future. Who knows what they might do? Yes, in this economic downturn, people are prone to becoming deranged. We must be cautious. Bai Jing, pushing through the crowd, rushed toward Qian Hui's lifeless body. Qian Hui, what has happened to you? Did you not tell me to live strong? How could you leave us first? She looked around at the onlookers, pleading, Please, someone, call an ambulance. The officers on the rooftop felt a surreal sensation. Qian Hui had simply died. What a cheap way to end. Fang Rui, too, could not spare a glance at the fallen Qian Hui. He held Mu Mian, whose complexion had turned ghostly, seemingly paralyzed by fear. He gently patted her face. Mu Mian, are you all right? Mu Mian regained her senses, suddenly bursting into tears. Woo-woo. Your mother does not love you, but you cannot cry like this. Wipe your tears. Fang Rui was at a loss. He had not anticipated Mu Mian would cry so uncontrollably. She appeared not to be one given to such emotion. Just now, you frightened me. It was so high. I almost fell. So you cried out of fear? Yes, I am acrophobic that I do not even know if my mother loves me. I was merely lying to him. Well, you certainly have acquired the skill of lying. That was a white lie, Mu Mian corrected. Mu Mian's limbs felt heavy, her mind hazy. She recalled something crucial and gestured to Fang Rui. 6. Could she have been rendered speechless? Fang Rui glanced at Lin Sen, questioning whether people spoke nonsense after experiencing trauma. However, Mu Mian had already fainted. Fang Rui quickly arranged for her to be taken to the hospital. Lin Sen stood on the rooftop, gazing down at Qian Hui's bloodied form and the shattered glass jar. The shards refracted blinding light. Qian Hui hadn't he jumped impulsively. He had engaged with them for a while before decisively taking his own life. Was he waiting for the right moment? Xiao Zhang sighed. Good heavens, this case has finally come to a close. Time to wrap up. I need a good rest for a few days. The others echoed his sentiments. exhausted from the relentless overtime. Wait a moment. Lin Sin doused the revelry with a bucket of cold water. Could it be that Chen Hui was not the murderer? Did we apprehend the wrong person? There might still be another victim. Impossible. There haven't been any reports of missing pregnant women. Where would another victim come from? He did not wish for those children to be reborn as cats. He longed to transform himself into a cat and be born anew. Lin Sin spoke softly. His leap was not an act of suicide. She has been unaccounted for 2 days. The voice on the other end sounded frantic. Do you recall the white professor who previously berated the murderer? It seems this pregnant woman is his lover. Chapter 16. The Cat-Fetus Case. Psychological manipulation. The police conducted a thorough search around Chen Hui's residence, yet no traces of the pregnant woman were found, nor any clues. Time passed relentlessly. Fang Rui, feeling a surge of impatience, inquired of Lin Sin, who was resting with his eyes closed in the car. Where could Chen Hui have concealed that pregnant woman? Lin Sin, holding the drawing crafted by Mian earlier, murmured, "If I were Chen Hui, wishing to be reborn as a cat, I would." If rebirth were his desire, he would undoubtedly select an auspicious day and a suitable location. Rebirth necessitates a return to the origin point, time, place. Where was he born? Lin Sin suddenly posed the question, what is Chen Hui's birthplace? Fang Rui instantly grasped Lin Sin's implication. All right, I shall have someone investigate immediately. Rebirth signifies a return to the time and place of one's birth. While time cannot be reclaimed, the location can. However, given the passage of time, discovering Chen Hui's birthplace would prove exceedingly challenging, and they lacked the luxury of time for a meticulous search. At that moment, Fang Rui received a call. Captain Fang, Medical Examiner Mu has requested that you check the 6th floor of that building you just visited. She mentioned that the environment has changed and needs your assistance in investigating. Fang Rui, their instincts suggested that the pregnant woman was likely there. Fang Rui led a search of the entire floor, ultimately discovering a pregnant woman in the innermost room. She was still breathing, albeit likely under the influence of a significant dose of anesthetic. 2 4 bags hung beside her, administering fluids to sustain her life. Fang Rui hastily dispatched the pregnant woman to an ambulance. Thanks to the timely transfer to the hospital, the doctors successfully performed surgery to extract the cat from within her. The cat, unfortunately, was deceased, while the woman, though her life was saved, suffered severe uterine damage, rendering her incapable of bearing children in the future. Ah, it's all that Professor Bai's fault for humiliating the perpetrator online. Otherwise, this girl would not have drawn the killer's attention, Xiao Zhang lamented. But it's also her own fault for choosing to be a mistress. This comment sparked a realization in Fang Rui. Xiao Zhang, please investigate whether these embryos had been specially treated to prevent decay. Fang Rui discovered a collection of esoteric books beside Chen Hui's bedside, all concerning the reincarnation of souls. One particular book was a crime novel wherein the murderer, Chen Hui, had filled the margins with dense notes, seemingly inspired by the methods presented in this novel. Chen Hui's drawer was filled with numerous bottles of medication, all common treatments for schizophrenia. Among the contents was a diary meticulously documenting Chen Hui's criminal plans and detailing the gradual distortion of his thoughts, culminating in the sinister desire to be reborn as a cat. Fang Rui swiftly pieced together Chen Hui's modus operandi. Chen Hui had originally been an obstetrician-gynecologist, dismissed 6 months prior due to repeated professional errors, at which point he was diagnosed with schizophrenia but did not undergo inpatient treatment. 3 months ago, he commenced his rebirth scheme. He applied for a position as a courier, using the pretext of delivering packages to gain entry into the home of his first victim, Mian, and, under the guise of delivering a package, he lured his second victim, Lu Yaoyao, to his courier vehicle, rendered her unconscious, and transported her to the crime scene. His identity as a courier allowed him to evade police scrutiny multiple times. His notes detailed the entire process of his criminal activities. Boss, that Professor Bai indeed has a daughter. Xiao Zhang paused for effect. And we know her. Can you guess who it is? Bai Jing. Correct. Bai Jing is a psychology major at a university and has been working as a social worker in the Jiweili community for 6 months. It's ironic that with her background in psychology, she failed to discern that Chen Hui was a psychopath. Fang Rui harbored a vague suspicion. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Fang Rui drove to the Jiweili community early in the day. Upon reaching the square, he immediately spotted Mian standing by the flower bed, lost in thought. Medical examiner Mu, are you waiting for a... Without deep interaction, they are difficult to detect. Everyone in the community has interacted with Chen Hui, yet no one recognized his mental issues, illustrating that surely he could assist you in securing a position? Upon mention of her father, Bai Jing's expression stiffened momentarily. My mother has divorced that man. Please, is this merely coincidental? Of course not a coincidence. He first provoked Chen Hui by posting videos online. It's laughable how someone studying psychology fails to respect others. Bai Jing's face bore little expression. This is his retribution, as well as that woman's for being a mistress. Idiot. Miss Bai, did you show those books to Chen Hui? Are you referring to that coloring book? I gave it to Chen Hui as a gift. He sometimes struggles to manage his emotions, so I thought it might help him. I meant those esoteric books. No, neither Chen Hui nor I have any interest in the... I have been lamenting these past few days. If I had been better at my profession, if I had been a bit smarter, could I have uncovered the pain hidden behind his radiant smile? Could I have pulled him from the mire of his dysfunctional family? Mian silently produced a tissue and offered it to Bai Jing. Even if you had noticed, you would not have been able to help him, for psychological counseling is ineffective for mental illness. You should have taken him to a hospital. Fang Rui signaled for Mian to remain silent. I was merely trying to comfort her, Mian protested. Bai Jing, however, continued, Chen Hui was like a ray of sunshine in my life. After graduating from a prestigious university, when I could not find a job and had to take a position with a meager salary, he was there to comfort me. He took me to feed stray cats. Without Chen Hui, I might have jumped from that building. She pointed to a nearby structure. I stood there many times, and it was Chen Hui who saved me. He taught me that life holds value, much like these stray cats. They have nothing, yet they still live freely. Fang Rui hastily encouraged her. Miss Bai, in your condition, it would be wise to consult a psychologist. Don't worry, I will not resort to suicide. Only the psychologically fragile would seek to escape reality through such means. Besides, these stray cats need me. Observing the situation, Fang Rui understood that he would likely glean no further information from Bai Jing. Although deductions could be made that Bai Jing stood to gain from the situation, there was currently no evidence linking her to the case. Even if it were established that Bai Jing and Chen Hui had a close relationship, it would not suffice to prove anything, much less convict Bai Jing. Officer Fang, do you have any further questions? Bai Jing wiped her tears and gradually regained her composure. I must get to work. I need to earn money for cat food for these little ones. Watching Bai Jing walk away, Fang Rui turned to Mian. Do you think she manipulated Chen Hui into committing these crimes? Her abilities seem insufficient for such manipulation. True, she is merely she likely lacks the capacity to induce Chen Hui to commit crimes. However, my sister once mentioned that a person's self-awareness is quite fragile. Sometimes, even a slight psychological suggestion can influence others' choices. Even if Chen Hui acted under her influence, we cannot simply assert that Bai Jing used psychological suggestion to control Chen Hui into committing multiple murders. Fang Rui felt a sense of helplessness. If Bai Jing truly manipulated Chen Hui through psychological suggestion to become a serial killer, that would be quite terrifying. While I cannot ascertain whether her expressions are genuine or feigned, I believe that Chen Hui was indeed a ray of sunshine in her life. Surely, she would not intentionally extinguish her own light. Whether Bai Jing had indeed influenced Chen Hui remained known only to her. Mian then turned to Fang Rui. Why did you choose to keep my secret? What? You are aware that I am an autistic individual, correct? Yet I have not been dismissed. Did you keep my secret? Fang Rui was taken aback. Was this truly a secret? Could it not be evident to all? Fang Rui changed the subject. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. No, I will treat you. Thank you for keeping my secret. After a few steps, Fang Rui turned back and smiled at Mian. Mian, you need not pretend to be someone you are not. A smile. This was the third person to smile at her since her arrival. In that moment, Mian felt as though her heart had been warmed by sunlight, a profound sense of acceptance enveloping her. For indeed, her secret might no longer be a secret. Suddenly, Mian felt as if struck by lightning, her eyes widening in shock. Who else have you told? She had concealed it so well. How could anyone else possibly know? It was Consultant Lin who discovered it. Xiao Zhang was present at the time. You may not be aware of his loose tongue. Whatever he learns, everyone in the bureau is bound to find out. Mian felt desolate. She had thought she had disguised herself quite effectively. Mian, from now on, just be your true self. There's no need to feign normalcy. Could she truly be her authentic self? Officer Fang, Mian gazed earnestly at him. Would you consider donating your body to me? Absolutely not. I have expressly forbade you from mentioning those two words again. It seemed that she still could not be her true self. Chapter 17. The Case of the Cat-Fetus. The unloved child. Following the conclusion of Chun Hui's case, the personnel at the police station found themselves considerably less occupied. Mian made significant contributions during the investigation, resulting in her formal promotion and induction into the Special Crimes Unit, where Chen Shui became her assistant. The Special Crimes Unit organized a welcoming ceremony for Mian, where she encountered familiar faces, all of whom greeted her warmly, especially since her arrival at the Municipal Bureau had coincided with the resolution of a major homicide case. Consequently, Mian's reputation evolved from that of an eccentric forensic expert to that of a skilled detective. Mian, you need to write a reflection on your actions. After all, how could a forensic expert allow her? Upon receiving Mian's reflection, Fang Rui noted its earnestness, particularly the profound self-analysis portion. However, just as he was about to put it away, he noticed the concluding statement. The aforementioned discussions do not address the fundamental reason for my abduction by the murderer. The true cause is my recent string of misfortunes. As Chen Shui puts it, I have been experiencing a water reversal. Recently, Laos have been particularly unlucky. Noticing Mian lost in thought at her computer, Chen Shui gently tapped her shoulder. Why are you conducting DNA tests on these fetuses? It's a waste of time and effort, and ultimately meaningless. Chen Shui, I wish to help these fetuses find their mothers, Mian responded. Their mothers discarded them. They are unwanted. What difference does it make to find their parents? They won't take these jars home. They might even consider them a bad omen. Are they abandoned by their mothers as well? Mian gazed at the preserved clusters in the glass jars, her expression clouded with confusion. Though she often appeared expressionless, her mood seemed particularly somber. Mian lowered her head, pondering, why don't they want them? These embryos appear healthy. They could have been normal children. She had always believed that only abnormal children were cast away by their mothers, like those in orphanages suffering from illnesses, disabilities, or autism. The reasons for abandonment were manifold, perhaps an unplanned pregnancy or financial incapacity. Ultimately, their mothers no longer wished to see them. Chen Shui sipped her coffee. So we should expedite the transfer of these embryos to the mortuary. Otherwise, their presence here will bring misfortune. Mian remained silent. I know you feel sympathy for these embryos. How about this? Let us name them, so they leave behind a trace of existence in this world. I have already named them, Mian replied. Chen Shui then noticed that each jar bore a label, BB1, BB2. Does this name hold any special significance? This one's called baby number 1, this one baby number 2, and so on, Mian explained. Chen Shui face-bombed, recognizing Mian's compassion, albeit somewhat limited. Mian continued her search in the police department's genetic database for the parents of these children, but to no avail. which left her feeling increasingly agitated. She attempted to match the DNA of the two victims with those of the children, only to find no matches. Furrowing her brow, she wondered if the jar marked with the date of the victims' deaths contained not the children of the deceased. The homes of the victims had been thoroughly searched, and all jars had been brought to the station, from which Mian had collected all available DNA data. Yet, the DNA of the infants within those jars did not correspond with that of the three victims. Where had the viable embryos of these three victims been concealed by Fang Rui, and why had he chosen to hide them? Mian called up the profiles of the three victims and discovered they had all undergone prenatal checkups at the Angel Obstetrics and Gynecology Hospital, where Fang Rui was employed. Mian, Zhang Chong interjected, "There's a dinner gathering tonight. Will you be attending?" Chen Shui's voice interrupted Mian's thoughts, leading her to realize that the truth of the matter seemed less significant. These children were all unwanted, unanticipated. Who would care about the whereabouts of their remains? Is it acceptable not to go? Absolutely not. As a newcomer in the workplace, attending gatherings is essential. Very well. By the time the gathering concluded, it was already past 10 in the evening. Upon returning home, Mian was about to unlock her door when she noticed a 5-degree misalignment in the keyhole, indicating that someone had entered her home using her key. Just as she contemplated whether to call the police, the door swung open from the inside. "Xiao Mian, it's been a while." A beautiful woman stepped out, embracing Mian. "Sister Xian." Mian was taken aback upon seeing Shan. Xian was the daughter of her adoptive parents and also Mian's therapist. Having lived abroad since childhood, Mian was raised by her father's colleagues after her parents' divorce and her father's subsequent death. Xian released Mian, her gentle smile radiating warmth. "I see you haven't pushed me away this time. It seems that living independently has brought about some changes. It has been quite a while since we last met, so a hug is in order." Mian, who typically loathed physical contact, endured the discomfort rather than pushing her away. "What happened to your neck?" Xian's keen eyes caught the scar on Mian's neck. "Officer Zhang says it's a badge of honor," Mian replied, a hint of pride in her tone. "A badge of honor? This is the mark left by my clever confrontation with a ruthless criminal." She briefly recounted the incident, omitting her panic-induced fainting spell and embellishing her escape from Chan Hui. Mian realized that she could now comfortably weave benign lies. "This job of yours seems rather perilous." Xian had previously secured a stable research position for Mian at a university, a role devoid of social demands, yet Mian had resigned in secret. "It's not dangerous. Chen Shui claims I'm the only forensic expert in the bureau to have been taken hostage by a murderer, which suggests the job's risk factor is quite low. Yet you were injured. That was merely due to my bad luck, or what one might call a water reversal. But fret not. Chen Shui assures me that the period of misfortune for Laos has passed, and my luck will improve in the coming months." Xian noted how much Mian had changed. Mian retrieved several notebooks from her desk. "I've documented recent events in my self-observation journal. So much has transpired." Xian perused Mian's observation journal, which, like previous entries, offered objective accounts of events with scant subjective emotional experience. Upon seeing Mian's interest in her colleague's remains and her plans to study the corpse, Xian's expression turned to one of exasperation. "How do you get along with your colleagues?" "I'm not quite sure. Most of them don't converse with me. Perhaps not very well, they seldom smile at me." Mian slumped into the sofa, her tone despondent. "I've been following the social guidelines, but it seems I've still managed to mess things up. Yet they allow you to carpool. You were promoted within a month." Xian encouraged her. "This indicates your social skills have improved significantly." "Really?" Mian's spirits lifted instantly. "Sister Xian, am I now a normal person?" Throughout her life, Mian had posed this question countless times. Diagnosed with autism at the age of 3, many leading specialists had predicted she would possess low intelligence, potentially lacking the ability to develop language and emotions. By 6, when she still could not speak, all therapists had given up on teaching her. Yet, Shun Shi'in, then a mere high school student, had not abandoned her, tirelessly repeating simple words in front of Mian despite her lack of response. Miraculously, Mian eventually uttered her first word. Now, she could communicate without barriers. This journey had been long and arduous, and Shun Xin recognized that Mian's progress was nothing short of miraculous. Mian could never become a normal person. Regardless of the training, she would still struggle to experience emotions like an ordinary individual. Mian, you are a genius. Geniuses will always differ from others. Shun Xin understood Mian's desire to be normal stemmed from her steadfast belief that if her autism were cured, her mother would return to her. Mian, I apologize for my previous actions. I should not have hidden your mother's photograph. You have the right to seek her out. Half a year prior, Mian had discovered her mother's marriage certificate and a stack of photographs in Shan Xiyin's room, one of which depicted her mother cradling a small infant, her gaze filled with love. This photograph had overturned Mian's perception of her mother as a heartless woman who abandoned her autistic child. Consequently, Mian had a heated argument with Shun Shi'in and left home. Suddenly, Mian interrupted. I don't wish to seek her out anymore. Why not? Shin Shi'in was taken aback. Didn't you return to find your mother? Mian recalled Chen Hui, who had committed numerous heinous acts merely in pursuit of illusory love and validation. Here, take the photograph back. Mian extracted the picture of her mother from her pocket, gazing at it wistfully before handing it to Shan Shi'in. I believe you are right. I should not intrude upon her current life, nor should I allow her to disrupt mine. Shan Shi'in was taken aback by Mian's transformation. In truth, she had hoped Mian would not meet that woman, as it could prove to be a heavy blow. Mian, let us move. The sound insulation here is poor, and it's too far from your workplace. Shun Shi'in closed Mian's journal. I've already purchased a house near your police station. We can move there in the coming days. Will you be staying there as well? Mian was surprised. What about your job? I have a senior who opened a psychological clinic. She wants me back home to assist her, and I've agreed. Seeing Mian's low spirits, Shun Shi'in added, Mian, you are not a burden to me. You are my family. And no matter what happens, I will never abandon you. Shin Shi'in recognized Mian's profound insecurity, which prompted her to repeatedly reassure her that someone would steadfastly love her. I want tea either. Shin Shi'in secretly hoped Mian could let go of her, enabling her to become an independent individual. Chapter 18. The Cloud of Dismemberment. Was he murdered? During his vacation, Fang Rui had taken a considerable number of days to rest at home. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Mian squatting at his doorstep, her gaze vacant as she seemed lost in thought. Mian, what are you doing squatting at my door? Looking to borrow some money? Fang Rui scrutinized her with a furrowed brow. Captain Fang? Mian exclaimed, surprised to see him. What a coincidence. I had no idea you lived here. What brings you here? Assessing security hazards. The good news is that the danger alert has now been lifted. Mian's new residence almost perfectly met her requirements. Quiet surroundings, devoid of surveillance blind spots, and in close proximity to her workplace. The only source of her unease was her yet-to-be-met neighbor. Fang Rui glanced at the peeling door, noting that aside from its dilapidation, it bore no particularities. But upon seeing you, I feel reassured. Why would you think I possess violent tendencies? As I surveyed the environment around my new home, I noticed the doorknob of the neighboring house was rather loose, and the base of the door frame was littered with numerous shoe prints, indicating it had been subjected to forceful treatment. Thus, I deduced that the homeowner might be an irritable individual prone to violence. Mian explained earnestly, oblivious to Fang Rui's increasingly ashen expression. Well, it seems you have quite the misfortune, being neighbors with someone like me, a so-called with you around, my safety is guaranteed. I no longer have to worry about being whisked away by a murderer to the rooftop. Congratulations, you have acquired a remarkably reliable neighbor, Mian declared, gesturing to herself as she began enumerating her merits. I will make no noise, nor will I litter. If you fall ill, I shall be the first to escort you to the hospital. Are you certain you aren't planning to squat beside my bed, awaiting my demise to abscond with my remains? Fang Rui imagined the scene, finding it somewhat amusing. Given Mian's petite stature, he doubted she could manage to move his body. Stealing corpses is against the law. Mian corrected him. You are rather law-abiding. I will first rest assured, I will take good care of your remains. It was entirely his own fault for being so indiscreet as to mention those two words. At that moment, Fang Rui's phone began to ring. Mian attempted to step aside, but Fang Rui placed a hand on her shoulder, his expression turning serious. In the event of a fire, one should contact the fire department. Did you report the fire? Please provide me with the address. In the suburban villa area. Boss, I've sent the location to your phone. You must hurry. Mian, your vacation has come to an end. After concluding the call, Fang Rui informed Mian, there is a new case. We must head directly to the scene. Let us depart at once. Mian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Fang Rui was left speechless, pondering why Mian exhibited such keen interest in corpses. Upon their arrival at the scene, the fire had already been extinguished. Xiao Zhang and his team had also reached the crime scene. The once verdant lawn lay charred and bare, strewn with debris and shards of glass. Mian halted abruptly, sensing she had stepped on something soft. Looking down, she discovered a charred, severed finger. Donning gloves, Mian picked up the severed digit for a closer examination. It bore a silver ring, its shape irregular and reminiscent of a bias strip, glinting with a silvery sheen in the sunlight. Ah, forensic expert, what do you have there? Xiao Zhang suddenly exclaimed. How did you come to possess a severed finger? All eyes turned toward Mian. Found it on the ground, she replied, placing the severed finger along with the ring into an evidence bag. The force of the explosion has obliterated the victim's body. Shortly, you may encounter numerous body parts, Mian explained. So please tread carefully and avoid damaging the remains. Additionally, kindly mark the locations of any discovered body parts. My goodness, I used to think those wartime dramas were exaggerated, but it turns out a small Fang Rui shot Xiao Zhang a look of exasperation. Do you wish to witness the devastation this building has suffered? Is this what you would call a small explosion? The villa belonged to Yi Ziming, a renowned sculptor in the city, whose works had commanded astronomical prices in recent years, significantly elevating his status. The villa that had caught fire served as the victim's studio, housing a plethora of flammable materials such as paints, pigments, and plaster, which fueled the blaze. Consequently, the fire wreaked havoc, leaving only the framework intact, with even the lawn at the entrance charred to a desolate state, and multiple explosions had occurred within the house. All the glass in the second-floor floor-to-ceiling windows had shattered, a small section of the roof had collapsed, and the ground was strewn with debris. The victim's remains lay buried beneath the shattered glass and rubble. The body had been fragmented into several pieces, having been subjected to the searing flames for an extended duration, rendering the fragments charred and emitting a noxious odor. My heavens, the stench is unbearable. I fear I won't be able to eat barbecued meat for a fortnight. Xiao Zhang began to grumble. Someone shot Xiao Zhang a disapproving glance. Come on now, when you first encountered a corpse, you declared you would never eat meat again, yet you consume more than anyone else. Chief Zhang of the fire department recognized Fang Rui and immediately briefed him on the situation at the scene. Captain Fang, the dismemberment of the victim's body appears to be a result of the explosion's shockwave. This villa contained a significant accumulation of flammable and explosive materials, which ignited upon contact with an open flame. However, the victim's sister insists her brother was murdered and is We are still investigating. Mian, equipped with gloves, commenced the collection of the victim's remains. With the assistance of Xiao Zhang and his team, she swiftly gathered the torso and limbs. The upper half of the victim's body remained relatively intact, while the lower part, below the thigh, had been reduced to fragments, leaving many soft tissues unaccounted for, including the victim's genitals. Preliminary assessments suggested that these dismembered parts likely belonged to the same individual. The skin on the victim's face had charred and was encrusted with ash, obscuring any recognizable features. However, the pelvic region indicated that the deceased was likely an adult male. Captain Fang. He had already perished before the fire broke out. Mian turned to Fang Rui and Yi Ziming's sister just witnessed him at the fire scene. How could he have died prior to the outbreak? The burns and severed limbs on the deceased exhibited no signs of life response, indicating that the victim had indeed succumbed before the fire and explosion occurred, with the time of death estimated to be at least 2 to 3 hours prior to the incident. As Mian elaborated, she continued to scrutinize the severed remains with diligence. Furrowing her brow, she noted that the edges of the severed parts were unusually clean, not resembling those torn apart by an explosion or cut by a blade. The wounds appeared peculiar. Furthermore, in previous explosion cases, the dismembered bodies typically exhibited a significant separation of soft tissues from the bones, with the remains being torn apart. Yet these fragments were relatively intact, akin to pieces of a sculpture that had shattered. Chief Shang persisted in his counterarguments. Numerous witnesses observed the victim standing by the window, conversing on the phone prior to the fire. His sister can attest that she saw her brother at the scene when the fire erupted. She was the last person to see him alive. What they witnessed may not necessarily have been the victim. What? The eyewitnesses asserted they indeed saw Yi Ziming alive. Fang Rui queried, forensic expert, do you suspect the deceased is not Yi Ziming? Should we conduct a DNA test on the remains? Does Yi Ziming have any close relatives? Chapter 19. The Mystery of Dismemberment. A love triangle. Yi Ziming has a sister named Yi Ziling, aged 27, who is a dancer in a theatrical production. She was the first to discover the fire and called the authorities to report it. When Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang found her, she was outside the police cordon, grappling with another woman, while several female officers were attempting to separate them. The woman being assaulted was Lin Lan, the deceased's ex-girlfriend. Why are you here, you wretched person? Did you set this fire? Did you cause my brother's death? I knew you would never let him go. Yi Ziling shouted, yanking at Lin Lan's hair, her coarse behavior starkly contrasting with her beauty. It was your brother who asked me to come, Lin Lan replied, her hair disheveled and several scratches on her body, yet her tone remained gentle, as if addressing a mischievous child. Nonsense. Impossible. My brother promised me he would never see you again. How could he have called you? You're lying. Yi Ziling's voice grew increasingly hysterical, her fierce gaze filled with a desire to tear Lin Lan apart. Your brother said he wanted to see me one last time. Shut your mouth. You just imagining that my brother has feelings for you. He despises you, you vile woman. He would never meet with you. Lin Lan retorted, equally combative. Regardless, it was your brother who summoned me. You don't know him. My brother said you are a shameless woman. Upon noticing Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang approaching, Yi Ziling gained confidence. Officer, this woman surely set the fire in the villa. She is the murderer. After my brother broke up with her, she harbored resentment and killed him. We will conduct a thorough investigation into this case. Miss Yi, please accompany me to the station to give a statement. All right, officer, I will cooperate fully. You must catch the one who murdered my brother. As she spoke, Yi Ziling shot Lin Lan a venomous glare. Xiao Zhang corrected her. I am younger than you. Just call me Officer Xiao Zhang. He emphasized the Xiao in his name. Turning to Lin Lan, he added, you should also come with me to give a statement. Very well, I will assist you with your investigation, Lin Lan replied, not to be outdone, casting a mocking smile at Yi Ziling. At that moment, two officers emerged, carrying a body bag. This is my brother's body, isn't it? Yi Ziling lunged toward the body bag, resting her head against it, weeping uncontrollably. Brother, how could you leave me like this? What am I to do? How can I go on? Those present were momentarily stunned by the intensity of their sibling bond. Fang Rui turned to Lin Lan, who was observing Yi Ziling with a look of disdain, though she quickly summoned a few tears to feign sorrow. May I ride with my brother in the same vehicle? It was her first time witnessing someone so devoted to a corpse. The body was so mangled and burnt, emitting an unbearable stench, yet Yi Ziling held on as if possessed with love. She truly adored him, Mian thought to herself, wishing to befriend her. She turned her gaze back to Fang Rui, lost in contemplation. Sensing Mian's intense stare, Fang Rui could not help but inquire, Forensic, what's wrong? If your body were in such a state, I certainly wouldn't embrace it. But I would strive to piece you back together. Should I thank you for that? He asked, perhaps unnecessarily. You're welcome. At Yi Ziling's insistence, Fang Rui permitted her to accompany the deceased in the same vehicle. If you're not afraid, then you may ride in this vehicle. It's my brother's body. How could I be afraid? I must ride in this vehicle. Mian cautioned her. Just don't unzip the bag. I haven't finished reconstructing the body. I suggest you wait until I have completed the task before viewing his remains. Yi Ziling fixed her watery, wide eyes on Mian. What do you mean? The deceased's body has been blown apart, Mian kindly informed her. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to piece him back together. I am quite adept at puzzles. Then the wailing of Yi Ziling echoed alongside the sirens, resonating in everyone's ears. Due to Yi Ziling's emotional breakdown, Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang were unable to question her. Thus they began taking Lin Lan's statement. Lin Lan was a 30-year-old pastry chef. Unlike Yi Ziling, she was not strikingly beautiful, but possessed a unique grace reminiscent of serene times. Speaking gently, Miss Lin, what is your relationship with Yi Ziming? Ziming was my ex-boyfriend, Lin Lan said, her gaze lowered, her tone tinged with melancholy. I suppose I have no connection to him anymore. We parted ways half a year ago. Why did you break up? Isn't the answer obvious? Lin Lan chuckled self-deprecatingly. He became an artistic master, worth millions, while I remained merely an ordinary pastry chef. He deemed me unworthy and cast me aside. Xiao Zhang asked, do you harbor hatred toward him? How could I not? When he was at his lowest, I supported him. Yet, once I was no longer of use, he kicked me to the curb, spreading rumors that I was a gold digger, claiming I abandoned him for money before his rise to fame. Ah, but what good does hatred do? When we broke up, he gifted me a substantial sum. I suppose that settled our financial and emotional debts. Life must go on. One cannot dwell eternally in painful memories. Lin Lan's voice was steady, and she seemed to harbor little emotion for Yi Ziming, displaying no fluctuations in her demeanor when mentioning him. Fang Rui inquired, given the circumstances, why did he call you this morning? He told me he was going abroad and wished to see me one last time to sincerely apologize. I initially declined, but he mentioned he had something important to return to me, compelling me to go. What was it? He did not specify. However, I suspect it might be the cross my grandmother gifted me, which I lost at his house long ago. I thought he had found it and intended to return it. Lin Lan suddenly recalled something, pulling out her mobile phone. Here's the recording of our conversation. You may listen. Fang Rui played the recording, confirming that the content aligned with Lin Lan's account. Miss Lin, do you often record your calls? Fang Rui casually asked. In our line of work, we frequently need to communicate with clients about their requirements. Some clients' needs change constantly. Without recording, we would engage in endless disputes during billing. Therefore, my phone is set to automatically record incoming calls. Was Yi Ziling close to the deceased? Quite so. Their mother left when Zieling was 2, and their father passed away early. Zimiang raised Zieling himself. Their sibling bond is exceptionally strong. Lin Lan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Perhaps a bit too exclusive. Hence, she harbors disdain for me, perceiving me as someone who covets her brother's wealth. Yet, when I was with Zimiang, both he and Zieling relied on me for support. You mentioned that the deceased told you he was going abroad. Do you know why? Perhaps due to love? Love? I'm not certain. However, he previously confided that he believed he had found his true love. His decision to break up with me was also motivated by his desire to be with this true love. Fang Rui then asked, Miss Lin, do Yi Zimiang and his sister have any other relatives? Other relatives? They have an uncle, though they do not maintain frequent contact. However, Zimiang once mentioned that his father may have had an affair, resulting in an illegitimate child, which was also a cause of their parents' divorce. Thank you for your cooperation. Should you uncover any leads, please contact me. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Xiaozhang immediately remarked, Boss, don't you think the relationship between the deceased and his sister is quite twisted? It hardly resembles that of a typical brother and sister. Fang Rui corrected him. It is still uncertain whether the deceased is indeed Yi Zimiang. Who else could it be? Just now, Lin Lan mentioned that Yi Zimiang had a true love. Given Yi Zieling's possessive nature, if she discovered her brother had found a true love, wouldn't she go mad and harm him? According to your logic, shouldn't she have targeted her brother's true love first? Indeed, you always think of everything. Should I return to the fire scene and see if I can unearth the body of the deceased's true love? Go ahead. Xiao Zhang dashed off, disappearing from sight. Fang Rui suddenly felt a profound silence envelop the world. Chapter 20. The Mystery of the Dismembered Body. Sibling affection at the entrance of the autopsy room. Yi Zieling vehemently clutched the body bag containing her brother, her eyes darting around with vigilance. I won't allow anyone to touch my brother's corpse. No one can come near. If anyone dares to approach, I'll scratch them. Go away. All of you. Leave me and my brother alone. Mian observed the scratches on her own hand and felt a sense of grim accomplishment. She might very well be the first forensic pathologist in Jiangzhou's bureau to be injured by a victim's family member. Miss Yi, if you continue to monopolize the body, how can we assist you in capturing the murderer of your brother? A female officer cautiously approached, her voice soothing. Please let go of your brother's body and come with me to the rest area, shall we? No. Don't think I'm unaware. An autopsy means cutting open my brother, and I won't let you succeed. But your brother's body has already been blown apart and scorched by fire. Mian gently interjected. Cutting it open wouldn't matter, as the integrity of the body has already been compromised. Oh, I don't want to hear you speak. Go away. Leave. The female officer, Li Lan, who served as the psychological counselor at the precinct, shot Mian a warning glance, silently urging her to step back. Mian retreated quietly, yet her gaze remained fixed on the body bag that Yi Zieling clung to. A compelling urge to dissect the body surged within her. She was desperate to uncover the nature of the trauma that had led to such a grotesque injury. Miss Yi, please try to remain calm. Your brother would want to rest as well. If you continue to cry out, it will only cause him distress. Li Lan gently patted Yi Zieling's shoulder. Allow us to move your brother's body inside, if you would. Yi Zieling seemed to absorb this plea. Her grip on the body bag gradually loosened. However, upon raising her head, she caught sight of Mian's intense gaze fixed upon her brother's remains, and instantly, she tightened her embrace around the bag once more. No. You lying. You just want to perform an autopsy on my brother's body. Mian sighed inwardly, realizing that if this continued, night would soon fall. Once darkness enveloped the scene, the timid Qin Shui would surely refuse to stay and assist her in the autopsy, leaving her to face the task alone. Xiao Mian, what has happened? She turned to find her sister, Xin Xiyin, approaching. Sister Xiyin, what brings you here? Professor Jiang invited us to dinner today. I am here to fetch you. Professor Jiang was a leading expert in the field of autism in the country and a good friend of their father's. He had long wished to meet Mu Mian. Mu Mian felt reluctant to attend. These so-called experts often regurgitated the same monotonous information, rendering the experience tedious and uninspiring. Yet, she did not want to impose any discomfort on her sister. Xin Xin shifted the topic. What has transpired? What is wrong with that girl? She is in shock. She desperately needs psychological crisis intervention. I also know that you don't genuinely wish to prevent the police from autopsying the body. You simply struggle to accept that your brother has died, correct? Tears streamed down Yi Ziling's cheeks. If my brother loved me so much, why did he leave me? What will I do alone without him? You love your brother dearly as well. You can become braver and stronger for his sake, Shun Xiyin reassured her. Yi Ziling embraced Xin Xiyin, sobbing, how could he deceive me like this? Shun Xiyin gently patted her shoulder. Your brother never deceived you. He loved you deeply, and no matter what happens, that love will remain unchanged. He will forever live on in your memories. Yi Ziling cried for a prolonged period, and when her tears finally subsided, her emotions began to stabilize. Li Lanlan looked at Xin Xiyin with admiration. She felt that what Xin Xiyin said was not significantly different from her own words, yet the impact was entirely distinct. Xin Xiyin elaborated, people process grief in 4 stages: denial and shock, anger and resistance, pain and mourning, acceptance and adjustment. Miss Yi's case is somewhat unique. She witnessed her brother's death firsthand, making it impossible for her to deny that reality. Thus, her resistance is understandably more intense. Li Lanlan inquired, are you a professional psychological counselor? Not precisely. I'm a psychiatrist, primarily dealing with patients suffering from psychological disorders. No wonder you're so adept. Neurotic patients can be quite challenging to handle. Shun Xin advised, Missy requires immediate psychological crisis intervention, and someone should monitor her around the clock. Her emotional state is precarious. Li Lanlan nodded. Understood. Mu Mian promptly arranged for the body to be moved into the autopsy room, but was halted by Xin Xiyin as she prepared to change clothes. Xiao Mian, it's already after hours. We need to meet Professor Jiang first. Mu Mian's gaze shifted away from the body bag, her tone deflated. All right, let us hurry. I have to work late tonight. As they approached the door, Mu Mian noticed Fang Rui and Lin Xian returning from outside. She greeted them. Team Leader Fang, Consultant Lin, good evening. Shun Xian regarded Fang Rui, recalling the name as one that frequently appeared in Mu Mian's self-observation journal. She understood that Fang Rui held a special place in Mu Mian's heart. Upon seeing Lin Xian, her expression briefly faltered before she regained her composure. Team Leader Fang, hello, I'm Xiao Mian's sister. Thank you so much for looking after her. Hello. For reasons unknown, she seemed to be signaling him urgently, as if seeking help. Yet, Shun Xiyin was her sister. Why would Mu Mian need to call for assistance? Xin Xiyin turned to Lin Xian, her smile unwavering. Lin Xian, it's been a while. How have you been lately? The atmosphere suddenly thickened with tension. Lin Xian stared at Xin Xiyin for a full 5 seconds, then coldly averted his gaze and walked away without a word. Fang Rui was taken aback. While Lin Xian was typically aloof and sharp-tongued, he usually maintained basic civility. Why had he chosen to disregard Xin Xiyin today? It appeared they knew each other. Could there have been some history between them? Mu Mian blinked rapidly, making sure Fang Rui did not catch her distress signal, and seized the opportunity to extricate herself from her sister's grasp with the pretext of needing to work late. "Sister, let us go. We need to hurry to dinner. Move quickly." "All right." Xinxian addressed Fang Rui, "Team leader Fang, I'll take my sister to dinner now. We can chat another time." After Mian and her sister left, Fang Rui ascended the stairs, only to find Lin Sun stationed on the second floor, observing Xinxian. "What transpired between you and Mian's sister? She greeted you, yet you chose to ignore her. Was she your ex-girlfriend?" Lin Sun turned his head, coldly regarding Fang Rui. "Even if she were your ex, you shouldn't treat her so indifferently," Fang Rui urged. "You're not a child anymore. Being perpetually aloof will only hinder your chances of finding a partner." Fang Rui and Lin Sun had grown up together, sharing a childhood bond. Lin Sun had always been standoffish and prideful, shunning social interaction, yet he amassed numerous friends, with many women vying for his attention. However, Lin Sun seemed to show no interest in anyone. Fang Rui had long believed this was due to Lin Sun's excessively high standards. He appeared to be unimpressed by anyone. "You don't have a partner either." "That's because I've devoted myself to the noble cause of combating crime. I am so busy every day that I hardly have time for romance." Lin Sun remained silent, and just as Fang Rui assumed he too had been afflicted by Mian's autism, Lin Sun finally spoke. "She was the one who broke up with me. She said she didn't want to see me again. Yet just now, she appeared before me, calling my name and inquiring about my well-being, as if nothing had transpired." Fang Rui could not contain his curiosity. "What led to your breakup?" He speculated that Lin Sun must have met Xinxian while studying abroad. "I don't know. She said she didn't love me, but I can't accept that reasoning." Fang Rui was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Sun to still possess such romantic inclinations. "Lin Sun, do you think her decision to break up was influenced by Mian? Perhaps she chose to care for her autistic sister over pursuing a relationship with you?" Fang Rui couldn't help but remind him, "First, you need to ascertain whether there was love between you. You left to merely speculate about whether she ever loved you." Fang Rui began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Lin Sr. "I doubt it was due to Mian." "Why not? If she wanted you to help care for her autistic sister, wouldn't you have agreed without a second thought?" "Of course. Then she might have genuinely not loved you." Fang Rui patted Lin Sun on the shoulder. "Ah, you can't force a fruit that is ripe." Chapter 21. The mystery of dismemberment. Unforgettable emotions due to a traffic jam. Mian and Xinxian were delayed for a while, and by the time they arrived at the restaurant, Professor Jiang had been waiting for them for quite some time. Professor Jiang was a kind-hearted, elderly lady with graying hair and glasses. Upon seeing Mian, she greeted her warmly. "Mian, hello, it's wonderful to finally meet you. You are just as adorable as in the photographs." "Hello, Professor Jiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. You look just as professional as in the pictures," Mian replied, forcing herself to make eye contact with Professor Jiang and smiling as a normal person would. "Mian, there's no need to be nervous. We are here to enjoy a meal, and I won't be conducting a behavioral assessment," Professor Jiang reassured her. "I'm not nervous," Mian insisted. After exchanging pleasantries with Xinxian, Professor Jiang cautiously probed, "Mian, would you like to meet your mother?" Mian was engrossed in the menu and did not quite catch what Professor Jiang was saying. "Teacher Jiang," Xinxian interjected, handing the menu to Professor Jiang. "What would you like to order?" Professor Jiang shot an annoyed glance at Xinxian, but swallowed her forthcoming question. They were dining at a Western restaurant, and Xinxian ordered a seafood risotto for Mian and a steak for herself. "I'll also have a seafood risotto, to go," Mian told the waiter. Xinxian looked at her in confusion. "Are you particularly hungry today? I have a friend who often forgets to have dinner on time, and I want to bring him a portion." After the dishes arrived, Xinxian and Professor Jiang discussed their work matters. Mian meticulously picked out the shrimp and carrots from her plate and placed them into the takeout container. "Mian, isn't that portion meant for your friend?" How can you put unwanted food in there? Xin queried, surprise. Although Mian had been picky about food in the past, she had never had the habit of putting food into someone else's bowl. He won't mind, he enjoys these. He finished all the carrots on his plate last time. Xin was somewhat taken aback. Mian, who typically had a strong sense of boundaries, seemed to have included this friend in her defined circle. Over the past 6 months, Mian's social skills had improved significantly. Once she had sorted through her food, Mian began to eat intently. Sister, please don't talk to me. You'll slow down my eating pace. Professor Zheng inquired, puzzled. Mian, why are you eating so quickly? Are you in a hurry? There is a body waiting for me. I need to get back quickly. Professor Zheng paused, momentarily taken aback, before regaining her composure with a smile. So you are now a forensic expert? Yes. An exceptionally skilled one. It shows, as you are very dedicated. Your logic is flawed. Not all dedicated forensic experts are exceptional. Chen Shui is very dedicated, yet she is not an outstanding forensic expert. After Mian left, Professor Zheng watched her departing figure and couldn't help but reflect. It has been 19 years, hasn't it? The last time I saw Mian, she was only 6 years old. Back then, we all thought she might live her entire life in her own world. I never imagined she would change so much. If I hadn't observed closely, I wouldn't even have realized she was an autistic patient. Professor Zhang recalled their first meeting vividly. Mian had been so quiet, like a puppet devoid of a soul, unresponsive to any conversation, her attention fixated on the patterns on the floor. A series of tests had yielded disheartening results. Mian's intellectual level was exceedingly low, her language development had stagnated, and she exhibited severe sensory integration issues, indicating a situation that could not be remedied through later interventions. At that time, they had all given up on her treatment, save for Xin, who had never wavered in her commitment. Xin chuckled, Professor Zhang, you exaggerate. Mian's symptoms are still quite evident. Her behavior is markedly different from that of a typical person. However, her current state is what many families of autistic patients dream of. She can essentially live independently now, can't she? Indeed, she has been living independently for the past 6 months. Professor Zhang was somewhat astonished. It was rare for autistic patients to live independently without a guardian. Although Mian demonstrated no issues in daily living skills, their recent conversation revealed her significant social challenges. Mian's emotional disorders remain severe. Her memory is excellent, yet she struggles to recall emotions. Her feelings are merely perceptions of the present, making it difficult for her to extract them from memories. Professor Zhang, is there a way to improve this condition? Xin understood that the root of Mian's social challenges lay in her inability to discern the emotions of others and her lack of empathy. Many autistic patients face similar issues, likely linked to their brain development, making improvement through later training quite difficult. I understand. Xin was not surprised by the answer. Her intention in bringing Mian to meet Professor Zhang today was merely to reminisce. So, do you plan to settle down in the country? Uncertain. However, for the time being, we may remain here. My father has an inheritance that requires my attention. Once I handle that, I will take Mian back. A few days ago, I met Mian's mother. She seems to be doing well. Would you consider bringing Mian to see her? I believe she would be quite willing to care for Mian, and it might ease your burden. Not necessary. I previously asked her to meet Mian, even offering her a substantial sum of money, yet she still refused. Xin calmly sliced her steak. Thus, I want to allow Mian to see her. Professor Zhang recognized how much Xin had changed. During their university years, Xin had been like a little son, vivacious and expressive. Since her parents' tragic accident, she had become much more composed, yet lacked the previous lightness. It seemed as if she carried an immense burden. Xin, what responsibility or obligation do you have to care for Mian? What about your own life? Your career? Your supervisor is quite upset. He has nurtured you for so many years, Yet you have returned to work in an unknown clinic. This path may jeopardize your career. You should return Mian to her mother and let her care for her. It would be better for both you and Mian. Professor Jiang grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. She was close friends with Shen Xian's parents and knew her supervisor. She felt that Shen Xian was being overly emotional, sacrificing a promising opportunity for a sister without blood ties. Xian, if you go back now and apologize to your supervisor, retract that resignation letter, there may still be a chance to salvage everything. He should learn to respect my choices. My professional ideal is quite simple. I merely wish to fulfill my sister's wish and help her become a normal person. Shen Xian could not comprehend why everyone believed Mian was a burden to her. In reality, she was not. Her resignation was not solely about caring for Mian, but also for her own sake. Mian was her family and a testament to her career. You are being naive. It is an impossible endeavor. Professor Jiang sighed. Shen Xian recalled how, many years prior, they had said the same to her. You are too naive. Mian will always be a voiceless fool. Professor, as a therapist, we should not easily declare what is impossible. Ah, we had advised you back then. You should have entrusted Mian to another therapist. The dual relationship of being both her patient and sister has rendered you incapable of making rational judgments. Chapter 22. The Enigma of Dismemberment. A crime of passion? As Mian passed by Fang Rui's office, she noticed that his light was still on. Indeed, he was still working late. Mian knocked on the door and then entered. This is for you. Mian handed him a food container. Fang Rui was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mian would bring him a meal. Thank you. As he opened the container, he discovered a generous portion of seafood risotto, brimming with shrimp and carrots. What about me, doctor? Here I am, a grown man sitting here, and you don't even acknowledge my presence? Officer Xiaozhang gazed at Mian with a look of grievance. He realized that Mian exhibited an extreme double standard, treating him and our friendship is so solid, yet you only bring food for the boss and not for me. You're not a good friend at all. Mian was already accustomed to Xiaozhang's exaggerated manner of speaking. She explained, because you've already eaten. I can't refute that. Xiaozhang had just returned from an outing where he had indulged in a hearty meal, but I could still eat another portion. You're allergic to seafood. Even if I brought you seafood risotto, you wouldn't be able to eat it. Xiaozhang felt a twinge of gratitude. Mian had remembered his seafood allergy. But does that restaurant not offer any other dishes? Is seafood risotto the only thing they serve? Of course not. However, since you don't eat seafood, I couldn't simply pick out the shrimp and carrots that I dislike and put them in the container. Ha ha ha, that is quintessentially you. Xiaozhang instantly felt a sense of psychological balance. Fang Rui remained speechless, realizing that Mian had placed all the dishes she disliked into his bowl. In a wonder, it was so full. Mian listened to Xiaozhang gossip while occasionally stealing glances at Fang Rui as he ate. Her actions were unmistakably obvious, prompting Xiaozhang to widen his mouth in astonishment before softly asking Mian, Dr. Mu, have you finally realized that our boss is quite handsome? I can be one too. Dr. Mu, if you need help, why not ask me? I'm quite free at the moment. Both Fang Rui and Mian turned their gazes toward Xiaozhang, with Fang Rui helplessly responding, aren't you afraid you'll have nightmares tonight? As Xiaozhang watched their departing figures, he felt that something was amiss. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but regrettably, it vanished just as quickly. Mian and Fang Rui meticulously placed the dismembered body parts onto the autopsy table. The upper half was largely reassembled, but the lower half was severely fragmented with many parts missing. Fang Rui noticed that Mian was indeed adept at puzzles. She could ascertain the correct position of many small body fragments with just a glance. Furrowing her brow, Mian observed the cadaver, bemused by how easily it assembled. Easily assembled? Ivy stared at this for ages and still cannot determine where this piece goes. Fang Rui held up a small chunk of flesh, suppressing his nausea, and offered it to Mian. I once reconstructed a body that had been run over by a train. That time, I spent a full 5 hours piecing it together. Today, you've also been at it for quite some time. Look, it's already past 2 in the morning. By calculation, it's also 5 hours. Mian glanced at Fang Rui's watch and indeed realized that it had been quite a lengthy duration. Feeling somewhat astonished, has my perception of time gone awry? I thought not much time had passed. Then let us return home to rest for the night and continue tomorrow. First, tell me, what seems unusual about this body? This body resembles a ceramic sculpture that fell and shattered into this state. Is it not normal for a body to be blasted apart from the impact of an explosion? Explosive damage is primarily due to shock waves, high temperatures, or projectiles caused by an explosion. In this case, the most apparent injury pattern is laceration. The explosion's shock wave would create several ruptures and tensile forces, which would tear the body apart. Because the forces are uneven, the fracture surfaces will be quite irregular, and a substantial amount of soft tissue would separate. Yet, the fracture edges of this body are remarkably neat. Even the deceased's clothing appears peculiar. It does not seem to have been torn apart by shock forces, but rather shattered. Fearing that Fang Rui might not grasp her point, Mian provided another example. Originally, the body should have been torn apart like a piece of cloth, yet it now resembles shattered glass. Are you suggesting that the body did not shatter due to an explosion? No, it should indeed be the result of the explosion. It is just that the state of this body gives me the impression that at the time of the explosion, it was in a very fragile condition. How could a body be fragile? I have never encountered such a situation. I need to conduct further research. At that moment, Mian noticed that the deceased's left hand was tightly clenched, as if concealing something. Within the deceased's grasp was a small piece of paper. With considerable effort, Mian extracted the tiny slip, approximately the size of a thumb, the edges singed. The paper bore the inscription, unrecorded 18:9. The letters penned in black ink with a tidy script. Is this a message left for us by the deceased? It appears to resemble a code. Fang Rui examined it for a moment, unable to decipher the note's information, before placing the slip into an evidence bag. What is the deceased attempting to convey to us? Mian corrected him. It may also be a message left by the murderer. This seems to indicate a page number and chapter from some book. However, it appears that such a book does not exist. Fang Rui removed his gloves and searched for the string of characters on his phone, but found no results, nor was there any book titled Unrecorded. Additionally, there was something rather strange. They had yet to locate the deceased's genitalia at the crime scene. According to the direction of the shockwave's force, it should have been found on the lawn, yet they had not discovered it. Fang Rui recalled Yi Ziming's complicated emotional relationships and couldn't help but entertain a hypothesis. Could this be a crime of passion? A crime of passion? Mian suddenly recalled something. She retrieved the severed finger and presented it to Fang Rui. The deceased wore a ring of a unique shape. This shape closely resembles AM by a strip, which likely symbolizes eternal time. Could this be a couple's ring? Fang Rui removed the ring and discovered that the inner side was engraved with 2 letters. ML. M represents Yi Ziming, but who does the L stand for? Chapter 23. The Mystery of the Dismembered Body. A distorted timeline the following day. After receiving professional psychological counseling, Yi Ziling's condition had improved significantly. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang took her statement. At 27. Yi Ziling appeared somewhat emotionally immature. Her voice was high-pitched and her speech lacked coherence and logic. Before Xiao Zhang could ask any questions, Yi Ziling, with swollen eyes, lamented, "It was Lin Lan who killed my brother. That woman is incredibly malicious, my brother." "Miss Yi, please calm down." Xiao Zhang interrupted her incessant weeping. "Answer only what I ask, without excessive elaboration, understood?" "Fine. Did you report the fire?" "I received." "As soon as I entered the villa, I saw my brother standing by the window. Just as I was about to greet him, I noticed the entire villa was engulfed in flames. Moments later, my brother was consumed by the inferno. Are you certain it was your brother you saw? Should be, I suppose. Although I couldn't see clearly, that was definitely my brother. I would never mistake him. He even waved at me. Fang Rui inquired, "Why do you believe your brother was murdered?" My brother's villa was equipped with the most advanced fire prevention system. Even if a fire were to break out, the intelligent system would automatically extinguish it. How could such a catastrophic fire occur? Someone must have deliberately set it ablaze. It has to be Lin Lan. She knows the layout of my brother's house perfectly and must have disabled the system in advance. Xiao Zhang reminded her, but Lin Lan has an alibi. At the time of the fire, she was involved in a traffic accident, which can be verified by the traffic police. You shouldn't make unfounded accusations. It's slander and could harm her reputation. Isn't the murderer Lin Lan? How was your brother's relationship with her? How did they part ways? My brother didn't like Lin Lan, but that vile woman clung to him like a leech. She was only after my brother's money. She is truly wicked. She even caused the death of my beloved pet dog. Woe is me, that was my favorite poodle. Why did they break up? My brother simply didn't love her, so he ended it. A woman like her is unworthy of my brother. Xiao Zhang continued, after your brother broke up with Lin Lan, did he have a new girlfriend? Yi Ziling's expression shifted, and she immediately denied, no. My brother said he would never date again. The harm that woman inflicted upon him was too great. He would never love another. Miss Yi, do you have any other siblings besides Yi Ziming? Why do you ask? I have only this one brother. How could there be others? Your father seems to have had an illegitimate child. Are you aware of this? An illegitimate child? Impossible. My father passed away when I was very young. There couldn't possibly be another child. Yi Ziling suddenly pondered. Could it be Lin Lan who said this? She is a notorious liar. Not a word she utters is true. Do not believe her. After sending Yi Ziling away, Fang Rui fell into deep contemplation. Both Yi Ziling and Lin Lan had received phone calls from the deceased, who had summoned them to his residence. Was this merely a coincidence? Has the deceased's mobile phone been located? Yes, it's been recovered and placed in an evidence bag. However, the device was severely damaged by the fire, and the data may be irretrievable. Have the technical department investigate for any potential clues. Understood. During the case analysis meeting, the DNA results of the deceased were revealed, indicating a blood relation to Yi Ziling. Xiao Zhang succinctly summarized the situation. The deceased was named Yi Ziming, age 33, and was a sculptor by profession. The fire occurred around 9:30 this morning, with Yi Ziling being the first to discover it. According to her account, she received a call from her brother, then went to his villa, only to find it ablaze. Shortly thereafter, an explosion ensued. Xiao Zhang continued, around 9 o'clock this morning, a neighbor of the deceased reported seeing him on the phone at the window. Coincidentally, the deceased's ex-girlfriend received a call from him at roughly the same time, confirming he was alive then. Thus, the time of death should be between 9 and 10. Mian interjected. If the deceased is indeed Yi Ziming, he should have already been dead by that time. He could not have called anyone. However, we have a recording that proves otherwise. We played it for Yi Ziling, and she is adamant that it was her brother's voice. Mian interrupted again. Does Yi Ziling have any other male relatives? Perhaps between 30 to 35 years of age. Why do you ask, forensic doctor? If the deceased is Yi Ziming, then he could not have been alive at 9 o'clock that morning. Mian explained. The burn injuries and severed limbs showed no signs of life response, indicating that the deceased had already perished by the time of the fire and explosion. When a person dies, their cells still retain some vitality, so wounds would exhibit bleeding and coagulation. However, the deceased's wounds showed none of these signs. This confirms he had been dead for at least 3 hours prior to the fire. The room fell silent in shock. The forensic findings contradicted their investigation. Chen Shui hypothesized, could it be that the force of the explosion was so immense that it led to the rapid death of the deceased, coupled with the intense heat, resulting in a lack of life response in the wounds? But the deceased did not die from traumatic shock due to severed limbs. The preliminary assessment indicates mechanical asphyxiation as the cause of death. We currently cannot deduce how asphyxiation occurred, but we can at least confirm it was unrelated to the fire and explosion, as no soot was found in his nasal cavity, throat, or lungs. Furthermore, we discovered a wound at the occipital region of the deceased's skull, with bleeding present, indicating it was inflicted while he was still alive. After a moment of silence, the attendees realized that what they initially thought was a mere accident could potentially be a murder staged to resemble one. Xiaozhang questioned, "But how do we explain that several individuals claim to have seen Yi Ziming before the fire?" Mian, "Are we to believe those witnesses collectively hallucinated and saw a false Yi Ziming?" Fang Rui interjected, "Being blood relatives does not automatically confirm his identity as Yi Ziming." Lin Lan mentioned that Yi Ziming has a half-brother. "We cannot definitively say the deceased is Yi Ziming." Mian concurred, "Indeed. The DNA test only establishes a blood relation. Yi Ziming's residence has been completely incinerated, and we cannot find uncontaminated DNA samples there." Xiao Zhang had a sudden inspiration. "What if we search Lin Lan's home? As the deceased's ex-girlfriend, she is likely to possess personal items belonging to him, which may contain his hair or skin flakes. However, we cannot ascertain whether the samples we retrieve are definitively Yi Ziming's." Fang Rui looked at Mian, "Forensic doctor, is there a way to confirm the identity of the deceased?" "Absolutely." Mian opened a photograph, revealing the deceased's oral cavity. "I noticed that his lower left wisdom tooth had been extracted. The root of that tooth is situated close to a nerve, necessitating a CT scan for extraction in that area." Mian continued, "If the deceased is indeed Yi Ziming, there must be records of his dental extraction, and we can obtain his dental x-rays to compare with those of the deceased. The shape of human teeth is unique, which can be utilized to confirm the identity of the deceased." Chapter 24. The Mystery of Dismemberment. A coincidence? Through Yi Ziming and Fang Rui, they swiftly discerned the dental clinic where Yi Ziming had undergone his tooth extraction. "My brother had had his wisdom teeth removed 6 months prior, seemingly at a private clinic named Huikong Dental in the city center. I had accompanied him on that occasion. Mian accompanied Fang Rui to the dental clinic. Indeed, Yi Ziming was one of our clients. Our visitor registration indicated that he had visited our clinic for a wisdom tooth extraction 6 months ago. Mian inquired, "Do you have his medical records on file?" "We should," replied the nurse. "Sinister. Yi is a VIP client. We retain all his reports and generate a personal file for him." The receptionist accessed the system, intending to retrieve Yi Ziming's records, yet after a prolonged search, she could not locate them. With an apologetic expression, she said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ye's records have been deleted." This usually occurs at the client's request. Some clients are particularly concerned about their privacy and will ask us to delete their records. Undeterred, Mian pressed, "Do you not have a backup?" The receptionist shook her head. "No. If a client requests deletion, we erase the backups as well." "What about the dental CT scans? Are those not backed up in the system?" "No, we periodically delete those. Otherwise, the system's memory would be insufficient." "Very well." Mian felt somewhat disheartened. "It makes it quite difficult for us to verify his identity now." Fang Rui shared her sentiment, noting that there were too many coincidences in this case. Both Yi Ziming and Lin Lan had coincidentally received calls from the deceased, and several neighbors fortuitously spotted Yi Ziming standing by the window. These instances seemed to that the individual who perished in the fire was indeed Yi Ziming. Yet now, the dental report that could authenticate the deceased's identity had also been conveniently deleted, severing that lead. Mian had no choice but to seek alternative means, going to the homes of Yi Ziming and Lin Lan to find personal belongings of Yi Ziming. Fortunately, both residences retained traces of Yi Ziming's existence. Mian swiftly collected a substantial amount of DNA samples, and upon comparison, all the DNA belonged to the same individual. Thus, it was highly probable that the deceased was Yi Ziming. This method of comparison still had significant flaws, but Mian lacked other evidence for validation. The next morning, Mian did not head to the municipal office. Instead, she took a taxi directly to Yizimiang's villa. As she crossed the police tape and stepped onto the lawn, she noticed someone seemingly resembling Fang Rui standing on the second floor, though the figure's physique did not quite match. At that moment, Mian received a call from Xiaozhong. Forensic Officer Mu, look at the second floor. Do you see the boss? Are you referring to that person on the second floor? That is not Fang Rui. Mian asserted confidently. Ah, I knew you would notice, Xiaozhong murmured to the others. This doesn't count. I've always said this test is ineffective for Forensic Officer Mu. Mian proceeded to the second floor, where she saw a familiar police officer donning Fang Rui's clothing, seemingly impersonating him. Fang Rui stood beside him. Aside from the oversight of Forensic Officer Mu, no one else recognized that the boss was being impersonated by Jian Guo. Thus, if someone were to wear Yizimiang's clothes on the second floor, passers-by might easily mistake that individual for Yizimiang. Xiaozhong excitedly concluded, this could prove that on the morning of the explosion, what the neighbors and Yizimiang saw was likely not the deceased, but the murderer in disguise. Mian could not help but pour cold water on his enthusiasm. Yizimiang loves her brother so dearly. Are you certain she would make such a mistake? The villa district where the deceased resided was an upscale neighborhood that placed a high premium on privacy, resulting in a scarcity of public surveillance cameras, most of which were installed privately by the homeowners, with only a camera located at the entrance of the community. This villa area, nestled against a forest, provided a secluded environment, suggesting that if the murderer entered the villa through the forest rather than the front gate, they could evade surveillance. While cameras were installed around the deceased's villa, the surveillance footage was not backed up in the cloud but stored on the deceased's computer. A devastating fire had destroyed all of the deceased's electronic devices, rendering recovery impossible for the technicians. This posed a significant challenge to the investigation. Several technical personnel remained on site, working to ascertain the cause of the explosion. The second floor of the villa was entirely open, serving as the deceased's studio. It was filled with his creations, along with copious amounts of paint, varnish, and plaster powder, all in disarray from the fire and explosion. The floor was cluttered with debris. Fang Rui inquired, has the explosion's epicenter been determined? It has been largely established, came the reply. The force of the explosion radiated outward from the point of origin. The distance objects were thrown relates to their proximity to the epicenter. The closer they are, the shorter the distance they travel. Based on the distribution of the body parts, it can be inferred that the epicenter was the workbench behind the deceased. The deceased's workbench faced the floor-to-ceiling window, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width, occupying a substantial area. The workbench, crafted from fine pear wood, had been reduced to a pile of charcoal by the flames. Technician Xiao Feng noted, however, we did not detect any traces of explosives here. Our preliminary assumption is that the explosion was caused by a large accumulation of aerosol spray cans in the house that detonated due to high temperatures. We also detected significant amounts of paint thinner in the air, which could have rapidly evaporated and accumulated, igniting upon contact with the flame. Fang Rui asked, are you suggesting that the explosion could have been accidental? Currently, we cannot prove it was intentional. There were too many flammable and explosive materials piled here, which upon encountering an open flame, would likely result in an explosion. Xiao Feng pointed to the left side of the workbench. This area shows severe charring. This should be the ignition point that we detected accelerants here, and based on the combustion products, it is highly likely to be paint. We have sent samples for chemical analysis, and we will soon determine the exact nature of the accelerant. Fang Rui, wearing gloves, rummaged through the debris. Scattered across the ground were various charred items, shattered plaster fragments, tools, an old clock, batteries. Fang Rui noticed a burned-out battery, examined it for a moment, and then placed it in the evidence bag. What is this? Mian, who had initially come to search for body fragments, stumbled upon an odd object. Fang Rui and the others turned their attention to Mian, who held a small piece of charcoal, dark and unremarkable. Judging by its shape, it appeared to be a wooden clothespin that had been scorched by fire. Forensic Officer Mu, Isn't that just a clothespin for socks? Xiao Zhang remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment, having expected Mian to uncover something significant. Fang Rui took the clothespin, scrutinizing it closely. The top and bottom of the pin were affixed with 2 thumbtacks, which were pressed together, and wire was wrapped around the tacks. Mian explained, the burnt material on the clothespin appears to be glue. It likely adhered to some object. Fang Rui recalled the battery from earlier, producing it and placing it on the clothespin. If there were 2 wires, it could potentially serve as a rudimentary ignition device. Mian quietly remarked, a closed circuit could cause a short circuit, generating heat that ignites flammable materials. Such a device is quite simple. An ordinary person could construct it. Everyone present was taken aback. This implied that the murderer could potentially set a fire remotely. Thus, the previously established alibis would no longer hold. The technical team continued to search the villa and soon made another discovery. The villa was equipped with a smart fire suppression system that would alert authorities and spray water upon detecting a fire. However, we found that the electrical system of this apparatus had been tampered with. This finding substantiated that the fire in the villa was not an accident, but rather an act of arson. Mian spent considerable time at the crime scene, discovering additional fragments of the deceased's body. Yet, she still could not locate the deceased's genitalia. Based on the angle between the epicenter and the body parts relative to the ground, it was possible to infer the likely location of the severed limb. While the positions of the other body fragments corresponded with Mian's deductions, she was unable to find the missing part. Consequently, Mian speculated that it had likely been removed by the murderer or destroyed at their behest. Chapter 25. The Mystery of the Dismembered Corpse. The suspect, Fang Rui, and his team swiftly reconstructed the ignition device discovered at the fire scene. A number 5 battery affixed to the upper end of a wooden clip, with the gripping part's inner side punctured by 2 thumbtacks, separated by a piece of stiff paper. The positive and negative terminals of the battery were connected to 2 wires, which were, in turn, coiled around the thumbtacks. Could this simple contraption truly ignite? Xiao Zhang gazed at the unremarkable clip on the ground, deeming it so rudimentary that even an elementary school student could craft it. When Fang Rui removed the paper, a short circuit occurred, generating high temperatures that swiftly ignited the combustible material nearby. "It actually works," Xiao Zhang exclaimed. "But the culprit has to tear off the paper to ignite it, which is hardly different from striking a match. This ignition device must have another component, one that controls when this circuit is activated." Fang Rui recalled the old-fashioned alarm clock he had seen at the explosion site. He found a similar one in the adjacent office, drilled a hole in the paper, tied it with a string, and secured the other end to the clock. When the clock vibrated, the paper would quickly be pulled from the clip, eliminating the insulating barrier, causing the circuit to connect and ignite the combustible material once more. In this case, the culprit need not be present at the fire scene. They simply need to set the alarm clock to the appropriate time to achieve ignition, Xiao Zhang gasped. Fang Rui retrieved the alarm clock found at the crime scene. It had been damaged in the blast, with the time frozen at 9:30. Mian found herself facing a formidable dilemma. She seemed unable to ascertain the precise time of the victim's death. She and Chen Shui separated the food from the victim's stomach and placed it in a container. Mian, the food in the victim's stomach is largely undigested, Chen Shui analyzed. We discovered unfinished green cake and coffee. Based on the degree of digestion, the victim must have been murdered within an hour after breakfast. The intense heat had scorched the victim's body, rendering it impossible for them to determine the time of death based on body temperature and rigor mortis. Fortunately, since the victim had eaten shortly before death, they could infer the time of death from the digestion of the food in his stomach. According to the wound patterns on the body, I surmise that the victim died at least 3 hours prior to the fire, specifically before 6:30 a.m., possibly even earlier. However, the analysis of the stomach contents suggests the time of death should be between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, Chen Shui carefully noted. The 2 methods of estimating the time of death yield inconsistent results. Could the high temperatures and the shock of the explosion have altered the body's condition, leading to an erroneous conclusion? Chen Shui posited. Such scenarios are rather unusual, and misjudgments are entirely plausible. Mian furrowed her brow. Had she truly erred in her assessment? Chen Shui continued. If the victim died between 8:30 and 9 o'clock on the day of the incident, that aligns with the eyewitness testimonies, who indeed may have seen the victim alive around that time at it, is highly probable that the murderer first killed the victim at the crime scene and subsequently set the body ablaze to destroy evidence. Why, then, would the perpetrator devise an ignition device for remote activation? Typically, such devices are constructed to fabricate an alibi. Mian deemed Chen Shui's reasoning somewhat flawed. She gazed at the glutinous heap of green food, her brow furrowing. Even after death, food in the stomach continues to digest. Inferring the time of death based on the degree of digestion, while not precisely accurate, should not yield such a significant discrepancy. What could have hindered the victim's gastric digestion? In fact, Mian harbored a hypothesis. However, regrettably, there was no evidence to substantiate her theory. Fang Rui and his team reviewed the surveillance footage from the fire scene and soon identified a suspicious individual. The victim's apprentice, Lu Jiala. Lu Jiala, aged 31, had frequently clashed with the victim, even landing them both in the police station due to their brawls. Surveillance footage from the villa area revealed that over the past fortnight, Lu Jiala had repeatedly followed Yi Ziming in a vehicle, displaying furtive behavior. However, in the last week, the surveillance at the community entrance had failed to capture Lu Jiala entering the villa. A neighbor of the victim had witnessed Lu Jiala climbing through a window to enter Yi Ziming's house and reported it to the police. The authorities initially considered filing a case, but Yi Ziming vouched for Lu Jiala, claiming he had permitted him entry, explaining that the window incident was merely due to Lu Jiala forgetting his keys. Ultimately, the police rescinded any administrative penalties against Lu Jiala. Staff members at Yi Ziming's studio noted that the relationship between Yi Ziming and Lu Jiala was peculiar. Lu Jiala often quarreled unilaterally with Yi Ziming, yet Yi Ziming consistently responded with patience, even financially supporting Lu Jiala on several occasions. Fang Rui suddenly recalled the engraving on the couple's ring. ML. Lu Jiala's name could also be abbreviated to L. Yet Lu Jiala had disappeared. Lu Jiala resided in a dilapidated low-rent apartment in an urban village, occupying the top floor with an artistic friend. His roommate, an art student, made a living by selling portraits on the street. Lu Jiala sold sculptures beside his stall, and through their interactions, they became acquainted. After Lu Jiala severed ties with Yi Ziming, he took refuge with his roommate. Lu Jiala's roommate, sporting a head of rainbow-colored hair and a disheveled appearance, exhibited a nervous demeanor upon seeing the police. "Officer, has Jiala done something wrong? He is a good person. He would never commit a crime." The room contained several of Lu Jiala's belongings, mostly paints and finished sculptures. Although Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang were not art connoisseurs, they could discern that Lu Jiala's work possessed a distinct artistic quality, with abstract forms and colors that conveyed a harmonious beauty. On Lu Jiala's bed lay a self-portrait. He had an unremarkable appearance but emanated a unique sense of artistic despondency, lending him an air of melancholic charm. "When was the last time you saw Lu Jiala?" "Last Thursday." Jiala returned home in a sudden panic that day. He told me he was going to stay with his cousin out of town. He hurriedly packed a few clothes and left with his backpack. He hasn't returned since, and I can't reach him by phone. The fire occurred on June 12th, and last Thursday was June 8th. Indicating that Lu Jiala had been missing prior to the fire. "Do you know your cousin's address?" "No. I suspect he doesn't even have a cousin. Jiala grew up in a single-parent household with few relatives. I only heard him mention his mother." "Do you have any contact information for his mother?" "No, she passed away 7 years ago while he was in college. After that, he lost motivation, abandoned his studies, and pursued art instead." Fang Rui inquired, "Do you know Lu Jiala's master?" "Are you referring to the renowned sculptor Yi Ziming? I've met him a few times. He is quite a decent person. Every time he sees Lu Jiala, he gives him money and has repeatedly urged him to return to the studio. But Jiala always declined, claiming he disliked the oppressive atmosphere of the studio and preferred a more liberated creative environment. Lu Jiala had few friends and no relatives in Jiangzhou, leaving the police at a loss to locate him. Surveillance near the rental property showed Lu Jiala carrying a black backpack, appearing anxious and frequently glancing around before disappearing from the camera's view. Based on his ID number, there were no ticket purchases recorded for buses, trains, or flights, though it could not be ruled out that he left Jiangzhou in a private vehicle. Chapter 26. The Enigma of Dismemberment. A substitute. Fang Rui and Xiaozhang returned to the police station to inquire about the dispute between Lu Jiala and Yi Ziming. Lu Jiala had assaulted Yi Ziming, resulting in the latter suffering a fractured left leg during the scuffle. Initially, we intended to place Lu Jiala under criminal detention, but Yi Ziming claimed he had fallen by accident and chose not to hold Lu Jiala accountable, leading to a reconciliation between the two. Fang Rui inquired, what prompted Lu Jiala to strike Yi Ziming? It seemed to be a matter of money. Lu Jiala alleged that Yi Ziming had promised him 5 million, yet he had not received it, and in his desperation for funds, resorted to coercive measures. Fang Rui then requested the police records from that day. Upon exiting the station, Xiaozhang expressed his confusion. It is said that Yi Ziming possesses assets worth over 100 million and even owns a luxurious villa. Could it be that he is unable to produce 5 million? Fang Rui shared his bewilderment. Moreover, why would he owe Lu Jiala anything? He appears to be quite fearful of Lu Jiala. Xiaozhang, investigate Yi Ziming's transfer records, he instructed. To their astonishment, Yi Ziming was not as affluent as rumored. On the contrary, he was deeply in debt. While he had once owned 2 commercial properties and a villa, all of these had been mortgaged 6 months prior. Even so, he still owed the bank over 10 million in loans. Xiaozhang suddenly understood. No wonder Lin Lan mentioned he was planning to go abroad recently. Could it be that he intends to flee from his debts? Boss, do you think the one who might be dead is not Yi Ziming, but someone else? Fang Rui too felt a jolt of shock. Why Yi Ziming was an artist? Even if he spent lavishly, it seemed implausible that he could amass such a significant debt. The bank personnel assisted in examining Yi Ziming's transaction history, revealing multiple substantial transfers to overseas accounts, which had since been closed. Could it be that Yi Ziming has fallen victim to a telecom scam? Or perhaps he has been gambling. Otherwise, such large transfers would be inexplicable, Fang Rui pondered. He then tasked Xiaozhang with investigating Yi Ziming's insurance purchases. Indeed, boss, you are correct. Yi Ziming has indeed taken out insurance. 6 months ago, he acquired 3 accident insurance policies, all with substantial payouts. 1 policy names Lin Lan as the beneficiary, while the other 2 list Yi Ziming. He even insured his villa, with Yi Ziming as the beneficiary as well. Xiaozhang couldn't help but exclaim, boss, were it not for the DNA test confirming that the deceased is indeed Yi Ziming, I would suspect he faked his death to commit insurance fraud. Initially believing this to be a case of passion-driven murder, Fang Rui now found himself doubting. Was the deceased truly Yi Ziming? Mian had been working overtime for several consecutive days. Upon entering the autopsy room, Fang Rui discovered Mian had disordered the body parts, as if engaged in a puzzle. Attempting to reassemble them, Mian appeared agitated, disliking her current state of unresolved issues. Forensic Dr. Mu, do you have any other means to ascertain the identity of the deceased? Fang Rui's inquiry snapped Mian back to reality. The testimonies from the neighbors of the deceased, along with statements from his sister and recorded phone conversations. However, I also trust your autopsy conclusions. The 2 pieces of evidence contradict each other, leading me to question whether the deceased is indeed Yi Ziming. Mian was taken aback. You believe me? Of course, Fang Rui replied. Feeling less agitated, Mian acknowledged the challenge in proving the deceased's identity. The fire had obliterated his external features, and the only dental records that could have identified him had been erased. The deceased had an apprentice named Lu Jiala, who was now missing. Even begin to suspect that the body at the fire scene might be Lu Jiala, she mused. Fang Rui produced a photograph and handed it to Mian. It depicted Lu Jiala and Yi Ziming together. While their facial features differed, their heights and builds were strikingly similar. Moreover, Lu Jiala had grown up in a single-parent household, hailing from the same remote county as Yi Ziming and his sister. He could very well be the illegitimate son of Yi Ziming's father, as Lin Lan had previously suggested. The face of the body at the fire scene had been severely charred, and had it not been for the DNA test confirming a blood relation to Yi Ziling, Fang Rui would have suspected that the body belonged to the missing Lu Jiala. Mian, do you have any other methods to ascertain whether the deceased is Yi Ziming? Yi Ziming is heavily in debt and has taken out several insurance policies. We cannot dismiss the possibility of him faking his death for insurance money. Although the DNA samples extracted from Yi Ziling and Lin Lan matched the deceased's DNA, if the murderer had indeed devised a plan for faking his death, he could have easily replaced the DNA samples. I will do my utmost, Mian assured him. As she neared completion in reassembling the body, Mian positioned the deceased's left calf and was about to insert the fragmented soft tissue when she noticed a surgical scar on the deceased's knee. Upon incision, she discovered a titanium bone screw within the joint. Fang Rui, I have a way to prove whether this person is indeed Yi Ziming, Mian declared, her excitement evident as she fixated on the screw. Fang Rui followed her gaze, observing the metallic object, which appeared to have been used to secure a fractured joint. What is this? Mian carefully extracted the screw and placed it into an evidence bag. Fang Rui, we must go to the hospital. Which hospital? I'm not sure. We'll need to check them one by one. Quickly organizing the autopsy room, Mian pushed the body back into the cold storage. Upon exiting the municipal bureau, the night was shrouded in darkness, with scarcely a star in sight, and the once bustling city was now reduced to a few scattered lights. When Fang Rui parked at their residential complex, Mian was taken aback. Aren't we heading to the hospital? Doctors need to sleep, Fang Rui replied. But good night. Although the answer was within reach, it would have to wait until the morrow to be unveiled. Mian found it incomprehensible how Fang Rui could find rest, for she could not close her eyes, remaining awake throughout the night, only to wait at Fang Rui's door early the next morning. As Fang Rui opened the door, he was greeted by Mian, who sported dark circles under her eyes, her short hair disheveled, presenting a rather unkempt appearance, yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Fang Rui, let us set off. Mian's original strategy was to inquire at each hospital in turn. However, Fang Rui recalled that the altercation between Lu Jiala and Yi Ziming had escalated to the police station due to Yi Ziming's leg injury. Thus, he opted to head directly to the first affiliated hospital. This is a titanium bone screw. Based on the serial number, it should have originated from our hospital. You should inquire at the orthopedic department. Mian promptly sought out the head of the orthopedic department. This type of titanium screw is used to stabilize bones after fractures. This particular one is from our hospital and bears our specific coding. Is it possible to trace the user of this titanium screw through the coding? Absolutely. The on-duty nurse quickly assisted in retrieving the medical records of the user. Chapter 27. The Mystery of the Dismembered Corpse. The green cake beneath the blazing sun, Mian languidly occupied the passenger seat. She had perused that medical file countless times, yet the glaring 3 characters remained unchanged. Yi Ziming. To their astonishment, the deceased was indeed Yi Ziming. Nevertheless, it was a relief to have eliminated one erroneous possibility. Since the victim was Yi Ziming, the missing Lu Jiala became increasingly suspect. Locating Lu Jiala might yield further clues to that moment. Fang Rui received a phone call. Boss, we have located Lu Jiala. His mobile payment app indicates that he made a purchase at a convenience store in Dongqing District. The store's surveillance captured footage of a male who bears a striking resemblance to him. Have you managed to find him? Not yet. Nearby cameras recorded him, but the surveillance here is sparse, and he vanished into a blind spot. We are currently tracking his whereabouts. The search for Lu Jiala proved to be quite challenging. Dongqing was an old district, surrounded by urban villages filled with numerous illegally converted rental units. It was difficult to ascertain Lu Jiala's location in such a complex environment. After work, Fang Rui took the initiative to wait for Mian to return home. He realized that since Mian had moved next door, he had unwittingly assumed the role of her chauffeur, while Mian comfortably indulged in this arrangement. Fang Rui, I want to buy a cake. Weren't you avoiding sweets? I'm not entirely certain. In truth, Mian was not well versed in Shenxin's private life, or perhaps she simply did not care. Since the tragic accident that claimed her adoptive parents' lives, Shenxian had become exceedingly busy, managing her own career, dealing with her adoptive parents' estate, and taking care of Mian's daily needs. Consequently, their time together had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, Mian felt certain that her sister did not have a boyfriend. Otherwise, she would have surely confided in her. Does she not take you to meet her friends? She has many friends, both male and female, who often bring me gifts. However, I find them uninteresting. I usually just focus on eating. Shenxian's friends were always kind to Mian, yet she disliked their pitying gazes, as if they were affirming that she was not a normal person. She harbored no need for their sympathy or compassion. Has your sister ever mentioned whom she likes? Yes, her favorite psychologist is Piaget, and her favorite author is Camus. Mian found it peculiar that Fang Rui suddenly expressed interest in her sister. Did he perhaps harbor feelings for Shenxian? Fang Rui, do you like my sister? Mian's tone carried a hint of excitement. If Fang Rui were to marry her sister, then when Fang Rui passed away, she could request that her sister donate his remains to her. Surely, her sister would not refuse. Fang Rui quickly clarified, I do not like your sister. Mian's expression dimmed slightly. Are you sure you don't want to like her? She's remarkable, kind, and quite wealthy. I am afraid I cannot develop feelings for her. Fang Rui felt a strange tightness in his chest, a bit suffocated. I was merely inquiring for Lin Sin. He has feelings for your sister. But I don't want Consultant Lin's remains. He cannot even read minds. His brain holds no research value. Fang Rui chuckled suddenly, nearly forgetting that Mian was an autistic individual. He drove Mian to the nearest cake shop. Upon entering, he realized that this establishment was owned by Lin Lan. Lin Lan paused momentarily upon seeing Fang Rui and Mian, but quickly regained her composure. Officer Fang, is there anything else you need to ask me? I would like to order a beautiful cake, Mian stated. Lin Lan shot a teasing glance at Fang Rui. Officer Fang, is this your girlfriend? She's quite adorable. Fang Rui wished to clarify, but Mian interjected, please do not call me adorable. That term is reserved for small animals and children. After Mian had emphasized her point, she sought to clarify that she was not Fang Rui's girlfriend but was interrupted by Lin Lan's comment. Officer Fang, your girlfriend possesses quite the sense of humor. Humor. No one had ever described her in that manner. Mian was quite fond of the term, as humorous individuals often garnered more popularity. Thank you for the compliment. Lin Lan sighed, such a handsome man as Officer Fang. Yet he has chosen a rather silly girlfriend. This shop specialized in custom wedding cakes, known for their exquisite designs, albeit mediocre flavors. The display case showcased a myriad of beautifully crafted pastries. To the left stood a special exhibit, with a sign declaring Thursday Specials, featuring a stunning green velvet cake adorned with chocolate chips and powdered sugar. Mian gazed at it for an extended period before inquiring, is this cake flavored with matcha? She detected a herbal aroma wafting from the cake. Not quite. This green hue is quite unique. It is not dyed with food coloring. I used the juice of pandan leaves for the coloring. Hence this cake possesses a distinct botanical fragrance. Did you design this yourself? It is quite special. Mian seemed enamored with the color. Indeed. Many cakes here are my own creations. Not only are they visually appealing, but they also taste delightful. Receiving affirmation from customers made Lin Lan feel elated. She cut a small piece and offered it to Mian. Here, have a complimentary taste. Could you please pack it for me? Mian was not particularly interested in the flavor. She was merely captivated by the green hue. Lin Lan regarded Mian with a quizzical expression before wrapping the piece of cake. Make sure to consume it the same day. This type of cake does not fare well overnight. Is this cake only available on Thursdays? Indeed. Our shop features a special cake each day, but this velvet cake is exclusively available on Thursdays. Mian seemed entirely entranced by the green cake, showing little interest in the other pastries. Mian, you cannot gift your sister a green cake. Fang Rui could not help but remind her. I know. Mian's eyes reflected a hint of regret. She found the green rather beautiful. Continuing her meticulous selection of cake designs, Mian was quite serious in her choices. Meanwhile, Fang Rui took the opportunity to inquire about Yi Ziming. Miss Lin, are you familiar with Yi Ziming's financial situation? Not particularly. The Yi siblings are as cautious as if guarding against thieves. He has never disclosed his earnings to me. However, he hasn't been making much in recent years. His well-known works are from the past, and he hasn't produced anything significant in the last year, so he likely has little income. Did he have a history of gambling? Gambling? Not to my knowledge. He had no vices while we were together, but I cannot speak for him after our breakup. However, it is curious. Not long ago, Ziming asked if he could borrow money from me. At that time, I was planning to open a branch, so I declined. Fang Rui pressed on. Do you know Lu Jiala? Of course. Jiala is Ziming's apprentice. They shared a close bond. Jiala was once Ziling's boyfriend, but they broke up later. Subsequently, Jiala's relationship with Ziming also soured, likely due to creative differences. Ziming has a rather short temper and can be quite ruthless in his dealings, which often leads to offending others. Mentioning Lu Jiala softened Lin Lan's expression. Jiala was a talented artist with the potential to surpass Ziming in the future. However, Ziming had been excessively harsh on him, undermining his confidence. This might have been a primary reason for their fallout. After a lengthy deliberation, Mian finally selected a cake themed around roses and the little prince. Lin Lan inquired, Miss Mu, when would you like to pick up the cake? Sunday morning. I'm afraid our shop is closed on Sunday mornings. I have church services to attend. Would you be able to come on Saturday evening? I will wait for you, no matter how late it is. Then Saturday it is. Thank you very much for your understanding. Please keep this receipt. Remember to bring it when you come to collect the cake. Lin Lan wrote out the receipt and handed it to Mian. As Mian accepted the receipt, she noticed several books on Lin Lan's desk. Judging by the titles on the spines, most were detective novels, and the topmost book was the Bible, its gilded title somewhat worn, indicating it had been perused many times. Suddenly, Mian recalled the code from the small piece of paper. Unrecorded 18:9. Lin Lan seemed to sense Mian's gaze and instinctively placed the receipt book atop the Bible, obscuring the title. Mian inquired, May I take a look at that book? I wish to inscribe a blessing from the Bible on the cake, but I have forgotten the exact phrase I intended to use. Chapter 28. The Mystery of the Dismembered Corpse. Secrets of the Note. Lin Lan hesitated for a moment before handing the book to Mian. Do you also believe in God? Mian did not respond to her inquiry. She quickly flipped through the pages of the book and landed on one. Casting a swift glance at it, that page was intact. Never mind. I'll return the book to you. I no longer wish to inscribe anything on the cake. Mian returned the book to Lin Lan and departed the cake shop, leaving Lin Lan in a state of confusion. Once in the car, Mian addressed Fang Rui. Fang Rui, I have deciphered the meaning behind the words on that little slip of paper. Are you referring to the note found in the deceased's hand? Indeed. That string of words appears to be incomplete. The complete reference should be Leviticus 18:9. Leviticus is one of the books of the Bible, and 18:9 corresponds to chapter 18, verse 9. Mian recited the passage. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister. Fang Rui and Mian promptly drove to locate Yi Ziling. Given Yi Ziling's fragile mental state, the police had assigned a female officer to provide her with close protection, while Yi Ziling resided in an upscale community in the city center. The apartment was registered under Yi Ziming's name and was beautifully decorated. Captain Fang, you are looking for Yi Ziling? The female officer expressed mild surprise upon seeing Fang Rui. Yes. Upon seeing Fang Rui, Yi Ziling rushed over, visibly agitated. Officer Fang, have you found the murderer who killed my brother? However, upon turning her head and spotting Mian, her expression instantly shifted to one of hostility. You stay away. I do not wish to see you. Mian, in contrast, smiled at her, perceiving Yi Ziling as a kindred spirit sharing a fascination for the macabre. Miss Yi, what is your relationship with Lu Jiala? Fang Rui inquired. Jiala is my brother's apprentice. They have known each other for many years and were once quite close. Since we are all orphans, my brother and I regard him as family. But Lu Jiala has recently had several conflicts with your brother. What is the reason for this? Yi Ziling's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly masked it. Because Lu Jiala has changed, he has made some new friends outside, and his creative vision no longer aligns with my brother's. He insists on leaving my brother's studio. However, my brother believes that Jiala is family and should not be allowed to associate with those people, lest he goes astray. Is that the only reason? That is primarily the reason. Was Lu Jiala your ex-boyfriend? Of course not. Jiala and I are merely friends. He is the most talented student in my brother's studio, and I often visit. We became acquainted that way. He once confessed his feelings to me, but I do not like him. I had someone else I fancied at that time. Fang Rui scrutinized her and asked, the person you liked, is it your brother? My brother is my family. Is it not natural for me to love him? Yi Ziling awkwardly brushed her hair back, her expression becoming somewhat self-conscious. Mian, observing her fidgeting fingers, directly inquired, did you engage in a sexual relationship with him? Yi Ziling's face flushed crimson in an instant. She trembled with rage, pointing at Mian and furiously retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I have a sexual relationship with my brother? You are slandering me. Mian grasped Yi Ziling's hand and pointed at her finger. What is this mark? There were irregular imprints on Yi Ziling's middle finger left by a ring. What business is it of yours? This is my private matter. Yi Ziling quickly withdrew her hand. Is it not true that you once wore a ring here? From this mark, we can deduce that the ring had an irregular shape. With such a distinctive impression, we can easily reconstruct the shape of the ring. Yi Ziling's complexion changed subtly. Fang Rui remarked, your brother also wore a ring, inscribed with ML. It must be the initials of your names, correct? Yi Ziling's face turned a furious shade of red. Be quiet. You are speaking nonsense. My brother and I are completely innocent. I could produce that ring for comparison, and we would know the truth. You? Yi Ziling suddenly covered her face and burst into tears. I just love my brother so much. Is that a crime? Why can't I love my brother? Mian and Fang Rui exchanged glances. If there were indeed an inappropriate relationship between the Yi siblings, I love my brother. He is so exceptional. He belongs to me alone. I will not allow him to be kind to anyone else. He has promised me he will no longer be with anyone else. He will only be with me. Through Yi Ziling's illogical narrative, they gleaned the complex story of the Yi siblings. Originally, their bond was that of brother and sister, but as Yi Ziling grew increasingly dependent on Yi Ziming, she began to develop feelings that should not exist. Later, after Yi Ziming's breakup with Lin Lan, Yi Ziling seized the opportunity to engage in an illicit relationship with her brother. Subsequently, under Yi Ziling's persistent obsession, they maintained a twisted relationship until her brother's demise. After departing from Yi Ziling's residence, Mian reflected, Lin Lan is a devout believer. According to biblical teachings, incestuous relationships are grave sins, and the purifying flames can cleanse the world's transgressions. This could very well serve as Lin Lan's motive for murder. However, Lin Lan does not have an alibi. That morning, she was involved in a car accident and was cooperating with the police investigation until she received a call from Yi Ziming, at which point she left the vehicle administration office. Moreover, the surveillance cameras at the entrance of the villa community did not capture her. Initially, Fang Rui had harbored suspicions towards Lin Lan, but her alibi was solid. She had been making a routine of visiting her shop and home, and the surveillance footage from the past few days had not recorded her presence. Mian fell silent. This once again raised the question of how to ascertain the precise time of death of the deceased. Lu Jiala had harbored feelings for Yi Ziling. If he discovered her inappropriate relationship with her brother, he might have had a motive for murder. Based on our prior investigations, Lu Jiala and Yi Ziming had engaged in multiple arguments, likely due to this very matter. Lu Jiala could have even leveraged this issue to extort money from Yi Ziming. Their relationship is indeed intricate. Mian struggled to comprehend such convoluted emotions. However, she found herself equally perplexed by simpler feelings. Chapter 29. The Mystery of the Dismembered Corpse. Victim and perpetrator. The following day, Mian carried the small green cake to work. Chen Shui, upon noticing the cake in Mian's hand, expressed her surprise. Mian, that cake is exquisite. Is it for me? Mian paused for a moment, quickly concealing the cake behind her back, and offered a slightly apologetic smile. Chen Shui, I'm sorry, but it's not for you. If you like it, I can buy you one next time. Oh, I see. Did Fang Rui buy this cake for you? No wonder you cherish it so much. Chen Shui teased, leaning closer. Chen Shui was perplexed. Mian found Chen Shui's words quite strange. She struggled to grasp the meaning behind each sentence. Mian clarified. It wasn't Fang Rui who bought it. It was a gift from the cake shop owner. However, it was Fang Rui who took me to the cake shop. Mian, many people have been gossiping lately. They say you and Fang Rui are together. I've noticed you two are always glued together. Could it be true? Chen Shui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Having observed closely, Chen Shui realized that Mian's gaze seldom lingered on living beings. She displayed little interest in most matters. Yet, whenever Fang Rui appeared, her eyes would zero in on him with remarkable precision, akin to a radar. After some contemplation, Chen Shui concluded she had inadvertently shipped a couple. The interaction between Mian and Fang Rui was indeed captivating. Often, only Fang Rui seemed capable of deciphering Mian's thought processes. There existed a peculiar understanding between them, and Fang Rui exhibited remarkable patience towards Mian. Previously, there had been policewomen who pursued Fang Rui, yet he had remained aloof. In contrast, he was ever accommodating to Mian. Mian nodded. Together? Yes, we have recently entered into a relationship. Ah, I was right. You really do have something going on with Fang Rui. Chen Shui, your guess is incorrect. I have no romantic entanglement with Fang. I often spend time with you, too, Mian responded while unboxing the cake, taking a small piece to place in a glass container. Chen Shui suddenly realized that Mian seemed to misunderstand her intent. Mian, don't you have feelings for Fang Rui? Mian turned to Chen Shui. Your question is too ambiguous. It requires a more specific description. I should like Fang Rui. I desire to possess his remains. His remains? What on earth do you want with his remains? Chen Shui was left astounded. So, was Mian gazing at Fang Rui with such brightness in her eyes that Chen Shui felt a tinge of sympathy for Fang Rui in that moment? I intend to conduct research. Previously, I planned to slice Fang Rui's brain for preservation, discarding the remaining tissues, keeping only the skeleton. However, I have since changed my mind. I wish to immerse him in formalin so that his remains do not decompose, allowing me to behold him every day. You wouldn't have disclosed your plans to Fang Rui, would you? Of course not. I fear he might misconstrue me as a pervert. Quite self-aware. Chen Shui remarked, your emotional intelligence is commendable. Do you know of any method to persuade Fang Rui to willingly donate his remains to me? It must be through legitimate means. I have implored him numerous times, yet he has always declined. I have hinted at it verbally, but to no avail. Did he merely refuse? Didn't he physically confront you? Chen Shui was taken aback that Mian had indeed broached the subject of coveting Fang Rui's remains, and had done so multiple times. Mian's expression turned somewhat despondent. He forbade me from mentioning it again. Have you ever considered marrying Fang Rui? Then, after his demise, wouldn't his remains rightfully belong to you? Upon uttering this, Chen Shui regretted her words. Perhaps she had been infected by Mian's peculiar mindset. Otherwise, how could she suggest such a morbid idea? Even more unnerving was Mian's response. Chen Shui, I have pondered that method, but I cannot marry. Why not? Mian refrained from answering that question. Then you could try to enhance your appeal in front of Fang Rui. Perhaps he would be more inclined to donate his remains to you. Chen Shui swiftly changed the subject, offering a fresh suggestion. She had just started shipping the couple. How could it end in tragedy? Do you know how to enhance my appeal? Chen Shui chuckled mischievously and forwarded numerous documents to her. I believe these novels would suit you perfectly. You should study them thoroughly. Mian felt that Chen Shui might not be entirely reliable, yet she still agreed to review the documents when she had time. Fang Rui and his team spent a considerable amount of time finally pinpointing Lu Jiala's general location. He had rented a place in a village within the Dongqing district. Just as Fang Rui was about to retrieve Lu Jiala for questioning, he received a phone call. Captain Fang, it's bad. Someone is trying to kill Yi Ziling. The assailant has been subdued, but it seems he has some mental issues. Upon arriving, Fang Rui saw the female officer assigned to protect Yi Ziling had been slashed with a knife, her right hand drenched in crimson. Yi Ziling appeared uninjured, though she seemed quite shaken. The assailant was being restrained by several concerned citizens. Yi Ziling, pay me back. Your brother swindled my money. You must help him repay it. If you don't, I'll kill you. The perpetrator continued to struggle, his gaze fixed menacingly on Yi Ziling as if poised to lunge at her at any moment. Xiao Zhang exclaimed, Boss, IST that Lu Jiala? Lu Jiala resembled a vagrant, with unkempt hair and a beard. Looking disheveled and in tatters, his eyes sunken, and his overall demeanor quite dismal. Fang Rui brought them all back to the precinct. Yi Ziling was on the verge of collapse, weeping, I don't understand why Lu Jiala wants to kill me. We have no conflict. We used to get along well, and my brother treated him so well. How could he possibly deceive him? According to our investigation, it seems your brother is in significant debt. Do you know why he owes money? Yi Ziling vehemently denied. Impossible. My brother can't be in debt. Yet her tone lacked conviction. Fang Rui proceeded to take Lu Jiala's statement. Lu Jiala had calmed down somewhat. Officer, I didn't want to kill Yi Ziling. I merely intended to frighten her into returning my money. After her brother died, his money became hers, so she should repay me. We haven't disclosed our findings yet. How are you so certain that the deceased at the fire scene was him? Lu Jiala hesitated before responding. Initially, he managed to keep afloat by selling his works, but later, when he couldn't sell anything, he turned to me. He claimed that if I gave him my money, he would arrange for Ziling to marry me. But he deceived me. Not only did he fail to repay me, but he also instructed Ziling to ignore me. Then why did you go into hiding? Lu Jiala feigned innocence. Hiding? I haven't. Why? I could only rent a place in the village and continue my creative work. I've been working on a project that I can enter into a competition. Given that, why didn't you focus on your work? What prompted you to suddenly attack Yi Ziling? I saw in the news that Yi Ziling had taken out accident insurance, so Yi Ziling would receive a substantial compensation. I approached her for repayment, but she turned her back on me, accusing me of slandering her brother. In a fit of rage, I stabbed her, not anticipating I would harm someone else. Fang Rui inquired. When you demanded compensation from her, why were you carrying a knife? Lu Jiala fell silent. Is Yi Ziling your girlfriend? No, I've been pursuing her, but she hasn't accepted my confession. She said she would only be with me once I became famous. Later, I discovered she had been deceiving me all along. She could never truly like me. Because she likes her brother? Lu Jiala's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Did you attack Yi Ziling in public because you couldn't come to terms with this fact? Absolutely not. I only wanted money. Lu Jiala's fingers nervously stroked the cross hanging from his neck, his demeanor betraying his anxiety as his hands trembled slightly. On the day of the fire, June 12th, where were you? Chapter 30. The cloud of dismemberment. Surveillance evidence. Officer, do you suspect that I murdered Yi Ziling? Lu Jiala exclaimed, his emotions surging. If I wanted him dead, wouldn't I have done it long ago? Why would I set fire to a house? Why do you doubt me? I am an innocent man. Fang Rui interrupted him. Innocent? Just moments ago, you attempted to kill Yi Ziling. Lu Jiala faltered, but quickly regained his composure. That day, I was at the city library seeking inspiration. I was there from 7 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, even eating my lunch of bread inside. You can check the surveillance. The killer is certainly not me. Fang Rui ordered the retrieval of the library surveillance footage. Perhaps by coincidence, Lu Jiala's reading spot was directly in front of the camera, capturing his every action with clarity. At 7:05 a.m., Lu Jiala entered the library, selected several art books, and then sat down to read. He appeared deeply engrossed, only leaving his seat briefly to use the restroom. When Lu Jiala saw Fang Rui and Officer Zhang re-enter, he displayed a smug smile. "Officer, have you proven my innocence? Can I go back now? I have some finishing touches to complete on my sculpture. I need to return as soon as possible." Officer Zhang felt a twinge of annoyance at Lu Jiala's self-satisfied grin, but indeed, they had no evidence linking him to the case of Yi Ziming. Fang Rui cast him a cold glance. "I'm afraid you cannot leave just yet. You can't be serious. You aren't attempting to frame me, are you? This is a society governed by law. You cannot detain me without cause. Indeed, this is a society governed by law, and assaulting an officer is a crime. We must detain you for now, pending the hospital's injury report. Then we shall decide whether to press charges." Lu Jiala's previously triumphant smile instantly faded. Once outside the interrogation room, Officer Zhang remarked, "Captain, I believe Lu Jiala is the murderer. Just look at that smug smile. He might as well have confessed." And the library footage was perfectly positioned, as if he intended to create an alibi for himself. Fang Rui, however, found Lu Jiala's sudden attack on Yi Ziming odd. Even if he were desperate for money, there seemed no need for such an extreme approach. Returning to his office, Fang Rui discovered Mian seated at his desk, awaiting his arrival. "Fang Rui, I declare that green is now my lucky color." Her tone was exuberant, her face brimming with excitement. "You should ask me why." Fang Rui obligingly inquired, "Why?" "I've reached a conclusion, not particularly rigorous, but I believe it can aid in your investigation," Mian said, producing a report and handing it to Fang Rui. The deceased likely died on a Thursday. Fang Rui recalled Mian's keen interest in the green cake. The sign beside that cake had read, "Thursday Special." "Is it because of that green cake?" he asked. "Precisely. We discovered undigested pieces of the green cake in the deceased's stomach. At the time, I thought the color was quite unique, not resembling matcha or artificially dyed. However, I could not pinpoint its distinctiveness until I saw that green velvet cake at Linland's shop. I've compared the ingredients, and they are identical." The fire occurred on June 12th, a Monday. That cake is only sold on Thursdays, which means the deceased could not have eaten it on the day of the fire. Mian continued to elaborate, "Thus, I reasonably suspect that the true time of death was likely the previous Thursday, June 8th. Fang Rui suddenly recalled that June 8th was also the day Lu Jiala went missing. "Of course, this reasoning is not rigorous, so I am only sharing it with you. If the time of death is indeed pushed back, then many alibis would be invalidated," Fang Rui noted. "Mian, you are quite biased, keeping findings to yourself and only sharing them with the captain," Officer Zhang interjected unexpectedly. Mian was taken aback. When had Officer Zhang appeared? "I came in when you uttered the first word," he replied. Officer Zhang analyzed. "According to your reasoning, the deceased must have been dead for several days by now. The body should be decomposed. Shouldn't he that have been discovered immediately during the autopsy? Indeed, this leads to another of my less than rigorous conclusions," Mian sighed. "I suspect the murderer, then, the fire was used to destroy the body's external features, confusing the forensic examination. When the explosion occurred, the body would have been in a frozen state. This is why I felt the corpse resembled a fragile sculpture." Mian felt her analysis was sound, yet lacked tangible evidence to support her deductions. Unfortunately, during her dissection of the body, the remains had already been frozen once in the cold storage. Mian recalled Yi Ziming, blaming her for delaying the process by meddling with the corpse. Officer Zhang, astonished, remarked, "This murderer is exceptionally clever. However, he soon detected another inconsistency. But how do we explain that several individuals received phone calls from Yiziming? The tech department has analyzed the recordings. They are not synthesized, but genuine human voices. Fang Rui instructed Officer Zhang, check the electricity usage at Yiziming's residence. See if there have been any fluctuations recently. Understood. The investigation results emerged swiftly. Yiziming's electricity consumption spiked unusually on June 8th and remained elevated in the following days. Fang Rui recalled discovering a freezer at the explosion site, used to expedite the setting of plaster molds. This indirectly corroborated Mian's theory. Yiziming was likely murdered on June 8th, with the perpetrator orchestrating the fire and explosion on June 12th to obliterate the evidence. Fang Rui accessed the security footage from the villa's guardhouse surrounding June 8th. The video revealed that on that day, Yiziming first drove to Yiziming's residence, followed shortly by Lu Jiala, who arrived in a taxi. Subsequently, Yiziming left, and moments later, a visibly anxious Lu Jiala exited the villa and departed in a taxi. Fang Rui began his questioning with Yiziming. Miss Yi, do you recall what you were doing on June 8th? June 8th? I can't quite remember, I'm busy every day. How can I recall what happens daily? Your troop mentioned you took a leave of absence that day. Can you not remember what you did on your day off? Oh, that day? I took leave to visit my brother. He mentioned he was ill, so I specifically took time off to see him. Did you see Lu Jiala that day? I did. He rushed over to my brother's house. My brother didn't want me interfering, so he asked me to leave. After June 8th, did you see your brother again? Yes, I speak with him on the phone every day. The morning he died, I received a call from him. Did you see him in person, not just over the phone? No, our troupe is about to perform, and I'm busy rehearsing. I haven't had the time to see my brother. He was supposed to take me out for a meal, but I was held back for practice, so we couldn't meet. Had I known he would die, I would have made time to see him, even if it meant missing the performance. Yiziming appeared on the verge of a breakdown. I apologize. I am struggling to control my emotions. Can you give me a moment to compose myself? Fang Rui then interrogated Lu Jiala again. He played the surveillance footage of Lu Jiala hastily leaving Yiziming's villa. Sinister. Lu, do you recall when this occurred? I don't remember. The video is somewhat blurry. Is that me in it? Fang Rui paused the video, freezing the frame on Lu Jiala's panicked face. Does this jog your memory? That day, I did visit Yiziming to pressure him for repayment. He threatened me, claiming he knew many gangsters, and if I harassed him again, he would kill me and feed me to the fish. I was so frightened that I fled. After that, I didn't dare to ask him for money anymore. Officer, do you think it could have been those thugs Yiziming knew who killed him? He owed so much money. Surely many wished him dead. Did you see Yiziming again after that? No, I was too scared to approach him. However, I did call him once. He answered and berated me. After that, I didn't dare to call him again. Chapter 31. The mystery of dismemberment. The breakthrough. Although Lu Jiala's suspicion is considerable, there is currently no direct evidence to prove that he murdered Yiziming. However, Fang Rui discovered that since June 8th, none of them had seen Yiziming, yet several individuals closely associated with him received phone calls from him in unison. It appears that the perpetrator intended to create the illusion that Yiziming was still alive through the call records in the conference room. Fang Rui replayed the recorded phone conversation once more. Yiziming, Lin Lan, are you busy today? Lin Lan, I am currently at the store. What do you need from me? Yiziming, Lin Lan, I will be immigrating abroad in a few days. Can you come to meet me? Lin Lan, isn't it unnecessary? I believe, given our relationship, we do not need to say goodbye. Yiziming, did you not leave something very important at my place last time? I found it for you. Come and collect it. Lin Lan, why not just mail it to me? Yiziming, if you don't come, I will toss it in the trash. Lin Lan, I will come right away. The call was disconnected. Xiao Zhang remarked, the tone sounds quite natural. Yiziming speaks fluently, and this recording does not seem like a splice. Technician Xiao Wang added, Audio analysis indicates that Yi Zimiang's voice is neither artificially synthesized nor pre-recorded. It is indeed a genuine human voice. However, Yi Zimiang was already deceased at this point, so how could he possibly make a call? Can we request to listen again? Mian inquired. Fang Rui replayed the recording for her. At 19 seconds, I heard the sound of a car horn, and at 31 seconds, I heard the voice announcement from a bus, specifically the B31 route, with the stop being Yunjai Station. Xiao Wang stated, "We have isolated the background noise. There is nothing particularly noteworthy." As he spoke, Xiao Wang played the isolated background sound, which was somewhat unclear but aligned closely with what Mian described. Mian continued her analysis. Lin Lan mentioned she was at the store. However, the B31 bus does not pass by her cake shop. Xiao Zhang and the others promptly checked the map on their phones. Lin Lan's shop is located in the North District, while the B31 bus connects the East and West Districts, indeed not passing by Lin Lan's cake shop. Xiao Zhang looked at Mian in astonishment. "Forensic Dr. Mu, do you memorize bus routes in your spare time? Is that even necessary? Can't you simply remember?" Fang Rui inquired. "Do you suspect Lin Lan is lying?" The bus announcement should have originated from Yi Zimiang's end. The individual who forged the recording must have been driving at that time, and their route would coincide with that of the bus. Fang Rui swiftly requested surveillance footage from the vicinity of the Yunjai Station bus stop. After thorough examination, one camera captured Yi Ziling's car. The footage clearly showed Yi Ziling's face. She was holding a phone, seemingly engaged in a call. The surveillance video indicated that it was precisely 9:04 a.m. on June 12th, the same moment Yi Zimiang called Lin Lan. Fang Rui soon discovered that Yi Ziling was a member of the animation club during her university years and was adept at voice acting, capable of mimicking numerous voice actors. This nearly substantiated that the individual who forged the call recording was indeed Yi Ziling. Fang Rui summoned Yi Ziling once more. Confused, she asked, "Captain Fang, have you apprehended my brother's murderer?" Fang Rui handed her a photograph. The image depicted Yi Ziling on the phone. "Miss Yi, does this scene seem familiar to you?" Yi Ziling glanced at it, her expression shifting slightly, yet she feigned composure, stating, "This photo shows me making a call. Is there anything special about it? Don't you all make calls?" "Miss Yi, what were you doing on June 12th, the morning of the fire, at 9:04 a.m.? Yi Ziling adjusted her posture. "How could I remember that in such detail? I only recall that I was driving to my brother's house just before 9 a.m. Did you happen to make a call during your journey?" "Yes. However, we checked your phone records, and you did not make any calls that day. You used your brother's phone card to call Lin Lan, correct?" Yi Ziling vehemently denied. "No. How could I possibly call that wretched person Lin Lan?" "Miss Yi, it would be prudent to confess. We have already gathered evidence of your crime." Yi Ziling covered her face, beginning to sob uncontrollably. "It was Lu Jiala who coerced me. He accidentally killed my brother. He then threatened me to cover up for him. He knew I was skilled at mimicking voices, so he instructed me to call my brother's friends and colleagues, fabricating the illusion that my brother was still alive." Fang Rui, according to the surveillance footage, Lu Jiala left shortly after Yi Ziling, which implies that he likely participated in this crime as well. "Jiala claimed my brother was dead. If I did not assist him, he would end up in prison. Lu Jiala was like another brother to me. I could not refuse to help him. Moreover, Jiala threatened that if I reported to the police, he would leak details of my relationship with my brother to the media, ruining both our reputations. I had no choice but to help him conceal the truth." Yi Ziling wept heart-wrenchingly. Once her emotions had somewhat stabilized, Fang Rui urged her to recount the events surrounding the incident. "That day, my brother said he was ill and asked me to visit him. Not long after I arrived, Lu Jiala came as well. They were discussing matters in my brother's studio on the second floor while I was downstairs washing fruits. Just as I was about to go upstairs, I heard a scream. My brother had been pushed by Lu Jiala, crashing into a sculpture on the table, blood pouring from his head. Then I realized my brother was not breathing. Lu Jiala accidentally killed him. I initially intended to call the police, but Lu Jiala forbade me from doing so. He was panicking at first, but then he suggested we freeze my brother's body and later find a way to dispose of it. He originally planned to dismember the body and hide it in the sculpture, but that posed too great a risk. He later learned that my brother had purchased accidental death insurance for the villa. He then devised a plan to set the villa ablaze, which would both destroy the evidence and allow me to collect a substantial sum in compensation. I am unclear about the rest. He instructed me to use my brother's voice to make calls and perform before the police. He did not disclose any further details. Fang Rui then interrogated Lu Jiala. Initially brimming with confidence, he seemed certain the police would find no evidence. However, when Fang Rui informed him that Yi Ziling had confessed, his expression darkened. Lu Jiala's body tensed, though he feigned nonchalance, sneering, "I am innocent. Do you have any evidence proving I killed him? If not, even if the judge convicts me, I will seek media support to appeal." Fang Rui presented the evidence chain demonstrating Yi Ziling's forgery of Yi Ziming's voice to fabricate the call records. Lu Jiala's eyes reddened, and he shouted, "What have you done to Ziling? Why is she slandering me? Based on the surveillance footage and Yi Ziling's testimony, we can essentially establish your guilt. Are you certain you wish to continue denying it?" Lu Jiala gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Yi Ziming deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Even if God knows of my deeds, he would not deem me guilty." Fang Rui interrupted, "I cannot say how God would judge, but first, please recount your version of the events. Do you know how despicable Yi Ziming is? He is so depraved that he raped his own sister. Do you think he is some kind of artist? He is nothing but trash. All of his works were not his OWNT. First, he relied on Lin Lan. Those famous pieces were completed with her help. Later, he stole my creations. Half a year ago, he became addicted to gambling and lost everything. That day, when I visited his home, he claimed he had no money to repay me, but he could offer Ziling to me in exchange for debt repayment. I was furious and pushed him. He fell to the ground, hitting his head on the edge of the workbench, bleeding profusely, and then he was no longer breathing. Lu Jiala grew increasingly agitated, nearly spitting with fervor across the interrogation table. Fang Rui inquired, "You claim you pushed the deceased, causing his head to strike the workbench, and then he died?" Chapter 32. The Mystery of the Dismembered Corpse. "You are not the murderer." Lu Jiala licked his parched lips and broke into a grin. Yi Ziming got what he deserved. How could such a slight collision lead to his demise otherwise? "Are you certain he collided with the workbench?" Fang Rui reiterated. "Does it matter? I killed him. I confess. Judge me as you will, but cease your incessant questioning." Fang Rui paused the interrogation, exiting the inquiry room to seek out Mian and Mian. "You previously mentioned that the deceased had a pre-mortem injury to his cranium. How was that injury inflicted?" Mian retrieved the autopsy report, flipping to the photograph of the wound. It was a blunt force trauma. Judging by the shape of the wound, the object must have been elliptical. I suspect it was a sculpture. Regrettably, I found no such weapon at the crime scene. Is it possible it was caused by a collision with the edge of the workbench? Unlikely. If it were the edge of the workbench, the wound shape would not present as elliptical. Thank you. Lu Jiala is lying. It is highly probable that Yi Ziling was the true perpetrator, and Lu Jiala is taking the fall for her. Fang Rui patted Mian on the head and departed with the report in hand. Mian blinked, a hint of displeasure creeping in as she reminded Fang Rui, "Patting heads won't lead to growth." Additionally, the deceased yet Fang Rui had already left. Indeed, he was a man of impatient temperament. However, Mian knew that Fang Rui would return to seek her counsel. Upon Fang Rui's return to the inquiry room, Lu Jiala had entered a state of refusal to answer any further questions. Fang Rui's gaze bore into Lu Jiala. "The one who murdered the deceased is not you, but Yi Ziling, am I correct? What does Yi Ziling have to do with this?" "I killed him. I plead guilty. What more do you want?" "Then please reiterate how Yi Ziming met his end." "I told you. I was furious at the time and pushed him. He collided with the workbench and soon after, he died. However, our forensic examination yields a different conclusion." Fang Rui produced the autopsy report, presenting the photograph to Lu Jiala. This wound was evidently caused by a collision with the floor. You do not even know how the deceased died. Are you certain you are the murderer? Lu Jiala immediately retorted. I was in a panic. I made an error in my recollection. Now that I think of it, his head struck the floor with a resounding crack. I was deceiving you earlier. It was indeed a sculpture that caused the injury, Fang Rui countered. You are utterly ignorant of the case's particulars. The true killer is not you. You merely wish to shield Yi Ziling from blame, correct? I am the murderer. I killed him. Am I a fool? How could I possibly take the fall for that wretched woman? I would rather have killed her too. Xiaozhang could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Lu Jiala. To be so subservient in his infatuation was undeniably pitiful. Why Yi Ziling does not harbor feelings for you? She is enamored with her brother. Even if you take the blame for her, she will not reciprocate your affection. Furious, Lu Jiala clenched his fists and lapsed into silence, seemingly convinced that the police could not ascertain whether it was Yi Ziling or himself who had pushed Yi Ziling. Fang Rui remarked, Lu Jiala, your scheme is quite impeccable. Yet do you understand why we have unraveled the truth? It is because of Yi Ziling. She insisted that the deceased was murdered and demanded that we investigate. Lu Jiala's eyes widened in shock as though struck by lightning, rendering him speechless. Why do you think she would do such a thing? Lu Jiala remained silent. If your plan had succeeded, you would both be exonerated, and Yi Ziling would have been at your mercy for the rest of her life. Conversely, if the truth were uncovered, you would willingly take the blame for her. Thus, Yi Ziling would not only evade culpability but also enjoy a life of freedom. Oh, you are mistaken. Ziling would never act so treacherously, Fang Rui continued to press. It appears that Yi Ziling is far more astute than you. Her plan constitutes a perfect crime. Lu Jiala's mental state was on the verge of collapse, yet he still defended Yi Ziling. Ziling did not intend for this. She merely pushed her brother in a moment of frustration, never anticipating the outcome. It was an accident. Then why fabricate a fire and an explosion? That was entirely my idea. We were in a state of panic at the time. Later, we calmed down, yet were blinded by the allure of great profit. Yi Ziling had taken out insurance with Ziling as the beneficiary. However, if the insurance company discovered that Ziling had killed Yi Ziling, she would receive not a single cent of compensation, nor could the debts incurred by Yi Ziling be settled. Our intention in creating the fire was to ensure that Yi Ziling's body would be discovered swiftly, thus prompting the insurance company to provide us with compensation. Lu Jiala elaborated on the events leading to the crime. When Yi Ziling discovered her brother's gambling addiction and the enormous debts he had amassed, she was utterly devastated. She had lashed out at him, and when Yi Ziling attempted to console her, she forcefully pushed him, causing him to lose his balance and collide with a large sculpture on the table. In a state of panic, Yi Ziling fled the villa, only to encounter Lu Jiala, who had come to collect a debt. Noticing her distress, he inquired about the situation. Upon learning that Yi Ziling had inadvertently killed Yi Ziling, Lu Jiala immediately vowed to assist her in resolving the matter. An aficionado of detective novels, Lu Jiala's mind raced with various methods for disposing of the body. Initially, he intended to dismember the corpse and conceal the pieces within a batch of plaster sculptures. He first severed Yi Ziling's genitals with a knife and, in a fit of rage, smashed them with a hammer. However, as he gazed upon the gory wound, fear seized him, and he recoiled from the thought of dismemberment. Yet, he conceived a more ingenious plan. Together with Yi Ziling, he placed Yi Ziling's body in the freezer, setting it to the lowest temperature to prevent decomposition, thereby complicating the forensic examination as to when Yi Ziling had actually died. He instructed Yi Ziling to mimic Yi Ziling's voice, making daily calls to his colleagues and friends to fabricate the illusion that he was still alive. On the fateful night of the incident, this further reinforced the false narrative that Yi Ziling had passed on June 12. He then departed the villa, intentionally selecting a spot in the library that was directly in view of the surveillance cameras, thereby securing an irrefutable alibi. His deliberate absence and concealment served as an additional safeguard. Should the police uncover the truth, he could more effectively shield Yi Ziling from blame. His love for Yi Ziling compelled him to protect her from any harm. On June 12th, he set up the ignition device, deliberately stacking numerous paint cans and turpentine near the workbench, ensuring that when the fire erupted, it could potentially trigger an explosion, further obliterating the body. According to his plan, the firefighters would treat it as a mere fire incident. Even if suspicions arose, the body, having been subjected to flames, would render it challenging for the police to determine whether it had been frozen, let alone ascertain the precise time of death. However, unforeseen circumstances arose. The police investigating the case proved to be astute, meticulously unraveling the threads of the truth. Yi Ziling learned from the policewoman assigned to protect her that the authorities had confirmed Yi Ziling had been murdered and were making significant progress. Yi Ziling relayed this information to him. He promptly devised a scheme to stage a public assault on her, thus diverting the police's attention toward himself. Should the truth come to light, he could justifiably take the blame for Yi Ziling. His plan was flawless, ensuring Yi Ziling's exoneration. Little did he know that the very person he sought to protect would become the architect of his failure. Lu Jiala's countenance turned ashen. He recognized that Yi Ziling did not love him, yet he could not fathom the depths of her malice. Indeed, the two siblings were both demons. Chapter 33. The Cloud of Dismemberment. The third party Yi Ziling quickly confessed to the crime of personally murdering her beloved brother, a deed that tormented her heart. Thus, before Fang Rui and his team could press her further, Yi Ziling recounted the events of the crime in detail. Her account aligned closely with that of Lu Jiala. Suddenly, Fang Rui recalled something and inquired, "Miss Yi, was the small piece of paper found in the deceased's hand placed there by you?" "What piece of paper?" Yi Ziling responded, and Fang Rui sensed that this case still harbored unresolved mysteries. Yet, the others were already reveling in the triumph of solving the case. Xiao Zhang remarked, "This case has finally been resolved. I never anticipated that Yi Ziling's acting skills were so proficient. I was almost deceived by her. Indeed, she wept so sorrowfully while holding her brother's lifeless body. Who would have imagined that she herself was the perpetrator?" Another chimed in, "However, she is indeed unfortunate. Had she been honest and confessed, she would likely have received a sentence for manslaughter at most. Now, having complicated matters so much, she will undoubtedly face a longer sentence. Have you all forgotten that she is a theatrical dancer?" I found her demeanor somewhat peculiar. A normal person would not cry in such a manner. Then why didn't you speak up at the time? If you had, we could have solved the case right away. Well, at that moment, there was no evidence. It must be acknowledged that it was still the senior officer and forensic expert Mu who excelled. Had we been in charge of this case, we might have concluded it was merely a common fire incident. While everyone else was busy planning a celebration for the resolution of the major case, Fang Rui found himself less elated. He recalled Mian mentioning that the cause of death for the victim was mechanical asphyxiation. Although brain damage could also cause asphyxia, Mian had not emphasized this, indicating that the injury was not fatal. And then there was that small piece of paper. Since both Yi Ziling and Lu Jiala claimed they did not place it there, it was highly probable that a third party was present at the crime scene. When Fang Rui sought out Mian, he found her in her office, engrossed in a drawing. Mian had weekly art assignments as part of her autism intervention therapy. This week, she had been too occupied with the case to complete her work, but now she finally had the opportunity to catch up. Upon seeing Fang Rui, Mian set down her brush and said, "Fang Rui, I was just about to tell you that I believe Lin Lan is the true culprit, but you left so abruptly." Fang Rui smiled at Mian, coincidentally sharing her suspicion that Lin Lan might indeed be the murderer. Mian retrieved a dried yet still beautifully colored green cake from her drawer, which served as evidence. Although its validity as evidence was somewhat tenuous, they had discovered that on the morning of June 8th, Lin Lan had also visited that villa. This further substantiated the possibility that she was present at the scene of the crime that day. Lin Lan had entered the villa by taxi, sitting in the back seat while evading the surveillance cameras, which was why she had not been detected during the initial round of inquiries. After identifying the inconsistencies, Fang Rui began to interrogate the taxi drivers one by one, and one of them confirmed that Lin Lan had indeed taken his cab to the villa that morning. Fang Rui led his team to apprehend Lin Lan, who was busy clearing her shelves, having emptied her cake display, leaving only some molds. Nevertheless, she was still sweeping with great diligence. Fang Rui directly asked, "Miss Lin, you were in the house when Yi Ziling and Yi Ziming had their altercation, weren't you?" Lin Lan maintained a calm demeanor. Fang Rui expected her to deny it, but she confessed, "Yes, I was there. I was hiding behind the shelves. When Yi Ziming collided with the sculpture, he was not yet dead at a tea that moment. Yi Ziling panicked and ran out, and you seized that opportunity to kill Yi Ziming, didn't you?" When Yi Ziling and Lu Jiala returned, they found Yi Ziming already deceased, mistakenly believing Yi Ziling was the murderer, correct? "Yes," Lin Lan admitted, casting a sorrowful glance at her cake shop. She extended her hands toward Fang Rui and softly stated, "I confess my faith does not permit me to lie, nor does it allow me to commit crimes." Fang Rui handcuffed her and took her back to the police station. Lin Lan was the most cooperative criminal Fang Rui had encountered. Before he even asked, she recounted the sequence of events. "That day, upon hearing that Ziming was ill, I brought him some medicine and cake. Upon arrival, I discovered he was not sick. He had merely used that as a ruse to deceive me into lending him money. I was furious, but my love for him compelled me to agree to lend him the funds." At that moment, Yi Ziling also arrived. Yi Ziming, wishing to avoid a confrontation between them due to Yi Ziling's intense hostility towards Lin Lan, instructed Lin Lan to hide until Yi Ziling left. A fierce argument ensued between the siblings, during which Lin Lan learned of their sordid relationship. In that instant, her world crumbled. "Can you comprehend the despair I felt? I was raised with the purest beliefs, only to fall in love with such a scoundrel. How ironic." Later, Yi Ziling accidentally shoved Yi Ziming, causing his head to strike a sculpture, resulting in significant blood loss. Yi Ziling, rendered paralyzed with fear, believed she had inadvertently killed her brother and fled the villa in a panic. I approached Yi Ziming and discovered he was still alive, wide-eyed and seemingly seeking my help. Yet, I did not save him. I took a pillow and suffocated him. I thought God would forgive me. I was punishing a demon, not committing a crime. You all know what happened next. When Yi Ziling exited, she encountered Lu Jiala, who loved her dearly. Upon discovering the truth, he immediately sought to bury it. He orchestrated a fire to obliterate all evidence. Ha ha ha, but they never anticipated that the true killer of Yi Ziming was I, Lin Lan sighed. "If only I had not left that piece of paper, you would never have discovered that another person was present at the crime scene. However, I do not regret it. Yi Ziling is no saint either, and I am determined to expose the sordid affairs between her and her brother. I hope that fire will cleanse their filthy, sinful souls." Fang Rui remarked, "We suspect your involvement not only because of the paper, but also due to that green velvet cake." "Cake?" Lin Lan replied with a bitter smile. "No wonder your girlfriend was so intrigued by that cake. It turns out she suspected me even then. I was careless, mistaking her apparent naivety for genuine interest in the cake, unaware that she was fishing for information. She is quite clever." As they exited the interrogation room, "Boss, weren't you single? Where did this girlfriend come from?" Fang Rui shot him a glare. "Don't go spreading rumors. This is merely a misunderstanding. She was referring to forensic expert Mu, right? Boss, be honest, are you and Mu Mian in a romantic relationship? Mu Mian and I are diligently solving cases while you seem to be daydreaming about romance. Are you considering resigning?" Fang Rui felt somewhat exasperated. He and Mu Mian worked tirelessly on the case. Where would they find time for romance? TSK. Boss, you used to call her forensic expert Mu. Now you are directly using her name. Does it matter? I don't pay attention to such trivial details. A name is merely a label. In a professional context, one should refer to others by their titles. It's common sense. Xiao Zhang mimicked Mu Mian's tone. Boss, don't you feel that you have a special connection with forensic expert Mu? I regard everyone who aids me in solving cases as special. Mu Mian is a prodigy when it comes to investigations. I must support her every day. Xiao Zhang appeared somewhat disillusioned, realizing that the boss only valued Mu Mian's investigative skills. It seemed Mu Mian had misallocated her affections. However, it appeared Mu Mian was not interested in Fang Rui himself, but rather in his potential. Strangely compatible. Zhang Chong. Chen Shui chided, patting Xiao Zhang's shoulder. What are you rambling about now? Please don't call my full name. Why are you shouting so loudly? Xiao Zhang hissed to Chen Shui, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Chen Shui, the couple you are shipping is entirely a figment of your imagination. Fang Rui does not have feelings for forensic expert Mu. That is irrelevant. It doesn't affect anything. Chen Shui's eyes sparkled. Fang Rui is a Libra, and forensic expert Mu is a Leo. These two zodiac signs are a perfect match. They will surely end up together. Xiao Zhang looked at Chen Shui in resignation, realizing he might not be the most unreliable person in the room after all. The usually sharp Chen Shui was also quite fanciful. Chapter 34. Wishing you time. The three testimonies perfectly aligned, and this case has finally reached its conclusion. After Yi Ziling discovered that Lin Lan was the one who murdered Yi Ziming, she was initially taken aback, only to subsequently descend into a frenzied state. I knew it. My brother was not killed by me. How wonderful. I did not take my brother's life. On the other hand, Lu Jiala was left in utter shock upon learning the truth. He found it hard to believe that Lin Lan could commit such a heinous in his mind. Lin Lan was akin to an angel, always embracing Yi Ziming and offering solace to him in times of distress. How could such a benevolent person possibly be a murderer? He was so distraught that he contemplated ending his life in the detention center, insisting on seeing Lin Lan. Although clad in a yellow prison uniform, Lin Lan's demeanor. Lu Jiala grasped Lin Lan's hand. Urgency etched across his face as he implored, Sister Lin, the police must have made a mistake, right? They are wrong. The scoundrel who killed Yi Ziming is clearly Yi Ziling. Why are you taking the blame for her? Jiala, Lin Lan replied, they are not mistaken. I am the one who killed Yi Ziming. Why? Jiala, although your actions obstructed the police investigation, you shouldn't face a lengthy sentence. After your release, steer clear of Yi Ziling. Do not love her any longer. You ought to consider your own future. Do not. I don't know if I can do that. You must. Do not love someone who does not love you back. Lin Lan's gaze was resolute. I am beyond redemption, but you still have the chance. Tears streamed down Lu Jiala's face. Jiala, there is no need to visit me any. I will be just fine here. Lin Lan was a woman of conviction. Even within the confines of prison, she could maintain a sense of peace as she faced her remaining days. After work, Fang Rui chose not to return home with Mu Mian. They had been spending an inordinate amount of time together, commuting to and from work, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. He did not want gossip to tarnish their pure colleague relationship. However, upon seeing Mu Mian waiting quietly for a ride at the entrance, he hesitated. Just then, a car pulled up beside Mu Mian. Doctor. Mu, do you need a lift? It was Lin San, who had been passing by the police station intending to invite Fang Rui to dinner, but upon spotting Mu Mian, he changed his mind. Mu Mian quickly assessed the situation. Lin San's car was well maintained, appearing quite safe, and he seemed to be an emotionally stable individual, unlikely to engage in road rage. Riding with him should be relatively secure. More importantly, she was eager to return home quickly to prepare a birthday surprise for her sister. Thank you. Mu Mian settled into the backseat. Fang Rui watched as Lin San's car drove away, feeling somewhat speechless. When had Lin San, that selfish and indifferent fellow, ever shown such kindness? Could it be that he intended to win over her sister through Mian? Love truly blinds one's judgment, Fang Rui mused. Xiao Zhang observed Fang Rui's longing gaze as he watched Lin Sen's card apart and chimed in. With Lin Guan's qualifications, Dime you won't fall for him, will she? Fang Rui shot him an exasperated glance. Are you so bored? The true instigator dared to appear before him. Lin Guan possesses a keen intellect. Dr. Mu wouldn't be interested in his romantic pretensions, would she? Chen Shui emerged, joining Xiao Zhang in their banter. Fang Rui countered, you're overthinking it. Lin Guan cannot read minds. Dr. Mu wouldn't find his intellect appealing. Dr. You was not one to be swayed by Lin Sen's romantic musings. No wonder you're not worried. Chen Shui muttered under her breath. Indeed, we were just concerned for you. You too. Fang Rui suddenly scrutinized them. Chen Shui and Xiao Zhang felt a shiver run down their spines under his gaze. Xiao Zhang's voice quivered. Boss, what's wrong? You two are acting strangely. Always together lately. You're not falling in love, are you? Boss, don't spread rumors. Chen Shui and I are completely innocent. Oh. Chen Shui hurriedly clarified, Fang team, Xiao Zhang and I share a brotherly bond. They simply enjoy discussing their favorite pairings. At that moment, Xiaowang passed by and noticed the two of them blushing furiously. Curiously, he asked, Fang team, what is up with them? Why was Xiao Zhang, usually so thick-skinned, suddenly flushed? Who knows? Perhaps they're in love. Fang Rui remarked, leaving the scene without a backward glance, leaving the trio in shock. Xiao Zhang protested, we are not in love. Chen Shui added, we are innocent. As Xiaowang walked away with a knowing grin, he said, oh, I understand. I get it. Within minutes, the rumor of Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui's relationship spread throughout the entire police station. Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui were at a loss, feeling wronged. This was undoubtedly Fang Rui's act of revenge against them. After work, Shun Xian returned home and happened to see Mian stepping out of Lin Sen's car. She was somewhat surprised. In Mian's observation journal, Lin Sen's name had only appeared once, indicating that Mian was not well acquainted with him. Sister. Thank you, Lin Sen, for bringing my sister back. Lin Sen did not respond to Shin Xian but remained, merely observing her. Mian, completely unaware of the underlying tension, glanced between Shin Xian and Lin Sen, then curiously inquired, Lin Guan's sister, are you two communicating telepathically? I can't read. It would be quite dull for me to stand here. Could you use words? I promise to keep your conversation a secret. I won't tell Fang Rui what you talked about. Shin Xian turned to Mian, saying, Little Mian, could you please go home first? All right. But sister, do return home quickly. Mian was not particularly interested in their secret. Once Mian left, Shin Xian turned to Lin Sen and said, Lin Sen, we can be friends, can't we? Lin Sen ignored her, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. I do not need friends. Shin Xian sighed. She understood that Lin Sen was a stubborn individual, but was she not also quite obstinate? Having decided to part ways years ago, she would not consider rekindling their relationship. Lin Sen took a drag from his cigarette, his tone softening slightly. Are you returning to investigate the truth behind your parents' accident? Shin Xian's mother was a renowned neurosurgeon, and her father a senior researcher at a pharmaceutical company. They perished in a car accident. The police discovered that the vehicle had been tampered with, yet ultimately, the culprit was never apprehended. Lin Sen had been involved in the investigation at that time, identifying a suspect who had since immigrated abroad. Shin Xian's smile gradually faded as she struggled to maintain her composure. Please do not tell Mian about this. I can handle my parents' affairs on my own. Shin Xian, I can help you. I will take care of Mian with you, and together we can uncover the truth behind your parents' accident. Can we get back together? Lin Sen, that is not possible. Upon returning home, Shun Xian found the house cloaked in darkness. Just as she was pondering the situation, Mian emerged from her room, holding a cake. Sister, happy birthday. Shun Xian was taken aback. feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. This was the first time Mian had taken the initiative to celebrate her birthday. I had originally ordered a beautiful cake adorned with lovely flowers, but the owner of the bakery was arrested. Can you guess who discovered she was a murderer? You. Yes, but Fang Rui also figured it out. Mian recalled Lin Sin. Fang Rui mentioned that Lin Guan has feelings for you. Do you like him? Once, I liked him very much. Will you marry him? No, Shunshin replied. I will not marry anyone. How unfortunate for Lin Guan. He loves you, yet you want to marry him. He will be all alone. He will feel very lonely. He will eventually love another girl. Shunshin sighed. I want to marry. Why don't you feel sorry for me? Sister, you have me. I will always be by your side. Shunshin smiled. Mian turned on a small speaker, and the birthday song began to play. Sister, hurry and blow out the candles and make a wish. After Shunshin made her wish and blew out the candles, Mian presented her with a beautifully wrapped gift box. This is my gift to you. It's lovely. I really like it. Shunshin opened it to find an hourglass, simple in design, filled with soft, white sand encased in transparent glass. Since Mom and Dad passed away, you have been so busy. I feel you are exhausted, so I bought you an hourglass. Chen Shui said it represents time. Sister, I wish you time. When Shunshin's parents passed away, she did not weep, but at this moment, her emotions suddenly overwhelmed her. It turned out that Mian could sense her feelings. It was just that the former Mian had yet to learn how to express them. Mian opened her arms and said to Shunshin, Sister, I permit you to embrace me. Little Mian, thank you. You're welcome. Mian felt elated, believing she had finally done something to bring joy to her sister. She resolved that when Fang Rui's birthday arrived, she would also gift him a cake and an hourglass, hoping that he would be so moved that he would immediately donate his body to her. Chapter 35. Reversal of Judgment. Voluntary or coercive? As Mian arrived at the office, she overheard Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui engaging in gossip. Both of them were so fond of conversing, they must indeed get along splendidly. Upon noticing Mian's expression of utter astonishment, Chen Shui realized that the rumors were unlikely to remain confined to the wise. Mian, you must believe me, Xiao Zhang and I are not in a relationship. Mian, looking bewildered, queried, but you appeared so happy when you were with Officer Xiao Zhang. Did I? You smiled like that when you spoke to me. Mian stiffly imitated a bemused expression. I was smiling sweetly at you. Your imitation is utterly off. When you smile at Officer Xiao Zhang, your mouth stretches wide. Just like the leading lady in a film who beams at her male counterpart. Mian then mimicked a hearty laugh. One aspect of autism intervention involves having individuals on the spectrum watch films curated by therapists and then express their reflections. Among the titles on Mian's movie list were several romantic films. Despite watching them numerous times without comprehension, she vividly remembered the leading lady's smile. Laughter is a notably expressive and positive emotion, making it one of the few emotions Mian could easily discern. Chen Shui fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Could her pure friendship with Xiao Zhang truly be tainted? Following the resolution of Yi Ziming's arson case, the Special Crimes Unit enjoyed a brief respite. Fang Rui, there's a case I find rather tricky. Could you possibly transfer it to your Special Crimes Unit? Captain Li of the neighboring criminal investigation team approached Fang Rui. I believe only you can handle this. Fang Rui inquired. What case is it? A rape case. The victim is an internet celebrity, which has stirred quite a commotion. We need to solve it promptly. However, the situation is somewhat complex, and this case is not so straightforward to investigate. Without hesitation, Fang Rui instructed the other party to provide him with all the case materials. Upon reviewing the suspect's name, Lin Qianjia, the son of Jiangzhou's wealthiest man, Fang Rui understood Li's urgency to pass the case on. It seemed he wished to avoid any trouble. Xiao Zhang attempted to convey a silent warning to Fang Rui, yet could not prevent him from taking the case. "Boss, are you out of your mind?" Lee clearly intends to shift the blame. "Even if we solve the case, we won't gain any credit. But if we fail to uncover the truth, or if our findings contradict public speculation, we'll be vilified." Fang Rui halted his steps. "Xiaozhang, we became police officers to uphold justice, not to seek promotion or wealth." Xiao Zhang silently closed his mouth. Fang Rui was indeed qualified to say such things. Both his parents were in politics, holding respectable positions. Had he not been adamant about becoming a police officer, he could have easily pursued a brighter future. Yet, one cannot accept every case indiscriminately. Xiao Zhang yawned out of boredom. Such a case lacked complexity and challenge. The victim, Lu Tian, was a beauty influencer on a certain platform. On the day of the incident, Lin Xinjie entered Lu Tian's home under the pretext of discussing a business collaboration, subsequently assaulting her. Forensic examination had been conducted on Lu Tian, revealing the presence of semen in her vagina, confirmed to belong to Lin Xinjie. Numerous defensive wounds on Lu Tian's body indirectly indicated that she had been coerced into engaging in sexual relations with Lin Xinjie against her will. Lin Xinjie had already been brought to the interrogation room. While he looked passably handsome, his demeanor exuded an air of arrogance. His lips bore bruises, inflicted by Lu Tian during her struggle. Dressed in a flamboyant shirt, he leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, radiating an air of defiance, insisting on his right to remain silent until his lawyer arrived. Upon seeing Fang Rui enter, he momentarily froze, instinctively adjusting his posture, yet his face retained a mocking smile. "Ah, isn't this my old classmate Fang Rui? Look at your predicament. What's the point of being just a small-time cop? Come work for me as a bodyguard. I could pay you tens of thousands a month, which is far more than what you earn as a policeman." Fang Rui raised his gaze, looking at him nonchalantly. "Are you certain?" "Oh, I was merely joking," Lin Xinjie quickly backtracked, fully aware that had Fang Rui not been in uniform, he would have already received a beating. Fang Rui and Lin Xinjie were classmates from elementary through high school, and Fang Rui, who despised wrongdoing, had often dealt with Lin Xinjie in a rather physical manner. "Fang Rui, you needn't investigate this case. Lu Tian and I are a couple. I did not assault her. She merely reported me out of a petty quarrel. If you don't believe me, check. I've got plenty of witnesses and evidence." Fang Rui interrupted. "Answer only what I ask. Please refrain from excessive elaboration. Don't be so serious. I'm not really a rapist." Fang Rui regarded him coldly. All right. You can ask that. I assure you I'll provide a thorough response." "Describe the events of that day." Lin Xinjie recounted. "That day, I had secured a brand promotion and went to her home to share the good news. We were already a couple, and given my high demands, it naturally led to intimacy. Who would have thought Lu Tian would pull a trick on me and accuse me of rape? I am utterly wronged. If she was willing, why are there defensive injuries on her? Oh, come on, women often say no, but their actions speak otherwise. It's all part of the game." Lin Xinjie glanced at Xiaozhang and then back at Fang Rui. "You two are both single. How would you understand? Do you have any evidence of your relationship?" Lin Xinjie reclined, displaying a rather confident smile. "I have ample evidence. My lawyer is—" "Fang Rui, you needn't investigate this case. My lawyer will provide all the evidence, and you can simply wait to write the case report." As soon as Lin Xinjie finished speaking, his lawyer arrived to secure his bail. Lin Xinjie's lawyer, Wang Li, was the most renowned criminal defense attorney in the city. It was rumored he had never lost a case, even daring to defend murder suspects and winning. However, he typically only represented the wealthy due to his exorbitant fees. "Officer Fang, I believe this documentation will substantiate my client's relationship with Miss Lu," Lawyer Wang stated, dressed in a tailored black suit, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding professionalism. He handed Fang Rui a folder. Fang Rui accepted the folder, which felt weighty, filled with photographs. These images depicted Lin Xinjie and Lu Tian together. Some showed them on a yacht, others entering their residential complex. and yet more featured them in matching outfits. While the scenes varied, Lin Xinjie and Lu Tian remained the focal point, and Lu Tian's expressions appeared natural, not indicative of coercion. "Officer Fang, take your time reviewing. I'll be taking my client home now." Wang Li quickly completed the bail process, eager to escort Lin Xinjie away. Lin Xinjie provocatively lifted his chin towards Fang Rui. "Officer Fang, I'm off now." In the hallway, a poised middle-aged woman waited for him. Upon spotting her, Lin Xinjie appeared somewhat nervous, slowly approaching her, calling out, "Mom, what brings you here?" The woman was Lin Xinjie's stepmother, Jiang Yun. Without uttering a word, she slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "What a disgrace!" Lin Xinjie clenched his fists tightly but dared not retort, instead forcing a smile. "This time, I was deceived by that woman. It won't happen again." As Mian exited the office, she happened to catch sight of Jiang Yun, and her entire being froze. The resemblance to the mother in the photographs was striking. Could she be her mother? Chapter 36. Reverse Judgment. Unfavorable testimony. Jiang Yun departed with Lin Xinjie and lawyer Wang, brushing past Mian. Stunned, Mian hesitated, unsure whether to call out to her, uncertain if this person could possibly be her mother. Her mother ought to be a woman ensnared in poverty, laboring tirelessly yet earning little, thus unable to purchase a plane ticket to visit her abroad. She should be clad in tattered garments, her face etched with numerous wrinkles. The woman before her was nothing like the image she had conjured in her mind. If she were indeed her mother, appearing so affluent, why had she not come to see her? "Mian, why are you daydreaming again?" Fang Rui gently tapped her shoulder. "You can't be lost in thought like this in the office. It tarnishes our bureau's image." Mian forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, acknowledging his words. "Is something the matter?" Fang Rui inquired, having seldom seen Mian display such a sorrowful expression. Shaking her head, Mian reassured him that she was fine, merely needing to reassess her mental image of her mother. "Fang Rui, I'm all right now," she said, offering a genuine smile this time, one that radiated happiness. Fang Rui had the technical staff verify the authenticity of the photographs. Their feedback confirmed that none bore traces of manipulation and were indeed captured in reality. Together with the psychological counselor from the police station, Li Lanlan, Fang Rui began taking a statement from Lu Tian. AT-27. Lu Tian was strikingly beautiful, embodying a classical elegance. Yet, seated in the interrogation room, her countenance was haggard, her exquisite almond-shaped eyes swollen from weeping. In a gentle tone, Li Lanlan asked, "Miss Lu, what is your relationship with Lin Xinjie?" "He is a friend of my best friend. I suppose we are friends as well," Lu Tian replied. "But he claims that you two are in a romantic relationship." Li Lanlan spoke cautiously, wary of upsetting Lu Tian, who appeared exceedingly fragile at that moment. "That's nonsense. I don't like him at all. He has never confessed to me. We are merely ordinary friends. He is spreading rumors. He must be lying to absolve himself." "Miss Lu, please try to remain calm," Li Lanlan urged. "Why did you allow him into your home on the night of the incident?" Lu Tian, wiping away her tears, replied, "I've explained this many times. He said he wanted to discuss an advertising promotion with me, and since my best friend was there at first, I didn't feel right to kick him out while we were discussing the details. I never imagined he would later drag me into the room and force himself upon me." Each recollection was a significant trauma for Lu Tian. Being inherently timid and suffering from emotional instability, the act of narrating her experience only exacerbated her mental distress, causing her to weep uncontrollably. Fang Rui produced a photograph of her and Lin Xinjie, asking, "Miss Lu, how do you explain this picture?" In the image, Lu Tian and Lin Xinjie were posing together, her smile radiant against a backdrop of the azure sea. "This photograph was taken with my best friend and Lin Xinjie," Lu Tian protested. "Where is my best friend in this picture? She should be beside us." Her expression morphed into one of astonishment as she examined the photo. "This is fabricated. I've never taken such a picture with him." Fang Rui interjected, "However, there are many such photographs from various settings. Impossible." I have never taken a solitary photograph with Lin Xinjia. We wore similar outfits because we attended a charity event together, where many others were also dressed in that shirt. This picture has been altered. We were with a group. Lu Tian provided plausible explanations for every photograph. Yet in the face of overwhelming evidence, her justifications felt feeble. Fang Rui seized upon the mention of her best friend, sensing that Lu Tian was not lying. He had a fair understanding of Lin Xinjia, who had been known for his tumultuous romantic escapades since middle school. His dubious character had led him to exploit young women, which had often resulted in Fang Rui confronting him in the past. "Boss, do you think Lu Tian is truly lying?" Xiao Zhang queried, holding up his phone. The cleaning staff in Lu Tian's community has revealed online that they've seen Lin Xinjia leaving her home multiple times. Several female employees from his company have also claimed to have seen them kissing in his office. After reporting to the police, Lu Tian was apprehensive about bias against her in favor of Lin Xinjia, prompting her to take to the internet. As an influencer, the news spread rapidly. Initially, public opinion seemed to align with Lu Tian. However, as intimate photographs of her and Lin Xinjia surfaced online, coupled with the efforts of Lin Xinjia as hired online influencers, the narrative shifted dramatically. Li Lanlan should accompany her around the clock. Her mental state is already precarious, and exposure to such comments could drive her to suicide. "Boss, do you really believe Lu Tian was raped?" Xiao Zhang began to waver in light of the plethora of evidence. Although Lin Xinjia appeared unscrupulous, could the seemingly delicate Lu Tian truly be innocent? "Let us locate her best friend and see if we can uncover any leads," Fang Rui suggested. Lu Tian's best friend, Wang Xiaoya, worked as a sales associate in a luxury goods store. Upon arriving at the shop, Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang encountered Lin Xinjia's lawyer exiting. Wang, the lawyer, acknowledged Fang Rui with a nod before driving away. "Boss, we arrived too late." That lawyer might have already bribed Wang Xiaoya. As they entered, they found Wang Xiaoya applying makeup. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, she continued her application, stating, "Please ask your questions quickly. I can't afford to be late for work." Xiao Zhang, incensed, retorted, "Miss Wang, how can you think about makeup when your friend has undergone such a traumatic experience? Why are you saying that? I didn't neglect my makeup when my father was buried." Wang Xiaoya shot back, rolling her eyes. "What's wrong with putting on makeup? Is it a crime?" Fang Rui inquired, "On the night of July 20th, were you at Lu Tian's house?" Wang Xiaoya's eyes brightened upon seeing Fang Rui. She tossed her hair. "Officer, do you have a girlfriend? Please answer my question." "Answer me, but why the hostility?" "I was at Lu Tian's house that night, but they seemed to be enjoying themselves, so I made an excuse to leave." "You say they were having a good time. Of course. Were Lu Tian and Lin Xinjia in a romantic relationship? I can't say for certain. Lin Xinjia changes girlfriends frequently. Who knows what they are to each other? However, he does seem to have a fondness for Lu Tian, and she has certainly taken advantage of that to gain some benefits." Fang Rui produced the stack of photographs again. "Were you present during the taking of these photos?" "I was there for the one on the yacht, but I don't remember when the other was taken. I believe I wasn't present for the one where they wore matching outfits." Wang Xiaoya cooperated, providing explanations for each photo. "I don't understand why Lu Tian is acting out. This is clearly a good thing. I can't fathom why she would report it." "I even suspect she's mentally unwell. A good thing?" Xiao Zhang exclaimed, bewildered. "In what way?" "Lin Xinjia owns a company for influencers. If Lu Tian gets involved with him, she'll never have to worry about resources again." If Lin Xinjia were to marry her, she'd become a wealthy lady. Many would desire such fortune and fail to attain it. Yet she drives her benefactor away. Fang Rui realized that he could glean no useful information from Wang Xiaoya. "Officer, have you finished your questions?" Wang Xiaoya gazed at Fang Rui, a hint of reluctance in her expression. "Could you leave me a number? If I recall any leads, I would contact you immediately." Fang Rui exchanged a glance with Xiao Zhang, who promptly jotted down a number for Wang Xiaoya. With a look of disappointment, she accepted the paper. Upon exiting the luxury store, Xiao Zhang eagerly inhaled the fresh air. My heavens, that woman's perfume nearly suffocated me. Chapter 37. Reversal of Judgment. Reconciliation? Qin Shui and Xiao Wang were filled with righteous indignation upon hearing about the case. They were entirely biased in favor of Lu Tian, who appeared pitiful and exuded a fragile charm that evoked sympathy. In stark contrast, Lin Xinjie bore the unmistakable countenance of a debauched scion. Can we truly do nothing to assist Lu Tian? Qin Shui exclaimed in fury, even if Lu Tian were genuinely in a romantic relationship with Lin Xinjie, how could he force her into a liaison? Qin Shui, your assertion is misguided. If they are indeed in a romantic relationship, the circumstances would differ significantly, as it is quite normal for couples to engage in such activities, a voice retorted. Qin Shui, more incensed than ever, countered. As long as the woman is not willing, it amounts to rape. Otherwise, how do we account for the crime of marital rape? Mian, irritated by the clamor of their debate, turned and declared. That Lin Xinjie is no good, Mian. Is this not an obvious conclusion, one that can be definitively established? Mian continued. He has been embroiled in such lawsuits more than once. One of the victims not only lost her case but was also sued for defamation by Lin Xinjie, leading to her tragic suicide by jumping from a building. How do you know this so well? I found it on the computer. Qin Shui immediately rushed to Mian's computer, where she discovered a judgment document. The Dongqing Court of Jiangzhou City found insufficient evidence and rejected Shen Yuanyuan's rape lawsuit against Lin Xinjie. Mian then switched to a news article, revealing that Shen Yuanyuan had suffered from online harassment due to this incident and was burdened with a hefty compensation payment to Lin Xinjie, failing which she could face imprisonment. Under the dual pressures of mental and financial strain, Shen Yuanyuan took her own life. The media extensively covered Shen Yuanyuan's loss in court, yet her suicide received scant attention, only a few independent bloggers spreading the word, resulting in a low dissemination rate. Qin Shui felt a chill run down her spine. If they were unable to assist Lu Tian, she could very well become the next Shen Yuanyuan. Upon the return of Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang, Qin Shui presented them with the news about Shen Yuanyuan. Shen Yuanyuan was a graduate student who met Lin Xinjie through a mutual friend, and they had socialized together. At a gathering, Lin Xinjie raped Shen Yuanyuan. The subsequent developments mirrored Lu Tian's case, as Shen Yuanyuan also accused Lin Xinjie of rape, but he furnished ample evidence to claim she was his girlfriend. His lawyer even provided chat records suggesting Shen Yuanyuan had extorted him. Ultimately, not only did Shen Yuanyuan lose the case, but she was also ordered to pay a substantial sum in damages. Xiao Zhang felt a shiver of fear. Lin Xinjie was indeed a habitual offender. Fang Rui experienced a headache. In the current situation, unless they could procure direct evidence of Lin Xinjie raping Lu Tian, she stood little chance of winning the lawsuit. The following morning, Lin Xinjie and his defense attorney proposed a private mediation with Lu Tian. The meeting was set to take place in a private room at a restaurant. Lu Tian did not retain a lawyer. Accompanying her was the prosecutor responsible for the case. It was not that Lu Tian could not afford a lawyer, but rather that other attorneys in Jiangzhou were unwilling to represent her, coldly informing her that she had no chance of winning the case. At this juncture, Mian took the initiative to approach her. Rape cases are criminal matters, typically prosecuted by the public prosecutor's office, and most prosecutors shy away from such cases. However, Mian voluntarily requested to take charge of this one. Upon learning that Lin Xinjie had arranged for a private settlement with Lu Tian, she accompanied Lu Tian to protect her interests. Lin Xinjie recognized Mian and, upon seeing her, flashed a smug smile. Isn't this prosecutor Nye? Haven't you lost enough last time? Ignoring him, Mian proceeded into the restaurant's private room. Lin Xinjie turned to Wang Li, saying, "Let us not reconcile with that wretched woman. Let's sue her for defamation like last time." Wang Li's expression was grave as he adjusted his glasses, stating, "Ms. Zhang has advised that we should aim for a settlement." Lin Xinjie fell silent. Wang Li poured a cup of tea for Lu Tian and bluntly stated, "Miss Lu, if you agree to withdraw your lawsuit and publicly apologize to my client online, He is willing to pay you 1 million as a settlement. Without hesitation, Lu Tian rejected the offer. I do not seek money. I want Lin Qianjie, this scoundrel, to face legal consequences. Lin Qianjie lounged casually, indifferent to Lu Tian's vitriol. We are willing to settle with you not out of fear of losing the case, but to avoid escalating the matter and tarnishing my client's reputation. Wang Li sipped his tea, his smile fading, a glint of malice in his eyes. Miss Lu, I advise you to think carefully. This opportunity is singular. I have thought it through. I will not compromise. Though Lu Tian appeared delicate, her resolve was unwavering. The day she was harmed, she vowed to ensure that Lin Qianjie would pay dearly. Just then, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open. Two elderly individuals entered, Lu Tian's parents. They were farmers, lacking in experience, and greeted Lin Qianjie and Wang Li with obsequiousness. Lawyer Wang, our Tian will sign the settlement agreement. We will persuade her. Lu's mother grasped Lu Tian's hand, earnestly saying, Tian, please reconcile with him. Let us withdraw the lawsuit. How can ordinary people like us win? Dad, Mom, didn't you promise to support me? I want to reconcile with him. We cannot win. Tian, listen to your mother. Just settle with them. Lu Tian's mother implored. They are offering us 1 million. With that, your brother could buy a house in the city. Lu Tian's father even knelt before her, pleading, Tian, please agree to settle. Mom. Dad. Why are you forcing me? Lu Tian felt a lump in her throat, engulfed in an abyss of despair. Her friends had betrayed her, and now her beloved parents had turned against her. She felt like a failure in life. Wang Li reveled in the scene, producing a pre-prepared contract and handing it to Lu Tian. Miss Lu, please sign. Once you sign, we will transfer the 1 million to your account immediately. Lin Qianjie mockingly observed this spectacle, convinced that no problem was insurmountable with money. If it doesn't work out, it simply means the funds have not yet arrived. Tian, please sign, quickly. Lu Tian's father hastily presented the contract and pen before her, urging her to sign, insisting that it was not a big deal. Lu Tian's mother chimed in, Yes, Tian, don't be stubborn. We will give you 200,000 from that 1 million. You can use it to start a business. Lu Tian was in a state of mental collapse, crying uncontrollably. She felt as if she were drowning, unable to grasp anything. Lawyer Wang, a rape case cannot simply be withdrawn at will. If Lu Tian signs this contract, will you not then sue her for extortion? Nie Yin snatched the contract away, fuming. Prosecutor Nie, you are interfering excessively. You should respect Miss Lu's own choices. Nie Yin turned to Lu Tian and promised, Lu Tian, if you do not wish to reconcile, I will ensure you win this case. Nie Yin's words provided Lu Tian with a glimmer of hope, and she eagerly looked at Nie Yin. I do not want to reconcile. I do not want to. Then we shall not reconcile. Prosecutor Nie, have you not yet learned your lesson? Are you not embarrassed enough after your last loss? Wang Li mocked Nie Yin. Do you think you are helping her? You are harming her. If you had persuaded that Miss Shen to withdraw her lawsuit, she would not have resorted to suicide. Do you wish for Lu Tian to follow suit? Nie Yin trembled with rage, glaring fiercely at Lin Qianjie and Wang Li. Those who do evil will eventually meet their reckoning. Lu Tian grasped Nie Yin's hand firmly. Nie Yin, I believe in you. Let us go. Nie Yin led Lu Tian out of the private room, while behind them echoed the pleading voices of Lu Tian's parents. Tian, why are you so obstinate? This is 1 million. How can you just refuse? Tian, please listen to your father. I am begging you. Lu Tian ignored her parents, having decided to sever ties with them from the moment they pressured her to sign. Nie Yin, by assisting me like this, do you not fear retribution from them? Lin Qianjie's family holds considerable power. Will they not retaliate against you? Nie Yin gazed at Lu Tian, seeing through her to another fragile yet resolute girl. Nie Yin replied, I do not wish to witness another you. I intend to bring that Lin Qianjie to justice. Nie Yin had previously been responsible for Shan Yuanyuan's case. She lost that trial, which resulted in Shan Yuanyuan's tragic demise. She was determined to prevent a repetition of such a tragedy. Lin Qianjie watched as Lu Tian departed, turning to Wang Li and stating, "Since they refuse to heed our offer, let them experience the bitterness of their choice. This time, I will not only sue Lu Tian, but also ensure that Nie Yin is utterly disgraced." Wang Li shot Lin Xinjie a disapproving look. "Ms. Jiang has only asked me to help you win this case. She has not tasked me with anything else. Rest assured, you will not be left in vain. I will arrange for an additional payment." Wang Li wore a satisfied smile, having longed to settle scores with Nie Yin for her repeated opposition. "Rest assured, this time I will bring her career to a complete end." Chapter 38. The Reversal of Judgment. A fortuitous arrival. Fang Rui intended to accompany Xiao Zhang to Lu Tian's residence in hopes of uncovering some clues. However, just as he stepped out of his office, he was confronted by Mian, who obstructed his path. "Fang Rui, may I join you in investigating the case?" she inquired. "Why?" Fang Rui asked, somewhat taken aback. In his memory, Mian had shown little interest in investigations, being solely captivated by corpses. Mian glanced back at Chen Shui before turning to Fang Rui. "For the sake of justice." As fortune would have it, Xiao Zhang had gone out on duty, so Fang Rui decided to take Mian directly to Lu Tian's home. Lu Tian resided in the Wanyuan community of the Eastern District, a locality known for its commendable safety. She lived in room 603 of Building 6. The door was opened by Nie Yin. Lu Tian had been in a poor emotional state lately, hence Nie Yin had been keeping a watchful eye on her, fearing that she might contemplate something drastic. Upon recognizing Fang Rui, Nie Yin expressed her surprise. "Officer Fang? It has been quite some time. Are you the one investigating this case?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "Nie Yin, are you in charge of Lu Tian's case?" "Yes. Are you here to see Lu Tian? She just took her medication and has fallen asleep. It will likely be a while before she wakes." Nie Yin had previously specialized in handling criminal cases and was an exemplary prosecutor, which led to frequent interactions with Fang Rui. Over time, they had become acquainted. However, after being marginalized at the prosecution office, Nie Yin's responsibilities had dwindled to minor cases, resulting in, as Fang Rui and Nie Yin engaged in pleasantries, they inadvertently blocked Mian's path, causing her to feel somewhat irritated. Consequently, she chimed in, "And I am here too." It was only then that Nie Yin noticed the young girl trailing behind Fang Rui. "She is Prosecutor Nie Yin," Fang Rui said, turning to Mian with a smile before introducing her to Nie Yin. "Nie Yin, this is our city's newly appointed forensic expert, Mian." "Hello, forensic expert." Nie Yin extended her hand toward Mian. "Hello," Mian replied, her gaze lingering on Nie Yin's fair, yet presumably germ-laden hand, leaving her in a quandary. She was reluctant to shake hands with the prosecutor, so she diverted her attention to the ceiling. "I'm sorry, I do not favor handshakes." Nie Yin retracted her hand, sensing that Mian did not appear particularly fond of her. The location of the assault was Lu Tian's room, which faced south and boasted a large window that, when the curtains were drawn back, allowed for ample natural light. Since the incident, Lu Tian had not entered this room, safeguarding the crime scene. The room was in disarray. A pillow lay on the floor, fragments of a vase scattered about, and the bedding was disheveled, indicating that Lu Tian had put up a fierce struggle. Peering out of the window, Mian could see the balcony of the opposite building. The distance between the two buildings was not great, and with keen eyesight, one could discern the television screen in the opposite living room. The family residing on the 8th floor was currently watching SpongeBob SquarePants. Wanting a closer look, Mian leaned out of the window, eager to see the flowers on the 9th floor balcony, and leaned forward even further. The sensation of being suspended in the air suddenly reminded her that she had a fear of heights. Fang Rui, who had been discussing the case with Nie Yin, caught a glimpse of Mian's perilous maneuver out of the corner of his eye and rushed over to pull her back. "Mian, do you realize how dangerous that is? Don't you have a fear of heights? Why would you stick your body out of the window? We're on the 6th floor. If you fall, it could be fatal." Fang Rui was exasperated with Mian. Mian, startled by his outburst, couldn't help but retort, "I can't fall. I only extended a quarter of my body. According to the lever principle, I won't plummet. Noticing Fang Rui's increasingly dark expression, she quickly amended her statement. Fang Rui, thank you for saving me. If you continue to act recklessly, I won't take you along on investigations next time. Mian felt somewhat aggrieved. After all, it was Fang Rui who was overreacting. She hadn't done anything particularly dangerous. She was very much intent on preserving her life, wishing to live long enough to one day dissect his remains after his passing. What are you trying to see? That balcony over there. Fang Rui followed her gaze to the opposite 8th-floor living room, where he could see the television playing an animated show, unmistakably SpongeBob SquarePants. Fang Rui was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Mian, you risked your safety just to watch SpongeBob? Can't you just check your phone? Mian wanted to protest, but seeing Mian still standing nearby, she could only acquiesce. Mian observed that the current Fang Rui was quite different from the man she had previously known. Though he had always been adept at navigating social dynamics, often giving off an air of detachment, his demeanor towards Mian was notably distinct. Fang Rui suddenly realized that the proximity of the buildings compromised their privacy. It was likely that the occupants of the opposite building could observe the situation on Lu Tian's side. Was the curtain not drawn on the day of the incident? Fang Rui turned to ask Lu Tian. Lu Tian replied, I'm not entirely sure. That day, he suddenly pulled me into the room. I can't recall clearly. However, I didn't touch the curtains afterward, so they should have remained open. Mian instantly understood Fang Rui's implication, that the residents of the opposite building might have witnessed the events transpiring here. Without delay, she dashed out to investigate Mian's side as she watched Mian hastily depart. Fang Rui, next time, do not disclose clues aloud. Look, she got ahead of us. But she is Lu Tian's prosecutor. She's one of us. Shouldn't we maintain neutrality? Fang Rui paused momentarily. Perhaps it was Lin Qianjia's extensive history of misdeeds that subconsciously inclined him to favor Lu Tian, yet it was equally plausible that Lu Tian could be the one lying. It's all right. Those residents have yet to return home from work, so her visit will be in vain, Fang Rui reassured her. Let us wait until nightfall before we question the residents. Fang Rui proceeded to inquire with the security guard downstairs. The guard, a burly man from the northwest, spoke with an accent. Miss Lu and Mr. Lin are certainly a couple. We often see them coming and going together. Are you implying that Lin Qianjia resides in this community? Indeed, Mr. Lin lives on the 8th floor. However, Sister Wang mentioned that she has seen Mr. Lin exiting her home several times early in the morning while cleaning. Fang Rui then approached the cleaner, Sister Wang. She appeared to be in her 50s and looked quite amiable. Mr. Lin moved in last month. I remember him vividly because he generously gave me a large red envelope upon his arrival, several hundred yuan. Quite generous, indeed. He shares a good relationship with Miss Lu. Once, while I was cleaning the corridor, I saw him leaving Miss Lu's home at 6:30 in the morning. They couldn't have been discussing work, could they? Oh dear, Miss Lu is quite cunning. Clearly, she was involved with Mr. Lin, yet she claims he assaulted her. Perhaps she didn't get the money she wanted and decided to retaliate. Young women these days can be quite wicked. Did you see them leave the house together? Not exactly. Thank you for your cooperation. Fang Rui suspected that this cleaner was not lying. Yet why had Lin Qianjia been seen exiting Lu Tian's home? Was it possible that Lu Tian was fabricating her story? As night fell, the community began to illuminate with lights. Based on the distance between the two buildings and the height of Lu Tian's window, the residents who could see into Lu Tian's room were those on the 4th to 12th floors. Mian sketched a proportional diagram of the two buildings on paper, determining that the residents on the left side had obstructed views and thus could not see into Lu Tian's room. Therefore, we only need to inquire with 16 households. Indeed, most residents were quite cooperative, stating that they had seen nothing after learning Fang Rui's purpose. Why are you back again? Didn't you already ask us last night? One resident complained. Someone came to question you last night? Yes, he claimed to be the prosecutor in charge of Miss Lu's case. Fang Rui furrowed his brow. Mian had only come this afternoon to question these residents, so who had visited them the night before? A man dressed in a suit and glasses. It must have been Lawyer Wang. Fang Rui realized they had been preempted once more. Even if there were witnesses, it was highly likely that Lawyer Wang had bribed them. Indeed, as Fang Rui continued to question each household, most residents readily claimed they had seen nothing. By the time they had finished interviewing all the residents, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After walking so much that day, Mian felt as though her legs were cramping. She was exhausted and longed to sleep. Let us head back, Fang Rui suggested. As they reached the ground floor, Mian suddenly spoke up. Fang Rui, I wasn't trying to watch SpongeBob this afternoon. Yes, I know. No, you don't understand. I was looking at the 9th floor balcony. I noticed a red, indicating a potential camera installation. Fang Rui looked up at the 9th floor balcony. It appeared that the occupants were not home, as the entire building was shrouded in darkness. The balcony was adorned with various plants, some blooming beautifully, while others were creeping vines. Amidst the greenery, a faint red was discernible, but its nature remained unclear. Fang Rui sought out the community's security guard, who recognized the resident in question, having received several potted orchids from them. Sir, my girlfriend is interested in purchasing orchids from the resident on the 9th floor. Do you have their contact information? Fang Rui feigned a reason to inquire, wary that the guard might also have been bribed by Lawyer Wang. The flowers are indeed lovely, but it's unlikely he will sell them. His phone number. I can't just share a resident's contact information with you. You'll need to find him yourself. Do you know when he will return? He was on a business trip a few days ago. He should be back tomorrow. How about this? You provide me with your phone number, and I'll let him know to contact you when he returns. Whether he decides to sell his flowers, I cannot say. After gathering the information from the guard, Fang Rui returned to the car, only to find that Mian had already. Observing the dark circles beneath her eyes, Fang Rui couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He was unsure why Mian had suddenly taken such an interest in this case, but he was certain that she had been acting unusually in recent days. Mian was not the type to fervently uphold justice. Chapter 39. Reversal of Judgment. The video in the recycle bin. The following noon, Fang Rui unexpectedly received a call from the community security. The young man has returned, but he stated that he would not sell his flowers and refused to get in touch with you. All right, thank you. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang immediately drove to the community. Boss, what were you doing with forensic Dr. Mu yesterday? She looked exhausted. She doesn't even have the energy for work today. Investigating a case. Boss, have you not realized that I, as your assistant, am far more useful? At least I have good stamina and never complain of fatigue. Fang Rui shot Xiao Zhang a glance. She is quieter than you. If forensic Dr. Mu were to become noisy, her impact would far exceed mine, Xiao Zhang mumbled. Her evidence collection skills surpass yours. The resident who tended to the flowers was named Yu Haiba. Upon learning about Fang Rui's intentions, he hesitated. I'm sorry, but I cannot provide you with the surveillance footage. Why? It's not that I am unwilling to cooperate, but the camera on my balcony is solely for capturing my plants. It shouldn't have recorded anything regarding other residents, so even if I gave it to you, it would be of no use. Xiao Zhang pleaded. We only need the footage from July 20th. Even if it seems useless, please give it to us. What if there's a clue? We truly need this video. I'm sorry, but I cannot provide it. Yu Haiba gestured for them to leave. Officers, I need to rest and cannot entertain you any longer. We won't disclose your personal information, Fang Rui assured. Just provide us the footage. After a prolonged hesitation, Yu Haiba finally spoke the truth. I installed the camera solely to document my plants, but if I hand over the footage and it captures something inappropriate, my reputation would be ruined. What would others think of me? I am a university professor, and if this becomes known, I risk being perceived as a voyeur. Mr.Yu. We will keep your information confidential. Yu Haiba interrupted Xiao Zhang. Officer, it's not that I don't want to help you. First, the surveillance likely captured nothing. Second, even if it did, the court would certainly require me to testify. If I refuse to testify, the evidence may become invalid, rendering it useless for you. Therefore, you should seek other evidence. Sinister. You, consider the case of Shun Yuan. If you refuse to assist, Miss Liu could very well become the next Shin Yuan. I'm sorry. I cannot help you. I will destroy the footage shortly, so you need not return. Yu Haiba's tone was resolute. He wished to be a good person, but everything he had was hard-won, and he did not want to face any risks. Fang Rui recognized that it would be difficult to change Yu Haiba's mind, and he did not wish to morally coerce him. He turned to Xiao Zhang and said, "Xiao Zhang, let us go." The surveillance on the balcony was private property, and the owner was unwilling to provide it, leaving the police with no means to compel its release unless they could prove the camera captured something relevant to Lu Tian's case. Once outside the community, Xiao Zhang kept glancing back. "Boss, should we really not persuade him further? This is the most promising evidence we have. We can only search for other evidence now." Upon returning to the office, Chen Shui quickly approached them. "Xiao Zhang, did you obtain the footage?" Xiao Zhang replied dejectedly, "No." They refused to surrender the video. Mian, who had been napping at her desk, sighed upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words. That prosecutor Nia is very likely to lose this case. She then turned to Fang Rui. "Fang Rui, shouldn't you go and comfort her?" Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui looked at Fang Rui. "Captain Fang, why would you comfort prosecutor Nia?" "Who is she?" Mian explained. Prosecutor Nia is the public prosecutor in Lu Tian's rape case. She is also a friend of Fang Rui. "Continue your nap." Fang Rui pressed Mian's head back onto the desk. He clarified to Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui, Mian is referring to Nia Yin. "Xiao Zhang, you know her too." "Ah, I remember now. The prosecutor is quite formidable when it comes to investigations. Moreover, she is incredibly just. I've always felt she should be a police officer. Her talents are wasted at the prosecutor's office." Xiao Zhang then whispered to Chen Shui, "It seems she has a crush on the boss, but unfortunately, the boss didn't pick up on her hints, and they never got together. You are ringing the alarm for the ship you're sinking." Chen Shui felt a sense of urgency as she glanced at the carefree Mian, virtually seething with frustration. "Mian, your man is about to be taken away, and you can still sleep soundly." She considered waking Mian but felt a cold gaze upon her. "Chen Shui, do not disturb Mian's rest. She needs to recuperate properly," Fang Rui quietly reminded. It turned out she was worrying for nothing. When Nia Yin learned from Fang Rui that Yu Haiba's surveillance might have captured the incident, she had sought Yu Haiba multiple times, but he persistently refused to provide the footage, claiming he had already deleted it and urged her not to harass him any further. Nia Yin handed Yu Haiba a newspaper featuring coverage of the Shun Yuan case. "Mr.Yu, this is a news report about another victim in a different case. If you do not assist, Lin Xinjia may very well target other girls." Yu Haiba accepted the newspaper, yet he still declined to hand over the surveillance video. With the court date for Lu Tian's case approaching, the police had yet to uncover new evidence, and the existing evidence indicated that Lin Xinjia and Lu Tian were in a relationship, which did not constitute rape. Although Chen Shui was not directly involved, she was more anxious than anyone else, buzzing around Mian like a fly. Mian, intelligent and adorable Mian, think of a way to help Lu Tian. Lacking the courage to disturb Fang Rui, she could only pester Mian. Mian sighed heavily. Half an hour later, Mian sent Fang Rui and Chen Shui a file entitled Evidence, containing the surveillance footage. "Mian, where did you obtain this footage?" Fang Rui inquired, holding up his phone. Chen Shui opened the video. It was approximately 5 minutes long. In the video, Lin Xinjia exerted violent control over Lu Tian, while she resisted, but her attempts were unsuccessful. Mian, where did you get this video?" "This is solid evidence. Lin Xinjia is indeed guilty of rape." Mian looked up at Fang Rui. "I downloaded it from Mr. Yu's computer." Chen Shui gasped. "You hacked into Yu Haiba's computer? You know hacking?" Mian shook her head. "I don't possess that skill. It is illegal." Chen Shui sighed in relief. Thank goodness, Mian understands the law. Therefore, I hired my hacker friend to help me access Mr. Yu's computer. We found this video in his recycle bin. My hacker friend assisted me in downloading it and forwarding it to me. Mian spoke proudly. Now we have evidence proving Lin Qianjie is a rapist. Mian, this footage was obtained through illegal means. We cannot use it in court, Fang Rui cautioned her. You cannot engage in such actions in the future, understood? But I purchased this video. It's not illegal. Mian noticed Fang Rui's displeasure and nodded. Understood. Fang Rui, I assure you I will not casually hire hackers to break into others' computers again. Fang Rui patiently explained, the judge will surely inquire about the source of the video. If we cannot provide it, this evidence is likely to be dismissed, and we could get into trouble. All right. Fang Rui asked, when you hacked into the computer, was the video already edited? Yes, Mian replied, but it was in the recycle bin. It was deleted. This video must have been edited by Yuhaiba himself. His act of editing indicates he at least considered testifying. However, his subsequent deletion of the video suggests he ultimately chose not to testify. Fang Rui pondered for a moment and said, can your friend restore the video to his desktop? Ideally, place it somewhere prominent and noticeable. If it could play automatically at intervals, that would be even better. Chapter 40. Reversal of Judgment. Securing evidence. Mian's eyes widened as she stared at Fang Rui. Fang Rui, you just told me not to hire a hacker. Are you now instructing me to engage in wrongdoing? Chen Shui was equally astonished. The typically upright Fang Rui was seemingly inciting Mian to break the law. Fang Rui gently tapped Mian on the head, correcting her. Mian, encountering a computer virus is a common occurrence. It's merely common knowledge. Mr. Yu's computer has been infected. What does that have to do with us? Mian nodded in understanding. So, getting a virus isn't illegal. You don't comprehend. Chen Shui suddenly realized that Fang Rui had a mischievous side. Mian, have your friend add some ominous music, Chen Shui suggested. It would enhance the atmosphere. Not a problem, Mian replied, turning to them. Do you have any additional requests? Please tell me all at once. Adding requirements later will only incur more expenses. Without delay, Mian contacted her hacker friend through her encrypted email, relaying her requests. The hacker agreed but insisted on a higher fee, doubling the price. Mian promptly transferred the funds. The hacker responded that he would strike while Yuhaiba was working late into the night on his PPT, ensuring a more effective outcome. Chen Shui remarked in surprise, Mian, you are quite impressive. You even have a hacker friend? We met in a psychological support group. I was the only one willing to play air chess with him, so we became friends. What is air chess? There's no board or pieces. You must remember the moves in your mind. It's quite entertaining. Would you like to play with me? Though with you, we could only play Gamoku. Absolutely not. Chen Shui replied, exasperated by Mian's peculiar friend. She then inquired, how much did you pay him to hire him? Mian held up 5 fingers. 50,000? Mian shook her head. 500,000. Again, she shook her head. $50, he said. Mr. U.S. computer didn't he even have a firewall? He accessed it effortlessly without any technical challenge. Yet, he still needed to charge me. Otherwise, I'd be asking for his help every day. Do you often ask him to hack computers? Of course not. Including this time, it's just twice. Who did you hack last time? Chen Shui glanced at Fang Rui, who had returned to his seat, and whispered, it wouldn't be team leader Fang, would it? Feeling guilty, Mian nodded. Yes. I wanted to find out what Fang Rui likes. She added, but he doesn't have many hobbies. His computer is filled only with files. His mental world is rather barren. Who still uses a computer for entertainment these days? Everyone plays on their phones. However, Chen Shui refrained from reminding Mian, fearing she might hack Fang Rui's phone as well. Late at night, Yuhaiba powered on his computer, intending to relax with a game, but suddenly, his computer froze, ominous music echoing from the speakers. Just as he contemplated shutting it down, the screen fractured into numerous small panels, each displaying the harrowing video of Lu Tian being assaulted. Accompanied by extravagant special effects, the images spun mesmerizingly. He desperately tried to turn off the computer, but it remained unresponsive, causing him to break into a sweat. 10 minutes later, the computer finally resumed normal function, but an unmistakable video file he had deleted reappeared on the desktop, flashing insistently, rendering it impossible for him to ignore. He found himself plagued by insomnia. The following morning, upon opening his computer, the same occurrence transpired, no longer conflicted. He sent the video file to Mian, indicating his willingness to testify if needed. On the day of the trial, the sky was a clear blue, and the sun shone brightly. Fang Rui, Mian, Xiaozhang, and Chen Shui made their way to the courthouse. Rape cases are generally not tried publicly, but as the investigators handling the case, they were permitted to attend. They learned from Mian's hacker friend that Yu Haiba had sent the surveillance video to Mian, so they were all eager to witness Lin Xinjia's impending conviction. Fang Rui, thank you for coming to support us, Mian greeted them as she approached. Lu Tian had applied makeup today, donning a flowing white chiffon dress that made her appear vibrant and composed. She seemed untroubled, exuding an air of confidence, as though she was certain of her victory. Sinister, you has sent me the surveillance video, and he has agreed to testify, Mian proclaimed, holding up the USB drive, her face radiating confidence. We will undoubtedly win this case. This video was sent just 2. Although this was not standard procedure, fortunately, one of the court clerks recognized her and managed to exploit a loophole, allowing her submission to go through successfully. Otherwise, it would have had to wait until the next hearing. Once all parties were present, the presiding judge declared the trial open, and Lin Xinjia was brought to the defendant's stand. His demeanor was nonchalant, as though he were entering a bar rather than a courtroom. After the presiding judge conducted the routine questioning of Lin Xinjia, prosecutor Mian read the indictment. Lin Xinjia's defense attorney, Wang Li, promptly countered, "The charges stated in the indictment are unfounded. My client and the plaintiff were in a romantic relationship and had engaged in intimate relations on multiple occasions prior to the incident. On the night in question, my client and the plaintiff were alone together, unable to control their feelings. Their encounter was consensual. Since my client did not promise to marry the plaintiff, she has falsely accused him of coercion, which is a slanderous attack on my client's character. I have submitted relevant evidence to the court." The presiding judge reviewed the evidence provided by Attorney Wang and looked towards Mian. "Prosecutor, do you contest these photographs?" "Yes." Mian produced one of the photographs, showcasing Lu Tian and Lin Xinjia dressed in matching outfits. "Wouldn't you say these two appear to be in couple's attire?" Mian then presented a group photo where everyone was clad in the same event t-shirt. "In this photo, everyone is wearing this shirt. The angles of these photos are quite peculiar. For instance, in this one, neither the plaintiff nor the defendant is facing the camera directly, which is atypical for our photography habits. It is reasonable to deduce that this was initially a group shot, but was taken from this angle to focus solely on the two individuals." Mian provided explanations for the other photographs as well, concluding, "The defendant's attorney is attempting to mislead the court by creating a false narrative of a romantic relationship between the victim and the defendant." Attorney Wang then called forth additional witnesses. The first to testify was Lin Xinjia's secretary. "Our boss is definitely in a relationship with Miss Lu. That day, Miss Lu entered our boss's office, and when our boss emerged to assign me a task, I noticed lipstick marks on his face. They must have kissed. Otherwise, how would there be lipstick on his face? When did this occur?" "On July 15th. Mian smiled. The victim suffered from cheilitis in early July, so she had to use lipstick for most of that month. Therefore, how does the lipstick mark on your boss's face relate to the victim?" Objection. This is misleading language," Wang Li interjected, interrupting Mian's questioning. "Objection sustained. Prosecutor, please present relevant evidence," the presiding judge stated. The fact that she suffered from cheilitis was mentioned by the victim in her live broadcast. She goes live every day, and her recent streams show she hasn't worn any lipstick. The next witness was a cleaner from Lu Tian's residential complex. I saw Mr. Lin leaving Miss Lu's home. Mian inquired. Lin each time in the morning? Mian pressed. Yes. If the defendant and the victim were a couple, why would he leave her house so early? Mian directed her gaze at the presiding judge. The victim once lost a key. I suspect the defendant picked it up and used it to enter the victim's home, fabricating the illusion that he lived with her. Mian systematically refuted every piece of evidence presented by the defendant's attorney with reasoned arguments. However, these counterarguments lacked sufficient weight, plunging the case into a Rashomon state, where neither side could conclusively prove the veracity of events. Your Honor, I have submitted a new piece of evidence, a surveillance video. Chapter 41. Reversal of judgment, a turn of events, objection. The list of evidence provided by the prosecutor before the hearing does not include this video, Wang Li stated. The presiding judge hesitated. Procedurally, this was irregular, and the evidence needed to be submitted at the next court session. However, it would depend on the circumstances. If the evidence significantly impacted the case, he could exercise discretion in his ruling. Mian interjected, Your Honor, this evidence is crucial to the proceedings of this case. I only obtained it shortly before the hearing, which is why I did not submit it in advance. I urge you to consider it. The presiding judge then played the video in court. In the footage, Lin Xinjie forcibly restrained Lu Tian, who struggled and attempted to resist multiple times but ultimately failed, falling victim to Lin Xinjie's advances. Although the video was not of high resolution, the faces were discernible. This recording could undoubtedly serve to convict Lin Xinjie. Upon viewing the footage, Lawyer Wang frowned. Objection, Your Honor. I have doubts regarding the authenticity of this video, and I request a recess. The opinions of the defendant's counsel would be duly considered by the panel. The court would reconvene in 30 minutes, the presiding judge announced. As the recess commenced, Lin Xinjie berated Lawyer Wang. Is this how you conduct your business? How did they obtain the video? Why didn't you secure it yourself? Your incompetence is appalling. I will never hire you again. Silence, Lawyer Wang retorted impatiently. Are you incapable of remaining composed? I have assured you that we will not lose this case. If you wish to avoid prison, you must keep your mouth shut and refrain from speaking out of turn. Wang Li was exasperated with Lin Xinjie's foolishness. Committing a crime was one thing, but being recorded in the act was utterly disgraceful. Lin Xinjie, infuriated, shot back. You want me to be quiet? Do you not realize that I am the one paying you? How dare you shout at me? Mr. Lin, it is not you who has employed me. It is Ms. Jiang, Lawyer Wang reminded him. Lin Xinjie immediately deflated. Observing the beaming expressions of Mian and Lu Tian, a glimmer of malice flickered in Lawyer Wang's eyes. Let them revel in their joy for now. Soon enough, their smiles would fade. He had not intended to be harsh with Lu Tian, but now they had brought it upon themselves. Fang Rui, from across the crowd, gazed at Lawyer Wang, whose eyes were as cold as a serpent. This lawyer was likely harboring some underhanded schemes. Fang Rui, thank you for informing me that the camera might have captured the incident. Otherwise, we would struggle to win this case. Once it concludes, I must treat you to a meal. It was I who discovered the camera, Mian emphasized. Mian turned to Mian. Then I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Very well, I will send you a list of foods I do not consume. I am not picky, Mian replied. Half an hour swiftly passed. After a brief visit to the restroom, Mian returned to find a woman resembling her mother seated in a corner. Contemplating briefly, she approached and sat beside her. Once all relevant personnel were present, the court reconvened promptly. The technicians had confirmed the authenticity of the video, and its contents substantiated that Lin Xinjie had indeed coerced Lu Tian into a sexual encounter. At this moment, Wang Li adjusted his glasses. Your Honor, I request that a new witness be summoned to testify. The presiding judge felt a headache coming on. One after another, they insisted on presenting evidence in court. Was it so difficult to provide prior notification? Your Honor, the testimony of this witness is crucial to the proceedings of this case. Wang Li asserted confidently. After consulting with several judges, the presiding judge ultimately granted Wang Li's request. Lu Tian's mother stepped forward to the witness stand, her expression grave. She glanced at Lu Tian in the plaintiff's seat, a flicker of guilt flashing in her aged eyes before quickly averting her gaze. Upon seeing her mother appear, Lu Tian felt as though she had been struck with a blunt force. Why had her mother become a witness for Lin Xinjia? Mian frowned. Why had Wang Li chosen Lu Tian's mother to testify? What purpose would it serve in overturning Lin Xinjia's rape allegations? Witness, please state your identity, the presiding judge inquired. Wang Guixiang, I am Lu Tian's mother, she replied. Witness, do you understand that you are obligated to testify truthfully before this court? Should you commit perjury or willfully conceal facts, you will bear legal responsibility. The presiding judge reminded her in accordance with procedure. I am aware of that. Lawyer Wang has explained everything to me. Wang Li turned to Wang Guixiang, beginning his line of questioning. Ms. Wang, what is the relationship between your daughter, Lu Tian, and my client, Lin Xinjia? They are dating. Do you have any evidence to support this claim? My daughter has mentioned repeatedly over the phone that she is seeing a boy named Lin Xinjia, who comes from a wealthy family. She even said that they would soon be able to live a good life. Her father can also attest to this. Lu Tian glared at her mother in fury, shouting, I never said any of that. Why are you lying? Mom, I am your daughter. Why would you defame me like this? Plaintiff, please remain calm. The presiding judge interrupted Lu Tian's outburst. Tian, it is precisely because you are my daughter that I cannot stand idly by as you make mistakes and falsely accuse others. We must act with integrity. We cannot commit wrongdoing. Lawyer Wang inquired, Ms. Wang, based on your understanding of your daughter, why do you believe she would falsely accuse my client? Objection. This is irrelevant speculation. Nye Yin countered. Objection overruled. Please continue, witness, the presiding judge directed. Tian has mental health issues. Her emotions are volatile. She can be cheerful in the morning, only to throw a tantrum by the afternoon. She has been seeing a psychologist for several years without improvement. Did the doctor mention her condition? It seems to be either schizophrenia or personality disorder. She has previously claimed that men have raped her. Alas, this is our fault that a relative of ours molested her when she was young, but since it was a family member, we did not report it. Tian was greatly traumatized. She nearly attempted to commit suicide with rat poison, but thankfully, we discovered it in time at that time. We were ignorant and did not take her to see a psychologist, and she has turned out this way as she grew older. Has she accused anyone else? In college, she dated a boy, and when he kissed her, she insisted on reporting him for rape. Thankfully, we intervened. Otherwise, that boy's reputation would have been ruined. Lu Tian screamed in protest. These are all fabrications. No, none of this ever happened. Mom, why are you making up these lies? Nye Yin pressed. Since you claim Lu Tian reported it, is there a police report? There isn't. We stopped Tian from reporting it, she replied. However, you may contact that male classmate. I can provide you with his details. Lu Tian's complexion shifted. She had indeed been sexually harassed by a boy in college, but he was not her boyfriend. How did her mother know? Nye Yin also realized that this male classmate might have been pursuing Lu Tian. Perhaps he spread rumors about her being his girlfriend after being rejected. Many would believe such rumors. Wang Li fixed his gaze on Lu Tian, questioning intently, Miss Lu, is it also false that you have seen a psychologist? Lu Tian could not deny this. She had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and was currently on medication. I suspect that during the intimate encounter with my client, she experienced a sudden episode, which led to the resisting behavior captured in the surveillance footage. After deliberation with the jurors, the presiding judge decided to approve Wang Li's request. The opinions of the defendant's counsel would be duly considered. The court would now adjourn and reconvene at a later date, with notice to be provided in writing. As the court session concluded, Lu Tian felt as though she had endured a mental torture. She collapsed in the plaintiff's seat. Deep down, she had always known her parents favored sons over daughters and recognized that her mother did not genuinely love her. Yet she continued to deceive herself, telling herself that at least her mother harbored some affection for her. Even when her parents pressured her to sign the settlement agreement that day, she still held a glimmer of hope for them, rationalizing that they were merely afraid due to financial strain. However, every word her mother had uttered in court felt like a dagger, piercing her to the core. In that moment, she could only think of one thing: to die, just to escape this wretched world. Lu Tian, do not be afraid. You still have me. Mian tightly embraced Lu Tian, her voice trembling. It's all right. Even if your mother has betrayed you, you still have me. We can win this. Mian was taken aback by Wang Li's audacious strategy. She had not anticipated him to defend the case from this angle. Now that Lu Tian had faced so much turmoil and was grappling with emotional distress, any further psychological evaluation would leave them with no chance of victory. More critically, Lu Tian's mother's words had landed a devastating blow. Lu Tian, like a marionette stripped of its strings, permitted Mian to hold her, devoid of any response. She felt utterly drained, lacking even the strength to blink. Lin Xinjie strutted about like a victorious rooster, his demeanor exuberant. He approached and scrutinized Lu Tian's expression, grinning lewdly as he did so. I told you, if you had only complied with my wishes to settle, none of this would have happened. Now, it's too late. That I assure you. This case is as good as lost. This is merely the beginning. I will have you committed to a psychiatric facility. Ha ha ha. Then no one will ever touch you again. But honestly, in this state of madness, even if someone were to offer you for free, no one would want you, fearing you might go berserk and harm them. Chapter 42. The Reversal of Judgment. May I have a hug? Lu Tian gazed at his triumphant expression, her nails digging deeply into her palm, blood seeping from her clenched fist, providing her a fleeting moment of clarity. Suddenly, she felt a surge of strength. A voice within her urged her not to surrender, to resist at all costs. Such scum had yet to face retribution. How could she relinquish her own life? Fang Rui shot a disdainful glance at Lin Xinjie, questioning his arrogance. What are you so pleased about? You haven't won this case yet. With a triumphant air, Lin Xinjie pulled Wang Lawyer close, declaring, with Wang Lawyer on my side, how could I possibly lose? Fang Rui, don't forget to attend my victory celebration. I'll treat you to something splendid, Mr. Fang. Ms. Jiang has instructed us to return. Wang Li interjected coldly, brushing aside Lin Xinjie's exuberance. Understood. Mian, we cannot afford to lose. Lu Tian fixed her gaze firmly upon Mian, asserting, I will take my medication diligently, I will manage my emotions, and I shall not allow those experts to label me insane. I cannot lose. Lu Tian fought not for herself. Her life was already in ruins. She simply could not permit someone like Lin Xinjie to prey upon another innocent girl. The tragedy must end with her. However, Mian felt far less confident. Mental evaluations were not as easily discernible as other forms of evidence. If Wang Lawyer had indeed bribed those experts, a fraudulent report would be beyond contestation. Mian seemed to have shut out the world, engrossed in painting a portrait of her own hand. Jiang Yun sensed something peculiar about the girl seated beside her. It seemed she wished to speak, but was perpetually on the verge of utterance. Finally, Mian found her opening. Hello, do you recognize the person in this portrait? She presented her freshly painted image to Jiang Yun, her tone laden with trepidation. The paper depicted a loving mother cradling a small infant, and Mian had meticulously captured the essence of the photograph. Jiang Yun took the painting, glancing at it, her expression frozen in shock as suppressed memories surged forth like a tidal wave. She regarded Mian with cold eyes, demanding, Who are you? What is your relationship with Mian? Mian remained silent, uncertain whether to acknowledge her mother. The expression on her mother's face was not one of joy, but rather distaste. Why would a mother harbor disdain for her own child? Jiang Yun continued, "You must be from the Shin family, am I correct? Haven T, I made it clear that I wish to be left alone. Whether that child lives or dies has nothing to do with me. I will not meet her if you seek money. I can offer you a substantial sum, but only on the condition that you cease your harassment. Why? Don't you want to see her?" Mian's mind felt muddled. Though her adoptive mother treated her with kindness, nurturing her as if she were a precious and fragile porcelain doll, it was not the love of a mother for her child. It was merely care for a person with autism. Her entire understanding of motherhood stemmed from the beautiful fairy tales, leaving her incapable of grasping the current reality. Naturally, she could not fully comprehend the fairy tales either. "She is the nightmare of my life. I cannot accept that I have a child who is akin to a fool." Jiang Yun pinched her brow, striving to suppress the flood of memories. "You have raised her for so many years. Why come to me now?" "So it was." Mian looked at Jiang Yun, striving to maintain eye contact. In her cold gaze, Mian saw a reflection of her own pitiable self. Her sister was right. Not all mothers love their children. Only the mothers in storybooks do. Jiang Yun scrutinized the strange girl before her, finding familiarity in her features. She longed to ask, "Are you Mian?" but dismissed the thought as impossible. Mian was supposed to be a mentally challenged girl. She could not speak, could not paint, and certainly could not appear before her. Mian might have already perished. Such children do not live long and should not live too long. "Very well," Mian said, reclaiming her painting from Jiang Yun, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "I assure you, she will not disturb you." Jiang Yun stared at her empty palms, questioning, "Who are you, truly?" Mian offered no response. At that moment, the court session concluded. Jiang Yun cast one last glance at Mian before donning her sunglasses and departing with her assistant. A profound sorrow engulfed Mian, yet she found herself unable to articulate the feeling. Tears would not come. Instead, her mind blanked, as if every memory had been wiped clean. "Mian, why are you dazing off again?" Fang Rui had searched for quite some time before spotting Mian, lost in thought in the corner. She appeared markedly different from usual. In that moment, Mian seemed utterly alone, as if encased in a glass dome, isolated within her own world. Memories surged back into her mind, and despite her attempts to reshape her understanding of her mother, she could not quell the tide of sorrow. "Fang Rui, I am deeply saddened. I need comfort." Mian extended her arms toward him. "Could you hug me?" Fang Rui glanced around. Most people were exiting. He was reluctant to embrace anyone in public, even if that person was Mian. Yet, she looked so fragile in that moment. With a sigh, he wrapped his arms around her. "Did you see your mother?" he inquired, having surmised the situation from the painting in Mian's hands. "Yes, she is nothing like I imagined. She does not love me. That's nothing unusual. Some mothers simply do not love their children. It's a common truth." Mian realized she did not love her mother as she had believed. She had been enchanted by the idealized image of motherhood she had conjured, that image embodying her longing to be loved as a normal person. When she finally confronted the reality of her mother, the fantasy shattered, leaving her devastated. For this signified that she would forever be deprived of the emotional experiences that a normal person should have. She felt the warmth of his embrace. Mian sensed the overwhelming tide of sorrow receding, replaced by an unfamiliar yet delightful emotion. She could not identify it, but it occupied her mind, filling her with unprecedented joy. In that moment, Mian yearned more than ever to possess Fang Rui's essence. Reluctantly, she released him. Fang Rui ruffled her short hair, offering comfort. "Mian, it's all right if she doesn't like you. Many others will love you." Fang Rui resolved to treat Mian with greater kindness in the future. She appeared to be in desperate need of affection. "I know many people love me, but Fang Rui, you must not ruffle my hair. It feels akin to petting a kitten or puppy, and I detest it." Mian protested, smoothing her hair. Even though her adoptive parents and sister did not regard her as a normal person, their love was genuine. Even the psychologist she loathed had shown her much affection. Thus, Mian's growth had not lacked love. If you truly enjoy ruffling my hair, I might permit it, but only if you donate your essence to me. It's evident that you are no longer so distressed. Shall we return? Mian followed Fang Rui out. Upon encountering Mian and Lu Tian at the courthouse entrance, she remembered to inquire about the trial's outcome. Prosecutor Nia, did we win the case? No. The court is temporarily adjourned. Both sides need to present additional evidence. The opposition is requesting a mental evaluation of Lu Tian. Do you wish to embrace Prosecutor Nia? Fang Rui retorted brusquely. Why would I hug her? Fang Rui longed to peer into Mian's mind, to uncover her daily thoughts. She is your friend. She did not win the case. Wouldn't you want to comfort her? I have already offered verbal comfort. Adults do not use hugs as a means of consolation. Mian tilted her head. But you just hugged me. Where did that vulnerable Mian go? Is her emotional resilience truly so strong? Chen Shui, possessing keen hearing, leaned in to inquire, Mian, what were you just saying? I think I heard the word hug. Misleading mental health and psychological experts into issuing erroneous diagnoses isn't that difficult. Mian shifted the topic. Which persona does Lu Tian need to adopt? I can teach her. Chapter 43. Reversal of Judgment. Dissociative Conversion Disorder. Mian, not everyone possesses the ability to effortlessly manipulate the results. It was easily uncovered by consultant Lin with just a glance. Feeling guilty, Mian lowered her head. Although she consistently passed the psychological expert assessments, she would inevitably reveal her true self during the behavioral evaluation stages. Thus, there was a period when she firmly believed in the existence of mind-reading abilities, for those psychological experts seemed to unmask her facade with each glance they cast her way. The truth was that her disguise was simply inadequate. Lu Tian candidly admitted, Mian, I am indeed seeing a psychologist. I have bipolar disorder. Will this affect the trial's outcome? Mian inquired. Who is your psychologist? We could consult her. Her name is Xin, and she is an excellent psychologist. Since I began treatment with her, my emotional issues have been brought under control. She should be able to testify on my behalf. She is my sister, Mian stated with a tone of pride. She is a remarkably skilled therapist and will undoubtedly assist you. Fang Rui cautioned them. The pressing issue is that Wang Li may very well have bribed those experts to provide false assessments. Mian retorted. But forgery is illegal. Would those experts also break the law? They all fell silent, no one providing an answer to Mian. The second hearing soon arrived. Xiao Zhang was out on assignment, and Chen Shui, fearing an unfavorable outcome, refused to attend, leaving Fang Rui and Mian to go to court alone. 4 psychiatric experts and 2 psychologists from the Judicial Appraisal Center assessed Lu Tian's mental state, arriving at a unanimous conclusion and providing a detailed analysis. Lu Tian suffers from dissociative conversion disorder, commonly referred to as hysteria, which is colloquially known as personality disorder. The patient cannot recall significant past events. She has forgotten her childhood experiences of molestation and the false allegation against her ex-boyfriend for rape. She has made delusional claims multiple times to her parents about being raped and molested. Recent memory loss has led her to intermittently forget that she is in a romantic relationship with Lin Xinjia, resulting in her sudden aggressive behavior towards him during their intimate encounters, as depicted in the video. Symptoms such as aimless wandering and bodily rigidity were observed during the diagnostic process. Mian found the report utterly ludicrous. The basis for the expert's diagnosis was, astonishingly, the statements of Lu Tian's parents. Even an outsider like her could discern the unprofessional nature of this diagnostic report. Mian also summoned their own expert witness. Witness, what is your identity? The presiding judge inquired. I am Lu Tian's psychologist, Xin, she replied. Mian asked, Dr. Shun, do you endorse this psychiatric evaluation report? I do not, Xin responded. Lu Tian does not have dissociative conversion disorder. Her personality is very stable, and she exhibits no memory-related issues. Her true problem is bipolar disorder, commonly known as manic depressive illness. This is an emotional issue that does not significantly affect our memory capabilities. Wang Li interjected, Dr. Shan, are you questioning the diagnoses made by these experts? Mental and psychological issues do not possess the clear pathological basis of other physical diseases. They are often latent and require long-term observation to reach accurate conclusions. The evaluation results emphasize that Miss Liu has memory problems. Therefore, memory tests should have been conducted to demonstrate how emotions could influence her memory. However, no such tests were carried out during the assessment. Hence, I question the rigor of this evaluation. Furthermore, I express doubts regarding the qualifications of these experts. Can you provide additional proof of their credentials? Shun Xin's voice was gentle yet firmly reasoned. Wang Li furrowed his brow, recognizing the professionalism of this psychologist, and thus shifted the topic. If, according to your diagnosis, Miss Liu has bipolar disorder, will this affect her behavior? It will, Wang Li remarked. Please explain bipolar disorder to us. Bipolar disorder is a severe mental illness characterized by episodic phases of profound emotional lows, akin to depressive symptoms, followed by periods of heightened euphoria. These cycles of elation and despondency may occur every 6 months for some individuals, while others may experience them monthly, and those with severe cases may cycle through numerous times within a week. Does this bear resemblance to the symptoms of dissociative conversion disorder? Not at all. They are unrelated. Thus, the patient's behavioral patterns differ significantly between these two emotional states. Correct. Xin gazed at Wang Li for a long moment before responding, Indeed. Is it possible for her to suddenly exhibit aggressive behavior? If she is in a manic phase, such behavior may occur. Your Honor, the diagnosis provided by the expert witness further substantiates that the plaintiff's emotions are highly unstable. If she is in a manic state, she may exhibit inexplicable aggression. I reasonably suspect that on the day of the incident, the defendant suffered a sudden onset of her condition, which led her to assault my client. Wang Li also summoned a former classmate who had harassed Liu Tian to testify, stating, Liu Tian was originally in a relationship with me. My friends can attest to this. However, when I kissed her, she struck me and accused me of harassment. Your Honor, Liu Tian undoubtedly has some form of mental illness that prevents her from accepting intimacy. Wang Li asserted, Your Honor, my client is an ordinary person who lacks understanding of mental illnesses. He believed that intimate relations between partners were perfectly normal and did not recognize that the plaintiff's resistance stemmed from an episode of her illness, thinking she was merely shy. After a prolonged wait, the verdict was finally announced. The presiding judge declared, due to insufficient evidence, the plaintiff Liu Tian's rape lawsuit against Lin Qianjie is dismissed, and Lin Qianjie is found not guilty and released immediately. Liu Tian listened calmly to the judge's pronouncement before turning to Nie Yin with a smile. Prosecutor Nie, it seems we truly cannot win. But thank you. Thank you for standing by me all this time. Perhaps anticipating the outcome, or perhaps due to the effects of the antidepressants she had taken beforehand, Liu Tian surprisingly felt less sorrowful. At the very least, she had bravely fought against the darkness, and even in defeat, there was honor in her struggle. Nie Yin fought to hold back her tears, having lost once more, this time to the forces of power. The legal knowledge she had acquired failed to uphold justice. Instead, her sense of righteousness was mercilessly strangled by Wang Li's legal machinations. She lost not only a case, but also her faith in the law and the unwavering dream she once held dear. Grasping Liu Tian's hand tightly, she choked out, Liu Tian, promise me you'll take care of yourself, all right? Liu Tian nodded affirmatively, responding with determination, Yes, I will. For your sake, Nie Yin, I must persevere. I cannot allow you to bear another psychological burden. Lin Qianjie observed their tearful despair, a smirk involuntarily creeping across his face as he turned to Wang Li. Lawyer Wang, well done. I will certainly seek your services again. Do you wish for a next time? Wang Li shot him a cold glare. If it weren't for Mrs. Jiang, do you believe I would concern myself with your affairs? Tone it down. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. With that, Wang Li departed. Lin Qianjie rolled his eyes at Wang Li's retreating figure, but his attention was swiftly captured by Xin, the beautiful and gentle psychologist he had noticed in court. Chapter 44. The Reversal of Judgment. Though defeated, still honorable Lin Xianjie caught up with Xin in the parking lot. Dr. Shun, please wait a moment. Upon recognizing him, a look of distaste crossed Xin's face, but she quickly donned a professional smile. May I ask what you need? Dr. Shun, I believe I have some psychological issues. I often feel a sense of emptiness. Could you spare some time to chat with me? Lin Xianjie placed a hand over his heart, feigning sorrow and vulnerability. I am available right now, Xin replied, raising an eyebrow, her gaze instantly turning icy. You prefer to choose those weak-willed girls, believing them to be easier to manipulate. This stems from your long-term oppression, which leads you to exert control over those weaker than yourself. Lin Xianjie was taken aback. Although Xin appeared gentle and her voice melodious, her words pierced him like daggers, cruelly embedding themselves in his heart. I am not what you claim, Dr. Shun. You do not know me well enough. Why don't you give me your contact information, and we can take the time to understand each other better? Lin Xianjie shamelessly suggested. My previous statement was inaccurate. Even when selecting the most fragile girl, you still lack the confidence to control them, which is why you resort to coercion. I even suspect that your sexual prowess may be lacking, attempting to impose yourself on those girls so they remain oblivious to their own feelings in that regard. Has no girl ever given you positive feedback in terms of intimacy? Shut up. You are hardly a psychologist. You are just a fraud. Lin Xianjie retorted, furiously, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Xin raised an eyebrow, remarking, Your erectile dysfunction is likely a psychological issue, and you indeed need to consult a psychologist. However, I am not skilled in that area of treatment. Would you like me to recommend someone? Lin Xianjie instinctively wanted to argue, but he restrained his expression and instead replied with bravado, Why not test my capabilities and see for yourself? Are you certain? Xin regarded Lin Xianjie with a look of disdain, her beautiful eyes exuding an air of oppression. I am not one of those weak girls. I relish transforming others into my playthings. Are you sure you want to play with me? You. Aren't you a psychologist? Why are you so twisted? Is that fear I detect? I am indeed a psychologist, which is precisely why I excel at controlling others. Once you become my toy, you will come to understand what true perversion entails. Care to give it a try? Xin gazed at him with interest. Lin Xianjie took a few steps back in fright. Xin's expression reminded him of his stepmother, that loathsome, terrifying woman. Any sinister thoughts he had harbored towards Xin were instantly extinguished. Such a woman was undoubtedly beyond his control. Sister. Mian, witnessing Xin being harassed by Lin Xianjie, quickly called out to her. Hearing Mian's voice from behind, Xin swiftly reverted to her gentle demeanor. Lin Xianjie was startled by her rapid transformation. Mr. Lin, consider this psychological Xin spotted Mian and Fang Rui standing together. She was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Mian a forensic doctor? Why was she at the courthouse? If that were the case, she had been careless. She should have taken Mian directly to meet her mother, thereby maintaining control of the situation and minimizing Mian's potential harm. Sister, Lin Xianjie is a bad person. You should stay far away from him, Mian quietly warned. Xin smiled at her reassuringly. Don't worry. He likely won't appear before me again. I am a psychologist, after all. I have dealt with even the most twisted patients with ease. Mian turned to Fang Rui and said, Yes, my sister is an exceptional psychologist. Fang Rui addressed Xin, Dr. Shun, she is not doing well. I have increased Lu Tian's medication dosage. If she takes her pills on time, her emotions should stabilize, Xin sighed. Compared to Lu Tian, I am more concerned about Prosecutor Nia. She has yet to recover from her previous psychological trauma and is now enduring new suffering, all while resisting psychological treatment. Her condition may be quite dire. Xin had previously suggested that Nia Yin seek psychological therapy, but Nia Yin had declined. Fang Rui inquired, What should we do? For the next few days, Let her family pay more attention to her to prevent her from harming herself or others. Emotions always need an outlet. Mian's parents would not arrive until the following day. Fang Rui had initially planned for Li Lanlan to provide close protection for Mian and Lu Tian, but Chen Shui volunteered to go to Mian's home to monitor and safeguard both girls. She also brought Mian along, citing her medical skills as a reason. Should anything happen, Mian could administer immediate aid. Chen Shui was quite affable, quickly bonding with Lu Tian and Mian. She was adept at lifting the atmosphere and had specifically bought a variety of ingredients for a hot pot meal. Lu Tian and Mian were soon influenced by her buoyant mood, and the group gathered around the table to enjoy the hot pot. Mian, however, stared at the spread, descending into a state of melancholy. There was nothing on the table that she liked to eat. Moreover, why were they having hot pot in the sweltering summer? Forensic doctor, why aren't you eating? You should give it a try. Mian regarded the indistinguishable piece of meat with distaste. She refused to consume such unbranded products. Chen Shui was unyielding towards Mian, coating the meat in sesame sauce before shoving it into Mian's mouth. Mian, chew a bit. Mian chewed reluctantly and found it quite tasty. She then took some meat for herself and began to eat quietly. Mian, you must be bold in your culinary explorations. Thus, Mian bravely sampled a piece of the hot pot base filled with chili peppers. Mian nearly cried from the spiciness. Indeed, some experiments should not be undertaken lightly. Mian set down her chopsticks. Chen Shui had also brought several cases of beer and declared to Lu Tian and Mian, "Tonight, we shall not cease until we are intoxicated." She then whispered to Mian, "Watch as I get them drunk. Once they are inebriated, they will have no capacity for overthinking." "What if you get drunk first?" Mian expressed her concern, fearing that if Chen Shui lost consciousness, she would be unable to prevent both girls from harming themselves. "Impossible. My sister can drink countless cans without faltering." Chen Shui and the others proceeded to drink can after can, and Mian began to share her feelings. "I feel so useless. After studying law for so many years, I can do nothing. I am just a waste." Lu Tian encouraged her. "No, you are simply too naive, always choosing cases that no one else wants to handle. You are incredibly brave. You are the best prosecutor, a champion of justice." "Yes, I will be the most outstanding prosecutor." Mian felt an urge to cry but found herself unable to shed tears. She watched helplessly as Xin Yuanyuan jumped from the building before her, yet she could do nothing. Even if she were given another chance, she would still lose. If ineptitude were a crime, she would be utterly guilty. Chen Shui chimed in, "I will also become an excellent forensic doctor." Lu Tian clinked her glass with theirs, proclaiming, "Though we may be defeated, we remain honorable." Mian observed the jubilant atmosphere, feeling somewhat perplexed. She struggled to comprehend their behavior, yet she did not feel excluded. "Forensic doctor, what is your dream?" Mian inquired. Mian opened her mouth to respond, but Chen Shui interjected, "She always has unique ideas." Mian nodded, "Indeed, but I have many dreams." Mian appeared momentarily astonished, but her expression soon broke. Mian found her actions peculiar. "I have always been very happy." Mian then raised her glass to Chen Shui and Lu Tian. "Cheers to your happiness." Chen Shui and Lu Tian, already intoxicated, she drank numerous cans without becoming inebriated. She opened another can, but Mian stopped her. "You cannot drink anymore. It could lead to alcohol poisoning." "This is beer. Where is the alcohol in that? I could drink a dozen more without issue." Mian clung tightly to the beer bottles. Just then, Mian's phone lit up. She glanced at the message, and her expression froze momentarily before she smiled and said, "All right, I won't drink anymore." Chapter 45. Reversal of Judgment. A murder occurs. Mian perceived a certain complexity in Mian's expression, one that eluded her comprehension, causing a flicker of agitation within her. Justice is something to be pursued and sought after, for we can never attain a reality of perfect justice. It is a pursuit we must undertake. Justice is not merely an outcome. It is a process, Mian offered her words of comfort. This sentiment echoes the thoughts of Alan Dershowitz, who defended O.J. Simpson against murder charges and also represented the notorious pedophile Epstein. Are you attempting to console me with the words of such a disreputable lawyer? Mian couldn't suppress a laugh, finding Mian to be quite an intriguing individual. You see, even such a nefarious figure believes in justice, which illustrates that the pursuit of justice is not a foolish endeavor, Mian remarked. Ha ha ha, your logic in comforting others is truly peculiar. Nevertheless, thank you, my dear friend. Your words have indeed brought me solace. Now, I must retire for the night. Good night. Mian, are we friends now? Mian did not respond. She leaned. Mian felt a flicker of joy. She hurriedly jotted down in her self-reflection diary. Today was fortuitous. I made a friend. After a moment's contemplation, she crossed out the one and replaced it with two. Lu Tian should also be considered her friend. Mian covered both of them with blankets. She did not sleep but gazed at the night sky, idly counting the stars. In truth, she was not particularly convinced of the existence of justice. It seemed merely a concept devised to maintain order and stability, much like the law, which serves merely as a tool. However, Mian regarded it with utmost reverence. Upon reaching her 130th count, Mian could no longer resist the pull of slumber. She fell asleep for only a few minutes before awakening abruptly. Glancing towards the sofa, she found Mian had indeed vanished. Searching frantically, she pushed open the bathroom door, and her eyes fell upon a bathtub filled with crimson water. Mian's left radial artery had been severed, and blood had stained the entire tub. As Mian called out to Chen Shui to hasten and summon an ambulance. She pressed down on Mian's wrist, urgently attempting to staunch the bleeding. Simultaneously, she pondered a troubling question. Why would Mian, having been comforted, resort to such drastic measures? She should have offered Mian a hug. But it seemed she still lacked the skill to console others. Fortunately, due to the promptness of their intervention, Mian's life was not in peril. The injury merely required a bandage. The doctor noted that the patient had not lost a significant amount of blood and would merely need to replenish her strength. After issuing instructions, the doctor couldn't help but jest, remarking that the wound was not deep at all, and the manner in which it was bandaged was even superior to their own. There was hardly any need for her to be brought in. Upon regaining consciousness, Mian apologized to everyone. I am sorry. I did not intend to take my own life. I lost control of my emotions. I promise I will not act this way again. Initially, Mian had not contemplated suicide, but upon receiving a message from her superiors informing her of her dismissal due to bribery, she succumbed to despair and attempted to end her life. Mian reminded her, Prosecutor Nya, it seems you are suffering from depression, and it would be difficult to heal on your own. You should consult a psychologist. The effects of medication can be quite beneficial. She handed Mian a business card belonging to Shen Xian. All right, I will see a doctor once I am discharged. Mian accepted the card and carelessly tucked it beneath her pillow. Observing her half-hearted demeanor, Mian felt a surge of frustration. I am sincerely recommending this for your benefit. We are friends, and I hope to see you again in the future. I promise I will visit a psychologist. I would never deceive you. However, Mian pointed to her wrist, now wrapped in bandages. Surely you cannot expect me to go right now. I must first heal my injury. You must go once you are discharged, Mian reiterated emphatically. Understood. When Mian's parents received the news, they quickly arrived at the hospital. Both of them were high school teachers, seemingly stern yet incredibly supportive of Mian. They did not question her motives for attempting suicide. Instead, her mother enveloped her in an embrace, encouraging her. Mian, we have seen the news, and we are immensely proud to have you as our daughter. Clinging to her parents, Mian wept inconsolably. Mother, I no longer wish to pursue a career in law. I want to return home with you. I wish to become a teacher, just like you. Very well. Even if you choose not to work, whatever you wish to do, your father and I will support you. However, We hope you have genuinely considered this decision and are not merely escaping difficulties due to a moment of despair. Seeing Nye Yan's parents come to care for her, Mian and Chen Shui departed the hospital. As dawn broke, the sun began its ascent, painting the horizon in fiery hues. Today is yet another beautiful day, Chen Shui yawned, admiring the sun rising above the horizon, capturing photographs while exclaiming, "It is so stunning. Even for this beautiful sunrise, it is worth living life to the fullest." Chen Shui, the sunrise is not beautiful at all. It is blinding, Mian retorted, her voice muffled by dark circles under her eyes. She had only slept for 5 minutes the previous night and had been consumed by a plethora of meaningless thoughts, leaving her exhausted and weary. She had endured an exceptionally dreadful night. Mian, you appear utterly fatigued. Will you be taking a day off? Yes, I intend to sleep the entire day away. Chen Shui drove Mian home. As they neared the entrance of their community, Mian's phone rang. She dismissed the call, eager to catch up on sleep, when Chen Shui's phone also chimed. Chen Shui, there has been a murder. 2 individuals are deceased. It was Xiao Zhang on the line. Is forensic expert beside you. Please proceed to the dock. I have already sent you the location. Before Chen Shui could respond, the call ended abruptly. Mian, you. Chen Shui turned to Mian, intending to inquire whether she still planned to take the day off, only to find Mian's gaze alight with determination. Chen Shui, accelerate to the dock. Do not allow them to tamper with my evidence. Weren't you just exhausted? Chen Shui was taken aback. Mian's stamina had seemingly returned astonishingly fast. I can manage. I once stayed awake for 5 days, and even under such circumstances, my cognitive speed remained unaffected. Why would you stay awake for 5 days? Mian offered no reply, instead gazing out at the scenery. Chen Shui, the view here is truly exquisite. If you do not wish to speak, then so be it. The streets beyond the window were filled with traffic. Where was the beauty in that? Mian, your method of diverting the topic is rather clumsy. Jiangzhou is a coastal city, boasting an extensive shoreline and breathtaking seaside vistas. The scene of the murder unfolded aboard a small yacht, which had already set sail. 4 passengers were aboard, engaged in a gathering. During the festivities, 2 of them suddenly convulsed, frothing at the mouth, and within moments, they fell silent. The remaining 2 swiftly navigated the yacht back to the dock and reported the incident to the authorities. By the time Mian and Chen Shui arrived at the yacht, Fang Rui and his team were already examining the scene. On the floor lay 2 deceased bodies, 1 male and 1 female. The deceased is none other than Lin Xinjia, Chen Shui exclaimed, having recognized the face of the corpse. She kicked it twice with her foot, astonished. He was alive and well just yesterday. Mian expressed her discontent. Chen Shui, please refrain from stepping on the body. I apologize. My foot slipped. Chapter 46. Reversal of Judgment. Poisoning. We were equally astonished. Xiao Zhang whispered. The deceased woman was named Wang Xiaoya. She was Lu Tian's close friend. What a coincidence that these 2 individuals ended up dead. The assailant could not possibly be Lu Tian or Prosecutor Nye. Yesterday, Mian and I closely monitored them throughout the night. Later, Nye Yan even attempted to take her own life, but thankfully, forensic expert Mu discovered it in time. Otherwise, Nye Yan would have perished. Chen Shui immediately cleared Lu Tian and Nye Yan of suspicion. We never doubted them, Xiao Zhang asserted. There were only 4 people. Both victims exhibited white froth at their lips and had a bluish tint to their skin. They had been poisoned, likely by some form of neurotoxin. Mian carefully examined the surface of the bodies, finding no external injuries and ruling out the possibility of injection-based substances. A toxicology test would be necessary to ascertain the specific poison. Fang Rui turned to one of the reporters. You didn't consume any illicit substances last night, did you? The reporter, Chen Dongdong, an assistant and sycophant of Lin Xinjia, often indulged in mischief alongside him. Of course not. Chen Dongdong's expression faltered. I certainly did not. If you don't believe me, feel free to take me for a urine test. Let us hope that's the case. Mian collected samples of all the food aboard the yacht. Several open bottles of liquor and glasses containing alcohol were on the table. She packaged them as they were, intending to take them back for toxicological analysis. What is this? Xiao Zhang pried open a nightstand drawer in the yacht's bedroom and discovered a bottle of medication. The bottle was white, bearing a label in English that Xiao Zhang could not comprehend. Mian had never seen the name of the drug before, but she understood the ingredients. It appeared to be some form of aphrodisiac. Let us take it back for testing. Mian twisted open the bottle, pouring out several small white pills. The bottle was only half full, indicating that the user had been consuming this medication for some time. After Mian completed the sampling, Fang Rui and the others finished their on-site investigation. No useful clues had been uncovered aboard the yacht, and they planned to return. Is that Qinjie's corpse? A cold female voice emerged from outside the yacht. Fang Rui stepped out to find Lin Qinjie's stepmother, Jiang Yun. Dressed in a black suit, she appeared polished and competent. Glancing at Lin Qinjie's body, her brows furrowed slightly, yet she revealed no hint of sorrow, her demeanor remaining icy. Jiang Yun recognized Fang Rui and inquired, "Fang Rui, are you in charge of this case?" "Yes," he replied. "This case need not trouble you further. I will take this body and find someone else to investigate the murderer." Jiang Yun's tone was somewhat aggressive. Given the previous rape case where the police had clearly favored Lu Tian, she harbored doubts that Fang Rui and his team would take this case seriously. Fang Rui declined, "I'm sorry, but we have already taken over this case. According to procedure, you cannot remove the body. I am a family member of the deceased. I have the right to handle his remains. Once the investigation concludes, we will return the body to you." Mian interjected, "But not at this moment. Please trust us. We will clarify the case as swiftly as possible." Though Mian wore a mask, Jiang Yun still recognized her as the girl she had encountered in the audience that day. Jiang Yun scrutinized Mian, her tone dripping with arrogance. "You are a forensic expert? You appear rather unprofessional. Why should I believe that you can uncover the true culprit? Are you concerned that we might fail to identify the perpetrator?" She examined Mian closely. She should have recognized her. This was her daughter. She approached Mian, her voice trembling. "You are Mian?" Mian remained silent, turning to Fang Rui. "Fang Rui, I have completed the sampling. Let us return." "All right." Mian, I am. Jiang Yun grasped Mian's hand, but as she began to speak, the words faltered. She had uttered such venomous remarks that day and had never sought to meet Mian. What right did she have to recognize her daughter? "Ms. Jiang, please do not interrupt our work." Mian gently withdrew her hand. "We are quite busy." Jiang Yun stood frozen, finally hearing her daughter speak. Yet she was addressed merely as Ms. Jiang. Once Mian and the others departed in their vehicle, the assistant cautiously asked, "Ms. Jiang, should we head back?" Having followed Jiang Yun for many years, she had never witnessed such a look of guilt and despair on her face. Jiang Yun had always been a cold-hearted woman. "Yes, let us return." Jiang Yun suppressed all emotion, reminding her assistant that if the police discovered Qinjie's use of illicit drugs, "I will ensure someone follows up." In the autopsy room, Qin Shui frequently glanced at Mian. She suspected Jiang Yun was the mother that Mian had long sought, yet she was at a loss as to how to convey this to her. "Qin Shui, Ms. Jiang is my biological mother." Mian cut open Lin Qinjie's stomach, a strong odor of alcohol wafting forth. His stomach was nearly empty, with hardly any food residue. Seemed the poison was likely in the liquor. "Then why don't you acknowledge?" However, having met her, I no longer yearn for that encounter. Mian extracted the deceased's heart blood for toxicological analysis. "But she is wealthy. If you recognize her, you could suddenly become rich." Qin Shui lamented. "Then you would never need to work again and could spend freely." "I enjoy my work. I do not relish extravagance." Mian paused, looking at Qin Shui. "Moreover, I am already quite affluent." "Are you referring to the few hundred yuan that was swindled from you, or our meager salaries?" Certainly not. My sister possesses vast wealth. I can utilize as much as I desire. Chen Shui had met Mian's sister. She was striking and elegant. Judging by her attire and the car she drove, it was evident she was quite wealthy. That Ms. Jiang does not seem like a good person. It would be best for you to keep your distance from her. Look at how she raised Lin Xinjia. What a scoundrel. Fortunately, you were not raised by her. Otherwise, you might have turned into a bloodthirsty forensic expert. I do not have an affinity for blood. I prefer bones. I might evolve into a thief, pilfering mummies from museums or corpses from ancient tombs. Chen Shui was speechless. Even if Mian were to embrace darkness, she posed no significant threat. Chapter 47. The Reversal of Judgment. The Art of Poisoning. The following day, the results of the toxicology report were released. Mian reported, the toxin found in the deceased's body is tetrahydro-4-methyl-2,6-dioxo-1,3,5-triazine, commonly known as rat poison. It is a colorless, odorless, and highly toxic powder. The lethal dose for humans is merely 7 to 10 milligrams. Symptoms of poisoning manifest as tonic-clonic seizures, accompanied by loss of consciousness, frothing at the mouth, and cyanosis, resembling a continuous state of epileptic seizure, potentially accompanied by In severe cases, seizures occur frequently with little respite, even leading to opisthotonos. We also detected some undissolved soil in the poison glass, likely impurities from the rat poison. Xiaozhang expressed confusion. Rat poison has been completely banned from production and sale for many years. How could the perpetrator possibly obtain such a toxin? Mian elucidated. The stability of tetrahydro-4-methyl-2,6-dioxo-1,3,5-triazine means it does not decompose even after decades. It is conceivable that it was produced earlier. Fang Rui furrowed his brow, remarking, in that case, it will be challenging to trace the source of the poison. Mian continued. Although Lin Xinjia and Wang Xiaoya were both poisoned, Lin Xinjia's condition was far more severe, while Wang Xiaoya's was less critical. Had she received timely medical attention, she might have been saved. At the crime scene, there were 4 wine glasses. The toxic substance was detected in one of them, while the other 3 showed no traces of poison. The contents of all 4 glasses were identical, consisting of the same type of liquor. No poison was found in the discovered bottle, nor in any other food or containers, indicating that Fang Rui stated. This suggests that the perpetrator had a specific target for poisoning. They did not intend to kill everyone. Otherwise, they would have poisoned the entire bottle. Mian presented the medicine bottle. The contents are aphrodisiacs. The only fingerprint detected on the bottle belonged to Lin Xinjia, indicating that it is likely his. No traces of rat poison were found in it, suggesting the medication had not been tampered with. Xiaozhang exclaimed in disbelief, wait, Lin Xinjia is inadequate in that regard. How could he possibly have assaulted those girls? Chen Shui shot a disapproving glance at Xiaozhang, clarifying, this is an aphrodisiac. He may be somewhat inadequate, but that does not mean he is entirely incapable. Perhaps his insecurity led to his psychological perversion, prompting him to target innocent girls. He is truly a deviant. With his wealth, why does he not seek treatment for his affliction instead of preying on innocent girls? On the night of the incident, there were 4 individuals aboard the yacht. The deceased Lin Xinjia and Wang Xiaoya, the reporter Chen Dongdong and Su Qin. Chen Dongdong was Lin Xinjia's assistant and was in a romantic relationship with Wang Xiaoya. It was through him that Wang Xiaoya was able to board the yacht that evening. Su Qin was Lin Xinjia's new girlfriend. They had been together for over 6 months, frequently breaking up and reconciling without successfully ending their relationship. That night, Lin Xinjia had won a lawsuit and initially planned to celebrate extravagantly, but his stepmother froze his funds, instructing him to keep a low profile. In a fit of anger, he took his yacht out to sea, a pastime he often indulged in. Fang Rui intended to take Chen Dongdong's statement first, while Mian insisted on accompanying him, as she had questions to pose. Fang Rui asked Chen Dongdong to recount the events of that night. Chen Dongdong recalled, we were all drinking. Lin Xiao was in a poor mood and drank a bit too much. We were keeping him company. However, midway through, Lin Xiao collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, which was quite terrifying. After a while, Xiaoya also fell to the ground, convulsing just like Lin Xiao, and no matter how I called her, she wouldn't respond. Su Qin and I were terrified, thinking we might be the next to collapse, but after some time, nothing happened to us. I quickly steered the yacht back to the dock and called the police. Did Lin Xinjie and Wang Xiaoya share a drink? Mian inquired at They. Qin Dongdong's expression became awkward, stammering, "We were playing a game. Xiaoya lost, and the punishment was to feed Lin Xiao a drink using her mouth. Does that count as sharing a drink? Whose drink was it?" Lin Xiao's Mian exchanged a glance with Fang Rui. It appears the true target of the perpetrator was Lin Xinjie. Wang Xiaoya's poisoning and subsequent death may have been a result of that trivial game. Were the drinks you consumed the same? Mian asked. Indeed, it was Jamaican rum, Qin Dongdong replied. Lin Xiao favored this liquor, so we drank it with him. Did he have a habit of taking medication? Not that I know of. Are you certain? Mian produced the bottle found at the crime scene. Then what is this? That I don't know. Fang Rui crossed his arms, stating, providing false testimony can lead to imprisonment, you understand? It should be an aphrodisiac. I brought it back from abroad for him. It works quite well, Qin Dongdong quickly confessed. He felt somewhat insecure in that regard, which is why he liked using such medications. Did he take any medication that night? Mian inquired. Not that I recall. Lin Xiao was in a poor mood that night and lacked interest. He likely didn't take any. Fang Rui asked, how did Su Qin meet Lin Xinjie? Were they close? Xiaoya introduced them. Su Qin is an art teacher at a tutoring institution, possessing a bit of artistic flair and is quite adept at charming others, which made Lin Xiao very fond of her. However, Lin Xiao has many girlfriends. She is merely one among them. Fang Rui and Mian then took Su Qin's statement. Su Qin, beautiful yet timid, spoke haltingly. I'm not sure what happened at that moment. Xinjie and Xiaoya suddenly collapsed on the ground, convulsing in a terrifying manner, as if experiencing an epileptic seizure. Fang Rui asked, how did you meet Lin Xinjie? Xiaoya introduced us. I previously worked part-time in Xiaoya's shop, and through that, we became friends. Later, she introduced me to Lin Xinjie. I quite liked him, so we started dating. Mian inquired, on the night of the incident, who poured Lin Xinjie's drink? Most of the time, it was Wang Xiaoya. She was very enthusiastic about him. She even forced a kiss on Lin Xinjie during the game, Su Qin replied. Officer, could it be that Wang Xiaoya was the one who poisoned him? Why do you suspect her? Don't be deceived by Wang Xiaoya's carefree demeanor. She is quite sentimental. She had a close relationship with Lu Tian and often dined and shopped with her. After such an incident occurred with Lu Tian, she must harbor some resentment towards Xinjie. After all, this situation also bears some of her responsibility. Fang Rui further questioned, what is the relationship like between Lin Xinjie and Qin Dongdong? I am not sure. However, I doubt anyone willingly plays the sycophant. He must harbor some resentment towards Xinjie. Moreover, Xinjie frequently lent him money, so if Xinjie were to die, he would no longer be obligated to repay. And you, Miss Su? How do you perceive your relationship with Lin Xinjie? As for me, I neither love him nor hate him. I am simply with him for his wealth. I certainly do not wish for his demise. Otherwise, where would I find such a generous benefactor? Upon exiting the inquiry room, Fang Rui turned to Mian and asked, who do you think the poisoner might be? They all seem to be suspects. We need to determine the perpetrator's method of poisoning first, Mian replied. Fang Rui recalled the white medicine bottle, speculating, could the perpetrator have disguised the poison as an aphrodisiac and placed it in the bottle? Lin Xinjie might have a habit of putting poison in drinks. On the night of the incident, he might have added a poison pill. If the medication was in capsule form, that could be a possibility. However, Lin Xinjie's aphrodisiac is not encapsulated. If a poison pill were mixed in with the others, it would leave traces in the bottle, which we could detect. Fang Rui continued to hypothesize. What if the poison pill was disguised as a normal aphrodisiac, with rat poison inside? Chapter 48. The Reversal of Judgment. The Xin Case. Fang Rui, I believe you possess a certain aptitude for criminal activity. However, Mian countered. We did not detect any components of that aphrodisiac within Lin Qianjia's body. Thus, this possibility has been eliminated. Fang Rui considered the likelihood of Qin Dongdong administering poison to be quite low, given the close relationship he shared with Lin Qianjia. If he truly intended to poison him, he could have easily chosen a time when he was absent, allowing Lin Qianjia to succumb to the poison. Moreover, Wang Xiaoya is his girlfriend. If he merely wished to eliminate Lin Qianjia, he could have prevented her from consuming the poison wine. In this scenario, Su Qin's culpability becomes significantly more pronounced. Fang Rui focused his investigation on Su Qin. Boss, it turns out that Su Qin and Shan Yuanyuan attended the same high school, Xiao Zhang reported, presenting a photograph. This is their graduation picture. They were in the same class for 3 years, and judging by the photo, their relationship appeared quite amicable. The image featured 3 girls, all smiling joyfully. The third girl, Shen Meilin, did not pursue higher education after graduating from high school, yet she is employed in Jiangzhou, maintaining contact with Shan Yuanyuan. During Shen Yuanyuan's legal battles, she was constantly by her side. Shen Meilin worked as a waitress in a restaurant. I should have been there for Yuanyuan, Shen Meilin sighed. After that lawsuit failed, Yuanyuan fell into a severe depression. At that time, I spent many days with Prosecutor Nia, who was handling Yuanyuan's case. Eventually, Yuanyuan rallied, found a job, and we thought she had overcome her illness, but unexpectedly, she jumped to her death. Fang Rui retrieved the graduation photo and inquired, "What about Su Qin? How did she react following Shen Yuanyuan's suicide? What kind of reaction could a materialistic woman have? Yuanyuan's fate was her doing." If she hadn't introduced Yuanyu into Lin Qianjia, could Yuanyu and have met such a tragic end? She is maliciously cruel. At the time, she even dragged me to meet Lin Qianjia. Thankfully, that scoundrel did not take a liking to me. Su Qin is despicable. Every time I see her, I curse her. Shen Meilin grew increasingly agitated. Shen Yuanyuan and she hailed from the same village. What was Su Qin's relationship with Shen Yuanyuan? Fang Rui asked. Very close. Initially, I was Yuanyuan's confidant, but after Su Qin arrived, I became a marginal figure in that friendship. Therefore, I am quite furious. Yuanyuan trusted her immensely, and she was fully aware of Lin Qianjia's crimes yet refused to testify, causing Yuanyu to lose the lawsuit. Shen Meilin sighed. Yuanyuan harbored hatred for her until the very end, even calling her downstairs, only to fall to her death before her eyes. If she had an ounce of conscience, she would likely never sleep soundly again. Thank you for your cooperation. On the drive back, Xiaozhang analyzed, Boss, do you think the murderer could be Su Qin? If she truly was a good friend of Shen Yuanyuan, she would certainly harbor resentment towards Lin Qianjia. On the day of the incident, Lin Qianjia won the lawsuit, which may have provoked Su Qin, leading her to poison him. Fang Rui found some merit in Xiaozhang's analysis. During Su Qin's questioning, she had scoffed at Wang Xiaoya, even suggesting that Wang Xiaoya would feel guilt over Lu Tian's situation. Could this be a projection of her own feelings? Let us go speak with Su Qin again, Fang Rui declared. Su Qin studied art and now teaches children to paint at a tutoring institution. When Fang Rui found her, she was guiding a child in coloring. Su Qin led Fang Rui to her office. Officer Fang, Officer Zhang, please have some tea. Su Qin poured 2 cups of tea for Fang Rui and Xiaozhang, then settled onto the sofa. Fang Rui declined the tea, noticing a sketchbook on the table. He casually picked it up and began to flip through its pages. The drawings were colorful, yet the lines were blurred, resembling not art but rather colors haphazardly smeared across the paper. Although Fang Rui was no expert in psychology, he could discern that the artist's mental state was rather poor from these illustrations. He took a photo with his phone, intending to show it to Mian later. Given her long-term engagement with art therapy, she would likely have insights. "Miss Su, did you create these drawings?" Fang Rui casually inquired, quite unique. "Yes." Su Qin nervously snatched the sketchbook from him, shoving it into a drawer. "I have recently become enamored with the modernist movement. I was merely doodling, very abstract, wouldn't you say? Modernism embodies this style." Noticing that Fang Rui had not touched his tea, Xiaozhang hesitated to drink from his cup, fearing Su Qin might have poisoned it, potentially leading to both of their demises. "Miss Su, do you remember Xin Yuan?" Xiaozhang asked. Upon hearing the name, Su Qin froze, cautiously questioning, "What does this case have to do with Yuan? Yuan's parents are farmers. They could not have poisoned Lin Qianjia. Please do not disturb her parents. They are already grieving the loss of their child." Fang Rui pressed, "Do you feel any guilt regarding Xin Yuan's death?" "Why should I feel guilty? I neither assaulted Yuan nor pushed her off the building. Why do you blame me? I was powerless in this situation." Su Qin's emotions began to spiral, tears streaming from her eyes. "Yuan's demise was not my doing," Xiaozhang inquired. "But do you not harbor hatred for Lin Qianjia? He caused your best friend's death, and you still associate with him. Are you not afraid that Xin Yuan's spirit will not find peace?" The gruesome image of Xin Yuan's mangled corpse and her wide-open eyes flooded Su Qin's mind. These images haunted her like an unshakable nightmare. She struggled to defend herself. This society operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Even the law is powerless against him. What could I possibly do? If I had helped Yuan, I would have been the one to perish. Su Qin finally realized Fang Rui's intent. "Officer, I did not poison Lin Qianjia. It was not my doing. If it wasn't you, then it must be Chen Dongdong," Fang Rui stated. "Was there anything suspicious about him on the night of the incident?" "Wang Xiaoya is infatuated with Lin Qianjia. She continually pursued him, but no man can endure wearing a green hat." Su Qin continued. "He also associates with many individuals from the underground market, often acquiring illicit goods. If he wanted poison, it would be quite easy for him. I believe he is the murderer," Su Qin recalled. "Before heading to the dock that day, I witnessed Wang Xiaoya and Chen Dongdong in a heated argument, quite intense. Could it be that Chen Dongdong intended to poison Wang Xiaoya? Perhaps the drink was inadvertently consumed by Lin Qianjia, resulting in both his poisoning? Officer Fang, you should thoroughly investigate Chen Dongdong. He could very well be the culprit." By the time Fang Rui and Xiaozhang exited the tutoring center where Su Qin worked, night had fallen. "Boss, from a motive standpoint, both Chen Dongdong and Su Qin had reasons to commit the crime. Furthermore, they both had the opportunity to do so. However, it would be challenging to prove who the true perpetrator is. If the poison was directly placed into the cup, it would be difficult to leave behind evidence. The lead regarding the source of the poison is also untraceable. The sale of brodifacoum lacks a clear channel, making it hard to track down. Upon returning to the precinct, Fang Rui discovered Mian still working late. She was hunched over her desk, covered in papers, seemingly engaged in calculations. Fang Rui placed his phone before her, displaying Su Qin's artwork. "Mian, these drawings are peculiar. Can they reflect the artist's psychological issues? Perhaps indicating antisocial personality traits?" Mian glanced at the chaotic colors and pondered aloud. Based on the principles of art testing, the creator of these works likely suffers from depression. She requires psychological treatment. These drawings belong to Su Qin. I initially thought they indicated a strong propensity for aggression. However, now it appears she may not fit the profile of a murderer. Yet, many poisoners exhibit a lack of. Such cases often involve female perpetrators who, unable to exact revenge through violence, resort to poisoning instead. As Mian spoke, she continued her calculations on the paper. "What are you calculating?" "The concentration of the liquid," Mian replied, having completed her work. Fang Rui glanced over, bewildered by the formulas scattered across the page. "Why are you calculating this?" Mian illustrated 4 glasses. She pointed to the poison glass. "I analyzed the contents of the 4 glasses. This poison glass contains brodifacoum, while the other 3 share identical components. However, their alcohol concentrations vary significantly. This poison glass. Are you suggesting that the murderer added an excessive amount of poison? Mian sighed, sensing Fang Rui's confusion. Mian, please just tell me the correct answer. Fang Rui couldn't help but ruffle her hair, insisting she not mock his intellect inwardly. Mian clarified. This indicates that the poison wine was diluted. Chapter 49. The Reversal of Judgment. The case reenacted. Fang Rui resolved to reenact the case. He summoned Chen Dongdong and Su Qin, requesting them to recount the events surrounding the incident once more, while he and Xiao Zhang assumed the roles of the deceased Lin Qianjie and Wang Xiaoya. We were seated around this table in the following order: Lin Xiao, myself, Wang Xiaoya, and Su Qin. Chen Dongdong recalled. Fang Rui and the others took their places accordingly. Initially, it was Su Qin who retrieved 4 glasses, followed by my trip to the liquor cabinet for several bottles of rum. Once the drinks arrived, I poured a round for everyone, Chen Dongdong continued. Subsequently, the bottle was taken by Xiaoya, who eagerly served us drinks. We drank continuously until approximately 11 p.m. Did the seating arrangement remain unchanged? Fang Rui inquired. Yes, came the reply. We then engaged in a dice game, where the player with the highest roll had the privilege to dictate an action for the one with the lowest score. Xiaoya rolled the lowest, while Su Qin rolled the highest. Su Qin instructed Xiaoya to feed Lin Xiao a drink mouth to mouth. Chen Dongdong elaborated, noting that during the drink feeding, Su Qin and Xiaoya swapped positions. Fang Rui turned to Su Qin. Isn't Lin Qianjie your boyfriend? Why would you have Wang Xiaoya feed him? When Xiaoya poured the drinks, her body was practically glued to Lin Qianjie's. Since she seemed so eager to engage with him, I thought I might as well facilitate it. Su Qin shrugged, responding. Fang Rui then asked Chen Dongdong, did Wang Xiaoya directly take Lin Qianjie's glass to feed him? Chen Dongdong shook his head. Initially, Xiaoya took a sip from her own glass before feeding Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao seemed to find this method of drinking quite entertaining, as he then picked up his glass to feed Xiaoya's sip in return. Did anything particularly noteworthy occur afterward? For instance, did anyone leave? Yes, Su Qin stepped out for a moment. I merely went to the restroom, Su Qin quickly defended. Chen Dongdong continued. Afterward, we resumed drinking and before long, Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Within a minute, Xiaoya also fell to the floor. Approximately 10 minutes later, we realized that neither of them was breathing. As the reenactment progressed, Fang Rui deduced that the most likely perpetrator of the poisoning was, surprisingly, Wang Xiaoya. She had poured the drinks and had even kissed Lin Qianjie, making her the prime suspect. Yet, paradoxically, Wang Xiaoya herself had died. Boss, could it be that Wang Xiaoya intended to take Lin Qianjie down with her? The poisoned glass may not have belonged to Lin Qianjie, but rather to Wang Xiaoya. By this means, she could have simultaneously eliminated Lin Qianjie and turned his sycophants against one another. Fang Rui pondered, though he found this scenario improbable, reasoning that someone of Wang Xiaoya's intellect would likely not conceive such a scheme. Do you recall what Mian mentioned? She said Wang Xiaoya's poisoning was relatively mild. If that cup of poisoned wine were indeed hers, she would have suffered a more severe affliction. That toxic drink must have belonged to Lin Qianjie. Then the culprit must be Su Qin. She deliberately had Wang Xiaoya serve Lin Qianjie, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Xiao Zhang speculated. If the murderer intended to eliminate Wang Xiaoya's, the perpetrator could not guarantee that Lin Qianjie would finish his drink before serving it to Wang Xiaoya. After observing their reenactment, Mian concluded that it was unlikely any of the 4 had administered the poison. If the murderer had introduced a powder like strychnine into the wine glass, it would have been discovered swiftly. If it were a liquid, the method of poisoning would not have been discreet. Fang Rui assisted Mian in searching, asking, Mian, do you think it's possible the murderer was not among them? That possibility is quite significant, Mian replied assertively. Typically, poisoners do not linger at the crime scene awaiting arrest. How could the murderer achieve precise poisoning? It's probable that the killer exploited some peculiar habit of the victim's, Mian explained, a rather specific habit. Are you suggesting that the poisoning method is somehow related to that bottle of aphrodisiac? Fang Rui conjectured. Why is everyone so fixated on that bottle? It's merely an ordinary medication. Fang Rui gazed at Mian, asking, Mian, do you know how the murderer administered the poison? Mian did not respond, instead pointing to the refrigerator on the yacht where food was stored. Fang Rui, could you help me transport everything back? This includes all the items within, along with the refrigerator. Fang Rui recalled Mian mentioning that the cup of poisoned wine had been diluted, and he suddenly understood what Mian intended to verify. Mian reflected for a moment before adding, Fang Rui, even if we discern how the murderer poisoned the drink, it may still prove challenging to apprehend them, as we might not find sufficient evidence. She just returned from an external assignment, Chen Shui informed the person on the other end, turning to snap a photo of Mian. Forensic expert, it's been a while. The person on the video was Lu Tian, her emotional state appearing significantly improved. She was currently traveling abroad, with a breathtaking backdrop of azure seas. Lu Tian, it's been too long, Mian greeted her. The scenery here is simply stunning. Next time, I'll bring all of you along. Seeing that Mian appeared quite busy, Lu Tian inquired, Forensic expert, what are you occupied with? Why aren't you chatting with me? Chen Shui interjected, we're investigating a poisoning case. Didn't I mention it? That scoundrel Lin Xinjia was poisoned to death, and we're currently unraveling this case. I wonder who the noble soul was that rid the world of him. You have no idea. When I learned of his demise, I nearly laughed out loud. Have you apprehended the murderer? Not so quickly. We're still completely in the dark. Well, I won't keep you. I must get back to work. After hanging up, Chen Shui noticed Mian's serious expression. What's wrong, Mian? Chen Shui, we must maintain confidentiality regarding our work. Oh, come on. Lu Tian could hardly be the murderer, Chen Shui argued, believing Mian to be overly cautious. It's not impossible. This is a case of poisoning. Mian opened the freezer section of the refrigerator, revealing it to be devoid of ice as it should have been filled. Mian, don't you remember? We were all drinking together that night. Lu Tian couldn't possibly have used a cloning technique to kill Lin Xinjia. Mian remained silent, taking the empty ice tray to conduct toxicity tests. Mian, you can't really suspect Lu Tian, can you? The current situation is such that anyone who visited Lin Xinjia's yacht is a suspect, Mian clarified. I do not solely suspect her. I only trust the evidence. Chapter 50. The Reversal of Judgment. A familiar suspect by the time the toxicology report for the icebox was released. It was already 7 in the evening. Mian glanced at the report before closing it. The results were precisely as she had anticipated. Upon returning to the office, she observed that Fang Rui was still burning the midnight oil. She handed the report to him, stating, Fang Rui, I have discerned how the murderer administered the poison. The perpetrator is quite clever, utilizing such a covert method for poisoning. Employing ice cubes as a means of poisoning is a common trope in detective novels. It is simple and leaves little trace. Mian continued, I conducted a toxicological examination on the icebox earlier and detected the presence of brodificum. The murderer crafted poisoned ice cubes using this icebox. Thus, it is highly probable that the assailant prepared the poisoned ice cubes in advance and stored them in the refrigerator, Fang Rui deduced. On the day of the incident, Lin Xinjia happened to use that very poisoned ice cube, resulting in his untimely demise. But how could the murderer be certain that Lin Xinjia would indeed use that ice cube? Fang Rui quickly learned the answer from Qian Dongdong. Young Master Lin enjoys adding ice to his drink. He can only lower the alcohol concentration in this manner. We are all aware of this, yet no one dares to confront him about it. Did he add ice to his drink that night? Fang Rui inquired. Of course. Otherwise, he could barely manage a few sips of such a strong liquor. Fang Rui was left speechless. Lin Xinjia was indeed a man preoccupied with maintaining his facade. Although they had unraveled the method of poisoning, the case had grown increasingly convoluted. Firstly, Lin Qianjia's yacht was docked nearby, making it relatively easy for someone to stealthily board, as he had often taken numerous friends aboard. Secondly, there were many individuals harboring animosity towards Lin Qianjia, making the investigation exceptionally challenging. Zhang Yun and the Lin family incessantly urged for progress on the case, even resorting to hiring thugs to beat Qian Dongdong severely in an attempt to extract information regarding the poisoner from him. Fang Rui was compelled to arrange for protection for Qian Dongdong at the hospital to prevent any unfortunate incidents. As Mian passed by Director Wang's office, she overheard Zhang Yun complaining about the slow pace of the investigation, demanding a change of personnel. Director Wang, exasperated by her incessant nagging, reluctantly summoned Officer Li, who had initially been responsible for the case, to assist him. Mian found Zhang Yun to be quite fearsome. "You have my photograph. You should remember me, shouldn't you?" Her face bore an expression of anticipation. "I do not know you," Mian replied calmly. "My mother has passed away. However, she treated me with great kindness, and she will forever live on in my memories." Mian was referring to her adoptive mother, a gentlewoman. "Is it not that Shen Xiyin has forbidden you from acknowledging me?" Zhang Yun grasped Mian's arm, her tone growing urgent. "Shen Xiyin is not as benevolent as you might believe. Their family adopted you with ulterior motives. They did not take you in out of affection. They did so to seize your father's inheritance. Mian, return to your mother." Mian stared wide-eyed, bewildered by Zhang Yun's words. Her adoptive parents had expended considerable resources and effort to treat her autism. If their sole intention had been to usurp her father's fortune, they could have easily abandoned her to an orphanage, allowing her to fend for herself. Fang Rui was summoned to the office by the director and happened to witness this scene unfold. He pulled Mian behind him and addressed Zhang Yun. "Ms. Zhang, if you are dissatisfied with our investigation's efficiency, please file a formal complaint rather than laying hands on our staff." "Fang Rui, she is my daughter. I am merely reminiscing with her. But I do not wish to reminisce with you." Mian interjected. Nodding, she added, "Fang Rui, I do not know her. I wish to return to my work." "Very well, you may go back," Fang Rui replied. Zhang Yun shot him an irate glare, exclaiming, "Mind your own business. I am Mian's mother. Our matters do not concern you, an outsider." Mian had previously fallen victim to a telecommunications scam, where the con artist had impersonated her mother, causing her to transfer all her money to the fraudster. She had once eagerly anticipated meeting her mother, yet upon their encounter, she had been cruelly hurt. "Ms. Zhang, if you truly possess even a modicum of love for this daughter, cease to harm her any further." The director informed Fang Rui that additional personnel would be assigned to the investigation, instructing Officer Li to assist him. Fang Rui surmised that Zhang Yun was once again exerting pressure. "What bad luck! This case has fallen back into my hands," he lamented. "Indeed, we could use the extra manpower to investigate the deceased's social connections. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated," Fang Rui remarked. He obtained a list from Qian Dongdong of the 25 individuals who had been aboard the yacht over the past month, including the cleaning staff. To their astonishment, Lu Tian was among them. "Good heavens! Could the poisoner be Lu Tian?" Xiao Zhang exclaimed. "Is there anyone who despises Lin Qianjia more than she does?" Lu Tian had boarded the yacht on July 19th, precisely one day prior to her assault by Lin Qianjia. Impossible. It cannot be Lu Tian. The assault occurred on July 20th. She was not yet victimized then. What motive could she have for killing Lin Qianjia? Chen Shui retorted. Surely she would not kill for no reason. Fang Rui suddenly recognized that there were still some ambiguities surrounding Lu Tian's assault. For instance, even if Lin Qianjia had deliberately orchestrated an encounter with her, if Lu Tian had not cooperated, how could they have taken so many photographs together? Furthermore, if Lin Qianjia had merely been conversing with Lu Tian in the living room that night, why then did he drag her into the bedroom to assault her rather than proceeding in the living room? Fang Rui recalled the words spoken by Lu Tian's mother during the trial. If what she had said were true, then At the end of the workday, Mian and Chen Shui spotted Lu Tian standing at the entrance of the city bureau, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon noticing Mian and Chen Shui, she greeted them warmly. Forensic Dr. Mu, Forensic Dr. Chen. Tian, have you returned from your trip? Chen Shui asked, beaming at Lu Tian. Their relationship had flourished over the past few weeks. How was your trip abroad? I would love to go, but I lack the funds. I brought you gifts, Lu Tian declared, presenting Chen Shui with a gift bag containing postcards and a seashell souvenir. Chen Shui was delighted. Lu Tian then offered Mian a gift box, saying, Dr. Shen mentioned that you particularly enjoy unwrapping presents, so I placed the gift in a box. I hope you like it. Mian opened the box to find a beautiful wind chime made of colorful shells. It is lovely. I truly appreciate it, she said, carefully closing the box and cradling it. Tiandon, let's go. I will treat you to hot pot. Chen Shui exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Lu Tian, thrilled that she could finally move past her pain. Sure. I haven't had hot pot in ages. Mian felt a twinge of melancholy at the thought of hot pot. After her brave attempt on that day, she had suffered from heatiness and toothache for several days. She had no desire to partake in hot pot. Chen Shui, Lu Tian, I cannot join you for hot pot. I must return home. Farewell? Mian declined firmly. All right then, we shall go. Chen Shui waved at Mian. After waiting for a moment, Mian noticed Fang Rui's car also pulling out, and she boarded her vehicle, still holding the gift box. Who gifted you that? Fang Rui inquired. Lu Tian, the reversal of judgment. The truth? Mian, everyone must bear responsibility for their actions. If she has committed a crime, she should face the judgment of the law. Fang Rui gazed at the bustling traffic. However, our immediate priority is to find evidence. Lin Xianjia has also committed a crime, yet he has evaded legal consequences. Mian countered, Lu Tian is a good person. She was coerced into committing a crime. Fang Rui noticed the red light, brought the car to a halt, and turned to Mian. This illustrates the limitations of the law. We must strive to improve it. No tragic experience is justification for criminal behavior. If Lu Tian has indeed committed a crime, she must take responsibility for her actions. But that is profoundly unfair, Mian exclaimed. In this world, there is no absolute fairness. Upon returning home, Mian hung the shell wind chime by the window. When the wind blew, it produced a melodious sound. How bothersome. After a while, Mian put it away, placing it in a box. The following day, Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang sought out Xin Meilin, Xin Yuan's close friend once more. Officer Fang, what brings you to me? Xin Meilin inquired. We've already discussed Yuan's situation. Please refrain from approaching me so frequently, as it disrupts my work. Does Xin Yuan have other close friends? She has quite a few friends that I am unsure which one you are referring to. Fang Rui produced a photograph of Lu Tian and handed it to Shen Meilin. Does Yuan know this girl? Isn't this Lu Tian? Shen Meilin instantly recognized the individual in the photograph. She was indeed a close friend of Yuan's. How did they meet? They were introduced in a psychological support group 6 months ago. The members of that group all faced various mental health issues and often held gatherings to support one another, which proved to be quite effective. After Yuan was raped by Lin Xianjia, she developed PTSD and joined the group seeking solace. It was there that she met Lu Tian. Lu Tian is exceptionally kind, frequently inviting Yuan out and even gifting her items. Xin Meilin recalled something and pulled out her phone. Here is a photo of Yuan and Lu Tian together. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances. It appeared that Lu Tian was likely seeking revenge for Shen Yuan. Afterward, when Yuan's case was lost, unable to bear the distress, she committed suicide. Lu Tian even provided her parents with a sum of money to help them purchase a proper burial plot for Yuan. Could you send me this photograph? Of course. After departing from Shen Meilin's workplace, Xiao Zhang's thoughts remained muddled. Boss, Lu Tian has known Shen Yuan for half a year. How could she have fallen into Lin Xianjia's trap? Is it possible that Lu Tian deliberately orchestrated her own rape by Lin Qianjia? Fang Rui analyzed. Lu Tian's plan may be divided into two parts. If the rape charge is established, then Lin Qianjia will face legal judgment. If he escapes punishment once more, he will then face Lu Tian's judgment. But why would Lu Tian help Shen Yuan? They are merely friends. Is it worth committing a crime for someone she has only recently met? Xiao Zhang questioned, perplexed. Do you recall what Lu Tian's mother said in court? She mentioned that Lu Tian was molested as a child. Fang Rui paused. Yuan's situation may have triggered her desire for retribution, not only for Yuan but also for her own past. Fang Rui immediately summoned Lu Tian to the interrogation room. Lu Tian was still dressed in the white dress she had worn during the trial, her demeanor remarkably composed, entirely unlike a defendant awaiting judgment. Miss Lu, you are acquainted with Shen Yuan, correct? Fang Rui inquired. Indeed. I met her in the psychological support group. I have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, hence I frequently attend such groups, which help me manage my emotions while also assisting others. Fang Rui continued, Miss Lu, since you know Shen Yuan, you must be aware of Lin Qianjia's character and his methods. Why, then, did you choose to engage in various activities with him? For the money, Lu Tian replied. You are likely aware of my family's circumstances. We are impoverished, with parents and a younger brother relying on me. I need to earn money. I thought that having learned from Yuan's experience, I could avoid a similar fate, but I underestimated my judgment. Xiao Zhang interjected, Miss Lu, do you believe such reasoning is persuasive? I might seek his money, but that does not grant him the right to coerce me into actions I do not wish to undertake. Fang Rui stated, on July 19th, you accompanied Wang Xiaoya onto a yacht, where you discreetly poisoned the ice cubes. On July 20th, you deliberately lured Lin Qianjia into raping you and deceived him into your room, knowing that there were cameras installed across the street that would capture the situation in your room. You also ensured that your resistance was loud enough to be noticed. Following the trial's failure, you immediately traveled abroad to create an alibi. Miss Lu, am I accurate in my analysis? Officer Fang, your narrative is quite captivating, Lu Tian remarked with a smirk. But do you solve cases by weaving tales? Perhaps that is the way of your judicial system. Lin Qianjia also spun a story, labeling me as a mentally ill person and thus was acquitted. We are currently gathering evidence, Xiao Zhang countered. Any crime will undoubtedly leave traces. If you confess now, it would be considered voluntary surrender, and the judge may grant you a reduced sentence. Lu Tian scoffed, then there must be no evidence. I apologize, but I have the right to remain silent until my lawyer arrives. Fang Rui was aware that the current evidence chain was incomplete, yet Lu Tian's demeanor indicated her undeniable culpability. Lu Tian's lawyer soon arrived at the station. Isn't Mian a prosecutor? How did she become Lu Tian's lawyer? Chen Shui expressed her surprise. Mian was dismissed from the prosecutor's office after being framed for bribery following the conclusion of Lu Tian's case. Before joining the prosecutor's office, she was a criminal defense attorney. After her dismissal, she joined a small law firm to continue her legal practice. Mian observed Mian, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The Mian she remembered, though not particularly cheerful, had once possessed a spark in her eyes. Now, her expression was cold, reminiscent of Lin Qianjia's defense attorney. Officer Fang, you possess no evidence linking my client to the poisoning case involving Lin Qianjia. Summoning her without due process is a violation of protocol, and we reserve the right to file a complaint against you. Mian's tone was somewhat aggressive. Fang Rui clarified, this is not a summons. We merely brought her in to clarify certain matters. Then why detain my client? We have not detained her. Once we finish our inquiries, she will be free to leave. Can my client leave now? Yes. Mian escorted Lu Tian out of the police station. Once in the car, Mian grasped Lu Tian's hand. Lu Tian, do not be afraid. Sister Nia, they have uncovered the truth. They will soon find evidence incriminating me, but it is all right. Trading my life for that scoundrel Lin Qianjia's is a worthy exchange. Moreover, Wang Xiaoya also died. We have gained from this. Lu Tian, do you believe in my capabilities? Mian inquired, gazing at Lu Tian. Without hesitation, Lu Tian replied, I believe. Then you must trust that you will be found innocent. Mian embraced Lu Tian. Regardless of what evidence they uncover, you must never admit to administering the poison. You must deny it, firmly deny it, and leave the subsequent matters to me. All right, Sister Nia, thank you. Lu Tian gazed up at the azure sky, the sunlight piercingly bright. Perhaps this world is shrouded in darkness, yet there will always be those who illuminate it. She was willing to commit a crime for Xin Yuan, and Nia Yin would go to great lengths for her. Only a girl would selflessly assist another girl. Chapter 52. Reversal of Judgment. Decisive evidence. After Nia Yin and her companions departed, Fang Rui and his team convened a briefcase analysis meeting. The icebox bore no fingerprints, rendering it impossible to verify whether Lu Tian had ever touched it. There were also no surveillance cameras on the yacht, eliminating any possibility of video evidence. Then we have no way to prove that Lu Tian was the one who poisoned, muttered Xiaozhang. Lu Tian must have brought the poison onto the yacht, along with some sort of container or packaging, Mian interjected. However, once the yacht was anchored at sea, she would undoubtedly have discarded it overboard, allowing the evidence to sink into oblivion. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Despite having deciphered the method of poisoning and deduced the identity of the perpetrator, they found themselves unable to procure any evidence. Could we perhaps investigate the source of the poison? Fang Rui suggested. Lu Tian hails from a rural background. Might there be some special channels through which she could obtain such potent rat poison? Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up. That's a valid point. After the meeting concluded, Fang Rui initially intended to accompany Xiao Zhang to Lu Tian's rural hometown. However, Mian interjected, May I join you? I possess considerable knowledge about poisons. Very well. The journey to Lu Tian's hometown stretched nearly 4 hours by car, eventually leading them to the village entrance. The village was predominantly inhabited by the elderly, with few young people in sight. Fang Rui purchased a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of water at a small shop near the village's entrance, engaging the proprietor in casual conversation. I've heard there's an internet celebrity from your village. Do you know her? An internet celebrity? In a place like ours? The shopkeeper suddenly smacked his forehead. Now that you mention it, there is. It's that girl from the Lu family that I've heard she makes quite a bit of money in a year. Though the way she earns it is rather vulgar. How so? Oh, she dresses up flamboyantly every day to film videos, and she has quite a few admirers. But this girl has always been quite attractive. Otherwise, her Uncle Wunti the shopkeeper abruptly halted his sentence, realizing the implications of his words. Now, internet celebrities are legitimate professions. You shouldn't always harbor such prejudices against them, Fang Rui remarked, surmising that Lu Tian may have been a victim of her uncle's inappropriate advances during her childhood. That's what everyone in the village says. Even her mother scolds her for her lack of decorum. It's not just me saying this. Fang Rui chose not to pursue the topic further. Do you know where I might procure rat poison? I have quite a rodent problem at home and need to buy some to deal with it. I have that right here. The shopkeeper produced several sticky traps, exclaiming, These work wonders. Would you like to purchase some? I want rat poison, the highly potent kind. I don't have that. It's illegal to sell such substances. Do you know where it might be available? Fang Rui handed the shopkeeper a cigarette. You probably can't find it anywhere now. It's unavailable everywhere. The shopkeeper lit the cigarette, taking a puff. About a decade ago, there was a chemical factory in the neighboring village that produced rat poison. But since the government banned its production, I doubt it exists anymore. Does anyone from your village work at that factory? Many do. That girl from the Lu family once accidentally ingested rat poison as a child. Fortunately, she was discovered in time, and after consuming a bowl of foul water, she managed to expel the poison. Otherwise, she might have perished. Fang Rui and Mian exchanged glances. It was highly likely that the poison Lu Tian had accidentally ingested was indeed the potent rat poison. Thank you for your help. Here's this pack of cigarettes for you. Aren't you going to smoke? I don't smoke. The shopkeeper chuckled, finding Fang Rui peculiar for buying cigarettes without intending to smoke. Lution's family resided in a dilapidated two-story building. The house was in a state of disrepair, the surface plaster eroded to reveal the underlying bricks. The yard was unpaved and appeared uneven. Fang Rui found it odd. Given Lu Tian's income, her parents should not be living in such squalor. However, it was likely that Lu Tian harbored deep resentment towards her. Upon seeing Fang Rui at her doorstep, Lu's mother appeared perplexed. Who are you? What brings you to my home? We are from the Public Security Bureau. We suspect that your household may contain highly toxic rat poison, Mian stated with a serious expression. We request that you surrender it immediately, or you shall bear legal consequences. Lu's mother looked bewildered. What is this rat poison you speak of? How could we possibly have such a thing? Who told you this? She suddenly strode to the entrance, hands on her hips, shouting, which gossiping harpy has been spreading lies? What toxic substances could we possibly have? Mian produced her phone and played a video recording. The backdrop was a courtroom where Lu's mother testified that Lu Tian had been molested by a relative during her childhood and had once attempted to ingest rat poison to commit suicide. That was my statement. Is there a problem with it? Lu's mother stammered. Do you still possess rat poison? Fang Rui inquired. Rat poison? Are you looking to retrieve it? Lu's mother suddenly realized, we have a small packet at home. It's been sitting there for over a decade. Could you retrieve it for us? Lu's mother entered a storage room cluttered with items. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust wafted into the air. Auntie, please just tell me where it is. I'll fetch it myself. Fang Rui donned gloves and instructed Mian, please photograph the evidence from the side. Understood. Lu's mother pointed to a dusty box atop a cabinet. As Fang Rui reached for it, Mian stopped him. Fang Rui, there are fingerprints on the box. Don't disturb them. Right? I see that. Fang Rui first captured images of the two indistinct fingerprints before carefully avoiding them as he retrieved the box. Measuring half a meter in length, it was not particularly large, but it was filled with various odds and ends, including expired pesticides and assorted plant seeds. Lu's mother indicated a yellow paper bag among the contents. That's where we keep the rat poison. It's been over a decade. I'm not sure if it's still effective. I never dared to throw it away, fearing it might poison someone's chickens or ducks. All other items were coated in dust, while the yellow paper bag was conspicuously clean, suggesting recent handling. Has Lu Tian returned home at all during this time? She hasn't been home recently, Lu's mother sighed. This child despises me, but I had no choice. If I didn't testify, the lawyer would have sent my son to prison. He's my only son. I had to testify. When was her last visit? I believe it was in July, around the 12th. She came back suddenly, didn't stay long, just packed a few belongings and left. I have no idea why she came. Auntie, we need to take this box with us. Feel free to take it. By the time Fang Rui returned to the city, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Mian, who had been soundly asleep, was roused by the voice prompt at the highway toll station. Mian, now slightly more alert, said, Fang Rui, once we return to the bureau, I need to conduct toxicological testing on the substances. But it's already 10 at night, Fang Rui remarked, puzzled by Mian's unyielding commitment to work. She had appeared utterly exhausted just moments ago, yet now she seemed revitalized. But I'm not tired. I feel quite alert. I am tired. Mian scrutinized Fang Rui for a moment before finally conceding. Then you must wake up early tomorrow. Chapter 53. The Reversal of Judgment. The Defense of Innocence. The following day, Mian requested her sister to drive her to work early in the morning. She also bought a beautifully crafted cake and a cup of hot cocoa for Chen Shui. Aware that the events of the previous day might weigh heavily on Chen Shui's heart, Mian felt that a touch of sweetness could alleviate her distress. By the time Chen Shui arrived at the office, Mian had already sent those items for toxicology testing, and they were now awaiting the results. Mian, did you rob a bank last night? Look at those dark circles under your eyes. You must have pulled an all-nighter. Chen Shui scrutinized Mian for a moment before commenting. If you were any rounder, You'd make a perfect panda cosplay. Treat yourself. Mian offered the breakfast she had prepared to Chen Shui. How did you know I hadn't eaten breakfast? You are so considerate, Chen Shui exclaimed, her expression shifting as Mian continued. Chen Shui, I have some serious news. We may have found evidence to prove Lu Tian's guilt. To Mian's surprise, Chen Shui did not appear saddened or angry. Instead, she chewed her bread, taking deliberate bites. I knew you and Fang Rui would uncover something, Chen Shui remarked. It's about time this case was resolved. Aren't you supposed to be condemning us? Mian felt a twinge of frustration, unable to decipher Chen Shui's expression. As law enforcement officers, our duty is to solve cases and apprehend the perpetrators. Lu Tian committed a crime, and we must bring her to justice. While I empathize with Lu Tian, I cannot shield her from accountability. Chen Shui, even if Lu Tian is guilty, she is still our friend, Mian consoled her. Mian, she won't consider us friends anymore. It truly is a cruel twist of fate. We were unable to hold Lin Qianjie accountable for his heinous acts, yet now we must take down Lu Tian, the victim. The toxicology results soon arrived, confirming that the yellow packet contained indeed the potent rodenticide. The bag was found to be tainted with dirt, which also matched the soil present at the crime scene's poison. The impurities in the toxin solution could likely indicate that it was the same poison. Additionally, a palm print was extracted from the surface of the wooden box. Based on the size of the print and the length of the fingers, it was preliminarily determined to belong. Fang Rui once again summoned Lu Tian for questioning, this time accompanied by Mian. Mian's gaze towards Fang Rui and Mian was cold, seemingly accusing them of collusion and wrongdoing. Fang Rui instructed a technician, Xiao Wang, to collect Lu Tian's palm print and compare it with the one found on the wooden box. The results indicated that both prints belonged to the same individual. At this point, it was nearly conclusive that Lu Tian could be convicted. However, Fang Rui still opted to offer her a chance for a confession. In the interrogation room, Fang Rui and captainly questioned Lu Tian. Lu Tian, do you still wish to deny your involvement? Fang Rui placed a photo of the wooden box before her. The rodenticide was extracted from this box, correct? I don't know what you're talking about, she retorted. You have a keen sense of evasion. You wore gloves while handling the poison, but you forgot that the box was covered in dust, leaving your palm print behind. Fang Rui presented her with a photograph of the print, which could substantiate that she had opened the box. And so what? Is it a crime to touch my own belongings? Lu Tian countered. We also have your mother's testimony. These pieces of evidence together form a complete chain sufficient to convict you. Lu Tian looked at Fang Rui defiantly. I did not commit these acts. I have no idea what happened. Regardless of what Fang Rui and Captain Li said afterward, Lu Tian persisted in her ignorance, adamantly refusing to admit guilt. As the questioning progressed, Lu Tian began to ramble incoherently. You are all villains. You have set a trap for me. You are all evil. Stay away. Sister Mian, please save me. I am so scared. Currently, the evidence had formed a complete chain. Even photographs confirmed Lu Tian's presence on the yacht. Her denial was futile. However, to close the case, they needed Lu Tian's confession and a signed statement of guilt. Fang Rui suggested that Lu Tian first see a psychologist, but Captain Li insisted that with the existing evidence, obtaining a confession was inevitable. After an exhaustive 8-hour interrogation, he finally secured Lu Tian's confession, and she signed the statement. The case was thus formally concluded. Following the conclusion, the prosecution quickly brought charges against Lu Tian for intentional homicide. On the day of the trial, Mian deliberated for a long time before deciding to attend the court proceedings. Chen Shui declined to accompany her, unwilling to witness Lu Tian's trial firsthand. Consequently, Mian was left to rely on Fang Rui for company. The spectators' gallery was filled to capacity. Mian spotted Zhang Yun sitting in a corner, still donning sunglasses, her expression impassive, betraying none of the grief she must have recently endured from the loss of her child. Lu Tian stood in the defendant's seat, appearing haggard and vacant-eyed. Mian stood beside her, her gaze resolute. Not long prior, the two had stood together fighting a losing battle in court. Now they had transitioned from plaintiffs to defendants, from victims to perpetrators. After the prosecutor read the indictment, he assumed that the proceedings would be a mere formality, given that Lu Tian's guilt seemed undeniable. His voice remained monotonous, and the lengthy indictment lulled many into a stupor. "Defendant, do you contest the accusations in the indictment?" he asked. "I did not commit murder." Lu Tian shot back. The prosecutor's expression shifted slightly. "However, the evidence provided by the police indicates that the murderer is indeed you. You also recorded a confession and signed a statement of guilt. They subjected me to psychological torture, coercing me into confessing. That statement of guilt was signed under duress," Lu Tian asserted, her back straightening defiantly. "I did not commit murder. I do not know what happened that I am being framed." The presiding judge interjected, "Defendant, I must remind you that denying your guilt in court may result in a harsher sentence." "Your Honor, I truly did not kill anyone. Someone else controlled my actions. It was not my doing. It was another person," Lu Tian insisted. The audience began to murmur, incredulous that the defendant might be mentally unstable. She appeared utterly deranged. Mian interjected, "Your Honor, my client suffers from dissociative conversion disorder, commonly referred to as split personality. She has recently endured immense psychological trauma, leading to confusion in her memories. In this state, she may experience intermittent amnesia." The presiding judge appeared irritated, admonishing, "Counsel, this is a court of law. Please refrain from fabricating stories." "Your Honor, I have submitted a mental health evaluation report authored by 4 psychiatric experts from the Judicial Center and 2 psychological specialists. This document holds considerable authority. The report confirms that my client indeed suffers from dissociative conversion disorder." Mian emphasized the word authority as she continued, "My client is a complete mental health patient. At the time of the incident, she was unable to recognize or control her actions. Thus I request that my client be afforded a defense of innocence." The prosecutor countered, "Even if the defendant has dissociative conversion disorder, she is merely an intermittently mentally ill individual. How can you prove that she was in an altered state during the poisoning?" "Prosecutor, it is your assertion that she is intermittently mentally ill. The burden of proof lies with the accuser. Therefore, you must provide evidence that my client was in a lucid state during the act of poisoning." Mian raised the evaluation report, declaring, "This document substantiates that my client is a mental health patient. Her mental state is extremely unstable, rendering her incapable of controlling her actions." The presiding judge announced a recess, indicating that they would reconvene for a retrial at a later date, necessitating a re-evaluation of Lu Tian's mental state. Fang Rui stopped Mian, stating, "Mian, you are fully aware that Lu Tian does not suffer from dissociative conversion disorder. Encouraging her to feign illness is unlawful and, Fang Rui, I am not the one claiming she is ill. It is the psychiatric experts who have stated so," Mian interrupted. "I merely presented that authoritative report. You could use this to mitigate Lu Tian's sentence." "The law should not judge Lu Tian," Mian said, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Lu Tian wants me to ask you all, now that you know the entire truth, do you truly believe she is guilty?" Lu Tian felt that the world was profoundly unjust. As a child, she had been molested by her own uncle, yet no one had come to her defense, nor had anyone condemned that beast. Instead, the neighbors relentlessly shamed her, attributing blame to her beauty for the assault. Shen Yuanyuan was raped by Lin Xinjie, yet no one sought justice for her. Countless strangers hurled the most venomous insults at Shen Yuanyuan, ultimately driving her to suicide by jumping from a building. Was she a criminal? She was merely seeking revenge for her childhood self and for the helpless Shen Yuanyuan who had leapt to her death. She had sought to bring Lin Xinjie to justice through the legal system, but it had proven futile. Thus she was left with no choice but to enact her own judgment upon the scoundrel. Fang Rui found himself at a loss for words in response to her question. Mian cast a cold glance at them before departing the courtroom. Chapter 54, The Reversal of Judgment. A radiant conclusion. Fang Rui, We are powerless to prevent Lin Xinjia's lawyer from exonerating him, nor can we stop Nie Yin from acquitting Lu Tian. Mian consoled him, asserting that it is only fair. All we can do is restore the truth to Mian. You do not comprehend. Sometimes, prison can paradoxically be a safer place. Fang Rui sighed, do you believe that only those with power and influence can exploit legal loopholes? Nie Yin remains too naive. Indeed, Mian did not understand. She found the world so complicated. Why does the law exist if so many choose to disregard it? Is it truly that difficult to abide by the rules? However, she quickly realized that without criminals, she and Fang Rui would be out of work. Unemployment would mean no salary, no spending money, and the tedium of idle days. What a dreadful existence that would be. Enough of such convoluted thoughts, Fang Rui said, gently ruffling Mian's hair. Otherwise, your brain might short-circuit again. Fang Rui, my brain functions perfectly well. It will not short-circuit. The Judicial Appraisal Center assembled a team of experts to conduct a comprehensive diagnosis of Lu Tian. Ultimately, they issued a written report confirming that Lu Tian indeed suffers from conversion disorder. One expert even scanned Lu Tian's brain, discovering organic changes that further substantiated her mental illness. Shen Xian was also part of the expert team. She voiced dissenting opinions, yet they were disregarded. Previously, the appraisal center had already issued a report stating Lu Tian had conversion disorder. If they were to issue another report stating she did not have such an affliction, the center's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, Lu Tian must be deemed ill. The Lin family had intervened but eventually withdrew. If Lu Tian were to enter prison, their options would be limited. However, should she be confined to a psychiatric facility, they would possess myriad means to ensure her life was a living hell. Lin Xinjia was killed by Lu Tian. They certainly did not wish for her to merely serve time, as that would be far too lenient. Under the influence of various factors, the court ultimately rendered its verdict. The defendant is deemed a complete mental patient, lacking civil capacity. This court rules that the charge of intentional homicide against Lu Tian is not established. Lu Tian is to be incarcerated for life in the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital of Jiangzhou. Upon receiving the verdict, Nie Yin exhaled with relief, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. She had finally triumphed. As Nie Yin departed the courthouse, she spotted Fang Rui and Mian waiting for her at the entrance. Fang Rui, Mian, if you have come to condemn me, please leave. If you are here to congratulate me on winning this case, then you are most welcome to attend my celebration banquet. Fang Rui sighed. Nie Yin, you once detested such despicable tactics. Fang Rui, justice belongs to the victors. I have won this case, and thus I embody justice. Nie Yin's tone dripped with arrogance. She believed that employing certain methods in the pursuit of justice was permissible. By nefarious means, I shall arrive at a brilliant conclusion. Nie Yin tilted her head towards the azure sky, feeling the sun's rays pierce her eyes. It seemed she had finally become the very person she had loathed. But so what? Those with power and influence can manipulate the law to evade guilt. Why should she not wield the law to save an innocent girl? In her heart, the law was no longer sacred. Justice would only belong to the victorious. Is the conclusion truly radiant? Lu Tian would reside in a psychiatric hospital for the rest of her days. A frightful place indeed. In prison, one may lack freedom, yet the mind remains unshackled. In a psychiatric facility, both body and mind are imprisoned. Moreover, the Lin family would not relent against Lu Tian. Nie Yin, you are well aware of what Lu Tian is about to face. Fang Rui reminded her, you are the sole victor here. Nie Yin's body stiffened. Shen Xian had also cautioned Nie Yin against pursuing a not-guilty defense, as the consequence would be Lu Tian's lifetime confinement in a psychiatric institution, a fate far worse than imprisonment. She had suggested that Nie Yin leverage Lu Tian's mental illness to seek a reduced sentence. Yet, Nie Yin had refused, even denying others the chance to see Lu Tian. Was it truly only to exonerate Lu Tian? Nie Yin found herself unable to answer that question. Quickly, Yin regained her composure, declaring, "The one who has condemned Lu Tian to a psychiatric hospital is not me, but you all. Had you not insisted on uncovering the truth, Lu Tian would not have faced prosecution. It is you who should feel guilty. Is it not fitting that a scoundrel like Lin Xinjia met his demise? Why must you insist on apprehending the murderer? Could you not be ineffectual just this once?" "A tragic past does not justify crime," Fang Rui countered. "If one commits a crime, they must face the consequences." "And what of Lin Xinjia? What consequences did he bear?" Fang Rui found himself at a loss for words. The world is inherently unjust. The same event can yield disparate consequences for different individuals. Yin had become too extreme. Previously, her vehement disdain for evil and unwavering belief in justice had defined her. Yet, as her ideals crumbled, she veered towards another extreme. "He was poisoned," Mian replied quietly. "That is the cost of his misdeeds. Had he not exploited legal loopholes, he would have served a few years and soon returned to his wicked ways." This time, Yin was left speechless. Mian understood nothing. Her thoughts were simplistic, rendering her incapable of grasping the complexities of the world. Fang Rui attempted to counsel Yin. "Your current mindset is problematic. You need to recalibrate." Forensic expert, Officer Fang. "I hope our paths do not cross again," Yin said, her tone laced with melancholy. "I am now a criminal defense attorney, and I fear that if we meet again, we shall be adversaries. I do not wish to encounter opponents like you. Yet, should it occur, I will still emerge victorious." Fang Rui watched as Yin's figure receded, feeling a sense of regret. Yin had once been an exceptionally talented prosecutor. At that moment, he suddenly found himself enveloped in Mian's embrace. She held him tightly. Fang Rui looked down at Mian. "What is it?" "I sense your sorrow, yet I am unsure how to comfort you." Mian sighed. "I am not adept at comforting others." Mian recalled the night they had shared drinks, the moment marking Yin's darkest hour. Yet, she had still asserted her intention to become the finest prosecutor. Ultimately, Yin had been unable to realize her dream. When had she changed? Perhaps it was after her consecutive defeats against Lin Xinjia's lawyers or the night of her suicide attempt. She had not taken her own life but rather extinguished her naive self, adopting a new facade to navigate this intricate world. "I feel a sense of loss, yet this is Yin's own choice. I believe the spirited prosecutor will forever remain etched in our memories. Those who gaze into the abyss must beware of being consumed by it." Fang Rui, have you recovered from your sorrow so swiftly? Mian's tone held a hint of regret. She found comfort in embracing Fang Rui and was surprised by how quickly he seemed consoled. "Do you wish for me to remain sorrowful over Yin?" "Of course not. I do not wish to see you unhappy." Mian reluctantly released him from her embrace. Suddenly, a serious thought struck her. If Fang Rui were to die, she would be left with nothing but a cold corpse to hold. She disliked the idea of hugging a corpse. It seemed her desire for his remains had diminished. Mian promptly banished this odd notion from her mind. How could she not wish for Fang Rui's presence? Surely, her thoughts could not have short-circuited from overthinking. "Fang Rui, I have lost yet another friend," Mian lamented. "I struggled to make two friends, and now they are both gone. Alas, making friends is exceedingly difficult. Fang Rui, I am so very sad. Would you like me to embrace you to offer comfort? If you were to sign here, I would no longer be sad." Mian quickly retrieved a donation agreement from her bag and handed the pen to Fang Rui. "Sign here. Just write your name. Fang Rui. Mian. It seems you are no longer sorrowful." Fang Rui returned the agreement to her bag, saying, "Let us return." Mian was taken aback, conceding, "Fang Rui, then embrace me that way. I shall not feel sad. I am sorry." "That embrace has been rescinded. You do not require comfort at this moment." Mian made a face of discontent, realizing that one must not be overly greedy. After winning this case, Yin's reputation soared, and soon numerous defendants sought her defense in various criminal cases. She embarked on a new chapter in her illustrious career. However, She never again visited Lu Tian. Chapter 55. Reunion with an old friend after enduring numerous tribulations. The poisoning case involving Lin Qianjie and Wang Xiaoya has finally come to a close. During the weekend break, Mian accompanied Shun Xiyin to a prestigious rehabilitation center. This facility, which integrates medical care, accommodates many affluent individuals suffering from various ailments. Xiaomian, we will soon meet my aunt, Shun Xiyin said, handing a bouquet of lilies to Mian. When you see her, remember to present her with these flowers. Mian had heard whispers of this aunt, Shun Min, who was rumored to have eloped with a man after becoming pregnant out of wedlock, leaving her family behind and never returning to the Shun household. Shun father harbored a deep disdain for this sister. Any mention of Shun Min would ignite his anger. All right, but why must I be the one to give them to her? Mian inquired, puzzled. Shun Xin's tone was tinged with melancholy. She may not hold any fondness for me. Mian was taken aback. How could an aunt despise her sister? No one could possibly dislike her sister. A nurse, seemingly familiar with Shun Xiyin, approached with a warm smile. Miss Shin, have you come to visit Mrs. Shin again? Her condition has improved significantly. She is currently basking in the sun on the lawn outside. Allow me to escort you to her. Thank you, Nurse Lee. As they ventured into the garden of the rehabilitation center, Mian spotted an elegant woman seated in a wheelchair, engrossed in reading. The sunlight graced her face, casting a gentle glow upon her countenance. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Shen Xiyin, and Mian swiftly recognized her as Aunt Shun Min. Sister, is her leg injured? Shen Xiyin shook her head, exhaling softly. Her legs are perfectly healthy. However, my aunt suffers from Alzheimer's disease, and there are moments when she forgets that she can walk. Her memory is quite muddled, and she often loses track of many things. She doesn't appear very old. Why has she developed Alzheimer's? Shen Xiyin gazed at Shen Min's youthful visage, seemingly peering through her into her own future. She has just turned 60. Perhaps it is hereditary. Our elder uncle also suffers from this affliction. Her voice was so soft that Mian could barely hear her. Does she still remember father? Mian asked. Perhaps not. She has forgotten many things, even her own name. All she recalls is her daughter. Approaching Shen Min, Mian extended the flowers towards her. Aunt, it is a pleasure to meet you. Feeling the sunlight being obscured, Shun Min looked up with displeasure. She gazed at Mian, seemingly seeing another person through her. Meow Meow? Is that you? My name is Mian, not Meow Meow, Mian corrected gently, pressing the bouquet into Shun Min's embrace. This bouquet is for you. I hope it brings you joy. Shin Min's eyes were clouded with confusion as she clutched the flowers, murmuring, Where has my Meow Meow gone? Why doesn't she come to see me? Mian felt a pang of sympathy. Is Meow Meow your daughter? What does she look like? Shin Min pointed to the book in her hands, and Mian soon realized it was not a book but a thick photo album. The open page displayed a photograph of a young girl in a police uniform, her hands raised in a peace sign, her face alight with a radiant smile. Is she a police officer? I believe I can help you find her and bring her to see you. Mian noted the badge number on the uniform, resolving to assist her aunt in locating her daughter. Shun Min's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Really? Mian, can you truly help me find my daughter? However, Shun Xiyin intervened, pulling Mian back to dissuade her from making such a promise. Shun Min, undeterred by their exchange, scribbled beside the photograph, Mian promises to help me find Meow Meow. After finishing, she turned the page, continuing to gaze at her daughter's photographs. The entire album was filled with images of her daughter, chronicling her life from childhood to adulthood, each picture accompanied by lengthy inscriptions. This was her method of preventing herself from forgetting her beloved child. Mian felt a deep sense of envy for the girl named Meow Meow, for her mother loved her so dearly. But why was she so cruel as to neglect visiting her own mother? Through those words, it seemed Shun Min gradually began to reclaim fragments of her memory. My Meow Meow was so obedient. Why wouldn't she come to see me? Has someone taken her away? Her gaze began to wander, and upon spotting Shen Xiyin, her emotions intensified. Get away. You are Shen Min. You harmed my daughter. Get away. Aunt, I am Shen Xiyin. Shen Xiyin understood that her aunt was experiencing another episode. Your negligence has caused my Miao Miao's demise. She is dead because of you. Shen Min cried, her anguish spilling forth as she recalled something. Overwhelmed, she wept bitterly. My Miao Miao is dead. You are responsible. In a frenzied state, she attempted to lunge at Shen Xiyin. Nearby medical staff swiftly intervened, administering a sedative before escorting her back to her room. Sister, did Aunt's daughter really die? Mian picked up the fallen album, flipping through its pages. Was she harmed by a villain? Could that villain be her own aunt? Suddenly, the situation felt increasingly convoluted. Yes, Miao Miao has passed away, Shen Xiyin confirmed with a nod. However, she succumbed to illness several years ago. Aunt has been deeply affected. She believes she failed to care for her daughter, which has led to her overwhelming guilt. This, in turn, has exacerbated her condition. How tragic! She must have loved her daughter immensely. Mian felt a surge of envy for Miao Miao. If she were to perish, Jiang Yun would likely not even procure an urn for her, let alone cherish her memory. Nonetheless, I would ensure she received the most exquisite and costly urn, selecting the most picturesque resting place for her. With this thought, Mian found herself less envious of Miao Miao, for she had died at such a tender age. Shen Xiyin sighed. I had hoped that our visit would offer her some solace, but it seems to have had the opposite effect. Her condition has worsened. The last time I came, she was not as unstable. Perhaps I should visit her alone from now on. She seems to take a liking to me, Mian suggested. Indeed, she adored you even when you were just a small child. Did she meet me before? Mian searched her memories, but could not recall any encounters with her aunt. You were merely an infant back then. Afterward, Aunt severed ties with Father and never returned. Father forbade us from mentioning her. As they prepared to leave, the nurse called out to them. Miss Shen, did I not mention that a gentleman has been taking care of your aunt? He is here today, currently discussing medical cooperation in the director's office. Would you like to meet him? I shall wait for him here. Time passed slowly, and just as Shen Xiyin began to lose patience and consider departing, the individual in question appeared before them. Senior Yin? What brings you here? Mian exclaimed in surprise. I thought you had gone missing. I feared the worst, believing you had fallen victim to kidnappers. Chapter 56, Madman, Mian. It has been a long time since we last met. Could you not wish for my well-being? Why do you think I have been kidnapped? Jiang Yinian reached out, attempting to stroke Mian's head, only to have her evade him. You know I dislike having my head touched, not even by my sister, and certainly not by you, Mian reminded him. I do not wish to end up like Xiaobai, having my fur rubbed off. Xiaobai was a charming little squirrel that Mian had once cared for, who, due to its adorableness, was incessantly petted by those in her father's laboratory, ultimately resulting in its head being left bare. Jiang Yinian had once been the most esteemed student of Professor Shen, almost designated as the successor to his laboratory. Thus he frequently visited the Shen household, and in due course, became acquainted with Mian. At that time, Mian was rather reticent and not particularly sociable. Unlike Shen Xiyin, who indulged Mian in everything, Jiang Yinian often engaged in disruptive antics, such as deliberately toppling the blocks Mian had meticulously arranged, adding colors to her drawings, or even hiding her cherished animal specimens, forcing her to search high and low. Initially, Mian found him insufferable, yet gradually she became accustomed to his behavior, even developing a fondness for their playful antagonism, as it made her feel like a normal person. Senior Inian, you have truly been missing for quite some time. You used to visit me every week, but ever since Father passed away, you suddenly vanished and I could not reach you by phone. Senior Fabian said you were captured by kidnappers, and they would kill you if the ransom wasn't paid at a tea that time. I had no money, could not borrow any, and I was reluctant to sell my cherished specimens, so I could only let you be killed. Seeing you alive now, I believe Senior Fabian must have been deceiving me. Back then, Mian was not adept at discerning lies, but now she was capable of such judgment. She resolved to call Senior Fabian later and reproach him vehemently. Mian, I am sorry. I left in such haste that I did not have the chance to bid you farewell. Zhang Yinian apologized, his gaze drifting towards Shenxian. Mian shrugged. It is of no consequence to me. However, my sister is quite angry. She does not even wish to hear your name. Your departure was too abrupt. How could you not attend Father's funeral? He always held you in such high regard. Thankfully, there are no ghosts in this world, or Father's spirit would rise to chastise you. Zhang Yinian turned to Xin. Xin, you must believe me, your parents' matters are not related to me. Xin interrupted him, positioning herself protectively in front of Mian. I do not know why you are concerned for my aunt, but please do not come around anymore. She does not require your care. Professor Xin was always concerned for this sister. He had mentioned her to me many times, Zhang Yinian explained. Coincidentally, her daughter is my cousin's wife. My cousin and his wife have both passed away, hence I feel a responsibility and obligation to care for Aunt Shan. Xin scoffed. Do you not find this reasoning absurd? You do not even respect my father. How could you genuinely care for his sister? Do you believe yourself to be the altruistic type? While I am unaware of your motives, I implore you to keep your distance from my family. We were such good friends in the past. Why can you not trust me? I would never harm you or Mian. Zhang Yinian's eyes reflected a hint of hurt. He was undeniably handsome, and the vulnerability in his gaze rendered him appear innocent. Mian found it peculiar. Her sister and Zhang Yinian had once shared a close relationship, never having quarrels. Why did her sister now harbor such disdain for him? Suddenly, Mian recalled that when their parents had died, her sister had vehemently prevented her from viewing the body. Were they not victims of a car accident? It seemed her sister was concealing many secrets from her. Mian, let us return home. Throughout the ride, Mian felt a heavy atmosphere within the car. This was the first time she had witnessed her sister so enraged. Xin possessed remarkable emotional control. She had rarely lost her composure in front of Mian. Sister, did father or mother not die in a car accident? Mian inquired. Xin did not respond to this question. Little Mian, when you encounter that person again, keep your distance, do you understand? Mian nodded, yet curiously asked, why? Senior Yinian is a good person. He is very dangerous. He is a madman, Xin explained. He might harm you. He seems perfectly normal. Why would he wish to hurt me? Perhaps it is because he harbors resentment against father for expelling him and publicly humiliating him. He seeks revenge on us, but we are friends. He has always treated me well. Mian felt her sister's judgment was misguided, and moreover, Fang Rui would protect her. Little Mian, some individuals show kindness with ulterior motives. Beneath their benevolent facade lies great malice. We must distance ourselves from such individuals. Mian did not fully comprehend, yet she acquiesced. Now that she had friends like Chen Shui and Fang Rui, losing one more mattered little. Little Mian, do not overthink. I can handle these matters myself. Very well, if you cannot manage, I shall assist you. Mian had immense faith in her sister's capabilities. Anything her sister wished to accomplish, she could do exceptionally well. Upon reaching downstairs, Mian spotted an unexpected visitor waiting for them. She cautiously glanced at Xin, sensing her sister's misfortune today. Encountering only those whom she disliked. Mian, mother has come to see you. Jiang Yun stepped forward upon seeing Mian, immediately shedding her previous cold demeanor and resorting to emotional appeal. Look, mother has brought you something. A gift? Mian felt disheartened. It seemed her misfortune extended to herself as well. Jiang Yun presented a beautifully wrapped gift box to Mian. She glanced at it. The box was pink, adorned with a ribbon of a different shade of pink, a color she utterly despised. Miss Shen, may I speak with Mian privately? Jiang Yun addressed Xin. Believing she was manipulating Mian to distance herself from her, Mian flatly rejected. Miss Jiang, I have nothing to discuss with you. Mian, do not call me Miss Jiang. Call me Mother. All right. Jiang Yun frowned at Mian. Your words will greatly upset Mother. No. Mian lowered her gaze to her toes. I initially sought you out because I believed you were living in dire straits, impoverished. If that were the case, I could offer you some money to improve your situation. I had no intention of recognizing you. You are now wealthy, living well. I am relieved, and I shall never wish to see you again. Mian, I am your mother. You cannot treat me this way. Jiang Yun grasped Mian's hand. Please give Mother a chance. I wish to make amends. Mian recoiled as though shocked. Miss Jiang, I believed I had made myself very clear. I do not wish to see you, Mian. The things I did previously were due to circumstances. I love you. Will you return to my side? Mian shook her head, perplexed. Jiang Yun had previously harbored disdain for her, so why the sudden overflow of maternal affection? Did she have a particularly hidden agenda? But that was inconsequential. Jiang Yun meant nothing to her. Sister, let us return home. Mian tugged at Xin's hand. I am very hungry. I need to eat. Little Mian, you go back first. There are sandwiches in the fridge for you. Sister has some matters to discuss with her. Then do not converse with her for too long. Mian whispered to Xin. She is a wicked person. But do not be afraid. If she harms you, I shall have Fang Rui apprehend her. Oh, not worry. She cannot harm us. Yet she wields power and influence. We cannot contend with her. Mian made a face of discontent. All we have is money. Through Lu Tian's lawsuit, Mian profoundly realized that many individuals in this world operate outside the law and will not face repercussions. Little Mian, are you not very hungry? Yes, I am going back to eat a sandwich. Their conversation was overheard clearly by Jiang Yun, who felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed in Mian's eyes, she had already been labeled as a villain. Suppressing her emotions, Jiang Yun handed Xin a business card. Miss Xin, I have established a foundation dedicated to assisting children with autism. I would like to entrust it to you. Would you be willing to work at the foundation? I do not need a job, and I have only treated Mian as a single autism patient. I will not treat any others. Xin did not accept the card. Speak plainly. I am busy and do not have time for your roundabout talk. If you do not desire this position, I can offer you a substantial sum of money. You may name your price, as long as you return Mian to me. Return her to you? Xin retorted. You have been indifferent to Mian for all these years, and when I found you and urged you to meet her, you also refused. Why do you suddenly care for Mian now? Jiang Yun's expression grew awkward as she emphasized. Miss Xin, whether you believe it or not, I love Mian. I previously refused to meet her solely because I despised her father. Seeing Mian reminds me of the painful past. Xin interrupted her. I have no interest in your story with Uncle Mu. As far as I know, you are the one who strayed, the one who abandoned Uncle Mu and Mian. That is a slander against me. Jiang Yun's tone escalated. Xin, you were still young then. You could not grasp the complexities of adult matters. I truly love Mian. I wish to make amends with her. Mrs. Jiang, what you desire is not Mian. You merely wish for those experts to study her, to uncover the secret behind her recovery. Is that not so? Chapter 57. The abandoned gift. Jiang Yun's expression was somewhat rigid, yet she still defended herself. Miss Xin, do not think so ill of me. Is my desire to have my daughter back truly unreasonable? You have a son with your current husband named Lin Xinyan, who is also on the autism spectrum. How do you know? Jiang Yun's face was filled with shock. Xin had actually investigated her. They had kept Lin Xinyan's autism a well-guarded secret, and the outside world was hardly aware of it. She realized she had underestimated Xin. Xin scoffed. You know full well that they suffer from autism due to your genetic flaws, which means all your children are likely to be affected. You are the one who has harmed Mian, abandoning her cruelly, yet I see no semblance of remorse on your face. You are truly a heartless woman. With her true intentions laid bare, Jiang Yun ceased her pretense. Miss Xin, since you are aware of Xinyan's situation, do you possess a means to assist him? What do you think autism treatment is? A mere operation? Or do you believe a handful of pills will suffice? It is a long and arduous journey, fraught with countless training and intervention therapies, demanding immense patience and love. A cold-hearted person like you cannot possibly comprehend that. Miss Shin, I am not here to negotiate. I am Mian's biological mother, and I bear the duty and obligation to care for her. I believe that if it comes to a legal battle, you will not prevail. Mian is an adult. She possesses the right to choose with whom she wishes to live. Do you truly think she would choose you? Xin paused, mocking. Or do you desire for Mian to be diagnosed as mentally ill, thereby gaining her guardianship? I would never resort to such despicable tactics. However, I have many ways to compel your compliance. Xin, have you forgotten? I was once a dear friend of your parents, and I know a little about their affairs. Xin's smile vanished instantly, her gaze turning icy. You are indeed aware. Jiang Yinian is your nephew, and you are currently funding the establishment of his laboratory. It was you who arranged for him to be placed by my father's side, was it not? That is not the case. I did not orchestrate this matter. He is my brother's illegitimate child, and I only discovered his existence in recent years. Furthermore, your father's accident was not caused by Yinian, nor did he steal your father's research materials. Yinian returned to the country abruptly due to his mother's passing. He came back to mourn. Someone is framing him. Xin, you harbor too deep a misunderstanding of us. Zhang Yun placed, you should trust in Auntie's character. You ought to investigate others. There are many people in your father's laboratory who could be suspects. I understand you all too well. Individuals like you would stop at nothing to achieve your aims. Xin struggled to rein in her emotions. Xin, thus you should acquiesce to my request and return Mian to me. Zhang Yun's tone was laced with threat. Xin hesitated for a moment before retrieving a document from her bag and handing it to Zhang Yun. This is Michelle's information. She is the most authoritative expert in the field of autism and was once my teacher. I can help you connect with her for intervention therapy for your son. Is she the therapist who healed Mian, so she can cure Chinyan's autism as well? Zhang Yun's tone grew urgent. Xin found it laughable. It turned out Zhang Yun did not despise children with autism. She simply lacked love for Mian. As Zhang Yun reached for the document, Xin retracted her hand. I can assist you, but you must first agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? Xin enunciated each word carefully. First, you and Zhang Yinian must never appear before Mian again. You cannot disturb her life with me. Second, you must allow the Lin family to leave Lu Tian alone. I do not fully comprehend the second condition. Why do you wish to help Lu Tian? Lu Tian is my patient, and she is also Xiaomian's friend. I hope you can spare her. In truth, with Lin Xinjie deceased, you stand as the greatest beneficiary, do you not? Or perhaps Lin Xinjie's current fate is a result of your manipulation. You have indulged in his misdeeds, suppressing him until he became a psychologically unstable waste. This way, he poses no threat to you and remains entirely under your control. I can agree to these 2 conditions. I might even ensure the hospital provides Lu Tian with favorable treatment. You are correct. I deliberately allowed Lin Xinjie to become a failure. Now that he is dead, the Lin family's fortune entirely belongs to my Chinyan. Zhang Yun no longer concealed her intentions before Xin, feeling she had completely grasped the upper hand over her. Michelle will be attending a conference next week. I shall take her to meet you then. Can she truly heal Chinyan? Ms. Jiang, autism cannot be cured. It can only be managed. However, she will do her utmost to assist you. Very well. I hope for a pleasant collaboration. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. It is best for you to keep your distance from Jiang Yinian, that madman. You cannot control him. How could Yinian be a madman? He is a medical genius, the pride of our family, and your father's most esteemed student. Zhang Yun held great affection for this nephew, as his recent developments in medications had garnered her considerable profit over the years. As Zhang Yun departed, Xin called out to her again, Please give me that gift box. I shall deliver it to Mian. Zhang Yun's expression was one of surprise. Did you not instruct me not to disturb Mian's life? If the gift box remains unopened, Mian will forever ponder its contents. However, once it is opened, she will discover that it contains nothing more than an expensive item devoid of any heartfelt sentiment, Xin stated. Much like her feelings towards you. Once confronted with the truth, the illusion will be shattered. Miss Shun, this is a gift I selected with great care, Jiang Yun retorted. Is it not because you have constantly brainwashed Mian into believing I do not love her that she holds that attitude towards me? Isn't it a fact that you do not love her? Or have you become so immersed in your charade that you genuinely believe yourself to be a loving mother? Jiang Yun found herself at a loss for words. She did feel guilt towards Mian, yet that guilt paled in comparison to her love for power and status. When Xin entered, Mian was reading, albeit inattentively. The moment Xin stepped in, Mian's gaze fixated on the gift box in her hands. Sister, I do not wish for her gift, Mian said, using her book to shield her face, attempting to avoid the box. Xin thrust the gift box into Mian's hands. Open it. Otherwise, you shall be preoccupied with thoughts of it for days on end. Very well, I am merely curious about what lies within. You know I have obsessive-compulsive tendencies. I cannot resist the urge to open a gift box. Indeed, go ahead and open it. With great caution, Mian unwrapped the ribbon and opened the box, revealing a pink handbag inside. When Mian opened the bag, she found it entirely empty. Sister, there is no gift, no card. Did she forget to include the present? Mian searched every corner of the bag, yet still found nothing of her desire. I believe that bag itself is the gift, Xin reminded her. I detest pink. Mian exclaimed, disappointment etched across her face. This tiny bag cannot hold anything. Why did she send me this? She is utterly inept at gift-giving. Xin was equally speechless. Was this truly Jiang Yun's meticulously chosen gift? It bore no sincerity whatsoever. Do you not like it? I do not. Xin suggested. Then throw it away. It is a waste of space for something so useless. That makes sense. It is indeed hideous. Mian cast the bag and box into the trash bin and resumed her reading. Mian, you need not worry about Lu Tian. I have a friend working at that hospital. He has assured me he will take good care of her. The Lin family will not pursue her any further. Sister, how did you manage that? Whatever you desire, Sister will strive to help you obtain. Mian's eyes brightened. Then can you persuade Fang Rui to donate the remains to me? Some matters require your own effort as well. Very well, I shall inform Fang Rui of this good news. When Fang Rui received Mian's call, he was at his parents' home. Fang Rui, my sister has dealt with those malevolent forces. She said Lu Tian will fare well in the psychiatric hospital, Mian declared proudly. Isn't my sister impressive? Indeed. After hanging up, Fang Rui heard his mother say, Fang Rui, have you made up your mind? If you agree to go on a blind date, I will help you handle the Lin family, ensuring they leave Lu Tian alone. Fang Rui grabbed his coat and headed for the door. I'm sorry, that deal is off. Mom, you need not prepare my meals. I have matters to attend to. Fang Rui, you rascal. You only come back when you need something, his mother called after him. You won't even stay for a meal? Mom, goodbye. Leave the delicious food for Dad. He enjoys it. I shan't intrude upon your little world. Fang Rui hurriedly made his exit. The dishes Mom makes are quite unpalatable. Chapter 58. The Haunted House Mystery. A terrifying experience that morning. The police received a report of a homicide at an escape room establishment in a downtown mall. Fang Rui and Mian drove to the shopping center. The escape room, named Edgar Allan Poe's cabin, was located on the 4th floor of the mall. Last month, it was selected as a recording venue for a popular variety show, instantly skyrocketing its popularity, making it a favored choice for team-building activities among the youth. The surge in foot traffic was overwhelming. The owner of the establishment was quite affluent, having rented an entire floor for the venue. The exterior was adorned in a Gothic horror style, and upon ascending to the 4th floor, one could immediately sense a chilling and ominous atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. "Officers, you have finally arrived," the store manager greeted them eagerly. His name was Wang Huajian, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, his face etched with anxiety. "Where was the body found? Please take us there." The body was discovered within the hidden level known as the bride and groom's collection room. The manager led them inside, explaining, "That room is seldom visited. We never anticipated someone would hang themselves in there. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Had it been any later, the corpse would likely have begun to decompose and emit a foul odor." After finding the body, the manager promptly secured the scene, both to preserve the evidence and prevent the incident from tarnishing the reputation of their establishment. The area they were taken to was a scenario called Escape from the Asylum, the most popular in the venue. Players were required to uncover various clues and props to deduce the correct escape route, encountering numerous terrifying scenes along the way, such as a blood-soaked operating room, a collection room filled with human organs, and a gallows room adorned with corpses. During the experience, actors dressed as ghosts or wielding chainsaws would attack the players. "Ah, what is this?" Xiao Zhang accidentally brushed against a bone hanging on the wall, and suddenly, a human head dropped from the ceiling, striking him squarely in the face. As he looked up, his eyes met a pair of eerie glowing white ones. "Be careful and don't touch anything. There are many traps here. It's not dangerous, just a bit frightening," the manager cautioned. These traps needed to be manually deactivated, which was rather cumbersome, so even in light of the homicide, the manager had not ceased their operation. He was contemplating resuming business as soon as the police removed the body. The establishment boasted a significant influx of customers. Despite it being a weekday, many players still came to partake in the experience. Curiously, Mian touched the severed head, noting that its facial features were made of silicone, crafted to appear remarkably lifelike. At first glance, it seemed genuine. Moreover, it felt cold and soft to the touch. Forensic expert, "Don't just touch it. Help me get it off," Xiao Zhang lamented, caught in an awkward position with the head pressed against his face, too frightened to move. Chen Shui observed and quietly assisted in removing it. "Xiao Zhang, don't be afraid. Stay behind me, and I will protect you," Chen Shui reassured him. "All right." Xiao Zhang clung to Chen Shui's hand, trembling. Wang from the technical department was equally shaken. "Chen Shui, I'm terrified too. What kind of place is this?" "Wang, you're a man. Be brave," Chen Shui encouraged. Wang silently fumed, feeling it was unfair that Xiao Zhang could be cowardly without reproach. But then again, who could blame him for being a single dog? Mian picked up a prop corpse from the ground, displaying its battered hand to Xiao Zhang and Wang. "These bodies are all fake. Feel this. Human skin cannot possibly be this elastic. Why are you afraid of something that isn't real?" "Ah, forensic expert, take it away, quickly." Xiao Zhang shrank behind Chen Shui, clinging tightly to her hand. "It's not that I'm cowardly. It's just that this place evokes fears of certain things that shouldn't exist after the founding of the nation. I'm not afraid of real corpses," Xiao Zhang desperately clarified. Chen Shui turned to Mian, saying, Mian, please don't scare Xiao Zhang. He is timid." "Very well." Mian returned the prop corpse to its original place. Mian then turned to Fang Rui. "Fang Rui, do you feel scared? If you are, you can hide behind me. I'm not afraid of these things. I will protect you." "Not particularly scared." Fang Rui was a staunch materialist, having been compelled to watch horror films with his parents since childhood. He had long since developed immunity to such frightful spectacles. "All right." Mian's tone bore a hint of disappointment. "You're quite brave." The hidden level was situated deep within the escape room, serving as the final scene. The further they ventured, the more terrifying the environment became. The air conditioning unit on the wall occasionally blew cold air, creating a chilling draft. The props inside were incredibly lifelike, providing a profound sense of immersion. Chen Shui began to falter, grasping Xiao Zhang's hand as they cautiously navigated, fearful of triggering any traps that might unleash bizarre bodily organs or grotesque creatures. This was not merely an escape room. It was akin to a haunted house, where what was required was not intellect, but rather courage. You all seem a bit timid, the manager observed, noticing Xiao Zhang and the others trembling. We have deactivated many of the traps now and turned on additional lights. The actors dressed as ghosts aren't out, so it's not quite as frightening anymore. If you have time another day, you should come back for a proper experience. No, thank you. If it weren't for the investigation, they would never set foot in such a contrived haunted venue again. Mian glanced at Chen Shui, who was nearly clinging to Xiao Zhang. Unable to resist, Mian reminded her, Chen Shui, you're a forensic expert. You're not afraid of real corpses. Why fear the fake ones? Because real corpses don't shake and one T suddenly grab my leg. Nor do they emit terrifying sounds, Chen Shui replied, trembling. Don't be afraid. I will protect you, Xiao Zhang offered in a feeble voice. You should focus on protecting yourself first, Wang interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Could it truly be that terrifying? Mian tilted her head to Fang Rui. Fang Rui, if you feel scared, you can hold my hand. I want to mock you for being timid. Not particularly scared. Really not scared? Really? Fang Rui was perplexed. He wasn't afraid. So why did Mian wear such a disappointed expression? Fang Rui continued to observe the room's layout, noting that the theme prominently featured horror, while the reasoning aspect was rather simplistic. Players merely needed to proceed forward, and they would easily discover the exit, provided they possessed sufficient courage. Though only a few minutes had passed, it felt like the longest few minutes of Xiao Zhang and the others' lives. Meanwhile, Mian experienced unparalleled excitement, having never encountered such an enjoyable venue before. She decided that during her next day off, she would spend an entire day here. The manager halted in front of her room. This room was arranged like a bridal suite, with a skeleton bride standing at the door, adorned in a beautiful wedding gown and a crown, her hollow eyes fixed intently upon them. To activate the hidden level of the bride and groom's collection room, one needed to embrace the skeleton bride. The manager pointed at her, explaining, many players fail to think of this, which is why so few discover this hidden level. Isn't this design clever? Mian's eyes lit up as she gazed at the skeleton bride. Can I hug it? Fang Rui grasped Mian's arm, halting her motion. Many have embraced it before. There are countless germs on it. Very well. The manager approached and hugged the bride, and with a whoosh, the black wall painted with glowing skulls slid open, revealing an electronic screen. A sequence of numbers appeared on the electronic screen. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 9, 14, 27, 41, 81. Please identify the pattern within this series. In just a moment, I need to locate the password. The shopkeeper retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, upon which a multitude of numerical sequences were inscribed. This conundrum appeared randomly, presenting numerous. Allow me a moment to search. The shopkeeper seemed rather anxious, and as he grew increasingly hurried, he found himself unable to uncover the password. Mian donned gloves and entered the digits on the screen. 122, 243. Chapter 59. The Haunted House Mystery. The hanged corpse. With a sudden clatter, a door appeared in the wall directly opposite the bride, slowly swinging open. The shopkeeper, his face a mask of shock, gazed at Mian in disbelief. Have you perused our shop's guide? How did you discern the password? This is merely a straightforward numerical reasoning puzzle, he stammered. The numbers were divided into two parts. The decimal section formed a geometric sequence with a common ratio of 3. The integer section was also a sequence, where the differences between two adjacent numbers could create a new sequence, which likewise maintained a common ratio of 3 to them. Mian explained earnestly. The shopkeeper, flabbergasted, struggled to comprehend her explanation. Could this truly be classified as simple? Xiao Zhang and his companions were unfazed, having long grown accustomed to Mian's extraordinary cognitive abilities, which far surpassed their own. Does the touch screen undergo regular cleaning? Fang Rui inquired. Indeed, it is cleaned roughly once a week. We haven't had the chance this week, and the discovery of the corpse has disrupted our work schedule, the shopkeeper replied. He turned to Xiao Wang, instructing, Xiao Wang, please extract the fingerprints from the touchscreen. The murderer, in order to access this hidden level, must have entered a password, thus it is highly likely they left fingerprints on the screen. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the perpetrator wore gloves while inputting the password. Understood, boss. The shopkeeper led them into the concealed area. The room was shrouded in darkness. Upon feeling an eye on the wall, the shopkeeper activated a mechanism that illuminated the space with a pale green glow, revealing a series of props designed as corpses of brides and grooms. The bodies appeared in pairs, each adorned with gruesome makeup, some affixed to the wall while others dangled above their heads, numerous empty nooses hanging ominously as if awaiting new victims. These are merely prop corpses. The shopkeeper gestured to a male corpse dressed as a groom, except for this one. This is a genuine corpse, and we remain unaware of how it was suspended. The body was hung by a thick rope fashioned from burlap. The deceased's pallid visage revealed a hint of his crimson tongue protruding slightly, a sight both grotesque and eerie alongside his bloodied, terrifying makeup. Clad in a blood-stained black suit and adorned with a Bhutani ri, at first glance, he appeared indistinguishable from the other prop corpses. Today, one of our staff entered to clean and discovered an extra prop groom. Initially, he assumed it was some misguided player who had moved it from another scene, so he paid it no mind. Players often engage in such unscrupulous antics. However, while cleaning the floor, the corpse's shoe struck his face, and he realized, to his astonishment, that the corpse was wearing AJ sneakers. It was then that he understood something was amiss. Who would dress a prop corpse in designer shoes? Upon inspection, he discovered it was indeed a real body. We promptly contacted the authorities. The shopkeeper recounted the grim discovery. When you found the body, was it in this condition? We possess a modicum of investigative knowledge, so we refrained from disturbing the body and immediately secured the scene, the shopkeeper affirmed. Fang Rui probed further. Do you recognize this individual? Is he a regular patron of your establishment? The shopkeeper shook his head vehemently. No, I cannot identify him. With a visage like that, how could anyone discern who he is? The body hung at a considerable height, posing a challenge for retrieval. As Fang Rui contemplated, requesting a ladder from the shopkeeper, he heard the latter say, the elevation of this rope can be controlled by manipulating the lever. It can be raised or lowered. Are you intending to bring the body down? Indeed. The wall was adorned with numerous skeletal hands, and the shopkeeper located the hand directly opposite the corpse, sliding the ring off its bony finger. To their astonishment, the body slowly descended to the ground. This is yet another small mechanism. If players interact with the rings on these skeletons, the suspended corpses will either rise or fall, the shopkeeper elaborated, adding, isn't this design quite ingenious? It's unique to our establishment. Xiao Zhang remained speechless, clearly unimpressed by the shopkeeper's apparent pride in his establishment's morbid contraptions. The lighting in the room was dim, preventing Mian from conducting a thorough examination of the corpse. The deceased's complexion was ghastly, with a deep ligature mark encircling his neck, positioned between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage, the depth of the mark being most pronounced near the throat and tapering off on either side. The deceased's corneas were severely clouded, with black spots on the sclera, signs of autolysis present in the oral and conjunctival mucosa, and the abdomen exhibited signs of putrefactive swelling. The livor mortis had nearly progressed to the stage of infiltration, leading to the conclusion that the deceased had been dead for approximately 18 to 20 hours. The time of death likely occurred between 3 and 5 p.m. yesterday, Mian mused, and the cause of death appears to be hanging. Hanging? Are you suggesting he committed suicide? The shopkeeper exclaimed. Good heavens, Why would he choose to end his life in my establishment? Wouldn't that tarnish my business? Why die here of all places? Hanging does not equate to suicide, Mian corrected him. Hanging is a form of asphyxiation caused by the gravitational force acting upon the neck. In simpler terms, he was hanged. There are two scenarios. He either hanged himself or someone else suspended him vertically. That seems implausible. Hanging a living person is no easy feat. Shouldn't the murderer have strangled him instead? The shopkeeper displayed some knowledge of homicide investigations. Mian explained, the characteristics of the ligature mark can distinguish between strangulation and hanging. In hanging, the deceased's own weight exerts a vertical force on the neck, resulting in an uneven distribution. Conversely, strangulation involves an external mechanical force applied uniformly, resulting in a more consistent, circular ligature mark. Moreover, most victims of strangulation exhibit intersecting ligature marks. The inconsistency in depth, combined with the pallor of this corpse, indicates that he died by hanging. Had he been strangled, his face would have taken on a purplish hue, much like those prop corpses dangling above. The shopkeeper fell silent. Fang Rui surveyed the room, reaching out to manipulate the ring on the skeletal hand. As he slid it outward, the rope descended, the distance corresponding directly to the extent of his movement. Conversely, sliding the ring inward would cause the rope to ascend gradually. Observing the empty rope, he suddenly comprehended the perpetrator's method. Turning to Mian, he speculated. Could the murderer have first incapacitated the victim, then placed the noose around his neck, manipulating the ring to slowly elevate the rope, ultimately leading to the victim's hanging? Was this method intended to disguise the act as a suicide? Yet, the murderer had managed to decipher the password at the entrance. Although the code was not particularly complex, his ability to unlock it indicated he possessed a certain level of intellect. How could he naively believe he could disguise a murder as suicide? Such a notion seemed profoundly foolish. Fang Rui felt a pang of self-doubt, questioning whether his own hypothesis was equally misguided. Fang Rui, you are quite astute. Do not underestimate yourself, Mian reassured him. This particular scenario lacked surveillance cameras, yet both the entrance and exit were equipped with functioning monitors. Fang Rui Upon returning to the precinct, Mian meticulously cleansed the deceased's face of the heavy makeup, revealing a clean, pallid visage. The deceased bore an unremarkable appearance, with pronounced dark circles indicating a likely penchant for late-night activities. Aside from the abrasions on his neck, there were no other external injuries, nor any signs of defensive wounds, suggesting he had not struggled in his final moments. Dressed in a suit, beneath it he wore a long-sleeve sweatshirt and a pair of blue jeans, the suit jacket having been directly donned. His inner garments remained orderly, unperturbed by any struggle. Mian proceeded to extract blood samples from the deceased for toxicological analysis. Fang Rui discovered a mobile phone within the deceased's pocket, and they swiftly uncovered the identity of the victim. The deceased was identified as Liu Xiaoyan, a 24-year-old unemployed individual residing with his parents, relying on them for financial support. Liu Xiaoyan was also an enthusiast of escape room games. Chapter 60. The Haunted House Mystery. Fang Rui and Xiaozhang arrived at Liu Xiaoyan's residence to gather information. Liu Xiaoyan's parents both worked as middle school teachers. His mother taught Chinese while his father taught physics. They resided in an aging staff housing complex. Upon seeing Fang Rui and his companion at the door, Liu Xiaoyan's father wore an expression of discontent, while his mother anxiously inquired, "Officer, my son Xiaoyan could never commit a crime. He is merely a bit disheartened. He is a good boy who would never engage in wrongdoing." Xiaozhang cautiously interjected, "Auntie, uncle, please accept our condolences. Liu Xiaoyan has passed away. We suspect he may have been a parasite like him. Good riddance. His death leaves us free of his burden." "Father, what are you saying? Xiaoyan has passed away, and you still insult him. He may be unemployed, but our pension should suffice to support him. Why must you berate him so? Humph! It is all your fault for spoiling him. You defend him endlessly. It is a calamity. It is my fault, entirely my fault. Is that what you want to hear?" Liu's mother wailed, her face buried in her hands. "Oh, my Xiaoyan, how could you leave your mother all alone? Seeing her anguish, Lu's father looked on, contemplating offering her a tissue, but ultimately retreated to his study, slamming the door behind him. "Auntie, please take care of yourself," Xiaozhang said, handing her a tissue and gently patting her back to soothe her distress. "Officer, my husband has a sharp tongue and speaks harshly, but he means no harm. Please do not take offense." Lu's mother gradually regained her composure and asked, "How did Xiaoyan die?" "He hanged himself in an escape room," came the reply. "An escape room? Oh, my Xiaoyan, how did you get ensnared in such a trap?" He once excelled in his studies and was accepted into a prestigious university. However, during his senior year, escape rooms surged in popularity, and he became infatuated with them, eventually neglecting his studies altogether. At 24, he neither worked nor dated, isolating himself in a world of escape rooms, rendering himself utterly useless. "Did he have any conflicts with anyone?" Fang Rui asked. "Not that I am aware of," Lu's mother pondered. Xiaoyan was introverted and rarely clashed with others. However, there was an incident where he returned home with a bruise on his lip, as if he had been beaten. When I asked him about it, he refused to tell me. "When did this occur? What was he doing out?" "I believe it was on September 5th, the day before my husband's birthday. He asked me for a few hundred yuan, undoubtedly to indulge in escape rooms again. It was the only thing that interested him." "May we see his room?" Fang Rui requested. "Of course that I will show you." Lu Xiaoyan's room was dimly lit, the windows obscured by heavy curtains, rendering it once illuminated. Fang Rui observed a remarkably tidy room, predominantly in black and white. The bedspread was white, while the wardrobe and curtains were black, adorned with various strange symbols. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. On Lu Xiaoyan's desk lay a row of books, many pertaining to decryption, including specialized texts on cryptography alongside several novels. His drawer contained a substantial stack of blueprints, appearing to be architectural designs. Fang Rui casually picked one up, finding the layout somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a scene he had encountered in that escape room. A date was inscribed in the corner. January 15th. He then discovered another drawing depicting the interior of a bridal chamber, with annotations detailing various mechanisms and their activation methods. The date inscribed read, February 21st. Xiaozhang, when did Edgar Allan Poe's cottage open? It is a new establishment. I believe it opened in June. It was chosen as a filming. This suggested that Lu Xiaoyan indeed possessed the capability to produce architectural designs. "Auntie, may we take these drawings with us? We will return them to you once the case is concluded." Fang Rui, "Can I take him home?" "Unfortunately, that may not be possible. His remains can only be released after the case is closed for cremation," Xiaozhang replied delicately. "May I at least see him?" "Yes, you can accompany us in our vehicle. We can take you there on our way." Thank you, thank you." At that moment, the study door swung open, and Lu's father emerged. Fang Rui observed that Lu's father seemed to have aged slightly in an instant. Remaining serious, Lu's father addressed Fang Rui. "I will accompany you as well. My wife cannot handle this. If she were to faint, it would only cause you more trouble." Fang Rui escorted them back to the police station. Mian had completed the autopsy and sutured the body, thus graciously permitting them to view it. "My child, your mother will no longer speak ill of you. Open your eyes and look at your mother," Lu's mother cried as she threw herself upon Lu Xiaoyan's lifeless form. "Whatever you wish to do, I will support you. Please do not leave me." In contrast, Lu's father maintained a much more restrained demeanor, standing at the door of the autopsy room, gazing at his son's remains from afar. He felt a twinge of regret for having been so harsh with his son. He should have exhibited more patience. Even if Xiaoyan was a failure, he was still his child. Overcome with emotion, he could no longer contain himself and embraced Lu Xiaoyan's body, weeping. The autopsy results arrived swiftly, and Mian reported them at the morning briefing. The cause of death was strangulation. The time of death was between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on September 18th. There were no signs of struggle on the deceased. She paused. We also detected the presence of sleeping pills in his system. Sleeping pills? Could the murderer have incapacitated the victim before dressing him as a prop and hanging him in the escape room? Xiao Zhang speculated. Everyone concurred with Xiao Zhang's hypothesis, as it was the most plausible explanation thus far. Xiaoli reported his findings from reviewing the surveillance footage. At 3:11 p.m. on September 18th, Lu Xiaoyan entered the establishment. At 3:14 p.m., he alone entered the escape from the asylum scenario, and thereafter, there were no further visuals of him. Xiaoli had compiled a video clip featuring Lu Xiaoyan, showing him entering the store with a black backpack and a sullen expression. Shortly after, he reappeared at the scenario entrance, still with the backpack, appearing decidedly unhappy. I have extracted images of all individuals who entered the escape room during that time frame, Xiaoli stated, opening a folder filled with approximately 47 photographs of people who had entered that scenario. The fingerprint analysis results were also in. 12 fingerprints were identified on the scene, 4 belonging to the store's staff, 1 belonging to Lu Xiaoyan, and the remaining 7 unidentified. This makes the case straightforward. Xiao Zhang leaned back confidently. When Fang Rui turned to her, Mian drew a square in the air and circled it with several smaller circles. Seeing this, Fang Rui couldn't help but smile wryly. Chen Shui, observing Mian's subtle gestures, expressed her discontent. Mian, you cannot always do this. Discover clues and only share them with Fang Rui. There are many others present here. Chapter 61. The Haunted House Mystery, Design Plagiarism? After being caught by Chen Shui, Mian cast a guilty glance at the ceiling, avoiding their reproachful gazes. Xiao Zhang chimed in, exactly. Is there anything that we cannot hear? Or does forensic Dr. Mu think we are incapable of understanding? Xiao Zhang, are you sure you want to know? Fang Rui looked at Xiao Zhang with resignation. I think it would be better if you remained unaware. Absolutely. Hurry up and tell me. Xiao Zhang felt perplexed, wondering why the boss singled him out. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Mian said to me, your reasoning just now was like a web. Xiao Zhang's heart swelled with pride. Are you complimenting my reasoning for being meticulous and coherent? Never mind, please help me patch up the flaws. Xiao Zhang had grown accustomed to the fact that his reasoning seemed to consistently evade the correct answer. Why was that? He was not unintelligent. In fact, he possessed a great deal of imagination, Mian reminded him. There are many possibilities. For instance, the murderer could be a deranged killer, randomly selecting victims, making it impossible to deduce the culprit through interpersonal connections. After the meeting concluded, Fang Rui resolved to return to that shop, as he had a few inquiries to make of the store manager. Upon learning this, Mian excitedly declared her intent to search for clues there as well. Forensic Dr. Mu, isn't the cause of death of the victim already quite certain? What further clues do you seek? Xiao Zhang observed Mian's enthusiasm and sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Mian did not respond to this inquiry, addressing Fang Rui instead. Fang Rui, please drive quickly. Upon arriving at the shop, Mian instructed Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang. Fang Rui, you two proceed with this statement. I will go into that secret room first to search for clues. You can take your time with the questions. There's no rush, I'll wait for you in the secret room. The store manager expressed his concern, but without me to guide you, it may take you most of the day to decipher it. You should wait for me to accompany you. Before he could finish, Mian had already joyfully walked away. It's fine. She'll likely move faster on her own than if you were to lead her, Fang Rui chuckled. The store manager, slightly speechless, recalled Mian's impressive speed in deciphering codes and found Fang Rui's words to hold some truth. Boss, do you think forensic Dr. Mu will be scared alone? That place is absolutely terrifying. Are you certain she will be frightened? Fang Rui and the store manager exchanged glances at Xiao Zhang, who suddenly felt his concerns were somewhat unfounded. I don't know him. Our store serves dozens of players daily. With such a high volume of customers, How could I possibly remember each player's name? Fang Rui interrupted him. I only asked since you don't know him. How do you know he was a player at your establishment? The store manager's expression shifted, and he explained, I instinctively assumed you were inquiring about the player's situations. It was my mistake. I spoke too hastily. I truly don't know anyone named Lu Xiaoyan. Fang Rui handed him a photograph of Lu Xiaoyan. Are you certain you don't recognize him? I don't. Weren't you the ones who gave him a beating? How could you not recognize him? Fang Rui pressed. In truth, he was unsure if Lu Xiaoyan's injuries were a result of their actions, so he was merely probing the store manager. To his surprise, the store manager broke into a cold sweat and confessed, Officer Fang, I lied just now. I do know him. He caused a scene at our store before, and our staff had to throw him out. I was just nervous and spoke untruthfully. Upon discovering the body, the store manager immediately instructed the staff to review the surveillance footage, identifying the deceased as Lu Xiaoyan due to their previous dispute. Fearing police suspicion, the store manager had lied. Why did he cause trouble? Well, the store manager hesitated, but upon seeing Fang Rui's unwavering gaze, he ultimately confessed he was dissatisfied with our room's design, claiming it was terrible and the experience akin to rubbish, which is why he caused a disturbance. Is that the only reason? Not at all. This time, I truly did not lie. Fang Rui felt that the store manager was full of deceit. He produced Lu Xiaoyan's design sketches and presented them to the manager. Your shop opened in June? How could Lu Xiaoyan have drawn the design for your escape room back in January? After examining the sketches, the store manager attempted to argue. Well, escape rooms often use similar themes. It is perfectly normal for designs to overlap. Fang Rui pulled out one of the sketches. This mechanism is identical to the setup in your bride and groom's collection room, including the arrangement and even the method of operation. Do you really think that is just a coincidence? Isn't that outright replication? Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, the store manager wiped the sweat from his brow and admitted, we did borrow some ideas from our competitors. The bride and groom's collection room was indeed inspired by another design, but we absolutely did not plagiarize Lu Xiaoyan's work. I promise I am not lying about this. The last time we confronted him was due to his tirade in our establishment, which tarnished our reputation. Fearing Fang Rui would remain skeptical, the store manager added, that other shop is called Lost Island, and it has since gone out of business. Last month, their owner sued us, and we had to pay a significant sum, after which we received his authorization. If you don't believe me, you can check the court documents online. They have been publicly posted. If he found your establishment's experience so lacking, why did he return to play? The store manager looked utterly helpless. We have no idea. We had blacklisted him. The staff that day was new and didn't recognize him, which is why he was allowed in. We were just unfortunate to encounter such an incident. How did Lu Xiaoyan come to possess those design drafts? What connection did he have with that Lost Island establishment? Fang Rui decided to head to the secret room to find Mian. Xiao Zhang, who had initially been adamant about not going, ultimately succumbed to Fang Rui's authority. Having been through once already, he found this time was not as terrifying. As Xiao Zhang touched the decorative items on the wall, he found them quite pleasant to the touch, only to realize Fang Rui was scrutinizing him. Chen Shui isn't here, and it seems your courage has grown. Weren't you terrified yesterday? Xiao Zhang's face flushed. Boss, you're quite the charmer. Fang Rui regarded Xiao Zhang with newfound respect, surprised to see his careful tactics in matters of romance. Under the store manager's guidance, they soon arrived at the entrance to the hidden level. Xiao Zhang spotted Mian standing before the skeleton bride, joyfully touching it. Forensic Dr. Mu, why are you standing here? Can't you enter the secret room? Xiao Zhang suddenly spoke, startling Mian. She quickly averted her intense gaze and explained, did you finish the statements so quickly? Fang Rui glanced at the resin skeleton and began to suspect that Mian had developed an odd fondness for the skeleton bride, much like an inexplicable affection for a corpse. Mian pressed on the bride's chest, addressing the store manager. The mechanism is located on the chest. It can actually be activated without needing to embrace it. Upon hearing this, the store manager's expression grew increasingly awkward. Chapter 62. The Haunted House Mystery. The skeleton gift. The store manager had matters to attend to, so after Fang Rui and Mian entered the crime scene, he took his leave. Forensic Mu, you're not here to search for clues. You simply enjoy this place, don't you? Have you developed a fondness for that skeleton bride? Xiao Zhang exposed Mian's little scheme. Mian, feeling a touch of guilt, averted her gaze but insisted, I am indeed here to find clues. Have you not noticed? He entered this scenario with a backpack, yet when we discovered his body, the backpack was nowhere to be found. Aren't you curious as to why it has vanished? Fang Rui recalled the surveillance footage, where Lu Xiaoyan had been carrying a bulging black backpack, its contents unknown. Yet, they did not see the backpack at the scene. Could it have been taken by the murderer? Xiao Zhang speculated. Is it possible the killer murdered him to steal what was inside the backpack? Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang spent the entire morning scouring the hidden chamber, examining every prop and corpse, but they found no trace of the missing backpack. It seems the murderer indeed took it, Xiao Zhang sighed. Meanwhile, Mian was toying with some nooses, even extending her neck into one, experiencing the sensation of hanging. Fang Rui, noticing this, quickly pulled her away. Mian, that's quite dangerous. If you accidentally trigger a mechanism, you could hang yourself, he cautioned with exasperation. It won't be that unfortunate, Chen Shui chimed in. As Laos, we're going to be very fortunate this month. Unable to locate the deceased's black backpack, they had no choice. Before departing, Mian frequently glanced back, causing Xiao Zhang to suspect her soul had been enticed away by that skeleton bride. That place is rather eerie. Could it truly be inhabited by something sinister? By now, it was noon, and everyone was quite hungry, so they headed to the restaurant downstairs. Fang Rui ate swiftly, and after finishing, he told Mian and Xiao Zhang, you take your time. I'll go buy something. Boss, go ahead. I'll keep a close eye on Forensic Mu and ensure she doesn't wander off, Xiao Zhang replied. Mian looked at Xiao Zhang with a hint of grievance. I have an excellent memory. I have never gotten lost. The point is, I will protect you. Understand? Next time, as Mian and Xiao Zhang approached the parking area, Mian spotted Fang Rui carrying the skeleton bride from a distance, her pupils dilating in surprise. Boss, how did you manage to bring that down? The skeleton bride was about Xiao Zhang's height, made of resin, and not overly heavy. Fang Rui presented the skeleton bride before Mian. Mian, this is for you. This is a gift for me? Mian felt overwhelmed by an immense surprise. She was this exquisite skeleton bride. Chen Shui was right. Laos really are going to be fortunate this month. Xiao Zhang was also dumbfounded, seriously questioning whether the boss had been influenced by Mian. Who gifts a skeleton? However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing Mian would likely appreciate it. Do you not like it? Fang Rui frowned. Then why were you staring at it just now? Did I misjudge? I love it. I adore it, Mian exclaimed, embracing the skeleton with a face full of emotion. Fang Rui, how did you acquire it? I asked the shopkeeper if it was for sale, and I told him I was wealthy, and he still didn't believe me. As long as you like it, in truth, purchasing it wasn't too difficult. After the incident in that hidden chamber, the store manager planned to remodel it, and everything inside would be sold at a discount to make way for new props. Thus, when Fang Rui offered to buy the skeleton bride for double the price, the manager readily agreed, even stating he could throw in the original coffin. Fang Rui declined. It's best to avoid such an ominous package. I certainly do not wish to carry a coffin around. Just lugging this bride has already drawn enough attention. I absolutely, positively adore it. Thank you. You are truly wonderful. I declare you are now my #1 best friend. Fang Rui's expression became somewhat awkward. He recognized that Mian's affection was directed towards the skeleton bride, yet he sensed a distinction between the two types of affection. Wasn't he the boss previously ranked first? Xiao Zhang inquired in astonishment. Chen Shui insisted that she must be first. But now, that's no longer the case. She can't even cry in front of me. At tea present, Fang Rui must rank first. Then where do I stand? Xiao Zhang asked curiously. Fourth. So high up? Xiao Zhang felt a bit moved. How many friends do you have in total? I have many friends. Precisely 4. Officer Xiao Zhang, you hold a significant place in my heart. You are the most humorous person I have ever encountered. Oh, please refrain from flattering me in person. Xiao Zhang. They drove an SUV that barely accommodated the skeleton bride. Throughout the journey, Mian clutched it tightly, her excitement palpable. Upon arriving at the station, Mian, still holding the bride, deliberately took the longest route back to the office. Along the way, many greeted her, inquiring, "Forensic Mu, what is this thing? Is it evidence you are collecting?" To which Mian would respond, "It is not evidence. It's a gift from Fang Rui. This is his first present to me." They would then look at Fang Rui with incredulous expressions. "Fang Rui, is this truly what you gift a girl? You should consult me on gift giving. I am quite adept at it." Mian corrected, "He is quite skilled at gifting. This gift is something I truly adore." They all gazed at her in astonishment, and Fang Rui, with a helpless shrug, replied, "Qin Shui, look, this is the gift Fang Rui gave me. I absolutely love it." Mian entered the office with the skeleton bride, her face alight with excitement as she addressed Qin Shui. "This is the first gift he has ever given me." "I already knew," Qin Shui said, holding up her phone. She had seen the news in their group chat, where someone had even shared a picture. She glanced at the rather terrifying skeleton bride and remarked, "It's quite beautiful. I initially intended to place it in my room, but since you adore it so much, I shall put it in the office, right beside my seat. That way, when you're tired from work, you can simply look up and see it." "That works for me. I want to buy some beautiful clothes for it online. And I'll also purchase maintenance supplies to take good care of it," Mian excitedly declared. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang consulted the photographs with Lu Xiaoyan's parents, but they were unaware of Lu Xiaoyan's social connections, only knowing that he had very few friends. Fang Rui then accessed Lu Xiaoyan's phone to reach out to his most frequently contacted friend. This friend, also an escape room enthusiast, was named Li Bin, who often teamed up with Lu Xiaoyan for escape room adventures. They were quite the good pair. Upon learning of Lu Xiaoyan's demise, he found it hard to believe. "You must be mistaken, right?" Xiaoyan was a severe social phobic. He bore no grudges against anyone. How could he possibly be murdered? "Are you truly police officers? You're not scammers trying to swindle my money, are you?" Xiao Zhang presented his credentials, along with a photo of Lu Xiaoyan. Only then did the truth begin to sink in for him. Choking back tears, he said, "I truly cannot fathom how someone like Xiaoyan, with such severe social anxiety and a people-pleasing persona, could be murdered." Chapter 63. The Haunted House Mystery. The high-end player, Fang Rui, presented the photographs to Li Bin. Among these individuals, who was acquainted with Lu Xiaoyan, Li Bin examined the images with great seriousness, meticulously discerning each one. Ultimately, he extracted several photographs, declaring, "These individuals are familiar with Lu Xiaoyan." As Fang Rui perused the selected images, he noted that one depicted the manager of the escape room establishment, 3 featured its employees, and another was of a passerby, whose identity they had yet to ascertain. "Do you know who this person is?" Fang Rui inquired, pointing at the passerby's photograph. "His name is Wang Yang. He previously operated an escape room as well, and Xiaoyan and I frequently visited his establishment. We were regular patrons. However, his business closed down a few months ago." "What was the name of that establishment?" Fang Rui asked. "It was called Lost Island. It used to be quite popular, and Xiaoyan and I particularly enjoyed going there. Later, Po's Cabin gained fame through a variety show and engaged in a price war, slashing prices drastically. Such despicable tactics led to the closure of many quality escape room venues." Li Bin furrowed his brow, pondering. Fang Rui recalled that the manager had mentioned this name earlier that day. Could it be that Lu Xiaoyan sold his designs to the establishment known as Lost Island? Why is that strange? Fang Rui queried. Xiaoyan, Wang Yang, and I are all high-end players in the escape room scene. We typically disdain such establishments, Eli bin scoffed, remarking that while it might be acceptable for Xiaoyan to visit that place, he could not fathom why Wang Yang would do the same, questioning their What is wrong with that establishment? Fang Rui inquired. It is quite lowbrow. The allure of escape rooms should lie in the puzzles, not in horror. If one seeks a terrifying thrill, why not visit a haunted house instead? That venue may boast impressive marketing and advertisements, but the experience is abysmal. The most egregious aspect is that bad businesses drive out good ones. Its existence has caused several quality escape room establishments to shut down, including Wang Yang's. Alas, it seems we may never again enjoy a truly entertaining escape room experience. Do you know where Wang Yang resides now? Not quite sure. Li Bin contemplated before continuing, however. After his bankruptcy, he accrued a substantial debt and could not afford rent, so he is currently staying at his sister's house. She operates a shop nearby. I can take you to that establishment. On the way to the shop, Fang Rui asked him how Lu Xiaoyan became acquainted with the manager of Po's cabin. About half a month ago, we visited that establishment and found the experience to be utterly disappointing, so we requested a refund. They perceived us as troublemakers, and the manager instructed his staff to expel us. We nearly engaged in a physical altercation, Eli Bin sighed. They even injured Xiaoyan. Initially, we intended to report them to the authorities, but they refunded our money, so we refrained from doing so. Li Bin suddenly had a thought. Officer, do you think it's possible those employees conspired to murder Xiaoyan? They harbored resentment towards him for leaving a negative review, so they decided to eliminate him? Do you believe a business would resort to murder over a bad review? Fang Rui replied. Xiaoyan's critique was rather scathing. He even hired internet trolls to disparage that establishment online. Eli Bin's expression turned somewhat sheepish as he explained. Yet that establishment truly deserves the criticism. Fang Rui found Xiaoyan's animosity towards that establishment perplexing, so intense that it was difficult to comprehend. He recalled the design sketches he had seen at Lu Xiaoyan's home. Why did Lu Xiaoyan harbor such hatred for that establishment? Was it due to their plagiarism of his designs? Because their experience was subpar, Li Bin exclaimed, looking astonished. Plagiarize Xiaoyan's designs? That seems rather improbable. While Xiaoyan excels at puzzles, I have previously seen his escape room designs, and I must admit, they lack creativity. No one would steal such designs. Fang Rui was intrigued. Where did those design sketches in Lu Xiaoyan's home originate? Wang Yang's sister resides in a village within the city, where she operates a noodle shop. When Li Bin took them there, they found Wang Yang lazily assisting his sister with washing vegetables, while she scolded him. Can't you wash the vegetables more carefully? How can you fail at such a simple task? Don't give me that look. You're not the boss now. I've helped you pay off so much debt. Can I not say a word? Wang Yang, unkempt and disheveled, with unkempt hair and an overall forlorn appearance, looked rather defeated. Wang boss. Wang Ji. Li Bin quickly corrected himself, greeting Wang Yang and asking if he could spare a moment. These two officers have some inquiries for you. Wang Yang's sister immediately grew anxious, glancing at Wang Yang. You haven't done anything illegal, have you? If you lost money in business, I can help you repay it, but if you've committed a crime, don't expect me to bail you out. If you've done something wrong, you'd better turn yourself in. Do you hear me, sister? I haven't done anything. Wang Yang replied, a hint of exasperation in his expression. Fang Rui interjected to clarify. We are merely seeking to gather some information. There is no need for you to be alarmed. That's a relief. Wang Yang's sister sighed, warmly inviting them into the shop. Officers, please come in and sit down. Feel free to ask any questions. My brother Wang Yang will surely cooperate. Wang Yang's sister was exceedingly cordial, pouring hot tea for each of them. Fang Rui inquired, do you know Lu Xiaoyan? Yes, he is a frequent patron of our shop and I have a good relationship with him. We consider ourselves friends. We have formed a group and often participate in various escape room activities together. Li Bin looked at Wang Yang, his expression somber. Wang Gu, Xiaoyan has died. Wang Yang was visibly shocked. How did he die? That's impossible. I saw him just a few days ago. Fang Rui asked. What were you doing on September 18th? The 18th? That morning, I was at my sister's shop washing dishes. I broke a plate, and the shards cut my hand. In the afternoon, my sister told me to take a break. Wang Yang lowered his voice. In the afternoon, I want to play an escape room. Please don't let my sister find out. She forbids me from going again, and I promised her I wouldn't. If she knew, I would be in for a severe scolding, Li Bin remarked. Wang Gu, you really shouldn't visit such establishments. What's the point? But it's South the only place nearby to play. Plus, it was Monday, and they had a half-price discount, which was too tempting. Wang Yang's tone was filled with resignation. I feel quite ashamed, but I simply couldn't resist the urge to play. I must admit, that establishment provides a highly immersive experience. It is rather thrilling. Wang Gu, we engage in escape rooms as an intellectual challenge, not merely for thrills. What time did you arrive? Fang Rui inquired. I got there around 4 and played until evening before returning home, Wang Yang replied. His account aligned with the footage captured by the surveillance cameras. Lu Xiaoyan had also visited that establishment. Didn't you arrange to go together? Xiaoyan went as well? Wang Yang's face was etched with disbelief. That's impossible. Xiaoyan declared that place was trash. How could he go there? Anyone could go, but he definitely wouldn't. Fang Rui scrutinized him. You also think that establishment is trash, yet you went there. Chapter 64. The Haunting Mystery of the Haunted House. Suspects? That is different. Xiaoyan has told us that he would never set foot in that establishment, Wang Yang defended. As for me, I not only went there for leisure but also for reconnaissance, Li Bin concurred, stating, indeed. I can attest that Xiaoyan expressed his strong aversion to that shop. Even in death, he would not return to that place. What were you investigating? Fang Rui inquired. Wang Yang sipped his tea, instantly invigorated, devoid of the disheartened demeanor he had while washing vegetables. Previously, Xiaoyan informed me that that store had plagiarized the design of my establishment, which prompted me to file a lawsuit against them. Just a few days ago, we reached a settlement. Their owner was quite forthcoming, agreeing to compensate me 3 million. Goodness, 3 million. With that sum, I could not only clear my debts but also reopen a new shop. Brother Wang, do you still intend to open a store? We support you, Li Bin exclaimed with enthusiasm. I can provide you with creative ideas then. Excellent, Fang Rui seized upon the crux of his statement. So it was Lu Xiaoyan who informed you that the shop had copied your design? Indeed, that I had previously visited that store and experienced that scenario, yet I did not activate the hidden mechanism. Thus I was unaware of the design within that secret chamber. It was only later that Xiaoyan sent me the photographs, revealing that they had replicated my shop's design exactly. I owe this to Xiaoyan. Who was the designer of that secret chamber? I conceived all the mechanisms inside. Although my friends also contributed some ideas, Wang Yang replied with pride. However, that shop made some alterations. They changed the method to activate the mechanism. Their modification is quite vulgar, requiring one to touch the chest of that skeletal bride to trigger it. TSK. Such crude matters are indeed repulsive and indecent. Fang Rui was rendered speechless. No wonder Mian appeared somewhat uneasy when she disclosed the location of the mechanism. Did you activate that hidden level? Did you enter the bride and groom's collection room? Fang Rui continued to question. I activated it, but did not enter. The password was too difficult for me to decipher. Wang Yang's face reddened. The password for my establishment is not that challenging. After sufficient inquiries, as they were preparing to leave, Fang Rui signaled to Xiao Zhang and glanced at Wang Yang's cup. Xiao Zhang understood instantly, asking Wang Yang's sister. Sister, where is the restroom? I need to use it. Over there. Boss, I will go to the restroom first. You all wait for me outside. As Wang Yang resumed washing vegetables, his sister prepared the condiments for the evening. Xiao Zhang donned gloves and, taking advantage of their inattention, discreetly placed the cup Wang Yang had used into an evidence bag. This cup bears Wang Yang's fingerprints, which can be compared with those displayed on the screen. After departing from Wang Yang's sister's shop, Fang Rui turned to Li Bin. What do you think of the relationship between Wang Yang and Lu Xiaoyan? What do you mean? You're not suspecting Brother Wang, are you? That's impossible. Brother Wang is exceptionally kind to us. After every update of the scenarios, he invites us to play for free and even provides us with snacks. You may have also noticed that Xiaoyan has no friends. Among so many people, aside from me, Brother Wang treats him the best. Does Lu Xiaoyan know about Wang Yang's victory in the lawsuit? Fang Rui asked. I doubt it. I only found out today. This lawsuit was quite arduous. Brother Wang was so impoverished that he couldn't even afford a lawyer. It was only after he and his sister vowed never to engage in escape rooms again that she provided him with some funds. None of us anticipated winning the case, nor did we foresee the owner being so generous, agreeing to such a substantial compensation without haggling. After Li Bin left, Xiao Zhang speculated. Boss, could it be that Wang Yang did not wish to share that 3 million with Lu Xiaoyan, leading him to murder him? Such a coincidence seems improbable. Both individuals appeared at that shop. Fang Rui, too, found it rather coincidental, and he could not comprehend why, despite Lu Xiaoyan being the one who created the design. Wang Yang insisted that the escape room was solely his conception. Upon returning to the precinct, as he passed Mian's office, he caught a glimpse of the skeletal bride standing ominously next to her. He found it rather bothersome, as its placement was most unattractive. Mian was engrossed in writing a report, glancing at the skeletal bride every few lines before returning to her work with unbridled enthusiasm. This severely hampers work efficiency. Boss, look at you. Why gift such an item of all things? Xiao Zhang remarked sarcastically, noting how Mian seemed utterly preoccupied with her task. Chen Shui added that Mian no longer listened to her, being solely focused on selecting brushes for it. Brushes? Are those the maintenance tools for forensic experts? Fang Rui then requested Xiaoli to retrieve all surveillance footage concerning Wang Yang. The footage revealed that on that afternoon at 4:03 p.m., Wang Yang arrived at the entrance of that establishment, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, scanning his surroundings with great vigilance. At 4:12 p.m., he entered the scenario, and it was not until after 6 p.m. that he stealthily emerged, resembling a thief. It was evident something was amiss. Boss, look at him. He must be feeling guilty about his thievery. This fellow is quite the actor. We nearly fell for his ruse, Xiao Zhang exclaimed. While conversing with Wang Yang at his sister's shop, Xiao Zhang had initially thought him to be a decent person. Boss, the fingerprints on this cup match one displayed on the screen. That rascal Wang Yang must have entered the password on the screen. The fingerprint comparison results from Xiao Wang's end arrived promptly, confirming that one of the prints matched Wang Yang's. Fang Rui deemed it necessary to summon Wang Yang for a discussion. However, recalling Mian's words, he pondered that since the murderer managed to decipher the numerical password, they could not be foolish. Why then would they leave such obvious evidence in the form of fingerprints? The following day, Fang Rui invited Wang Yang to the precinct to give a statement. Upon seeing Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang, Wang Yang's tone was somewhat anxious. Officer Fang, why have you summoned me? I have shared everything I know. Is there anything further you wish to inquire? Can you assist us in deciphering these passwords? Fang Rui handed him a sheet of paper, which contained all the numerical reasoning problems that could appear in the hidden level. Wang Yang glanced at it, furrowing his brow. So many? Let me take a look. In a rush. Take your time. Wang Yang found it peculiar why he was invited to the police station to solve math problems, as he was not a mathematics major. Nevertheless, he diligently worked through them, only to discover that he seemingly struggled with mathematics. He was in a state of panic, sweating profusely, having solved merely 2 problems after a lengthy duration. Xiao Zhang graded his answers against the correct ones, then whispered to Fang Rui. He spent an hour solving only 2 problems, and both were incorrect. Wang Yang's face flushed crimson as he protested. I have never been good at math. If it were other types of reasoning problems, I would excel, such as shape reasoning or logical reasoning. Fang Rui frowned. If Wang Yang could not solve a single problem, could it be true that he never entered that hidden chamber? Fang Rui retrieved the stack of design drawings created by Lu Xiaoyan. Mr. Wang, you claim that the escape rooms in your shop were solely designed by you. How do you explain these design drawings? Chapter 65. The Haunting Mystery of the Haunted House. An intruder in the chest. Wang Yang picked up the design blueprints and began to scrutinize them slowly, a frown creasing his brow. Who created these designs? Why do they bear such a striking resemblance to those in my establishment? These scenes are identical to the scenarios we previously offered in our venue. He pointed to the blueprint titled Bride and Groom's Collection Room. I recall that your establishment launched this on April 5th, yet this blueprint is dated February 21st, earlier than your release. How do you account for that? Fang Rui inquired. What do you mean by how do I account for that? Are you accusing me of plagiarism? Tell me who drew this design, and I will confront them directly. Every mechanism in this scenario and the arrangement of props were entirely my own creation. I commissioned a professional designer for the blueprints who can also attest to my originality. I could not possibly have plagiarized. Fang Rui replied, that individual cannot confront you, for he is deceased, hanged in that very secret room. Are you saying that the artist of this blueprint is Xiaoyan? Wang Yang's complexion drained of color. No, I did not plagiarize his designs, and I have no idea how he obtained this blueprint. The date must be a fabrication. It has to be. This blueprint was drawn with a permanent marker. Our technical team can ascertain the approximate timeline of its creation, Fang Rui remarked. A sudden curiosity struck Fang Rui. Typically, design blueprints undergo revisions and are sketched with a pencil. Why then was this particular blueprint rendered in permanent ink? Could it be that Lu Xiaoyan possessed such extraordinary talent that he could complete a blueprint in one flawless stroke? I cannot explain this, Wang Yang stammered, his mind racing. I have shared every thought in the group. Could it be that he reconstructed my secret room design from my descriptions? What would be his motive for doing so? Xiao Zhang countered. Is he simply bored? How would I know? Wang Yang retorted, shrinking his neck in indignation. Why would Lu Xiaoyan inform you of the plagiarism? Is it because he was also one of the creators? Did you kill him to prevent him from claiming a share of that 3 million? Xiao Zhang pressed. Absolutely not. Xiaoyan and I are friends. That is precisely why he confided in me. Moreover, I have stated, this design is my own concept and has no relation to Xiaoyan whatsoever. None at all. Wang Yang's anger escalated. I did not commit murder. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. Did you enter that hidden room? No. I told you, I could not decipher the password, so I could not gain entry, Wang Yang explained. However, I did attempt to input the password once. Why were you so flustered upon exiting the secret room? Fang Rui queried. Oh, I encountered the store manager as I exited. You are aware that I am embroiled in a legal dispute with them. It has been quite unpleasant. If he found out I had secretly slipped into his establishment, he would undoubtedly mock me. Hence, I avoided him. At present, there was no evidence to implicate Wang Yang as the murderer, so Fang Rui allowed him to leave. Boss, this Wang Yang is an inveterate liar. Even with the evidence laid before him, he refuses to acknowledge the plagiarism, Xiao Zhang lamented. This kind of person is despicable, appropriating others' work and then eliminating the original creator. How are we to uncover the evidence that incriminates him? Fang Rui recalled the suit worn by the deceased and suggested, let's investigate his purchase records to see if he acquired a suit of the same style. Also, look into that firework. Ah, boss, you are exceptionally clever. The suit was of poor quality, devoid of structure, the kind that could be purchased for a mere 100 yuan. The collar of the suit was sewn with a white care label, detailing the fabric composition and brand. Though the brand was relatively obscure, It was not counterfeit.it had a dedicated online store and a fixed sales channel at the commercial street adjacent to the Jiangzhou agricultural market. Observing Fang Rui and his team investigating the suit, Mian revealed her discovery. Fang Rui, the suit fits the deceased perfectly. Moreover, the clothing beneath it exhibited minimal creasing. Typically, if one forcibly dons clothing on another, the garments underneath would be wrinkled. Are you suggesting it was a familiar assailant? Fang Rui probed. Wang Yang's suspicion deepened, given his acquaintance with Liu Xiaoyan. Fang Rui first inquired with the online store clerk for all sales records from the past 6 months, filtering for addresses within Jiangzhou. They discovered that Wang Yang was not among them. Together with Xiao Zhang, they took the care label and visited various stores in search of the same suit. After considerable effort, they found a shop that sold it. This store was in close proximity to Wang Yang's escape room establishment, and also near his sister's stir-fried noodle shop. Boss, do many people purchase this suit? This one? Not particularly. There are rarely any buyers. Typically, I only see sales during graduation season when students are job hunting, and some without funds come here to buy due to the low price while still looking sharp. Fang Rui presented Wang Yang's photograph. Do you recognize this individual? Of course. This is Boss Wang. He has been quite unfortunate lately. His store went under, and he owes a substantial debt. Has he ever purchased a suit from you? Never. While he is a store owner, he is not particular at all. Why would he buy a suit? Despite owning a business, he has always been financially strapped, relying on loans to keep his shop afloat. Fang Rui pondered for a moment and inquired further. What about his family? Has anyone purchased this suit, perhaps his brother-in-law? Ah, speaking of which, his brother-in-law did buy a suit. He is in sales and previously purchased one for me. It bears this brand. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances. It appeared Wang Yang might have stolen his brother-in-law's suit. To ensure thoroughness, Fang Rui pressed on, what size suit did his brother-in-law purchase? An XL, the largest size. He is quite portly and can only fit that size. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang visited several more stores, all confirming that Wang Yang had not purchased that suit. Boss, it seems this lead is going nowhere, Xiao Zhang sighed. How can we find evidence to apprehend Wang Yang? Xiao Zhang, currently, there is no evidence implicating Wang Yang as the murderer. Do not jump to conclusions, Fang Rui cautioned him. 2 days passed with little progress in the case. The escape room, Edgar Allan Poe's cabin, faced considerable backlash, with netizens alleging a hanging incident and conspiracy theories suggesting the victim accidentally triggered a trap. The establishment received numerous negative reviews, tarnishing its reputation and leaving it desolate. Early one morning, Mian arrived at the office with several packages. She opened one to reveal a delicate little brush, while another contained a wizard's robe and a wand fashioned from a radius bone. Mian found the skeletal bride's attire lacking in aesthetic appeal and wished to change her outfit. The skeletal bride's garment was a strappy design, difficult to untie. After struggling for a while, she sought Fang Rui's assistance. Fang Rui, hurry, help me remove her clothing. Oh! Fang Rui procured a pair of scissors and swiftly shredded the dress. Once liberated from the cumbersome bridal attire, the skeletal figure revealed its slender form. Fang Rui, you are so violent, Mian exclaimed in displeasure, but she quickly followed with praise. Your method is brilliant. It resolved the issue in an instant. Fang Rui, you are truly clever. At that moment, both Mian and Fang Rui noticed a black fabric object nestled within the skeletal chest cavity. What is this? Chapter 66. The Haunted House Mystery. The blank letter, the dark object, was firmly lodged within the skeletal chest cavity, and it took considerable effort for Fang Rui to extract it. Fang Rui, be careful. Don't damage it, Mian exclaimed, her heart racing with trepidation. You're being reckless. You've already broken one of its ribs. Ah, you've broken another one. Mian lamented. I apologize, Mian. It was not my intention, Fang Rui replied. Since it is damaged, we might as well dispose of it. Fang Rui felt that the presence of the skeleton severely hindered Mian's work efficiency. Thus he deemed it necessary to rectify the situation. Never mind. I can glue it back later. I will dress it up, and once clothed, the damage will be inconspicuous. However, Mian still felt a pang of sorrow. After all, this was the first gift Fang Rui had ever given her. Fang Rui retrieved the dark object, revealing a black backpack. On the zipper hung a six-pointed star pendant. The bag appeared deflated. Aside from a book and a pin, it contained no other items. This seems to be the very bag belonging to Lu Xiaoyan who went missing. Look, it bears the same six-pointed star pendant, Mian remarked. So it was hidden here. But in the video, it appeared quite full. Why is it so flat now? It seems someone must have taken the contents, Fang Rui speculated. Previously, they had rummaged through the skeletal bride, but they had only examined the lower half, not realizing that the deceased's backpack was concealed within the skeleton's chest cavity. Fang Rui found it peculiar. Why would the murderer choose to hide the bag inside this skeletal bride? Wouldn't it have been safer to simply discard it outside? Or was he afraid of being captured on surveillance while carrying it? Yet, the bag was not particularly bulky. He could easily conceal it under his clothing to avoid detection. Suddenly, an absurd hypothesis struck Fang Rui. He wished to share it with Mian, but she was too absorbed in sorrowfully caressing the broken rib of the skeleton to pay him any heed. Mian retrieved some glue from the cabinet and delicately reattached the rib. She even contemplated purchasing paint to touch up the cracks, but since it was working hours, she refrained from leaving her post. Dressing the skeleton in a black wizard's robe and placing a wizard's hat upon its head, she adjusted its joints, positioning its hand to grasp a magic wand fashioned from a radius bone. In an instant, the once elegant bride transformed into a chillingly aloof dark sorcerer. Mian was quite pleased with its current attire. Mian, what are you doing? Wow, it looks quite impressive now. Chen Shui exclaimed. Is it now an evil sorcerer? Indeed, it is a necromancer. It can animate corpses and bones to serve as minions in battle. My childhood dream was to become a necromancer so that I could summon many spirits as my friends. Alas, this world lacks magic. In her youth, Mian had not been so skeptical of science. She was even obsessed with the study of magic. It was only after her illusions of the magical realm were shattered that she fervently embraced science. For in a sense, science is the modern-day equivalent of magic. So, you became a forensic expert? Chen Shui inquired. Mian did not respond, as she noticed that her necromancer's grip on the wand appeared awkward. She adjusted the positioning of its fingers. Chen Shui found the situation rather disheartening. Ever since this peculiar figure appeared, Mian had become increasingly withdrawn, scarcely exchanging words with her. A malicious thought crossed Chen Shui's mind. She desperately wished to steal this skeleton sorcerer and toss it into the trash. Fang Rui examined the black backpack, which was undamaged, containing only a book and a signature pin. The book was a recently popular mystery novel titled The House I Once Died In. As he flipped through its pages, he discovered two blank envelopes nestled within. The envelopes bore no writing, likely serving as bookmarks. However, the envelopes were thick, suggesting they contained something. Fang Rui opened one of the envelopes, discovering only a neatly folded sheet of white paper inside. He opened the other envelope, which similarly contained a folded piece of white paper. How peculiar! Why would someone place a blank sheet of paper inside an empty envelope? Fang Rui pondered, returning the paper to the envelope before placing it in the evidence bag. As he perused the compartments of the backpack, he found nothing else. Yet, he suddenly noticed some red substance adhered to the inner fabric, resembling either paint or lipstick. It appeared his suspicions were indeed correct. Fang Rui sought out Wang Yang, requesting that he send the designer's sketches to him. After comparing the two design drafts, Fang Rui noted some discrepancies. The most glaring difference was that in the designer's sketch, the bride and groom appeared as a pair, whereas in Lu Xiaoyan's design, at that moment, Fang Rui spotted Lin Sin entering the office. Consultant Lin, I thought you were borrowed by the neighboring city to help solve a case? Xiao Zhang remarked, surprised. Has that case concluded so swiftly? Their efficiency is astonishing. A serial murder case occurred in the neighboring city. The perpetrator abducted young women and cruelly cooked them alive. The case had remained unsolved. Thus, the director generously lent Lin Sin to assist in the investigation. Fang Rui, goodness, who would let Lin Sin go? They clearly lack discernment. Xiao Zhang, please expedite the testing of this bag. Inform me of the results at the earliest opportunity, Fang Rui urged, dismissing Xiao Zhang. Very well. Fang Rui then relayed the details of the case to Lin Sin, sharing his hypotheses. Do you find my conjecture plausible? Quite plausible, Lin Sin affirmed. Yet, do you not find it rather absurd? I struggle to comprehend the motive behind such actions. Perhaps you are overthinking the situation? Fang Rui produced the 2 blank letters. These letters cannot possibly be meant for us, can they? What could be the purpose of leaving us these blank envelopes? Though Lin Sin had not deeply explored Lu Xiaoyan's character, he had gathered sufficient insight into his personality. This is likely a riddle that we must solve. How do we solve it? Apologies, but I am currently suffering from a rather serious emotional injury and lack the energy to assist you with this conundrum. Lin Sin, you need not be so petty, I was merely jesting. I meant no offense. Lin Sin cast him a cold glance. I apologize. I am presently quite the petty individual, having been hurt emotionally. Fine, I shall seek out Mian later. She is far more intelligent than you. Are you certain she has the time to engage with you now? Chapter 67. The Haunted House Mystery. A Life for a Bad Review. Fang Rui uncovered the shipping records from the online store that sold the suit. He discovered a user named Nian Yu had purchased a suit in size L, and the delivery address corresponded to the residence of Lu Xiaoyan. Boss, do you think Nian Yu could be Lu Xiaoyan? Xiao Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. Did he buy this suit for himself? Could it be that he enjoys playing cosplay in escape rooms? During the case analysis meeting, Fang Rui shared his reasoning. I suspect this case lacks a murderer. The deceased may have hanged himself. Xiao Wang interjected, Wait, boss, are you suggesting he committed suicide by hanging? How is that plausible? The forensic expert detected sleeping pills in his system. No-one would sedate themselves before hanging, right? Indeed, Fang Rui continued. And he was wearing the suit, which was stained with blood. Surely, didn't he put it on himself? If he intended to take his own life, why would he choose such a terrifying place to do it? What could he possibly gain from that? Mian eagerly raised her hand. I support Fang Rui's hypothesis. If this were a murder case, the killer would not have dressed the victim as a terrifying groom, as that would certainly arouse suspicion of foul play, making such an act rather superfluous. However, if we consider the opposite, if the deceased did indeed take his own life, then this act could easily be disguised as murder. Mian firmly believed that the individual responsible for the victim's death must be quite intelligent and would not commit such a foolish error unless they intentionally wanted to present the case as a murder. Fang Rui turned to Mian. When did you start suspecting it was suicide? The first time I saw the body, she replied. I felt that the mechanism was particularly suited for suicide. Once activated, the noose ascended slowly enough for him to have walked over and placed his neck within. Of course, if he wished to reconsider, he would have had a few seconds to do so. Why didn't you inform me then? Fang Rui asked, somewhat exasperated. I had no evidence and feared it might mislead you. Boss, we still lack evidence. All of this remains mere speculation, Xiao Wang interjected. Fang Rui remarked, do you recall the bag Lu Xiaoyan was carrying in the surveillance footage? Yes, the black one. We found that very black bag within the chest cavity of the skeletal bride, and inside it was merely a book, appearing quite deflated. Fang Rui replayed the footage on the screen, showing that the bag in the surveillance was quite bulging, filled with many items. I suspect that when Lu Xiaoyan entered, he had the suit packed within that bag. Fang Rui continued. We discovered a red substance within the bag. The technical department has confirmed it to be a type of cosmetic pigment, identical to that found on the suit. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoyan had previously purchased that very suit online. All evidence suggests that the bloody suit was crafted and brought in by Lu Xiaoyan himself, and it was he who donned it. Mian added. The clothing beneath it showed no signs of wrinkling, which indirectly suggests that he most likely put it on himself. Even if he were in a state of unconsciousness, it would be challenging for someone else to dress him without wrinkling the clothing beneath. And what about the sleeping pills? Chun Shui inquired. Why were sleeping pills detected in the deceased? Lu Xiaoyan, who would hang themselves in a place just to leave a bad review. Qin Shui found this hypothesis utterly ludicrous. Lin Sen continued, the desire to leave a negative review may merely be a superficial reason. The deeper motivation lies in the fact that escape rooms were the most significant aspect of his life, the very meaning that sustained him. However, that establishment sullied something he held sacred, prompting him to seek revenge with his very life. At this point, Fang Rui recalled the two unmarked envelopes and approached Mian. She was diligently brushing non-existent dust off the skeletal remains, appearing quite focused. Fang Rui perceived that the skeleton was severely disrupting Mian's work, as she had never slacked off during her previous shifts. It seemed necessary to make the skeleton disappear. Fang Rui, are you looking for me? Mian asked. Is there a way to make the writing disappear from the paper? Fang Rui inquired, his intuition suggesting that the envelopes likely contained text that could reveal the reason behind the deceased's suicide. There are many methods. We could write with colorless phenolphthalein, and once it dries, the writing will vanish. Lemon juice or vinegar could also work. Mian enumerated various techniques, but she noted that revealing the text would require multiple attempts. Can you check if there is any writing on these two envelopes? Fang Rui handed them over to Mian. Certainly. Remarkably, Mian only needed to try one method to make the letters appear. She discovered that the text on the envelope had been written with colorless phenolphthalein and would become visible when a basic solution was applied. The first envelope read, "Congratulations on solving my suicide riddle. Please read the letter inside, and you shall uncover the truth." The other envelope bore the inscription, "To my dear father." Utilizing the same technique, Mian made the white paper within the first envelope reveal its message. Dear intelligent officer or lady, congratulations on successfully deciphering my suicide riddle. The prize is that you shall learn the entire truth behind my demise. I have contemplated suicide since high school, yet I never followed through. For suicide is a cowardly way to die, one that elicits no sympathy but rather invites scorn. I refuse to become a topic of ridicule. Thus, I devised a plan to disguise my death as a murder, ensuring that others would pity me, lament my loss, rather than mock my weakness. I considered various methods to end my life, yet none were executed. Perhaps I still feared death. Initially, I intended to take my life at that lost island. I even drafted blueprints for it. However, Brother Wang treated me too kindly. He would never deride my passions or label me as worthless, so I found a renewed desire to live. Alas, just as I wished to continue living, Alan Poe's cabin obliterated my existence. Surely, no one dares to patronize that establishment now, right? Is it on the verge of closure? Ha ha ha, that is precisely the effect I aim to achieve. Before entering the escape room, I donned a suit that closely resembled the prop corpse. I stashed the bag containing the clothing within the skeletal bride's chest cavity, confident you would not search there immediately. I could not allow you to discover the bag too easily. Otherwise, you would classify the case as suicide, negating any chance to devastate that establishment. Before my demise, I took sleeping pills, ensuring you would not classify this case as suicide. I even deliberately placed the blueprints in the drawer, leading you to suspect the store manager or Brother Wang of killing me to cover up plagiarism. This would provide a motive for the assumed murderer. In truth, those blueprints were meant to design my method of death. The time indicated was real, but the content was drawn from Brother Wang's descriptions in the group chat. If you observe closely, you will find that each design. At that moment, I envisioned taking my life within that escape room. Yet, in the end, I achieved my objective. Through Brother Wang's social media posts, I learned he intentionally injured his hand that morning to take the afternoon off with his sister to play escape rooms. Thus, I selected that day for my suicide, adding another suspect and complicating the case. Naturally, further investigation would reveal Brother Wang could not be the killer. Ultimately, you would deduce but one answer. I took my own life. At this juncture, you would undoubtedly uncover various evidence supporting my suicide. However, that establishment would suffer irreparable harm to its reputation, and no one would dare to visit. You may not understand what escape rooms mean to me. They are the most vital aspect of my life, my spiritual pillar, the sole joy that sustains me. Yet that establishment destroyed it, shattering the crystal of my existence. I can no longer endure this life, so I must obliterate it, even at the cost of my own life. You may find me laughable, deeming me ungrateful for my own existence. But it matters not. Even in life, I am a source of ridicule, a waste of resources. Please deliver the other letter to my father. If you choose not to, simply discard it, for he may not even glance at it. Thus, I, this worthless being, prepare to depart from this world, seeking to explore another, should it exist. After reading the letter, everyone fell silent. It turned out Lu Xiaoyan truly sought revenge against that establishment, leading to his hanging in their escape room. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoyan exhibited remarkable cunning, orchestrating such a complex case that guided the police's investigative approach. Mian inquired, "Should we reveal the writing in the letter for his father?" Chapter 68. The Haunted House Mystery. A letter to Father Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang visited Lu Xiaoyan's home once more. Upon discovering the true cause of Lu Xiaoyan's demise, his mother exhibited no surprise, as if she had long anticipated such news. With a heavy sigh, she lamented, "Oh, my poor Xiaoyan. He endured so much suffering. Alas, it is our fault. We were too concerned with appearances at that time, relentlessly pressuring him to excel in his studies, depriving him of a joyful childhood. This is entirely our fault." Lu's father, however, appeared utterly astonished. How could he have taken his own life? He possesses such a thick skin. No matter how harshly I scolded him, he remained unfazed. How could a person like him resort to suicide? Old man, are you still unwilling to acknowledge your mistakes? Had we not subjected him to such oppressive educational practices, he suffered from depression, do you understand? He lacked the strength to seek employment, and he struggled to engage socially. This is not his failing. It is ours. We have caused his death. Fang Rui handed the letter to his parents, stating that it was a message from Lu Xiaoyan meant for them. "Is this Xiaoyan's farewell letter?" his mother asked, her eyes brimming with tears as she trembled while accepting the letter. Initially, Lu's father was reluctant to read it, but when Lu's mother unfolded the paper, he turned to look. "Ah, but there are no words," he exclaimed. Just as Fang Rui was about to explain how to reveal the hidden text, Lu's father interjected, "The words are written with colorless phenolphthalein. Once dried, they vanish. To make them reappear, one must apply an alkaline solution. I taught Xiaoyan this when he was young. We often conducted little experiments together." Lu's father then broke into anguished tears. "Dear father, by the time you read this letter, I will have already departed for many days. I am uncertain if you will grieve for me. Part of me wishes you to feel sorrow, while another part hopes you do not. See, I have always been such a conflicted person. I wonder if, upon seeing this blank paper, you recall my childhood. You must remember, or else these words would not be visible to you. In my youth, you always accompanied me in conducting various little experiments, imparting fascinating knowledge. It was during those moments that I fell in love with deciphering mysteries and the thrill of exploring the unknown. However, as I grew older, your expectations for me intensified, and I found myself striving tirelessly to meet your demands. To others, I was both an academic overachiever and a dull, monotonous learning machine. I lacked personal aspirations, had no hobbies, and was even denied the right to experience joy. I know you love me, but your affection is too burdensome. Father, I am not your appendage. I hope you can comprehend that my achievements will not reflect your glory, nor will my failures tarnish your reputation. We are both independent individuals. Eventually, I discovered my own passions. You may deem my pursuits frivolous, but when I engaged in escape room games, I truly felt joy. They transported me back to my childhood, when I explored various problems with you, relishing the exhilaration of finding answers. Father, I leave this letter not to elicit your understanding or to induce guilt, but merely to convey that the time you regard as my downfall was, in fact, my happiest period. It was during that time that I felt most alive. Father, please convey my apologies to Mother. She is truly the best mother in the world. If there is a next life, I wish to be her child once more. In that life, I will strive to make her proud. This life has offered me no such opportunity. Do not mourn for me, Father and Mother. Simply forget me. Please scatter my ashes in the sea. I hope the waves will carry me far, far away, allowing me to explore even more unknown worlds. Tears fell continuously onto the paper, slowly blurring the ink. Yet, regardless of their regrets, time could not be reversed, and the deceased could never return. Edgar Allan Poe's Little House reopened shortly thereafter, unveiling a completely new scenario and inviting several local influencers to experience it for free. They even used the fact that someone had died there as a marketing gimmick, heightening the terror of the escape room. In no time, it regained immense popularity. The young people visiting did not care whether a death had occurred there. They believed it only added to the thrill. Upon learning the truth behind Lu Xiaoyan's suicide, Wang Yang and Li Bin wept bitterly, understanding all too well the reasons behind his tragic decision. Wang Yang resolved to cease operating the escape room business. After settling his debts, he used the remaining funds for a down payment on a house and decided to join his brother-in-law in pursuing a more pragmatic career. He felt it was time to live more realistically. Chapter 69. Confiscated. Ever since acquiring that skull, Mian had ceased to cling to Fang Rui. Each morning before work, her first task was to retrieve her maintenance, a delicate brush with which she meticulously dusted the non-existent grime from the skull. Mian, there's no dust on it. What are you brushing? Chen Shui gazed at Mian in disbelief. Observing her behavior, Chen Shui suddenly envisioned the lavish treatment that Fang Rui's remains would receive. She even wondered if Mian had begun to regard it as a substitute for Fang Rui's corpse. Every time Fang Rui entered Mian's office, he would see that skull. Although it had donned a new outfit, he still found it irksome. That ghastly thing is too ugly. Upon witnessing Mian brushing the skull, he felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle it. Fang Rui regretted gifting Mian this present, as the skull severely disrupted her work ethic. This could not continue. He must eradicate Mian's bad habit of slacking off at work. Boss, look at yourself. Of all the gifts you could have given, why this? Mian is ignoring you now, Xiao Zhang interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Hey, you're now even less significant than a skull. Fang Rui shot him a glare. Zhang Xiaoqiang, are you quite idle? Boss, but since Mian could not swim, he would have to retrieve her and her precious skull. Just the thought of it was disheartening. But don't worry, clever Xiao Zhang has a brilliant idea, Xiao Zhang said, sporting a smug expression that begged for inquiry. Just spit it out quickly. Xiao Zhang eagerly unveiled his grand plan. He too was not fond of the skull. Every time he entered to see Chen Shui, he felt as if the skull was staring at him, sending chills down his spine. He had longed to take action against that skull. The following day, as Mian opened the office door and reached for her little brush from the cabinet, she was astonished to find that the skull was missing. On the floor lay a solitary magic wand fashioned from a radius bone. How outrageous! A thief dares to steal from the police station. She was both despondent and furious, hastily sending a message in the group chat. Mian. It is terrible. A thief has broken into my office and stolen the gift Fang Rui gave me. A beautifully crafted resin skull dressed as a necromancer. I need help. Everyone, please assist me in catching the thief. Xiaozhong. It hasn't he really turned into a necromancer and burrowed underground, has it? Mian. Officer Xiaozhong, there is no magic in this world. Moreover, a necromancer can only summon corpses and skeletal minions from the earth. It cannot bury itself, it would suffocate. Only earth mages can burrow through the soil. Xiaozhong, Director Wang Yang, Mian. I have confiscated your skull. We have an inspection coming soon, and having such an object in your office seriously tarnishes the image of our precinct. Mian. Director, it's not ugly. Technician Xiao Wang. It's lush and beautiful, but it was confiscated for superstitious practices. It's just called a money tree. It doesn't actually make me rich. Old Zhang, my little pai Xiao was also confiscated. It's merely golden in color, not made of gold. Yet they claimed I was flaunting wealth. I'm so poor I can barely make a sound. What wealth is there to flaunt? Director Wang Yang, you two seem quite disgruntled. Do you need me to conduct some ideological work with you? Mian was taken aback. She realized she was not the only one experiencing such misfortune, but that was Fang Rui's first gift to her. She decided to plead once more. Director, could you please return it to me? I promise not to bring it to the precinct. Slightly aggrieved JPG. Director Wang Yang, I'm sorry, Mian. If you had mentioned it sooner, it would have been fine. It has already been taken away by the garbage collectors. It's likely buried in a landfill now. There's nothing I can do. In the corridor, Xiao Wang and Old Zhang looked at Xiao Zhang helplessly. Xiao Zhang returned their phones, thanking them for their assistance. Xiao Wang felt a twinge of guilt. Don't you think this is a bit excessive? Medical examiner Mu seems genuinely upset. She really liked that ghastly thing. Don't you find that ghastly thing unsettling? Xiao Zhang countered. A little. One night while working late, I accidentally glanced into Mian's office, and my goodness, it terrified me. Xiao Zhang, you did exceptionally well. I never expected you to be so useful this time. Have I not always been useful? It's just that the boss and the others are too clever, overshadowing my brilliance. Well, you are quite humorous. When Fang Rui entered Mian's office, he found her cradling the radius bone wand, appearing utterly dejected. Fang Rui face-bombed, realizing he had forgotten to take that bone away. Fang Rui, the first gift you gave me has been confiscated by the director. It has been taken to the garbage station and can never be retrieved. Mian's voice trembled with unshed tears. Seeing her in such distress, Fang Rui regretted following Xiao Zhang's ill-fated suggestion. He thought, if it came to it, he could retrieve the skull from the storage room and return it to Mian. Fang Rui, I'm sorry. I failed to protect the gift you gave me. Mian felt engulfed by profound sorrow. It had taken so much effort for Fang Rui to present her with a gift, only for it to be confiscated. Do you care for it because it was my gift to you? Fang Rui asked, somewhat surprised. He had assumed Mian merely liked the skull. Of course. It was your first gift to me, and I cherish it dearly, maintaining it every day. My previous home had many such resin skeletal models. My father even gifted me a real one, yet none of them compare to the one you gave me. I see. Then perhaps I shall bestow other gifts upon you in the future. Fang Rui gently patted her head. Mian's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? Indeed. However, I cannot gift you that one again. That skull gift is rather unpleasant, for every time I see it, I feel quite frightened. Its confiscation might actually be a blessing in disguise. But you weren't frightened by those prop corpses in the escape room. They are merely corpses. This is a skull, which makes a difference. All right then, so you fear skulls? Mian felt a pang of regret. Bones were so beautiful, yet Fang Rui was afraid. She resolved not to let Fang Rui see her carefully curated collection of skeletal specimens from then on. She feared he might be terrified to death. Fang Rui, next time you gift me something, Could you please give me a body donation agreement? That would make me incredibly happy for many years. Mian cautiously proposed. That would bring me great joy. Fang Rui neither refused nor agreed, instead asking, Are you no longer upset? I'm not upset. Had I known you disliked it, I wouldn't have taken such meticulous care of it, Mian said, her spirits lifting. You have no idea. Maintaining it is quite exhausting. I've become too tired to socialize. Do you really care that much? I treasure every gift I receive, and my sister says every gift deserves to be treated with care, Mian added, thinking of Jiang Yun. Except for that pink bag. It's too ugly for me to keep. Who gave you that? Ms. Jiang gifted it to me. She is the most inept gift giver I've ever encountered, Mian sighed. You cannot imagine how hideous that pink bag is. Chen Shui noticed that Mian, who had earlier appeared devastated, was now revitalized after a brief conversation with Fang Rui. Mian, your necromancer's skull was confiscated, and you're only sad for a moment? Chen Shui felt a pang of sympathy for the skull lying in storage among a pile of junk. Mian's affection was fleeting, and it didn't even require the ravages of time to fade. Fang Rui promised to give me other gifts. I asked him for a body donation agreement, and he didn't refuse. Mian's expression was slightly triumphant. But he didn't agree either. I heard every word of your conversation just now, and they were completely indifferent, as if I weren't even in the office. Yes, so I must continue to strive. Then keep striving. Chapter 70. The Couple Butcher. Show affection and die quickly. Recently, due to the typhoon making landfall, Jiangzhou City has been shrouded in persistent rain. Since dusk yesterday, a fine drizzle has been falling from the sky, rendering the streets damp as night falls. At the end of a tranquil residential area, within a desolate old warehouse, light spills out from a window, and amidst the thick humidity, someone lurks in the shadows. Hello? Are you awake? Let's play a game. A harsh mechanical voice pierces the silence. Who are you? No, please, don't kill us. I beg you. The girl, upon realizing her surroundings, recoils in terror, but she is utterly immobilized, bound to a chair with ropes, her limbs ensnared, and her head restrained by a cold iron frame. Her eyes widen in fear, reflecting the image of a boy clad in a white short-sleeve shirt, her boyfriend, who is similarly bound and seated. He slowly opens his eyes. Xiaojia, are you all right? Woo-woo, Aiken. What is happening? How did we end up here? The boy, named Aiken, struggles violently. Who are you? Do you want money? We can give it to you. If it's insufficient, I can call my parents for more. Don't you want to play my game? The sound of crackling electricity fills the air, sending shivers down the girl's spine. And no, I'll play. If we win, you will. Let us go, right? Of course, if you win, I shall release you. The distorted voice tinged with amusement replies. Now, let us familiarize ourselves with the rules of the game. The wail of police sirens shatters the tranquility of Jiangzhou University. Before long, the small grove outside the university's northern gate is cordoned off with yellow tape. Jiangzhou University, situated on the outskirts, spans a vast area. Outside its gates lies an expansive woodland, abundant with diverse flora, creating a picturesque landscape. Adjacent to the grove is a beautiful artificial lake, attracting numerous visitors from outside the campus. At this moment, students crowd outside the grove, engaged in hushed discussions. Have you heard? A couple has committed suicide in this grove. The girl is said to be the belle of the Literature College. From the Literature College? My goodness, aren't they the couple known for flaunting their affection? How could they resort to such ancient practices? Stop spreading rumors. This isn't suicide, they were robbed by a criminal. Enough already, discussing the deceased is immoral. Wait, how can a criminal rob and then bury the bodies? This must be murder. Perhaps the murderer is a deranged killer, targeting couples who are affectionate. All of you with partners should tone it down. Be careful, the killer's next target might be you. Spare me the theatrics. I see you, the single one, just spreading jealousy because you lack a partner. The onlookers stand on tiptoe outside the police tape, some pulling out their phones to capture the scene. They observe two bodies lying side by side in a muddy grave, their features obscured by the earth. Dressed in matching crimson hoodies, their hands are tightly clasped, and in the other, they hold a vibrant red rose. The discovery site is a grove of sumac trees, adorned with clusters of pale purple spherical fruits, reminiscent of beautiful flowers dotting the branches. Fallen petals and fruit litter the ground, lending the scene an almost poetic beauty. If one were to overlook the pallor of the deceased's faces, the tableau might be interpreted as tragically romantic. The grove is dense, blanketed with fallen petals and fruit. Following a heavy downpour the previous night, the ground is saturated and squelchy, a sensation that unsettles Mian. Pointing to the bodies in the grave, Xiao Zhang states, "There's one male and one female among the deceased." This morning, a sanitation worker slipped while passing through the grove and noticed a tuft of hair amidst the fallen leaves. Sensing something amiss, he hurriedly began to uncover the soil. Revealing a male corpse, he promptly alerted the authorities. During the excavation, we discovered the female corpse beside the male. Xiao Zhang continues to outline the case details. The student ID found at the scene reveals the girl's name is Wang Jie, a sophomore from the literature college. The boy is Zhang Shuochen, a junior from the law school. They were a couple. With the recent unrelenting rainfall, last night saw a particularly heavy downpour. The rain has washed away evidence surrounding the body disposal site, and the police have found no suspicious footprints or tire tracks nearby. The grove spans several acres, and neither the entrance nor the exit is under surveillance. The clothing of the deceased remains intact, both clad in matching red hoodies, seemingly arranged with care. No personal belongings, such as identification cards, phones, or valuables, were missing from the deceased. It appears the killer was not motivated by theft. Mian conducts a preliminary examination of the external characteristics of both bodies. The corneas of the deceased exhibit severe cloudiness, and evident signs of decomposition are present, including putrefactive blisters. A preliminary assessment suggests the two individuals have been deceased for approximately 23 days. A more precise determination of the time of death will require further analysis, Mian states. The wrists and ankles of both victims bear minor abrasions, likely caused by being bound with rope. The male victim exhibits bruising on the jaw and back, suggesting defensive wounds. Both individuals show oval-shaped lacerations on their arms. However, Mian finds no fatal injuries on either body. Could they have died from asphyxiation? Chen Shui speculates, gazing into the grave. The bodies show no significant external trauma, nor are there signs of poisoning. Surely the killer didn't bury them alive? The bodies were not buried deeply. The recent heavy rains have loosened the soil, leading to their discovery by a sanitation worker cleaning the grove. Unlikely, Mian muses, studying the oval-shaped wounds. A hypothesis begins to form. They may have succumbed to electrocution. Electrocution? The deceased has an oval-shaped wound on the arm, measuring 8 millimeters in diameter, yellow-brown in color, with a shape reminiscent of a volcanic crater. This is a classic electrical burn, Mian. Typically, electrocution results from accidental contact, and it is rare for a perpetrator to deliberately electrocute someone. Moreover, if the killer did indeed use electrocution to murder, it could easily be disguised as an accidental death, thus evading suspicion from the police. Mian does not respond to her question, as her attention is drawn to a gelatinous substance on the scalp of the female victim. She also inspects the male victim's hair and discovers the same substance present on his scalp. Xiao Zhang speculates, could it be that the killer was envious of the two victims and tortured them with electrocution? There used to be a method of interrogation involving electric shocks. Chen Shui, regardless, this killer certainly harbors a deep disdain for couples displaying affection. Fang Rui gazes at the two deceased, suddenly reminded of an unsolved major case 6 months prior. Chapter 71. The Couple Butchers. The old case. Upon returning to the precinct, Fang Rui retrieved the case files pertaining to the incident in Linzhou from the archives. The crime occurred 6 months prior, when the remains of the deceased were unearthed in a wasteland adjacent to an industrial area. At that time, A buyer had purchased the land with intentions to construct a warehouse, but during the excavation, they unexpectedly uncovered a body, and astonishingly, 4 corpses in total, which sent shockwaves throughout Linzhou. The 4 bodies were buried in 2 distinct locations. Initially, the construction crew discovered only 1 grave, but subsequent police investigations of the entire site led to the discovery of another pair of bodies in a corner of the wasteland. In the first grave lay a man and a woman, both victims being married. Victim 1. Chen Meiqin, female, 45 years old, seamstress at a furniture factory. Date of death, April 5, 2018. Location of incident, wasteland near the factory district of Chongfeng Street, Baishi District, Linzhou. Scene investigation. The body was heavily decomposed, with no evident wounds upon examination, and the cause of death remains undetermined. Victim 2. Zhang Mingqiang, male, 47 years old, carpenter at a furniture factory. Date of death, April 5, 2018. Location of incident, wasteland near the factory district of Chongfeng Street, Baishi District, Linzhou. Scene investigation. Examination revealed no apparent wounds. The body was significantly decomposed, without visible injuries, and the cause of death remains unknown. The couple had been married for 25 years and shared a strong bond. Both victims were known to be kind-hearted and maintained a simple social circle, thus the police were unable to identify any suspects through social connections. Compounded by the advanced state of decomposition, which hindered the estimation of an accurate time of death, the investigation had yet to uncover the perpetrator. The second grave contained 2 female corpses, which were also severely decomposed, albeit not to the same extent as the first 2 victims. Subsequent investigations revealed that these 2 female victims were in a same-sex relationship, having been together for 2 years with a stable affection. Victim 3. Zhang Yan, female, 28 years old, foreign trade salesperson. Date of death, late September 2018. Location of incident, wasteland near the factory district of Chongfeng Street, Baishi District, Linzhou. Scene investigation. The deceased was clutching a withered flower branch. The body was heavily decomposed. An examination showed no evident injuries, with the cause of death undetermined. Victim 4. Tian Xian, female, 24 years old, accountant. Date of death, late September 2018. Location of incident, wasteland near the factory district of Chongfeng Street, Baishi District, Linzhou. The deceased was holding a withered flower branch. The body was heavily decomposed, and multiple stab wounds were found on the chest and abdomen, with the suspected cause of death being a ruptured aorta leading to exsanguination. All 4 bodies were discovered at the same location, yet the time of death for each couple varied. All 4 victims resided in the industrial area and worked nearby. However, police investigations revealed no connections between the 2 couples, nor did they share any acquaintances. The case had stagnated without progress, and the perpetrator remained at large. Boss, do you think the withered flower branches in the hands of these 2 victims could also be roses? Xiao Zhang pondered after reviewing the files, noting the striking similarity between the Linzhou case and their. However, jurisdiction over the Linzhou case did not fall within their purview, and reopening the investigation would require negotiations between their chief and the Linzhou authorities. Thus, Fang Rui opted to initially focus on the independent investigation of the Jiangzhou University case. The deceased possessed student identification, allowing for swift confirmation of their identities as Wang Jie, a sophomore from the College of Liberal Arts, and Zhang Shuochen, a junior from the College of Law. 7 days prior, the 2 students had requested leave from school, claiming they were visiting a hospital, after which they completely vanished. Fang Rui promptly sought out Wang Jie's roommates and instructors to inquire about the situation. His first inquiry was directed at Wang Jie's roommate. Wang Jie resided in a 4-person dormitory, and her counselor summoned all 3 of her roommates to the office. Wang Jie was a very kind-hearted girl, her roommate Chen Linlin remarked. She had a bit of a princess complex, but she was always eager to help us. Last Wednesday, she told us she was going to an event with her boyfriend, and we haven't heard from her since. Fang Rui noticed that upon learning of Wang Jie's demise, her roommates displayed only shock, devoid of sorrow. It seemed Wang Jie was perhaps not the benevolent individual Chen Linlin had portrayed. Their roommate dynamic appeared strained. Do you know what kind of event it was? Fang Rui inquired. We're not entirely sure, Chen Linlin replied. She mentioned it was an event for couples, and we single folks could only envy her. But she didn't specify where it was held or what it entailed. Chen Linlin curled her lip, suggesting that perhaps there was no actual event. Wang Jia might have simply gone out with her boyfriend and chosen not to inform them. During the 7 days she was absent, did she not reach out to you? Not at all. After she left the dormitory, she never contacted us again. Last Friday, I even sent her a WeChat message asking her to pay the electricity bill, but she didn't respond. Did you not find it concerning that she had gone missing for so long? Did none of you attempt to reach out to her to check on her well-being? Xiao Zhang questioned, bewildered at their apparent indifference. That's not our fault. Another roommate, Li Ran, retorted. We wouldn't dare meddle in her affairs. If we asked too much, she might think we were interested in her boyfriend and using her to pry into his life. It's utterly ridiculous. Wang Jie treats that worthless boyfriend like a treasure. Li Ran, please refrain from speaking ill of Wang Jie. She has passed away, Jiang Yujue gently reminded her. Ha! You're the only one who plays the saint. Fang Rui interjected. What was the nature of Wang Jie's relationship with her boyfriend? It was very good. Her boyfriend treated her exceptionally well, almost to the point of being overly compliant, Chen Linlin replied, her tone laced with envy. They were the model couple at our school and even featured in our university's promotional video. They flaunted their affection online daily. It was so fake. It's as if they overdosed on industrial sweetener, seeing everything is sweet. Li Ran chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Fang Rui turned to Li Ran. Do you believe their relationship is poor? I never said that, Li Ran replied defensively, her gaze shifting away. She impatiently tugged at her short hair and addressed the counselor. Counselor, I have urgent matters to attend to. May I leave? The counselor glanced at Fang Rui, who nodded in approval for her to depart. Once Li Ran left, Fang Rui asked the remaining two, did Li Ran have a strained relationship with Wang Jie? Well, their personalities simply clashed. Li Ran is more tomboyish and couldn't stand Wang Jie's princess attitude. Conversely, Wang Jie disliked Li Ran's boyish demeanor, so they were never on good terms, Chen Linlin explained, pausing before continuing. Moreover, Li Ran might have feelings for Zhang Shuochen. They were high school classmates from Linzhou No. 1 High School and had a decent relationship back then, which only added to the tension. Xiao Zhang was exasperated. Is this turning into a plot from an idol drama? Do they know any individuals outside of school? Fang Rui inquired. Chen Linlin pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not sure. Wang Jie rarely returned to the dormitory, so we have no idea who she might know. Thank you for your cooperation. Chapter 72. The Couple Butcher. The enigmatic couple event. Fang Rui once again visited Zhang Shuochen's dormitory to inquire about his roommates. Zhang Shuochen resided in a 6-person dorm, and upon hearing of his demise, all his roommates displayed profound sorrow, with one even bursting into tears. He seemed perfectly fine when he took a leave to attend the event. How could he suddenly pass away? Someone sighed. Fang Rui asked, do you know what event he was attending? Ah, it was that clingy girlfriend of his, insisting he participate in some couple event. If only Shuochen had stayed at school, he wouldn't have fallen victim to such a fate, one roommate lamented. Do you know the specifics of the event? Shuochen mentioned that the organizers prohibited any disclosure of the event's details, insisting on confidentiality. I have a feeling it's not a legitimate event. It is shrouded in mystery. Typically, events would encourage participants to share on social media to amplify their reach. Yet this one seems to demand silence. I advised Shuochen against attending, but he had initially agreed, only to turn around and go with his girlfriend, the dorm leader recounted. Fang Rui continued his inquiry. What was the nature of Zhang Shuochen's relationship with Wang Jie? It was quite good. Shuochen has an exceptionally gentle temperament and always indulges his dramatic girlfriend. They had their disagreements, but within a couple of days, they would reconcile. They even created an account to showcase their affection, garnering quite a following, a roommate explained. Could you show us the account? Certainly. You can search for the happy life of Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhang on this app. Yes, that's it. Their profile picture features both of them. The content mainly revolves around displaying their affection, nothing particularly unique. Fang Rui perused the titles of the videos, clearly indicating their deep affection for each other, as they often shared moments of dining and strolling together. The comments section was filled with harmonious remarks, predominantly expressing sweetness or envy. How long has it been since you last heard from him? Fang Rui inquired. About a week that we tried calling him during this time, but he didn't answer. He has done this before. Whenever he's with Wang Jie, he often goes off the radar, so we didn't think much of it. If we had known, we might have reported him missing. Who could have imagined he would just vanish? Thank you for your cooperation, Fang Rui replied. Boss, they all mentioned that event. Could Wang Jie and Zhang Shuachen's tragic fate be connected to it? Xiao Zhang speculated. Such events typically require prior notification. We should check for any related activities. Fang Rui paused. However, I suspect the perpetrator may have exploited this guise to lure them. Perhaps this perpetrator harbors disdain for couples due to a recent heartbreak, leading to envy and jealousy towards those who flaunt their love. At that moment, Fang Rui abruptly halted. Boss, what is wrong? Xiao Zhang followed his gaze and spotted Bai Jing approaching. Xiao Zhang greeted Bai Jing enthusiastically. Miss Bai, what brings you here? Officer Zhang, Officer Fang, what a coincidence to run into you again, Bai Jing replied, cradling a few books in her arms. I've been accepted into a graduate program and have returned to school to continue my studies. That is impressive. In less than 6 months, you've managed to get into graduate school? Xiao Zhang marveled. He had previously felt pity for Bai Jing, thinking it unfortunate for such a promising graduate to work as a social worker in a community, only to realize she was preparing for her master's. I took the exam at the end of last year and had my interview in April. I never expected to actually get in, Bai Jing beamed. Plus, I found a part-time job as an assistant at a psychological clinic. Fang Rui looked at Bai Jing. Miss Bai, what about those stray cats you used to care for? Have you abandoned them? It's not far from that community, so I can still feed them every day. I won't forget my promise. Bai Jing glanced at her phone. Teacher Shan is urging me to attend her group meeting, so I must take my leave. Goodbye, Officer Fang. Officer Zhang. Goodbye, Bai Jing. Xiao Zhang waved as she departed. Fang Rui's suspicions towards Bai Jing intensified. The timing of her social work at that community coincided precisely with Chen Hui's breakdown. Moreover, she swiftly resigned after the conclusion of Chen Hui's case. Such coincidences were too striking to overlook. Yet, if Bai Jing merely sought revenge against her father, she could have chosen far less convoluted methods. Why resort to cultivating Chen Hui into a serial killer for such an uncertain form of retribution? Fang Rui found it difficult to ascertain Bai Jing's true motives behind her actions. Boss, are you all right? You seem to harbor some hostility towards Bai Jing, Xiao Zhang asked, puzzled. He held a favorable impression of her, believing that a girl who loves to feed stray cats must possess a kind heart. It's nothing. Let's head back. Upon returning to the precinct, Fang Rui examined the mobile phones of Wang Jie and Zhang Shuachen. Zhang Shuachen's phone interface was quite simple, featuring only essential applications. Opening his messaging app revealed a similarly straightforward layout, with the most frequent contacts being his roommates and parents, with Wang Jie being the only female in his friends list aside from his mother. As Fang Rui scrolled through his chat history with Wang Jie, he encountered an abundance of affectionate phrases such as baby and I love you. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Fang Rui also found no records of any communication with the organizer of the couple event. Next, he inspected Wang Jie's phone. Her wallpaper was vibrant and cluttered, filled with an array of peculiar applications. Upon opening her messaging app, he was met with an extensive list of conversations. "Boss, this Wang Jie is practically a social media tyrant. Look at this overwhelming chat history." Xiao Zhang begrudgingly accepted the task of sifting through the records. "Do you not know of a feature called search? You can quickly locate what you need by entering keywords." Xiao Li rolled his eyes at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang retorted, "What if she used coded language? Relying too heavily on technology is unwise. If you don't examine each message, you might overlook crucial clues." Xiao Li felt a twinge of guilt. It was his fault for trying to cut corners. "Xiao Li, how do you perform that operation you just mentioned?" Xiao Zhang mumbled. "I entered couple event as the keyword, but it showed no results. Such is the limitation of technology. You'll have to comb through the chat history at a leisurely pace," Xiao Zhang replied. After thoroughly reviewing all the chat records, he still found no trace of the mysterious individual who had invited Wang Jie and Zhang Shuochen to the couple event. Chapter 73. The Butcher of Lovers. Electric shock torture. The autopsy report was swiftly released, and Mian presented the findings during the morning meeting. Based on the decomposition characteristics of the bodies, it was estimated that the time of death occurred approximately 23 days prior, between October 27th and October 28th. We discovered electrical burns and skin metallization on the arms of both victims, indicating that their deaths were related to electric shock, albeit with different causes. The male victim succumbed to cardiac arrest, as the powerful current disrupted the normal rhythm of his heart, leading to its failure. The female victim, on the other hand, died from organ failure. The current caused extensive damage to her internal tissues and organs, resulting in pulmonary edema and hemorrhage. Bruises found on both victims' wrists and ankles suggested they had been bound with ropes. It is reasonable to speculate that the perpetrator restrained the victims before administering the electric shocks. The skin surrounding the electrical burns was a tawny hue, indicating that the electrodes in contact with the skin were made of copper. Upon hearing Mian's report, a heavy silence enveloped the room. My heavens, could this monster truly be torturing this couple? To electrocute someone to death, how depraved. One person lamented. Fang Rui then recounted a similar case that had occurred in Linzhou. "We experienced a parallel incident in the neighboring city, where the killer specifically targeted couples, yet he remains at large." The assembled crowd gasped in shock as they reviewed the case materials. Team leader Fang, "The site where the bodies were discovered lies on the border of our city, alarmingly close. Could the murderer have already fled to Jiangzhou?" An elderly officer speculated. Mian scrutinized the case file. Due to the severe decomposition of the body at the time of discovery, the forensic expert had only left behind a vague autopsy report, and the cause of death remained undetermined. However, Mian noted the peculiar case of a victim named Tian Xin, whose report explicitly stated her cause of death: multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen, leading to a suspected rupture of the aorta and subsequent massive hemorrhaging. The causes of death for the other three victims were inconclusive. However, Tian Xin's situation was distinct. She did not die from electric shock, Mian posited, but rather from excessive blood loss due to her numerous stab wounds. Might it be possible that the assailant in these two cases is not the same individual? Xiao Zhang questioned. Otherwise, how could he have altered his method of killing? It is also plausible that an unforeseen circumstance arose during the commission of the crime, Mian added. Perhaps he lost control of this victim or for some other reason. Fang Rui pondered for a moment before stating, "Let us not merge these two cases into a single investigation. We will first independently pursue the case of Wang Jie and Zhang Shuochen." Mian was deeply intrigued by the corpses from the Linzhou case, persistently urging Fang Rui to take her to the neighboring city to locate the remains. "Fang Rui, please drive me to Linzhou quickly. I have already checked the map. It will only take 3 hours, Mian. You may not be able to perform autopsies on those bodies anymore." "Why not? The case remains unsolved, and the perpetrator has not been apprehended." "Did they not preserve the bodies?" Mian felt disheartened. Those corpses should have contained numerous clues. The remains have already been claimed by their families for cremation. How unprofessional. Consequently, Mian spent the entire day in a foul mood. At noon, She dined in the cafeteria alongside Chen Shui when Xiao Zhang approached with his tray. "Mu forensic expert. What troubles you today? Why do you appear so disheartened?" Mian buried her head in her meal, disinterested in socializing. Someone had cremated the body she had been eager to examine. She was understandably upset. Chen Shui shrugged her shoulders, expressing helplessness. "Oh, fret not. I have devised an excellent plan that will surely lure the culprit into a trap." Xiao Zhang remarked mysteriously. Chen Shui interrupted him disdainfully. "Xiao Zhang, while I am unaware of your plan, your lecherous expression suggests it is likely a terrible idea." Chen Shui. Xiao Zhang looked at her with a pitiful expression, eager to share his thoughts. Chen Shui relented, saying, "Go ahead. I promise not to discourage you. This perpetrator is undoubtedly a pervert who despises couples flaunting their affection, right? That's rather obvious. Get to the point." Xiao Zhang set down his chopsticks and spoke earnestly. "We could find a couple deeply in love, showcase their affection on television daily. All we need to do is wait for the rabbit to come to the trap." This idea surprisingly held merit. Indeed, collaborating with internet celebrities would be ideal. They could capitalize on the publicity while we apprehend the murderer. An advantageous arrangement for all parties involved, Xiao Zhang added. Mian found their chatter quite bothersome. Unable to restrain herself, she doused their enthusiasm with cold water. "What if they end up dead?" Xiao Zhang quickly revised his strategy. "What if members from our department showcase their affection? That way, should the killer target us, we would possess the means to defend ourselves. But whom should we select?" Mian glanced at Chen Shui and then at Xiao Zhang. She sensed that Chen Shui had been acting oddly lately. For example, her current camaraderie with Xiao Zhang and the peculiar incident where Chen Shui had been inexplicably smiling at a corpse. Chen Shui had not been herself lately. Xiao Zhang, noticing Mian's, he awkwardly asked, "Do you want me to showcase affection with Chen Shui?" Chen Shui's face flushed. "We are not particularly suited for that, are we? If we were to display affection, the killer would likely find it amusing rather than inciting his wrath. Let us communicate less verbally and more through our gazes. Perhaps that will indeed provoke the murderer." Xiao Zhang spoke gravely, suggesting they observe Wang Jie to learn how she expressed affection. "How can we ensure the killer witnesses our display of love? We could create an account like The Beautiful Life of Little Forensic Expert and Little Policeman." "What a splendid idea!" Chen Shui nodded in agreement, fervently discussing the details of their plan with Xiao Zhang. Mian suddenly realized she had been isolated by the two of them. She yearned to contribute to the conversation but was repeatedly interrupted, left to watch them engrossed in their peculiar and impractical scheme, which they dubbed the killer trap plan. "Mian, why have you stopped eating?" Chen Shui noticed Mian gloomily carrying her plate away and inquired absent-mindedly, "I'm full." Chen Shui intended to say something further to Mian but was promptly pulled back into discussions with Xiao Zhang about their plan. Mian returned to her office, feeling dejected. She had lost the chance to perform an autopsy on the bodies she longed to examine, and instead of comforting her, Chen Shui had allied with Xiao Zhang in isolating her. She was thoroughly unhappy. "Here you go." Fang Rui handed Mian a USB drive containing the autopsy photos and recordings of the procedures for the 4 deceased. "I managed to obtain these from a colleague at the neighboring city's bureau with great difficulty." Fang Rui, "Thank you." Mian's spirits lifted instantly. She eagerly powered on her computer to view the photos. "Where is Chen Shui?" Fang Rui wondered, perplexed. Chen Shui had always been attached to Mian, yet recently she seemed to have vanished. "She is with Xiao Zhang," Mian distractedly replied. "They are discussing the details of their killer trap plan. It's quite dull. I didn't want to hear it, so I came back." "You seem to misunderstand, don't you?" Mian turned to Fang Rui, her expression slightly displeased, yet she nodded. "Yes, they intend to lure the murderer out by showcasing their affection. This plan lacks feasibility." "Why do you believe it lacks feasibility?" Fang Rui also found Xiao Zhang's idea rather absurd. "They are not a genuine couple. How could the killer possibly be deceived by them?" Mian explained while watching the autopsy footage. The murderer target's actual couple, Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui, as faux lovers, would be easily exposed. "Haven't you noticed that Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui are secretly dating?" Mian paused the video. looking at Fang Rui in confusion. Impossible. Why? If they were dating, why wouldn't they tell me? Mian felt a twinge of unhappiness. I am quite discreet. I wouldn't disclose their secret to anyone. Perhaps they believe certain things need not be spoken aloud, as they are apparent to everyone. I haven't noticed. That is a good thing. This way, you won't have to endure their public displays of affection daily. Fang Rui reassured her. I am thoroughly exasperated by Xiaozhang. Last weekend, he called me at midnight to ask which outfit looked better on him. How would I know? You see, you do not have such troubles, then I shall continue to feign ignorance. Suddenly, Mian's earlier words sparked an idea in Fang Rui's mind. If the killer indeed exclusively targeted couples, what criteria did he use to select them? How did he come to know about these couples? Fang Rui observed the teeth of these three victims. They are rose-colored. Chapter 74, The Couple Butcher. Aphrodite, rose teeth. Do you suspect they died from asphyxiation? Fang Rui exclaimed. Alas, Fang Rui lacked certain forensic knowledge. Mian, I am not a forensic expert. It is quite normal not to know some common facts, he thought, sensing that Mian was likely criticizing him internally once more. Indeed, it is rose teeth. But they are not exclusive to corpses that succumb to asphyxiation, Mian elucidated. Electrocution and death from hemorrhagic shock can also exhibit this phenomenon. Therefore, the three deceased may have also perished from electrocution. Rose teeth can be utilized to ascertain the cause of death in highly decomposed bodies. Generally speaking, corpses that have succumbed to asphyxiation tend to display rose teeth prominently. By reviewing surveillance footage around the school, the police discovered that Wang Jie and Zhang Shuochen had taken a taxi from the school gate on the afternoon of October 24th, with a destination set for a shopping mall. However, they did not enter the mall. Rather, they proceeded towards the parking lot, ultimately vanishing from the surveillance camera's view. Fang Rui inquired with the mall's security personnel and relevant authorities, all of whom stated that no events had been organized in the mall recently. The surveillance footage within the mall also failed to capture any sight of Wang Jie and Zhang Shuochen. They were unable to locate the mysterious individual who had invited them to the event, nor could they find any information related to the couple's activity. Boss, the technical department mentioned that Wang Jie and Zhang Shuochen's chat records from recent months have not been deleted. However, it is peculiar that we cannot locate any records pertaining to the couple's event, Xiao Zhang remarked, squinting at the screen until his eyes ached. Chen Shui handed Xiao Zhang a bottle of eye drops and then took Wang Jie's phone to assist in the search. Mian was engrossed in studying the autopsy report from the Linzhou case when she overheard Xiao Zhang's complaint and suggested, "Have you considered checking her computer? Perhaps that individual contacted them via email." Some email services do not require real name registration, making it convenient for concealing identities. Mian, you do not understand our national circumstances. We rarely use email, Chen Shui replied. After a moment's thought, she added, however, during my university days, I often had my computer in hand for gaming. Could it be that the perpetrator met and contacted them through a game? They proceeded to inquire with Wang Jie and Zhang Shuochen's roommates and obtained access to their computers. Technician Xiaoli examined Wang Jie's computer usage records and browser history, soon discovering a website called Romantic Blog. Upon entering the site, a pop-up appeared, "Dear user, congratulations. You have been selected by our website for a chance to participate in our couples compatibility contest. If you reach the finals, you could win a grand prize of a 7-day tour of Europe. For more details, please click here." Clicking the link redirected to another page, prompting users to provide personal information, including the couple's names, contact details, and email addresses. Fang Rui filled in the information as instructed, but upon submission, the page displayed a 404 error, indicating a failure to submit successfully. Although this website's layout is visually appealing, its functionality is quite chaotic. It's easy to get stuck just by clicking around, Xiaoli explained. This is likely a phishing site. Can we trace the creator's personal information? Fang Rui inquired. The site server is located abroad, utilizing a public server, making it exceedingly difficult to trace the user's IP address, Xiaoli replied. Fang Rui then asked Xiaoli to check Wang Jie's email, soon discovering a message. The sender was named Aphrodite, and the email read, "Miss Wang, congratulations. You and your boyfriend have been selected by our website to participate in the Couples Compatibility Challenge. The top 3 winners will receive vouchers for 7-day, 5-day, and 3-day tours of Europe, with all accommodation and travel expenses covered by us. The 4th to 10th places will receive cash prizes. If you agree to participate, please arrive at the Guidu building for on-site registration between 3 p.m. and 5:30 p.m. on October 24th. For further details, please see the attachment." The attachment contained a document detailing the competition's intricacies. This is clearly a scam. How could Wang Jie fall for it? Xiaoli interjected. Are college students not being scammed often enough? Xiao Zhang countered, the fraud department next door receives reports from college students daily. These students are It is an encrypted email, utilizing a nested address system that prevents us from determining the final IP address. This is a common method for anonymous communication. Fang Rui reopened the page that required personal information, inputting Wang Jie and Zhang Shuachen's details, deliberately filling in random email and contact information. Unexpectedly, the submission was successful. Captain, this seems deliberately designed. Entering specific names in the couple's name field results in a successful submission. If the information is incorrect, it displays a web page error, Xiaoli analyzed. Could this site have been specifically created for Wang Jie and Zhang Shuachen? Though they had not uncovered the perpetrator's identity, the fact that the criminal could design a website and understood how to use an encrypted email to elude police investigations suggested a high level of intelligence and education. Fang Rui couldn't help but suspect that the culprit might be a teacher at the school. Yet, he recalled the Linzhou case. Those 4 victims had all worked in a factory. If the perpetrator was highly educated, how could they have contact? Let me ask him, Mian replied. Fang Rui added, have him state his price. I will reimburse you later. Mian's hacker friend soon responded, and she beamed, he won't charge me this time. Not charging? What does he want then? Surely not a body donation agreement. Of course not. He has no interest in your body. He wants a photo of us together. I told him I made a very, very good friend, but he didn't believe me. He said he needed to see a photo to be convinced. Mian looked at Fang Rui. So we need to take a picture that showcases our friendship. Mian and Fang Rui posed for a photo and sent it over. The response from the other side arrived swiftly. He managed to trace the IP address of the website's creator to Jiangzhou University. The individual used a computer in the school's computer lab, making it impossible to determine which specific computer was used, Mian elaborated. Moreover, he complimented me, saying I had made a very handsome friend. Shouldn't that be a compliment directed at me? That makes sense. His language skills have improved. He can now compliment 2 people at once. Mian felt a sense of pride. Her friend had once spoken in such a manner that no one could understand him, save for Mian, who could decipher his peculiar logic. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang proceeded to question the faculty and students at Jiangzhou University, where individuals reported that the link to the website had frequently appeared in their student groups recently. After being reported, it had ceased to appear. Chapter 75, The Couple's Butcher. Aren't you going to fight for it? When Fang Rui returned home from an external duty, twilight was settling in. As he parked his car in the lot and prepared to open the door, he noticed a woman blocking his exit, firmly pressing against the door. Mom, why are you here again? Fang Rui felt a slight headache brewing. As a slightly older unmarried man, he, like all his peers, faced immense pressure to marry, predominantly from his mother, Ms. Lu Jianhua. Fang Rui had no intention of marrying just yet. The thought of entangling himself in a myriad of familial obligations filled him with dread, believing that marriage would distract him from his career ambitions, an endeavor he was currently devoted to. What do you mean again? Do you truly dislike my presence so? Lu Jianhua, adorned in a fashionable overcoat, with her hair styled in lively curls, shook her head in irritation, causing the curls to bounce. How could I ever dislike you? Come on, let us sit down. I'll order some takeout for you. As Fang Rui accepted the fruit she had brought, he protested, Mom, I don't even like fruit. Why did you buy so much? It is so heavy. Mslu shot him a stern glance. This isn't tea for you. Its for your female colleagues at the bureau. In exasperation, Lu Jianhua lamented, Just look at you. With so many beautiful girls around the bureau, how is it that you haven't found a partner? You re-squandering the good looks I passed on to you. She continued, Look at Xiao Zhang. He is so young and already in a relationship. And you? Approaching 30 and still single. I'm worried for you. Fang Rui had always been the easygoing child. While his classmates were busy with early romances and fights, he devoted himself to his studies, occasionally engaging in brawls and emerging victorious in high school. He decided to become a police officer and focused intensely on physical training. After graduating from the police academy, he spent 2 years honing his skills at a grassroots precinct before swiftly being transferred to the city bureau. Lu Jianhua had always believed her son to be quite exceptional, yet as he neared 30 without a romantic relationship, her concern deepened. Lin Sen is over 30 and still single. Why don't you push him to find someone? Fang Rui, seeking to deflect the conversation, suggested. What's Lin Sen's profession? A criminal psychology expert. How prestigious, and you? With your job's demands, it's a wonder you can find a partner at all, let alone compare yourself to Lin Sr. His single status is by choice, not due to a lack of options. Fang Rui opted for silence. As they approached the elevator, he spotted Mian waiting with a towering stack of delivery boxes obscuring her face. He considered helping her, but she turned to gaze at the elevator's ascending numbers, feigning ignorance of his presence. You must go on a blind date this weekend. Don't even think about claiming you have an unresolved case. Even if the sky were to fall, you must attend. Mslus' ulterior motives were finally laid bare. Mian glanced at Fang Rui in surprise before averting her gaze back to the flickering numbers. A troubling thought struck Mian. If Fang Rui were to marry, despite her possessing a body donation agreement, she might not be able to claim his remains. His spouse would undoubtedly refuse to part with them. Mom, I'm not lying. We currently embroiled in a major case. Fang Rui displayed his phone to Lu Jianhua. See this? The couple's butcher targets couples specifically. I'm too occupied with the case to entertain a blind date. The girl has seen your photo and is quite taken with you. You only need to carve out a smidgen of time. If it's absolutely impossible, I'll bring her to your office and you can meet her once you're free. Fang Rui sighed, suspecting that Xiao Zhang's incessant displays of affection on social media had provoked his mother. She had never been this insistent before. Once inside the elevator, Lu Jianhua, noting Fang Rui's silence, chided, Fang Rui, are you listening? I want to go. He retorted. He exchanged a knowing glance with her before declaring, I have a girlfriend? Impossible. How could you possibly find a girlfriend on your own? Lu Jianhua's astonishment was palpable. Although she relished pushing for marriage, she had not prepared herself for the notion that her son might already be in a relationship. Fang Rui gestured towards Mian. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Mian. Finally deciphering Fang Rui's subtle signals, Mian, though inexperienced in the art of feigning a relationship, had gained confidence from observing Xiao Zhang and Qian Shui's constant displays of affection. Yes, I am Fang Rui's girlfriend. Nice to meet you, Auntie, she smiled at Lu Jianhua. Ah, hello. Lu Jianhua scrutinized Mian closely. The girl appeared youthful, with a naive demeanor, seemingly innocent and polite. However, Lu Jianhua felt that the two hardly resembled a couple. What kind of girlfriend ignores her boyfriend in front of his mother? Realizing this discrepancy, Mian quickly improvised, Auntie, we had a quarrel, and I'm not in the mood to speak with him right now. Then why are you two exchanging glances in front of me? Lu Jianhua mused, suspecting that these two behaved more like secret agents than a couple. Just then, the elevator reached their floor, and Lu Jianhua belatedly realized that Mian lived on the same floor as Fang Rui. You two, don't tell me you're cohabiting?
Ms.
Lu was taken aback. Fang Rui had brought someone home, and the pace seemed alarmingly swift. Mian shook her head. No, I'm just his neighbor. Oh, well, come over and chat with me, dear. I happen to have a few questions for you. Lu Jianhua suspected that Fang Rui was colluding with this girl to deceive her, yet she lacked concrete evidence and no matter. Since they wished to put on a performance, she would play along and see who slipped up first. Curious about Fang Rui's home, Mian eagerly accepted the invitation. Sure. Fang Rui's residence was not quite what Mian had envisioned. Its decor was minimalist, lacking furnishings, and not particularly tidy, with stacks of instant noodles and snacks cluttering the table. Lu Jianhua observed Mian's intrigued glance around the room and queried, Little Mu, is this your first visit to Fang Rui's home? Yes, my sister always said not to visit others' homes casually, and Fang Rui's was no exception. His upbringing must be quite strict. Lu Jianhua handed Fang Rui the car keys. Oh dear, I seem to have left my phone in the car. Fang Rui, could you fetch it for me? Mom, please don't make it difficult for Mian. Fang Rui, noticing the bulging pocket of Lu Jianhua where the phone was clearly, yet he felt certain that a blunder was inevitable. Mian confidently returned an okay gesture. Her ability to fabricate stories had vastly improved, and she was more than capable of pretending to be Fang Rui's girlfriend. Fang Rui sighed, certain that a revelation was forthcoming. He realized he must have had a lapse in judgment to enlist Mian in this ruse. It was likely that Xiao Zheng's incessant talk about his murderous entrapment plans had led Fang Rui to hastily convince Mian to pose as his girlfriend. Lu Jianhua retrieved 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and handed one to Mian, then inquired, How long have you and Fang Rui been together? Not very long. Mian responded vaguely, as she had not conferred with Fang Rui on this matter beforehand. What do you like about him? Because I admire his body. No, I mean his physique. You mean his build, right? Your language skills seem lacking. Lu Jianhua speculated that this young lady's academic performance was likely subpar. Should they have children in the future, she would need to step in to ensure their education. Mian nodded, yes, I grew up abroad and didn't study language. Little Mu, you may not be aware of our family background. I believe you may not be suitable for my son. Lu Jianhua adopted a stern expression, channeling her inner wicked stepmother. Having been retired for several years, Lu Jianhua had indulged in countless domestic dramas featuring mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Yet, due to Fang Rui's aversion to relationships, she had never had the chance to assume the role of a mother-in-law, let alone that of a menacing one. Determined to interrogate Mian, she decided to adopt the persona of a villainous matriarch. Why do you think you're unsuitable? Mian questioned, puzzled. I'm a forensic doctor. He is a police officer. We make an excellent team. Besides, I'm quite accomplished. I hold 2 doctoral degrees. My IQ is high, and my sister says I'm a genius. Sensing these reasons might not suffice, she added, I'm also very wealthy. I inherited a considerable fortune from my adoptive parents. Lu Jianhua was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether Fang Rui and Mian were genuinely in a romantic relationship. This girl seemed to harbor genuine affection for her son, perhaps even to the extent, I will not permit you to marry my son. Lu Jianhua, fully embodying her role as the formidable mother-in-law, pressed on, eager to gauge Mian's feelings for her son. It's all right. I don't plan on getting married anyway, Mian replied nonchalantly. Her sister's friends had advised that individuals with autism should refrain from marriage. Aren't you going to at least try? Lu Jianhua mused, sensing a lack of true affection. Chapter 76. The Butcher of Lovers. Deterioration. Mian gazed earnestly at her. Auntie, if I strive hard enough, will you allow me to marry Fang Rui? Of course not. Mian blinked. Then I suppose I shan't strive at all. since you wouldn't agree anyway. Striving is quite exhausting. MRSLU realized she had underestimated Mian. Though she appeared somewhat simple-minded, her intellect was surprisingly sharp. Mian, I won't beat around the bush with you any longer. Name your price. How much would it take for you to leave my son? Mian found her question rather peculiar and reminded her, Auntie, have you forgotten? I possess a considerable fortune of my own. I do not require anyone's financial assistance. Auntie, I can indeed part ways with your son. However, could you possibly agree to one condition? Mian's eyes sparkled as she looked at her. What condition? Lu Jianhua, I promise I will leave him and never pursue a romantic relationship again. Mian watched her carefully. Can you agree to this condition? Fang Rui's mother had dominion over his remains. As long as she consented, Mian could acquire Fang Rui's body. Even if Fang Rui were to marry another, she would still be able to obtain it. Chen Shui often remarked that a daughter-in-law could never outmaneuver a mother-in-law. Is it merely his remains that you desire? Yes. Nothing else will suffice? Do you truly love him so much? Lu Jianhua stared at Mian in shock. Goodness, this young lady is utterly infatuated. Unable to attain her desires while he lives, she now sees you can comfortably pursue your romance with Fang Rui. Anyone who dares to interfere will have to contend with me. MRSLU muttered to herself, astonished that Fang Rui's typically indifferent demeanor could incite such fervent affection in a young girl. It seems our ancestors are smiling down upon us. Mian stared at her, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Was it truly so difficult to bequeath Fang Rui's remains to her? Mrs. Lu seemed more willing to compromise and allow her to marry Fang Rui than to part with his body. With a sigh, Mian pondered whether Fang Rui's marriage held greater significance than his remains. When Fang Rui returned home with takeout, he was greeted by the sight of the two women in a seemingly harmonious interaction. MRSLU was enthusiastically chatting with Mian, who resembled a startled rabbit, unable to escape and merely managing to respond wearily. Fang Rui, I must return home for dinner, Mian exclaimed upon seeing him, as if she had found her savior. Mrs. Lu's exuberance was overwhelming. It was a new experience for Mian, leaving her uncertain of how to navigate the situation. All right. Mian turned to Lu Jianhua. Auntie, goodbye. We should have a— Oh, please take these fruits with you. Thank you, Auntie. As Mian carried the fruits to the door, she turned back and said, Auntie, although our communication hasn't been entirely smooth, I genuinely like you. Mian actually appreciated spirited individuals. It relieved her of the burden of socializing and allowed for pleasant interactions that, of course, she needed time to adjust to excessive enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, everyone who meets me says the same, Mian. You are quite charming as well. I enjoy our conversations. However, your language skills could use some refinement. Fang Rui could surmise the reason behind her words. After Mian departed, Lu Jianhua patted Fang Rui's shoulder. You and little Mu were just pretending to be a couple, weren't you? Don't deny it. I know you too well. Then I won't go on blind dates. Fang Rui retorted, already aware that the truth would inevitably be revealed. No blind dates. From now on, you will date Mian. She is utterly smitten with you. I believe you will never find anyone who loves you more than she does. Fang Rui frowned. Could Mian truly be so infatuated? That seemed implausible. Her affection was solely for his remains. Yet, observing Lu Jianhua's starry-eyed expression, he couldn't help but question whether Mian's feelings might not have shifted, much like Xiao Zhang's and Chen Shui's. Mian's acting was so poor. If it were all a ruse, how could his mother, a shrewd woman, not see through it? Just then, Fang Rui received a text message from Mian. Fang Rui, isn't my acting superb? Have I not managed to deceive your mother? Congratulations, you need not go on blind dates anymore. However, I can no longer pretend to be your girlfriend. It is utterly exhausting. My brain is nearly short-circuiting. Fang Rui chuckled helplessly. The following morning, Fang Rui was summoned to the office by the chief. Due to the striking similarities in the modus operandi of this case, and one from the neighboring Lin City, the chief had communicated with the officials there and decided to merge the investigations. The Lin City department took this case very seriously, forming a special task force overnight, led by their chief investigator, Sun Guangtian, to assist Fang Rui and his team in solving the case. Fang Rui, they are here to assist us. He knows the perpetrator better than you do, so the investigation will primarily be under their direction, understand? The chief advised earnestly. I understand, rest assured. I will cooperate fully in the investigation. Though Fang Rui felt a twinge of resentment at losing the lead on the case, he was not one to hold grudges and would cooperate as needed. The chief scrutinized Fang Rui for a moment. Fang Rui, your expression suggests you are somewhat discontent. How could I be discontent? My expression is merely a result of my mother's incessant nagging yesterday, which left me with a poor night's sleep, Fang Rui explained. Indeed, he had struggled to sleep well the previous night, preoccupied with thoughts of whether Mian might come to love him as well, simply because of his connection to Fang Rui. Old Sun has a bit of a temper. Do not antagonize him. The chief had confidence in Fang Rui but couldn't help but offer a word of caution. I promise I won't argue with him. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Rui asked, Chief, I have submitted a request to purchase a batch of insulated shoes and gloves. Would you be so kind as to approve it? Why are you buying those? You aren't electricians. Do you really need them? Both victims were electrocuted, and I suspect the perpetrator might possess a stun gun or similar dangerous items. I want to mitigate any risks during the apprehension. The chief nodded approvingly. All right, I will certainly approve that. It's commendable that you are taking precautions. You have become much more composed than before. That is all thanks to your guidance, Chief. Stop buttering me up. If you want anything else, just ask all at once. Chief, you promised to allocate some funds for me to purchase an imported autopsy saw for Mian. You haven't forgotten, have you? I haven't forgotten, but isn't that the responsibility of the forensic department? Why are you worrying about it? Mian is now under my supervision. It's currently going through the process. You won't be shortchanged? The chief found it curious. Fang Rui had previously shown little regard for Mian, so why had he suddenly taken her under his wing? Please remember to expedite the process. It's taking far too long. Upon learning that the Lin City team would be sending a special task force, Xiao Zhang and the others wore long faces. This was originally their case, and with the arrival of the special task force, they felt when the expert team arrives, put on bright smiles and be enthusiastic. Also, ensure all the materials are organized for them, Fang Rui advised earnestly. Mian nodded and flashed an okay sign at Fang Rui. The others, however, were less compliant. Boss, this case is still ours. Shaoli protested, still unwilling to accept the situation. Exactly. We will have to take orders from them. It's utterly unfair, Xiao Zhang grumbled. The case remains ours. We will continue our investigation. We are simply receiving assistance from some criminal investigation experts, understand? Chapter 77. The Couple's Butcher. The task force. When Sun Guangtian arrived with the task force, Fang Rui was already at the entrance to greet them. The members of the task force were renowned criminal investigation experts from Linzhou City, including the seasoned forensic pathologist, Dr. Cheng, criminal psychology expert Professor Qi, and trace evidence specialist Wang Chang. Sun Guangtian, a man in his 40s, wore a stern expression, his demeanor exceedingly grave. His deputy, a classmate of Fang Rui from the police academy, greeted him warmly upon seeing Fang Rui. Fang Rui, it's been ages. Song Haiyang, you've put on some weight. Fang Rui returned the greeting to Sun Guangtian, saying, Captain Sun, it's an honor to finally meet you. My mentor has often spoken highly of your accomplishments. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. Indeed, Sun Guangtian replied coldly. Our director has requested that we first allow the experts to rest in the meeting room, Xiao Zhang interjected, guiding everyone. Rest? The case is still unsolved. All day long, it's nothing but this frivolous talk. We should convene a meeting to synchronize our investigation progress. Sun Guangtian interrupted Xiao Zhang. The atmosphere shifted to one of tension. The criminal experts felt somewhat awkward, fully aware of Sun Guangtian's domineering nature, and dared not voice their objections. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li perceived Sun Guangtian's remarks as a show of authority on their turf, their expressions darkening. Only Mian forced a bright smile, her demeanor radiant. Xiao Zhang glanced at Fang Rui, who nodded in agreement, prompting Xiao Zhang to say, "Then let us proceed directly to the meeting room." Sun Guangtian scrutinized the young team members brought by Fang Rui, noting their defiant expressions, indicating his piercing gaze landed on Mian, who appeared cheerful yet somewhat naive. When her smile faltered from exhaustion, she sensed Sun Guangtian's stare and quickly resumed her beaming grin. Song Haiying pulled Fang Rui aside, whispering, "Fang Rui, don't get the wrong idea. Captain Sun has a peculiar temperament, but he is quite a good person. I'm aware why Minter has often lamented his foul mood." Fang Rui replied with a resigned shrug. The meeting room was packed with individuals. Fang Rui instructed Xiao Zhang to distribute case materials to each expert, including autopsy results and the clues they currently possessed. "The cause of death for these two victims is electrocution?" Dr. Chung furrowed his brow as he examined the autopsy report. "How can that be? Where are the bodies? I need to perform a re-autopsy." "This report is authored by me. Do you find any discrepancies?" "I can elucidate," Mian interjected. Sitting beside him, Dr. Chung, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, was a kindly, elderly gentleman. Upon seeing Mian, he was taken aback. Her radiant smile had left a strong impression amidst the group of youthful faces. He had not anticipated she would be a forensic pathologist. "Your report is quite thorough. I have no questions. However, I wish to re-examine the bodies for any new leads," Dr. Chung sighed. "As you know, the corpses from the previous two cases were severely decomposed, yielding little in the way of useful evidence. Indeed, you were rather unfortunate. Unlike you, I had the opportunity to examine fresh corpses, leading to the discovery of several valuable clues," Mian replied with a hint of pride. "Once the meeting concludes, I'll take you to the autopsy room." "I can assist you," Mian recalled Fang Rui's directive, to cooperate well with the experts and maintain a cheerful demeanor. "Thank you, young lady. Please call me Dr. Mu," she corrected him. "Very well, thank you, Dr. Mu. You're welcome." Their exchange was exceedingly amicable, in stark contrast to the palpable tension between Fang Rui and Sun Guangtian. "Did you find no clues at the crime scene? It was a forest. Did you not discover any footprints or traces?" Sun Guangtian glared at Fang Rui's report, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Why was your focus on the victims' chat logs? This is a serial murder. How could social connections lead to identifying the perpetrator?" During those days in Jiangzhou, heavy rains washed away any traces in the forest. Even the discovery of the bodies was due to the rain eroding the topsoil, Xiao Zhang countered. "Our examination of the victims' chat logs was not without merit. We learned that the murderer created a phishing website to lure the two victims under the pretense of participating in an event," Xiao Li added. "What progress have you made on this case?" "It was close to breaking through, wasn't it?" "That was not your," Fang Rui began, but was interrupted by Sun Guangtian. "Captain Sun, what do you believe we should investigate first?" Sun Guangtian ignored him, instead directing a sharp gaze at Mian. "And you, young lady, why are you smiling in the face of such a serious incident? Shouldn't you be more somber during work hours?" Suddenly called out, Mian froze, then panicked, casting a bewildered look at Fang Rui, unsure of what she had done wrong to provoke such ire from Captain Sunday. After all, it was Fang Rui who had advised her to smile brightly. Moreover, given the daily tragedies occurring in this world, why shouldn't she smile? "Mian, it's all right. He is not addressing you," Fang Rui reassured her. Turning to Sun Guangtian, he continued, "Captain Sun, I have always respected you as a senior, but there is no need for such intimidation. If you believe our investigative approach is flawed, please proceed according to your own methods. It must be conducted according to my plan." Fang Rui interrupted, We will also continue to investigate along our lines. I believe it would be more efficient if we each pursue our separate inquiries. Mian, Xiaozhong, you all follow me. Seeing the escalating tension, Song Haiyang attempted to ease the situation. Fang Rui, don't act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. It's fine. You pursue your investigation. If you require any materials or assistance from us, we will generously share, Fang Rui stated, understanding that even if he wished to cooperate, it was better for them to investigate independently, as their approaches differed significantly. Forcing collaboration might hinder efficiency. As for the director's disapproval, he could endure a reprimand. Once outside the meeting room, Mian cautiously approached Fang Rui. The director knew Fang Rui well. He was adept in social matters and typically avoided conflicts unless provoked excessively. Since that is the case, continue your investigation as you see fit. I will reassign personnel from other divisions to assist them, the director stated, protective of Fang Rui. Thank you, Director. Director Wang subsequently spoke with Sun Guangtian. They had been college classmates, and Sun Guangtian's investigative skills far surpassed his own. While he had ascended to the position of director, Sun Guangtian had yet to rise due to his temperament. Old Sun, why bother squabbling with a group of young people? This is quite unbecoming. I was concerned I wouldn't be able to manage them, so I intended to assert some authority. Wasn't Fang Rui once quite composed? His mentor often praised him to me. What caused his temper to flare so easily? What did you say? Nothing of consequence. Just pointed out their flawed investigative approach and scolded a young lady, and Fang Rui exploded, arguing with me. He still needs to mature. I see why now. Ha ha ha, that lad is quite adept at hiding his feelings. Why is that? That young lady can't possibly be his girlfriend, can she? You should have mentioned that sooner. I would chosen someone else to reprimand. Old Sun, temper yourself a bit in this case. You might find yourself in need of their assistance. That is impossible. No one understands that murderer better than I do. If I can't catch him, neither can Fang Rui and his team. Sun Guangtian proclaimed confidently. Chapter 78. The Couple Butcher. Testing love? Provoked by Sun Guangtian, everyone's enthusiasm for solving the case surged. Fang Rui convened another case analysis meeting and shared the materials brought from Linzhou with everyone. The previous case files they reviewed lacked many details, but this new information provided a more comprehensive investigation process. Boss, the two couples from Linzhou have also opened a social media account to display their affection, Xiaozhong exclaimed, though they have very few followers and their videos garner minimal views. However, the first pair of victims was quite elderly. The murderer likely couldn't reach out to them via the internet, Xiaoli added. Linsin, can you now create a criminal profile of the assailant? Fang Rui inquired. Linsin closed the folder and turned to Mian, forensic expert. Is there a difference in the intensity of the electric shocks the two victims? The male victim likely only endured a single, but immensely powerful, electric shock that caused his heart to stop. Conversely, the female victim suffered multiple shocks, each of lower intensity, yet collectively they a shock for lying, no shock for truth. Zhang speculated. But that doesn't seem to add up. Why was the male victim shocked only once, yet with the highest intensity? The intensity of the shock could be a variable. He may have established a tiered system of electric shock intensities corresponding to varying behaviors, Mian suggested, much like conducting an experiment. For instance, Milgram's obedience study utilized electric shock intensity as a variable. I suspect he is replicating the logic of this classic psychological experiment. Mian's words triggered a realization in Lin San, who furrowed his brow. The commonality among these three couples is their profound affection for one another. Yet, they differ vastly in terms of age, marital status, and educational background. There is even a same-sex couple among them. He seems to be collecting various types of couples. Fang Rui questioned, what is his purpose in testing their love? Does he wish to validate its existence or prove its absence? Lin Sin shrugged in exasperation. I cannot yet answer those questions. Could the assailant have designed a device akin to a lie detector? using it to assess these couples, and since none passed his evaluation, they all perished? Fang Rui conjectured. Not necessarily all failed. Do you recall the victim named Tian Xian? She was stabbed to death, Lin Sen analyzed. I suspect she passed the assailant's test. Yet for some reason, he still chose not to spare her. While they had tentatively identified the assailant's motive, they remained at a loss regarding how to apprehend him. Fang Rui recalled that Mian's hacker friend had discovered that the computer used to establish the fraudulent website was from the computer lab. Might the assailant be someone with a background in computer science? One case occurred in Linzhou, while the current one transpired in Jiangzhou, suggesting that the perpetrator likely experienced a job relocation in recent years. Staff transfers at Jiangzhou University are relatively infrequent, and the administration quickly provided a list that matched Fang Rui's request. The list contained a dozen names. Though not extensive, it would still prove cumbersome to investigate. Fang Rui soon focused his attention on one individual, Zhou Junwei. He is a lecturer in computer science who left Linzhou Industrial College a year prior to take a position at Jiangzhou University. Now 31 years old, he lives alone and is currently unmarried. Coincidentally, he had taken an extended leave during the week of the incident, citing attendance at a friend's wedding. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang visited Jiangzhou University once more. Zhou Junwei was teaching a VB course to first-year students that morning. Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang took seats at the back to listen to his lecture. Zhou Junwei wore a blue-black checkered shirt, his slightly long hair partially obscuring his eyes, giving him a lethargic appearance. His expression remained stern, and his voice lacked any modulation, rendering his lecture monotonous and inducing drowsiness among the students. Many were either engrossed in their phones or engaged in conversation, with few paying attention to his words. Zhou Junwei appeared indifferent, resembling a robot as he droned on about tedious information. After class, Fang Rui called out to Zhou Junwei, "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Junwei turned around and, upon recognizing Fang Rui, his eyes revealed a flicker of emotion. "You're not one of my students, are you? Is there something you need?" "We're from the Municipal Bureau." Xiao Zhang displayed his credentials. "We have a few questions we'd like to ask you." "All right, go ahead." "Mr. Zhou, is creating a website a complex endeavor?" "That depends on the needs of the website. For a simple one, a first-year student could manage it. It's quite straightforward." "On Wednesday, October 24th, where were you?" Fang Rui pressed. "Why do you ask me that? It's my personal business." "You have no right to inquire," Zhou Junwei said, his demeanor becoming guarded. "We discovered a fraudulent website, and I suspect it may be connected to you, as the IP detected leads back to your office computer. So, I ask that you cooperate with our investigation." Fang Rui fabricated a story, withholding the true reason. "I don't have time for such matters. From October 22nd to 30th, I took leave to attend a wedding in a northern city." The 24th was indeed the day of the wedding, Zhou Junwei asserted, adding, "If you don't believe me, you may investigate. Someone must have accessed my office computer without my knowledge. There is surveillance in my office. Feel free to check." Fang Rui and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances, pondering the coincidence that he had been away from Jiangzhou at the time of the incident. Xiao Zhang scrutinized Zhou Junwei for a moment before suddenly reaching out towards him. Zhou Junwei appeared startled and instinctively recoiled, nearly losing his balance had he not been halted by the podium behind him. "Oh dear, Mr. Zhou, there's a bug on your shirt," Xiao Zhang exclaimed, plucking a small insect from his shoulder and squashing it. "I've got it for you." "Thank you." As they exited the classroom, Xiao Zhang muttered, "Boss, that Zhou Junwei is rather peculiar. A grown man with an ear piercing. Is that strange? Many men are getting piercings these days. It's hardly unusual. He even wears cologne." When I reached for his shoulder, he reacted so dramatically, Xiao Zhang pondered aloud. Could it be that Zhou Junwei is gay? He reminds me of a cousin of mine who is. That is possible. But does that have any bearing on our case? Fang Rui replied. Let's first verify his alibi. All right. Using Zhou Junwei's identification information, They discovered that he had taken a flight to Dongqing on the morning of the 22nd and returned to Jiangzhou on the evening of the 29th. During this period, he had not purchased any other tickets. Dongqing is over 2,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou, making a round trip by car or taxi impractical. Fang Rui also contacted Zhou Junwei's friends, who confirmed that Zhou Junwei remained in Dongqing throughout that time without leaving. The hotel where he stayed could also corroborate that he had been residing there. Boss, it seems this lead has also hit a dead end, Xiao Zhang sighed. His alibi is too solid. That's all right. At least we ruled out one option, Fang Rui mused, still finding Zhou Junwei suspicious, yet lacking evidence. Thus, he resolved to shift the direction of their investigation. Chapter 79. The Butcher of Lovers. Mian found herself enjoying a delightful rapport with forensic Dr. Cheng. With Mian's assistance, Dr. Cheng conducted another autopsy on the corpse, ultimately arriving at the same conclusion as Mian. Dr. Cheng, did you discover this dry gelatinous substance on the 4 bodies you dissected? Mian inquired, producing a flake resembling dandruff from the deceased's scalp. What is this? Dr. Cheng scrutinized it for a moment before murmuring, it appears to be some form of gel, in a desiccated state. When the body was initially discovered, it was covered in mud and sand. We undertook a cleaning process, but it was performed by my assistant, so I cannot be certain. Very well, Mian replied, somewhat disheartened. How splendid it would have been if she could have dissected those 4 decaying bodies. She was certain she would have uncovered some clues. Why did you allow them to cremate those 4 bodies? Mian expressed her dissatisfaction. The families of the deceased came to my office daily, weeping and clamoring for the bodies to be cremated. I had no choice. Dr. Cheng extended his hand, revealing several healed scars on the back. You see, to prevent the bodies from being stolen, they scratched my hand. How coincidental. I too have been scratched by the deceased's family, Mian replied, displaying the scar inflicted by Yi Ziling. However, my scars are not as deep as yours. I have only 3, while yours number 4. Chen Shui, who was recording the autopsy details, found herself at a loss for words. What was there to compare? They had even begun to compete. Indeed, working as a forensic doctor can be rather perilous. Once the floodgates of conversation opened, Dr. Cheng began imparting wisdom to Mian, such as how to avoid occupational exposure when encountering a corpse infected with HIV, the necessity of wearing a gas mask when dissecting highly decomposed bodies to prevent poisoning, and strategies to evade assaults from the victims' families. Mian frequently displayed expressions of enlightenment, absorbing the knowledge eagerly. In Linzhou, 3 of the 4 bodies exhibited rose teeth. Did you notice this? Mian asked. I did, he confirmed. However, this does not allow us to ascertain the precise cause of death. It merely suggests that the deceased experienced asphyxiation. I suspect those 3 individuals also perished from electric shock. Your hypothesis is quite plausible. There are indeed cases demonstrating that bodies which succumb to electric shock exhibit rose teeth. Dr. Cheng concurred. After concluding the autopsy, Dr. Cheng exited the dissection room. Chen Shui leaned in and whispered, Mian, you shouldn't divulge all your leads to Dr. Cheng. He is affiliated with Captain Sun's team. We are currently in a competitive relationship. Why not? I was merely engaging in an academic exchange with him. We had a delightful interaction. Despite her extensive theoretical knowledge, Mian lacked the practical experience that Dr. Cheng possessed, and she felt that she had learned a great deal. For instance, she learned that if the victims' families intended to assault a forensic doctor, one should immediately cover their head and crouch down while shouting for help, making it less likely to sustain injuries during the attack. Well, it's fine, Chen Shui concluded, deciding against forcibly instilling workplace rules into Mian. After all, as long as the case could be solved, who was responsible for its resolution was of little consequence, right? No, it is indeed very important. During lunch, Mian noticed that Xiao Zhang appeared dejected, and Chen Shui was following suit. Today's meal consisted of Kung Pao chicken, and Mian discreetly transferred the carrots, cucumbers, and peanuts from her bowl to Fang Rui's. while scooping the chicken, something Fang Rui disliked, into her own bowl. Fang Rui had grown accustomed to her little antics and resignedly awaited her to finish her selections before beginning his meal. Once Mian finally picked up her chopsticks, Xiao Zhang and Chen Shui remained downcast. Realizing she ought to say something, Mian inquired, "Officer Xiao Zhang, Chen Shui, why are you both unhappy?" We've been working fruitlessly these past few days. We initially identified a suspect, but it turns out he has an alibi." Xiao Zhang sighed heavily, lowering his voice. "What's worse is that I've heard Captain Sun's team has made progress and seems to have pinpointed a suspect." "Do not fret. I have also uncovered a lead," Mian replied confidently, tilting her head slightly. Fang Rui looked at her. "Has there been a new discovery in the autopsy? Everyone, let us eat first. Once the report is released this afternoon, I will brief you all." Today's Kung Pao chicken is quite delectable. Chen Shui glanced at her bowl brimming with chicken, then at Fang Rui's assortment of vegetables, and couldn't he help but remark, "What you have in your bowl can only be called chicken cubes." Around 3 in the afternoon, the test results finally emerged. Fang Rui convened another case analysis meeting. "I suspect the perpetrator is conducting an experiment," Mian declared, holding up her drawing. "He is likely performing an experiment on love." The illustration depicted 2 individuals seated opposite one another, their arms affixed with electrodes connected to long wires. Most crucially, their heads were adorned with a black cap, riddled with holes, each linked to a black wire. "The black cap is an electrode cap?" Lin Sin questioned, somewhat astonished. "Are you implying that while testing those couples, he is also collecting their EEG data?" "Their hair bears evidence of having been washed with the same shampoo, likely by the perpetrator," Mian elucidated. "Yet, I still discovered trace amounts of gelatinous substance on their scalps." Upon examination, this was identified as dried conductive paste. Conductive paste? What is that? The group was left bewildered, save for Lin San, who understood Mian's reference. EEG equipment is commonplace in psychological laboratories. During EEG experiments, a significant amount of conductive paste is applied to the scalp to reduce electrical resistance at the electrode connections. This substance is notoriously difficult to clean. Washing one's hair takes an inordinate amount of time, yet it remains stubbornly ingrained. Youngly inquired curiously, "Forensic Dr. Mu, do you often conduct this experiment? You seem quite knowledgeable." "I have never been the principal investigator in an EEG experiment. However, I frequently serve as a subject. Why father claims I am a genius with a brain of considerable research value. Thus, I often find myself as his study participant," Mian replied with a hint of pride. The others fell silent, realizing the source of Mian's fascination with human anatomy was a family tradition. Lin Sen remarked, "Proper EEG equipment is quite expensive. Typically, only university laboratories or hospitals procure them. We should investigate the purchasing channels of EEG devices." Based on the distribution of the conductive paste residues, I deduced that his electrode cap comprises 20 leads, meaning it contains only 20 electrodes. Such outdated equipment should have been phased out. The latest models boast 128 leads. Therefore, I suspect he is utilizing equipment discarded by the laboratory. Lin Sin furrowed his brow. "That will make the It is only provided to customers who purchase their EEG devices. The brand of the device is called Neuron." "Does this device have a distributor in the country?" Fang Rui inquired. "Indeed, there is one. It is represented by a single agency in the country, which belongs to the Jiang Miao Group." Chapter 80. The Couple Butcher. Jiang Miao Group. The Jiang Miao Group stands as the foremost medical enterprise in Jiangzhou, encompassing 3 private hospitals, a prestigious rehabilitation center, and a pharmaceutical company. It also serves as the for numerous renowned imported medical equipment brands. While holding an array of medical-related patents, Mian proactively sought to accompany Fang Rui in investigating the sales performance of a particular EEG device, believing her familiarity with such medical apparatus would prove beneficial. In an effort to expedite their inquiry, Fang Rui and Mian made their way directly to the headquarters of the group. The receptionist, displaying commendable courtesy, promptly contacted the sales manager upon discerning their purpose. I apologize, but the sales ledger is a core secret of the company, and its disclosure bears no direct relevance to the case at hand. They are within their rights to refuse such a request. You could redact the prices and customer contact information, Fang Rui suggested. This information will solely be used for the investigation and will not be leaked. I'm afraid we cannot accommodate that request, came the unyielding response. Mian inquired. In recent years, the sales of the Neuron EEG device must have been rather dismal, particularly the 20-channel model. It's likely that few have purchased it. Nowadays, research institutions lean towards using near-infrared devices, which offer more stable data collection and eliminate the need for EEG paste, making them far more convenient. Indeed, you seem quite knowledgeable, the sales manager conceded. In the past 2 years, we have not sold this device at all. Mian pressed further. Is it true that only universities lacking funding would opt for it? Yes. Are there any private purchasers? Fang Rui interjected. None. Our clientele primarily consists of universities and hospitals from nearby provinces and cities. Who would voluntarily purchase such an item? It costs over 100,000 and takes up considerable space. Could you provide me with the sales records? Mian persisted, undeterred. Absolutely not. The sales manager remained resolute, and as Mian and Fang Rui prepared to leave, they realized that even if they were to compel the company, they would likely only receive falsified sales records. Mian, what brings you here? Zhang Yinian, taken aback, recognized her presence. The Zhang Miao Group was founded by his late cousin, whose legacy he inherited after his passing. Zhang Yinian typically refrained from managing the group's affairs, preferring to immerse himself in research within the laboratory. Today, however, he was compelled to address an allegation of corruption against a senior executive in the group, leading to his unexpected encounter with Mian. Upon seeing Zhang Yinian, Mian hesitated briefly before retreating behind Fang Rui, eyeing him warily. Fang Rui sensed her unease and turned to her, asking, Mian, do you know him? He bullied you in school, has he? Fang Rui disapproved of Zhang Yinian's gaze upon Mian, which felt less like that of a familiar friend and more akin to that of a keeper observing a pet. He was my father's student, but they had a falling out. My sister warned me that he might harm me, so Fang Rui, please protect me. Zhang Yinian, overhearing Mian's exchange with Fang Rui, appeared wounded as he responded, Mian, how could I ever harm you? Have you forgotten? You once said I was your best friend. Fang Rui glanced at Mian, perplexed, for had she not previously claimed to have no friends? Yinian, I never said that. I merely mentioned that you were at the top of my friends list at that time when you were my only friend. My friends list is subject to frequent adjustments. You are no longer in first place. Mian, there's been a misunderstanding between my sister and me. I hope that it doesn't affect our relationship. I used to be your only friend, did I not? You should trust me. My sister would never deceive me. Mian calculated carefully. Even if her sister were mistaken, she would only lose a friend. However, if her sister were indeed correct and she disregarded her warning, she might jeopardize her life. She was not ready to die just yet, thus resolved to distance herself from Zhang Yinian. That may not be so, Zhang Yinian countered. Have you not realized that you know little of your sister? She conceals many things from you. She slanders me simply because she fears I might reveal the truth to you. Such manipulation of sibling relationships is rather unethical. Fang Rui interjected, interrupting him. And who are you? What right do you have to intervene in my conversation with Mian? Desiring to extricate herself from the entanglement with Zhang Yinian, Mian tugged at Fang Rui's hand. Fang Rui, let us go back. All right. Zhang Yinian turned to the sales manager. What did they seek from you? They wish to inquire about the sales records of the Neuron EEG device. This is confidential company information involving customer privacy. We cannot disclose it. Mian, did you not desire that sales record? I will have them provide it to you. Yes, thank you. Please have them expedite the list, Mian replied, not hesitating, as it was Jiang Enian's own volition to assist her. The sales manager appeared troubled. Mr. Jiang, however, I do not wish to repeat myself, Jiang Enian insisted. The sales manager promptly said about printing the requested documents. IVE relocated Professor Shin's lab to the country. You can conduct any research you desire there. I quite enjoy my current work. Mian felt a disconnect from Jiang Enian, who now seemed a stranger to her. Since the passing of her foster parents, many around her had transformed. Elisa, her senior, had remarked that such changes were the result of personal growth following adversity. Perhaps Elisa had also deceived her. Mian, have you forgotten? We shared many delightful times in the lab. Fang Rui perceived something amiss in Jiang Enian's demeanor. Mian seemed disinterested in engaging with him, so why did he persist in reminiscing? Indeed, but at that time, my father was present, along with Senior Fabian, Senior Elisa, and my little squirrel. My squirrel has passed, and so has my father. I do not wish to return to that place. I prefer my current position. Mian's voice trailed off, tinged with melancholy. Jiang Enian fell silent, his expression turning grave as he too appeared engulfed in sorrow. He swiftly composed himself. Mian, shortly they will provide you with that sales list. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Mian. Mian did not respond with a farewell. Once Jiang Enian departed, Fang Rui queried, did he once treat you as a subject to study your brain? Of course. Everyone in the lab was fascinated by my brain. After all, I am a genius, and I always allowed them to observe me for free. They, in turn, shared their brain scan images with me, though I had little interest in their brains. But Fang Rui, I am intrigued by yours. Could you, Mian, please keep your distance from him? Fang Rui finally understood the peculiarity in Jiang Enian's gaze. He regarded Mian as if she were a lab mouse slipping from his grasp. No wonder Xin had advised Mian to steer clear of him. Fang Rui harbored grave doubts that Mian had been nothing more than a subject in that laboratory, under constant observation by those individuals. They might have been conducting research on autism, and Mian, having spent prolonged periods in such an environment, remained blissful.